You spent 5,000 yuan on a fake at Panjiayuan, but when fresh blood touched the jade eye, it suddenly indicated it was a genuine piece worth 50 million. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, the flea market was so quiet you could hear nothing but the vendors' shouts. A man from the northeast brought over a family heirloom, Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain piece, asking for 10,000 yuan outright, and threw in 3 unremarkable trinkets as a bonus. Just as you were about to inspect the item, a shard of broken red coral suddenly cut the palm of your hand, and fresh blood dripped onto the dark green jade eye. The next second, the jade eye melted like ice and snow, and a green light shot straight into your eyes through the wound. The surrounding stalls suddenly glowed with red, yellow, and white radiance, and a line of text appeared in your mind. Empress Dowager Cixie's Coral Treasure Tree incomplete. Grade: rare treasure. Value: unknown. And that broken porcelain vase you'd haggled down to 5,000 yuan also revealed its true identity. A Yuan Dynasty blue and white imperial kiln piece, worth over 50 million yuan. Chapter 1. Empress Dowager Cixie's Coral Treasure Tree. 1994, the 28th day of the 12th lunar month. Beijing, Panjiayuan Antique Market. With the Lunar New Year approaching, all the antique shops inside the courtyard had closed for the holiday, leaving only a few independent vendors hawking their wares at stalls near the market entrance. New Year's big sale. Warring States era feudal lord swords for only 998. An imperial porcelain bowl used by Emperor Qianlong. Come take a look if you're interested. Empress Dowager Cixie's mouthwash cup, waiting for its destined owner. New arrival. A collection of Ru kiln porcelain from Emperor Huizong of the Song Dynasty clearance sale. On the east side of the main entrance, there was a secluded stall with its back against a large locust tree. Adam Murphy sat quietly on a folding stool, engrossed in a copy of an analysis of Chinese porcelain through the ages with a tattered cover. In his early 20s, he stood 185 centimeters tall and was 18.5 centimeters long, just like the grand gentleman in the book. He was both handsome and powerful. There wasn't too much merchandise on his stall, it was a collection of antiques. He gathered a few days earlier while scouring old houses in the countryside. Mostly, it consisted of folk kiln porcelain from the late Qing and Republican eras, modern silver jewelry, old books and newspapers, and so on. Boss, interested in buying? I guarantee these are the real deal. Adam Murphy looked up and glanced around. A middle-aged man wearing a black, torn cotton jacket and a large army green cotton hat was eyeing him suspiciously. The antique business really puts your discernment to the test. Not only do you have to know how to authenticate artifacts and antiques, but you also have to be able to read people's expressions and body language. You have to observe the other person's attire, expressions, and movements to determine whether their words are truthful. The guy standing before him was wrapped up like a giant rice dumpling and looked like he'd traveled a long way, most likely not a local. He was clutching a bulging black cloth bundle to his chest, his shifty eyes darting back and forth constantly. Someone like this either really has the goods or is a seasoned actor. Adam Murphy slowly stood up, placed an analysis of Chinese porcelain through the ages upside down on the folding stool, and adopted an air of indifference. It's the Lunar New Year, even the landlords have run out of grain. I haven't even sold the stuff I'm holding on to yet, so I don't have much money to buy anything. Richard Willis was from Fengtian in northeast China. He'd chosen Adam Murphy because the items he was carrying were of dubious origin, and seeing that Adam Murphy was a man of few words, he'd taken the initiative to approach him. With a forced smile, he gave a hollow laugh, stepped over the stall, and came to stand beside Adam Murphy. Boss, I've got some top-notch goods here. I came to talk to you because I felt a connection. If this deal goes through, I've got even more valuable treasures in store. Adam Murphy gave a non-committal smile. The antique world was a master of storytelling. He'd heard far too many tales about families falling on hard times and selling off their possessions, or sons addicted to gambling who had to sell family heirlooms to be surprised by any of it anymore. Take any random item from a stall, and he could spin 3 different versions of the story. He waved his hand impatiently. All right, since I'm already here, go ahead and open it so I can take a look. Richard Willis's face lit up as he deftly unwrapped the bulging bundle held against his chest, revealing a blue and white porcelain vase with a slender neck and bulbous body, adorned with dragon patterns. Yuan Dynasty blue and white dragon patterned hexagonal Yuhuchin vase. The moment he saw the porcelain vase, Adam Murphy's pupils suddenly contracted, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. Based on its shape, This blue and white porcelain piece belongs to the Yuhucheng vase category, a classic example of Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain. The Yuhucheng vase resembles a falling water droplet in shape, narrow at the top, wide at the bottom, and tapering toward the base. It was a standard imperial porcelain form, with a fixed mold that persisted from Yuan blue and white through Ming blue and white to the Qing imperial kills. However, the mold was not set in stone. Beginning in the Ming dynasty, the mouth of the vase gradually narrowed, the neck became slimmer, and the point where the body began to taper shifted downward. By the Qing dynasty, the form underwent further refinement. The waistline was lowered once more, and the blue and white glaze on the neck was replaced with a white glaze. Particularly during the Yongzheng reign, the Yuhucheng vase was designated as Dayun porcelain. Dayun porcelain refers to porcelain mass-produced by imperial kills for export overseas. The Yuhucheng vase before us features a ring of vividly colored blue and white glaze around the neck, which immediately rules out the possibility that it is a Qing dynasty piece. Furthermore, based on the dragon motifs depicted on the body and the six-petaled inverted lotus design on the base, it can be identified as a Yuan dynasty blue and white dragon-patterned hexagonal Yuhucheng vase. A top-grade Yuan blue and white piece of this caliber would be considered a masterpiece even in the Beijing Museum. Adam Murphy's eyes lit up, and his heart began to race. Seeing Adam Murphy's reaction, a smug smile tugged at the corners of Richard Willis's mouth. "Boss, what do you think? It's the real deal, right? My ancestors were a wealthy family. This is a treasure passed down through the generations. By the way, I've got a few other little trinkets here." Richard Willis reached into his right breast pocket and pulled out 3 small items. An ancient jade plaque displaying 3 distinct patinas: blood, earth, and water. A jade carving in the shape of an eye with a deep green hue. A piece of bright red coral, shaped like a tree branch. "Boss, I need cash fast. This vase, plus these 3 little trinkets, I'll sell them all to you for 10,000 yuan. Phew." Adam Murphy took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart. Judging by Richard Willis's asking price, it was clear he was a layman who didn't know the value of these items. Yuhucheng vases are highly sought-after porcelain pieces, even those mass-produced during the Qing dynasty for export. The so-called Dayun porcelain command prices in the low 6 figures. Yet the other party was asking for just 10,000 yuan, a total steal. Even more outrageous was that the other party was throwing in an ancient jade piece with 3 distinct patinas, a piece worth far more than 10,000 yuan on its own. In the antiques trade, greed is the greatest taboo. Many veteran dealers have been caught off guard precisely because their greed gave others an opening. Adam Murphy couldn't be sure whether what he was looking at was a sweet date or honey laced with poison. He wasn't about to let this windfall go to his head. He planned to carefully examine the foot rim, glaze, and other details to determine its authenticity. "Put the item down, let me take a closer look." "No way." Richard Willis took a half step back, highly on guard, clutching the porcelain tightly to his chest. "If you really want to see it, I'll show you this instead." Richard Willis didn't give Adam Murphy a chance to object, handing him the 3 small trinkets he was holding. There's a rule in the antiques trade. Fragile items like porcelain and jade shouldn't be passed from hand to hand. They must be placed on a tray or secured in one spot for the other party to inspect. Richard Willis, unaware of this industry custom, saw that Adam Murphy wasn't reacting and proactively shoved the items into his hands. The broken piece of red coral had a razor-sharp edge, instantly cutting into the palm of Adam Murphy's hand. A trickle of bright red blood flowed out, staining another piece, a dark green jade carving of an eye. A green glow surged through the wound on Adam Murphy's hand, rushing into his body and straight toward his eyes. Meanwhile, the jade carving of an eye slowly dissolved, as if ice and snow were melting. Suddenly, a stinging pain like a needle prick radiated from his eyes. Adam Murphy reached up to rub them, only to realize with a start that the scene before him had drastically changed. His vision had become exceptionally clear. He could even make out the tiny print on the old books at the stall across from him, published by Wadeaku Vocational and Technical College. Even more astonishingly, several antiques at the surrounding stalls were glowing with red, yellow, and white light. The one glowing the brightest was, surprisingly, the red coral that had cut his palm. As he focused his gaze on this small trinket, a piece of information appeared in his mind. Item: Empress Dowager Cixi Coral Treasure Tree, incomplete. Grade: rare treasure. Value: material: premium red coral. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: Masters of the Qing Imperial Household Department. Date of production: late Qing dynasty. Holy crap! This is actually Empress Dowager Cixie's favorite coral treasure tree. Chapter 2. The yuan blue and white porcelain worth tens of millions. Don't let Adam Murphy's youth fool you. He has been in the antiques business for 7 or 8 years now. After graduating from middle school, he spent 3 years as an apprentice at an antiques shop. Later, he struck out on his own, scouring the streets for junk, setting up stalls at antique markets, raiding old mansions in the countryside, and hunting for treasures at black markets. He'd done it all. Since he wasn't formally trained, he had to cram through books on cultural relics and history, cross-referencing them with real-world experience. According to records from the Qing Imperial Household Department, the department once used a tribute-grade tree-shaped red coral piece, paired with leaves and fruits carved from top-grade jadeite and inlaid with filigree gold, to create a precious coral tree. Empress Dowager Cixie was deeply fond of it and, along with numerous other treasures, had it buried with her in the Eastern tombs. During the Republic of China era, the notorious thief Sun Dianying raided the Eastern Qing tombs and stole all of Empress Dowager Cixie's burial artifacts. Empress Dowager Cixie's most cherished treasures, including the jade watermelon, the coral treasure tree, the white jade lotus root, and the delicate pagoda, were all lost. A century later, the whereabouts of these priceless treasures remain unknown. Now, a fragment of the coral treasure tree has unexpectedly turned up in the possession of Richard Willis. Who exactly is he? Could he be a descendant of the notorious thief Sun Dianying? Or has he discovered Sun Dianying's secret cache of treasures? And what is the story behind this jade carving of an eye? Why does it possess such miraculous powers? Why is this jade carving getting smaller and smaller? Hey, are you okay? You big city folks are so delicate this little trinket can cut your hand. Here's what we'll do. I'll meet you halfway. I'll pay you 9,888, and I'll cover the rest of your medical expenses. Richard Willis was unaware of the changes taking place within Adam Murphy and, fearing Adam Murphy might try to extort him, took the initiative to lower his offer. Adam Murphy shook his head vigorously, banishing those jumbled thoughts from his mind. Now, it was no longer Richard Willis coming to him for help. It was Adam Murphy who had to uncover the secrets behind Richard Willis. Who exactly was this guy? Adam Murphy was worried the other man might catch on, so he didn't dare to overreact. He waved his hand with a smile. I'm not as delicate as you make me out to be. This little injury is nothing. This piece of porcelain is quite impressive. It must be a fine folk artifact from the Republic of China era. Adam Murphy first praised the porcelain to put Richard Willis at ease. Only after seeing a look of delight on the other man's face did he begin to haggle. However, porcelain from folk kills isn't as valuable as you think. I'm offering 5,000 yuan for it, and even that comes with significant risk. If you don't believe me, go ask around. There is absolutely no one else who can afford to pay that price but me. Upon hearing the price of 5,000 yuan, the corner of Richard Willis's eye twitched slightly, revealing a hint of temptation. He was from a rural village in northeast China, where there wasn't even a single antique shop. He'd come to Beijing hoping to sell them for a high price, but to his surprise, all the major pawnshops and antique stores in the city had already closed. These antique vendors, like Adam Murphy, were his last hope. But 5,000 yuan wasn't enough to cover the costs of marrying a wife, so he had no choice but to speak up again. Boss, 5,000 yuan really isn't enough. My future father-in-law is a heartless wolf. The 4 rotations and 1 sound 1 tea satisfy him. The dowry absolutely has to include a big color TV or a refrigerator. 10,000 yuan. I really can't go any lower. If that's absolutely impossible, I've got other good stuff at home. I'll throw in another item for you. 4 rotations and 1 sound. A dowry custom popular in the 70s and 80s, referring to a permanent brand bicycle, a Shanghai brand watch, a Phoenix sewing machine, and a Sony tape recorder. Adam Murphy was racking his brain over how to get in on Richard Willis's deal. He never imagined the other party would actually come knocking on his door. It was like a money-bringing god had appeared. Ahem. He cleared his throat twice for effect, furrowed his brow slightly, and put on a reluctant expression. 10,000 is indeed a bit steep. I can tell you're an honest guy. As long as you bring out 1 more piece of porcelain of the same type, I'll not only give you 10,000, but I'll also throw in a big wedding red envelope with 888 inside. Hearing this, Richard Willis's eyes lit up. He had already begun fantasizing about the scene of himself showing up at his future-in-law's house with the dowry, flinging the money right in his father-in-law's face. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. He even started imagining selling off the entire collection of treasures, driving around in a nice car, and living the life of a successful big boss. Young man, I really didn't misjudge you. It's a deal then, 10,000. I'll bring you another one just like it in a few days. No, no, no. Adam Murphy waved his hands frantically. We're doing a face-to-face transaction, cash on delivery. It doesn't make sense to pay first and get the goods later. I'll give you 5,000 first. Whenever you have time, bring me the other one, and I'll give you another 5,000. Ah well, Richard Willis looked conflicted. He scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Bro, to be honest, my father-in-law has given me a deadline. If I don't deliver the betrothal gift by New Year's Day, that old bastard will betroth Chui to someone else. Can you cut me some slack? If it's absolutely impossible, I'll throw in 2 extra items for you. Adam Murphy had long since realized Richard Willis was desperate for cash and had anticipated this outcome. Now that the fish was on the hook, it was time to reel it in. Sigh. Adam Murphy feigned a sigh, running his right hand over his slightly stubbly chin, looking thoroughly embarrassed. Bro, I can see you really need the money. You said you had other antiques, right? Why don't I just come back to your place with you, and you can pack them all up and sell them to me? That way, you'll have more capital to work with. 1 TU. Richard Willis hadn't even imagined that Adam Murphy would actually come to his place to pick up the goods for him. This was absolutely fantastic news. However, the items he had couldn't be exposed. He absolutely couldn't let anyone he knew find out about his dealings with Adam Murphy. His shifty, wide eyes darted about as he came up with a good idea. Let us settle for 5,000 first. I'll go home and get the goods ready for you. Tomorrow, take the train to Jianping County Station in Fengtian Province. I'll be waiting for you there. Adam Murphy raised an eyebrow slightly, sensing something off about Richard Willis's words. The other guy was in a huge hurry to make the sale, yet he was being so secretive. There was definitely something fishy about what he was holding. All right, I'll go along with it. The banks are closed for the new year, so I've prepared the payment in advance. Shall we do a cash-on-delivery deal? Sure. Richard Willis, suspecting nothing, stepped up to Adam Murphy and handed him the bundle. Adam Murphy didn't even glance at it. He bent down, grabbed the olive green canvas bag lying under the large locust tree, and counted out 5,000 from the payment he'd prepared in advance, handing it to Richard Willis. Richard Willis eagerly took the cash, stuck out his grubby thumb, moistened it with a bit of spit, and began counting the money with a satisfied grin. 100, 200, 300. Adam Murphy smiled without saying a word, calmly unwrapping the package and intently examining the porcelain inside. Item: Yuan Dynasty Blue and White Dragon Patterned Hexagonal Yuhuchin Vase. Grade Rare. Value: 50 million plus. Material: porcelain. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: Yuan Dynasty Jingdajun Imperial Kiln. Production date: 11th year of the Zhijing era Yuan Dynasty. This piece of porcelain was exactly as Adam Murphy had suspected, a fine example of Yuan Dynasty Blue and White Imperial Kiln porcelain. It echoes the long-renowned Yuan Dynasty Blue and White figurative story vase series, featuring various narrative designs, and belongs to the Imperial Kiln's standard porcelain category. Just the day before, Adam Murphy had been worrying that he hadn't saved much money this year and would be too embarrassed to go home for the Lunar New Year. In the blink of an eye, he became a multimillionaire. Chapter 3. Qianlong Period Hotan White Jade. Picking mushrooms to offer longevity. Plaque with 3-tone patina. Adam Murphy hadn't been celebrating for long when he suddenly realized that the jade carving, which had been the size of a peach pit, had shrunk to the size of a grain of rice and was about to vanish. What on earth is this thing? Could it be that it's disappearing because that special energy entered my body? No one could answer this question for him, so he had no choice but to turn his attention to another ancient jade plaque featuring 3-tone patina. This plaque was carved from top-grade Hotan jade. It measured 5.3 centimeters long and 3.2 centimeters wide, with a substantial, solid texture and rounded corners on all 4 sides. The front of the plaque features high-relief carving. Atop a rocky outcrop, a spirited monkey leans forward, reaching out to pluck a lingzhi mushroom. The monkey's facial features are intricately carved, while its fur is rendered with fine, shallow, incised lines. Its hind legs are crouched, creating a sense of dynamic movement that makes it playful and endearing. Behind the monkey, an ancient pine tree is skillfully carved atop the rocky outcrop. Its branches are twisted and vigorous, its needles standing tall like a canopy, while the rugged, jagged rocks in the mountains add to the scene's grandeur. On the reverse side of the jade plaque, a linear cloud pattern is incised at the top. In the center, within a rectangular medallion, the 4 characters, picking Ratio to offer longevity, are incised, followed by the 1 yuan mark. This jade plaque is carved from a piece of premium-grade Hotan white jade, with a pure white and lustrous texture. Coincidentally, the area below the front of the plaque where the pine and rock are depicted is stained with large patches of reddish-brown earth stain and blood stain. The spirit monkey above the turquoise is tinged with a touch of bluish-gray water patina on its back, as if intentionally colored. The patina complements the jade plaque perfectly, creating a natural and harmonious look, an extremely rare bonus feature. With its already exceptional material and craftsmanship, coupled with this perfectly matching patina, the price can more than double. As I examined it, relevant information flashed through my mind once again. Item: Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period, Hotan white jade 3 patina, picking mushrooms to offer longevity plaque. Grade premium. Value 3.5 million. Material: top grade Hotan jade. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: Masters of the Qing Imperial Household Department. Date of production: Qianlong period of the Qing Dynasty. As expected, this piece is also an item used exclusively by the imperial court. Judging by the patina on the jade plaque, these 3 antiques are most likely burial offerings. Could the treasures of the Qing Eastern tombs, missing for a century, have fallen into Richard Willis's hands? Without realizing it, Adam Murphy discovered a crucial piece of information. Empress Dowager Cixie's coral treasure tree fragment emitted an intense red glow. Extremely rare treasure. A Yuan Dynasty blue and white dragon patterned hexagonal Yuhuchen vase emitted a relatively faint yellow glow. Treasure grade. A Qing Dynasty Qianlong era Hotan white jade plaque with 3 patinas, titled Picking Mushrooms to Offer Longevity, emitted a relatively faint white glow. Fine grade. It seemed that the brighter the glow on an antique, the rarer and more valuable it was. With that in mind, he turned his head toward a stall not far away, where an antique was emitting a white glow. Bro, I've checked it out, it's good to go. I'm heading home now. I'll be waiting for you to come by tomorrow. Just so you know, I've got plenty of good stuff, you'd better bring plenty of cash. No sooner had Adam Murphy turned his head than Richard Willis leaned in. Those shifty eyes kept darting toward Adam Murphy's wallet. He was practically drooling. That blatant greed was practically oozing out of him. Adam Murphy didn't think much of it. Just as Richard Willis had his sights set on the money in his pocket, Adam Murphy had his sights set on the treasure in Richard Willis's hands. They were simply each getting what they wanted. He wasn't afraid to spend money. He just wanted to find that long-lost Empress Dowager Cixie coral treasure tree. If he happened to find other burial artifacts from the Eastern tombs, so much the better. Bro, don't worry. As long as the item's legit, I guarantee the price will satisfy you. Ha ha ha. Hearing Adam Murphy's assurance, Richard Willis laughed so hard he threw his head back, wishing he could take Adam Murphy home right then and there to sell off all the antiques he had in his possession. All right, then I'll head home and wait for your good news, brother. We're from a small town, there's only one green-painted train that runs back and forth each day, morning and evening. Don't miss your train. Don't worry, I've got it covered. All right, then I'll be heading back. Richard Willis looked eager to get going and turned to leave. Adam Murphy reached into his waistband with his right hand and pulled out a new model Chinese character pager. Bro, give me your pager number or phone number, just in case something goes wrong tomorrow, so we can get in touch. Richard Willis glanced down at the pager in Adam Murphy's hand, a strange expression crossing his face. 10,000 yuan, that was enough to build 2 large tiled roof houses back in his hometown of Fengtian. It was no small sum. In his eyes, Adam Murphy was a big-time boss who should be rolling in cash. Those wealthy big shots on TV all carried cell phones as thick as bricks. They looked so impressive. A pager was something ordinary people used. Maybe business owners in Beijing were just more low-key. Oh well. Richard Willis pursed his lips and made up a flimsy excuse. It's pretty remote where I'm from, and the signal's bad, so I don't use that kind of thing. Don't worry, I'll be waiting for you at the station exit ahead of time. It's just a small county station there, 1TB. Any problems? Adam Murphy's goal wasn't simply to get his contact information. He wanted to establish a long-term connection. After all, his trip to Richard Willis's hometown might not necessarily be successful. By exchanging contact information, even if this attempt failed, they could still get in touch later. But Richard Willis was highly guarded and maintained a distant yet approachable attitude throughout. Adam Murphy was worried that if he pressed too hard, the other man might take off and that would be counterproductive. "All right, then I'll leave right on time tomorrow. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow." Richard Willis moved very quickly, vanishing in a flash around the street corner. After watching Richard Willis leave, Adam Murphy looked down at his palm. The jade carving of an eye had completely vanished. Shaking his head with a mix of emotions, he sighed. The world is vast and full of wonders. What a truly magical treasure. There are a few other items glowing with a radiant light at the other antique stalls. I'll go take a look and see if my hunch is right. The brighter the glow, the higher the quality. Adam Murphy was a man of action, so he sprang into action immediately. He tucked the 3-hued jade plaque into his pocket, carefully wrapped the Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase in multiple layers of packing material, and, along with the knickknacks from his own stall, packed everything into the cargo bed of the tricycle parked beside the large locust tree. Pushing the tricycle, he made his way toward the stalls ahead. There were a total of 3 stalls with that radiant glow. Among them, 1 was yellow and 2 were white. A white glow was emanating from the stall directly in front of him. "Hey, Adam, packing up this early today?" Most vendors in the antique circle know each other. Those who get along well even go out to the countryside together to search for treasures in old houses. This vendor was a Beijing native named Eric Gray, in his 40s. He usually looked out for Adam Murphy, and the two were on very good terms. "It's the Lunar New Year, and there aren't many people around. I'm packing up to go back to my hometown to celebrate the holiday." Adam Murphy greeted Eric Gray with a smile, parked his tricycle in front of the other man's stall, and let his eyes sweep over the merchandise. Eric Gray had been in the business longer than Adam Murphy, but he wasn't as eager to learn as Adam Murphy was, and his professional skills actually fell short of those of his younger colleague. The merchandise on his stall was a motley collection: porcelain, jade ornaments, sandalwood carvings, old books and newspapers, and so on. Adam Murphy surveyed these antiques, and his gaze settled on a thumb-sized, emerald green seal that looked as if it had been carved from a Qingdao beer bottle. Chapter 4: Authentic and Counterfeit Antiques. It was a cylindrical seal, no thicker than an adult's finger and 5 centimeters long. The entire piece was crystal clear and smooth, with almost no impurities inside. It resembled a piece of pale green glass. At the top of the seal, auspicious beast is artfully carved. As the handle, the beast holds a lingji mushroom in its mouth, appearing delicate, playful, and endearing. The lower part of the seal features a shallow relief carving of bats and lingji mushroom patterns on the sides of the seal body. The bat symbolizes good fortune, while the lingji mushroom represents auspiciousness and wealth, as well as longevity and good health. With its meticulous and refined carving, coupled with these auspicious meanings, this seal exudes even greater splendor and rarity, making it an exceptional piece of scholar studio art. Had it not been for the precious luster, Adam Murphy might well have overlooked it, mistaking it for a glass artifact. Since the treasure glow is present, it clearly indicates that this is an antique of excellent quality. Could it be tourmaline? As early as the Qing dynasty, the imperial court had already been using tourmaline to make jewelry. At that time, it was known as BC. The Shurya records. The origin of the name BC is not clearly documented in the historical records of China. Adam Murphy first made his own assessment before checking the information in his mind. The result left him both delighted and a little disappointed. Item: Qing Dynasty green tourmaline seal with animal-shaped knob. Grade premium. Value: 180,000. Material: tourmaline. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Artisan: folk master. Date of production: Yongzheng period of the Qing Dynasty. It was indeed a tourmaline seal, carved by a master artisan. However, its value was nearly 20 times less than that of the tricolored jade plaque, which was also classified as fine grade. This was the difference between folk antiques and imperial masterpieces. The price gap was astronomical. Adam Murphy remained silent, so Eric Gray took the initiative to ask, "What's the matter? Did you spot something you like at Uncle's stall? Just tell me which one you like, and I'll consider it your New Year's red envelope." Adam Murphy's mouth twitched slightly. He seemed to be holding back something he wanted to say. If it were any other vendor he wasn't close with, he'd snap up the bargain at a low price without a second thought. But Eric Gray was a close friend. They were practically friends across generations, so he felt a bit awkward about getting a bargain from him. Never mind. Once I've sold off this batch of goods and taken over the Boya studio that's up for sale, I'll just make sure to support Uncle Keith's business more in the future. Adam Murphy grinned and pointed to the seal on the stall. Uncle Keith, this seal looks in great condition. It must be a real gem. Eric Gray followed Adam Murphy's finger and looked at the seal on the stall. He'd picked this up from a crowded courtyard compound. He'd previously taken it to an antique shop, but they rejected it. He leaned forward slightly, picked up the seal, and handed it to Adam Murphy. I picked this up a few days ago in the Zongguancun demolition zone. The guy at Gamingshuan said it's a modern trinket and not worth much. Just take it and play with it. Adam Murphy and Eric Gray were old acquaintances who knew each other as personalities well. Adam had guessed this would be the outcome. Even so, he still pulled a 100 yuan bill from his pocket and handed it to him. Uncle Keith, it's the new year. Let us make a good start for good luck. If you find a good spot in the future, just take me along. There's a saying in the antiques business. 3 years without a sale, but one sale to last 3 years. Eric Gray didn't need Adam Murphy's 100 yuan, but in this business it was all about good luck. With a mix of amusement and exasperation, he took the 100 yuan Adam Murphy handed him and, in the same motion, slipped the seal into Adam Murphy's hand. I'll take your good luck, kid. Let us sell all this junk before the new year. All right, you better get going. Come back after the new year, and I'll take you to a great new spot I discovered to hunt for treasures. All right. Adam Murphy didn't stand on ceremony. He casually tucked the tourmaline seal into his pocket, pushed his tricycle, and headed toward the stall ahead that seemed to radiate a treasure-like glow. As he walked, he silently prayed that the antiques on the other stall would be treasures on par with the Yuan Dynasty blue and white dragon-patterned hexagonal Yuhuchun vase. He knew the stall owner. He usually set up shop in the porcelain section of the outdoor pavilion in the antique market's outer courtyard, dealing primarily in porcelain. The goods on his stall were, without exception, all porcelain. Along the outer edge of the stall, a neat row of large and medium-sized blue and white porcelain pieces was displayed. Large blue and white bowls with entwined vine patterns, large blue and white vats with ocean wave designs, blue and white Yuhuchun vases, and more all were displayed in the corners of the stall, waiting for a soulmate. If you accidentally knocked one over, well, sorry, these were all imperial kiln porcelain, pieces worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. You'd have to pay for the damage. Adam Murphy didn't waste any time on these trap pieces. He quickly zeroed in on the porcelain piece at the stall that was radiating a golden glow. When he found the piece emitting that golden glow, the corner of his eye twitched slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. Because it was part of a set. This set is extremely well known in porcelain circles and is considered one of the finest examples of Qing Dynasty Famille Rose porcelain. The Beijing Museum houses the complete collection. It includes the Qianlong Famille Rose 9 Peaches Celestial Globe Vase, the Qianlong Famille Rose 9 Peaches Large Bowl, the Qianlong Famille Rose 9 Peaches Large Plate, and so on. The porcelain piece radiating a golden luster was none other than the Qianlong Pink and White 9 Peaches Globe Vase. The globe vase has a very unique shape. The upper part features a slender neck resembling a swan's neck, while the lower part consists of a spherical body and base. It is classified as an ornamental piece. This Qianlong Pink and White 9 Peaches Globe Vase is covered entirely in white glaze, with the body depicting a peach tree heavy with fruit. The dense, lush branches wind their way up from the base of the vase along its body, with 9 peaches pink with a hint of red bending the branches under their weight. The peach symbolizes auspiciousness and longevity, and 9 is the highest of the yang numbers in ancient times. It signified many or infinite, so the motif of 9 peaches carries the meaning of eternal longevity. This vase features a spacious yet harmonious composition, with glazed tones ranging from deep to light, and exquisitely detailed painting, truly a rare masterpiece. This set of porcelain was, in fact, a birthday tribute set personally designed and fired by master artisans of the Imperial Household Department for Emperor Yongzheng's grand birthday celebration. At that time, a batch of porcelain from the Yongzheng Pink Enameled 8 Peaches on a branch series was produced. Imperial birthday commemorative porcelain is invariably the finest of the finest. Therefore, this set of porcelain is also known by the epithet Yong 8, Qian 9. This represents the pinnacle of imperial porcelain from the heyday of the Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong eras and stands as the crowning achievement of Qing Dynasty Pink Enameled Porcelain. Item: Qianlong Pink and White 9 Peaches Globe Vase. Grade rare. Value 20 million plus. Material porcelain. Craftsmanship masterpiece. Manufacturer specially made by the Qing Imperial Household Department. Production date Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty. The result that popped into his mind matched Adam Murphy's speculation exactly. This piece of porcelain is indeed the Qianlong pink and white 9-peach globe vase from the Yong 8 Qian 9 collection. What about the remaining pieces? Adam Murphy looked at the pink and white 9-peach large bowl next to the globe vase. His eyesight far surpassed that of the average person. He could see the details on the porcelain bowl very clearly from several meters away. This large pink and white porcelain bowl clearly showed its age and signs of use. The exterior lacked the glossy sheen typical of modern porcelain, instead bearing a very natural patina of age. The pink and white glaze was evenly applied, the form was flawless, and the naked eye could find no flaws whatsoever. Could this also be an authentic piece? Item: Republic of China era replica of the Qianlong style pink and white 9 peaches large bowl. Grade: ordinary. Value: 2,000 yuan. Material: porcelain. Manufacturing process: folk replica.
Manufacturer, folk artisans.
Production date: Republic of China era. Unfortunately, reality dealt Adam Murphy a harsh blow. The other pieces in the set were all Republic of China era replicas. Only the pink and white celestial globe vase was the sole authentic piece. Bro, wanna buy this set from me? Everyone ran stalls at Panjiayuan, and since they ran into each other all the time, Wang Defa naturally recognized Adam Murphy. He had just seen Adam Murphy pick up an item from Eric Gray's stall and, guessing that Adam Murphy was in the market for porcelain, took the initiative to approach him. Adam Murphy wasn't very familiar with Wang Defa, so he simply nodded and smiled in response. Brother Adrian, my grandfather is about to celebrate his 70th birthday, and I'd like to pick out a few pieces of porcelain as a birthday gift. Do you have any recommendations? Chapter 5. A streak of bargain finds. A birthday gift? Wang Defa muttered under his breath and lowered his head to survey his stall. Although they were all in the same line of work, he wasn't about to let a single penny slip through his fingers. In fact, he'd charge even higher prices than he would to outsiders. Wang Defa immediately thought of the set of pink glazed porcelain he'd just acquired a few days earlier. At the time, he'd thought he'd hit the jackpot, snagging a set of Qianlong imperial kiln pieces at a bargain price. Feeling quite pleased with himself, he took the painted enamel 9 peaches large bowl and the painted enamel 9 peaches large plate to Panjiayuan's largest antique shop, Rongbo Zai, for appraisal. Though he called it an appraisal, he was really just there to show off. As it turned out, Rongbo Zai's head manager gave him a harsh reality check. If it hadn't been for the Lunar New Year, when all the antique shops were closed, he would have long since become the laughingstock of his peers. Now, just the sight of this porcelain set fills him with rage. He put on a fake smile and pointed to the Pastel 9 Peaches series set on the stall. My friend, you've come at just the right time. I actually acquired a set of top-quality pastel porcelain not long ago. This Qianlong-era Pastel 9 Peaches series is perfect for a birthday celebration. I won't ask for much, brother. These 5 pieces 20,000 yuan, and you can take the whole lot. Hearing this, Adam Murphy's heart leapt with joy. If he had actively sought out that Qianlong pink and white 9 peaches globe vase, it would surely have aroused Wang Defa's suspicion. If the other party spotted the genuine piece hidden among the replicas, not only would he miss out on the bargain, but he'd actually be lining Wang Defa's pockets. So, he fabricated the birthday celebration excuse to let Wang Defa steer the conversation toward his target himself. Now that Wang Defa had brought up this set of porcelain on his own, it was only natural for Adam Murphy to haggle. Brother Adrian, don't be ridiculous. I've seen this set of Qianlong pink and white 9 peaches porcelain at the Beijing Museum. This is nothing more than a Republic of China era replica, 2,000 yuan per piece at most. Are you trying to fleece me? Exposed right to his face by Adam Murphy, Wang Defu showed not a trace of embarrassment and said without hesitation, Brother, we're in the same line of work, let me make a little profit here. I paid 18,000 for this set, I'm only making 2,000 in profit for my trouble. Snort. Adam Murphy's lips curled downward as he let out a derisive snort, thinking to himself, we're both in the same business, are you trying to pull the wool over my eyes with that story? The purchase price for antiques is generally less than 1/10 of the market price, while the asking price starts at twice the market price. This set of Republican-era replicas has a market price of just 10,000. The buyback price would definitely not exceed 1,000. 18,000? That's pure nonsense, you're trying to pull the wool over my eyes. Adam Murphy saw right through him, but he didn't call Wang Defa out on it. Brother Adrian, I certainly can't let you lose money on this. but that price is really too high. I've got just over 5,000 left in total, not even half of what you're asking. How about this? I'll pay 5,000 for this pink glazed celestial globe vase and the large pink glazed bowl. What do you think? To play along fully, Adam Murphy turned around, reached into his briefcase on the tricycle, and pulled out a stack of cash just about 5,000 thick. Wang Defa put on a reluctant expression, but inside he was grinning from ear to ear. He bought this set of porcelain for just 300 yuan. Selling the 2 pieces for 5,000 was a huge profit. Even so, he still wouldn't budge, shaking his head repeatedly. No way, no way. These are master-level replicas. Normally, I sell each one for 5,000. 20,000 is my friend's price. Here's a deal. I'll take a small loss. The large and small 9 peaches powdered color bowls, take them for 5,000. Adam Murphy's target was the Qianlong era powdered color 9 peaches celestial globe vase. Everything else was just a decoy. There was no way he'd let his main target slip away just to take home 2 Republican era replicas. The market value for these 2 pieces is 4,000 at most. That's not fair. You've got to throw in a celestial globe vase as well, don't you? In the antiques trade, haggling is par for the course. The two engaged in a heated back and forth, and in the end, Wang Defa relented. The Qianlong era pink and white 9 peaches, celestial globe vase plus a Republican era imitation pink and white 9 peaches, small bowl, both for 5,000 yuan. Both Wang Defu and Adam Murphy were very satisfied with this outcome. They reached an agreement and closed the deal. Adam Murphy placed the 2 porcelain pieces in the bed of his tricycle and, feeling quite pleased with himself, headed toward the final stall, which was radiating a white, treasure-like glow. This stall was located relatively far from the center, more than 100 meters from the main entrance of the Panjiayuan flea market. Upon closer inspection, Adam Murphy realized why this stall was so far on the outskirts. It wasn't an antique stall at all, it was a second-hand goods stall. Most of the items on display were old clothes, used wallets, and second-hand jewelry. These second-hand goods could hardly be called antiques. Yet, at a stall like this, there was actually a top-quality antique radiating a white jewel-like glow. The antique, resting on the edge of a black leather bag, was a walnut-sized sphere covered in black grease. The stall owner was a boy of about 14 or 15, sitting on a small stool and doing his winter break homework. Presumably, an adult had stepped away on short notice, and he was helping to mind the stall. Since the other person was just a kid, Adam Murphy saw no need to put on a show. He pointed to the little sphere on the stall and asked, "Kid, what's that little ball? You mean this?" The boy pointed to the grimy little metal sphere on the stall, his face full of disgust. "Yes, that's the one." It was clear that what Adam Murphy wanted was that grimy little trinket. The boy tore off a sheet of scrap paper, used it as a pad, picked up the blackened metal ball, and handed it to Adam Murphy. "I was cleaning out the storage room today and found this in the corner. My dad said it's made of copper, maybe some kind of incense burner or something. I figured it might be worth a little something, so I brought it along. I don't know exactly how much it's worth either. Just give me whatever you think it's worth." Adam Murphy took the small ball without hesitation, completely unfazed by the grime caked on it. Holding the ball in one hand, he reached into his pants pocket with the other and pulled out all the loose change he had. He pulled out 2 50-yuan bills and handed them to the boy. "Your dad's right, this is an old-fashioned copper incense burner. Here's 100 yuan for you. You can tell your dad whatever you want." As he spoke, Adam Murphy winked at the boy, the implication clear. "Your dad didn't see me give you the money, so you decide how much to charge." The boy caught on immediately, and the look of disgust on his face instantly turned to one of delight. He excitedly took the money and bowed to Adam Murphy. "Haha, you're welcome." Adam Murphy waved his hand with a smile, tossed the little ball into the back of his tricycle, hopped on, and hummed a tune as he rode happily toward his rented room. Nanxi Village on the outskirts of Beijing. Unlike the inner city with its forest of high rises, this area was filled with single-story houses and farmland stretching as far as the eye could see. The courtyard Adam Murphy rented was right next to a cabbage field. It was quite large, covering over 200 square meters. However, 70% of the space was open courtyard, with only a single suite attached to the kitchen. The courtyard was kept very clean, with 3 storage sheds built side by side using asbestos cement roofing sheets. Inside were large pieces of antique furniture, such as official S-hats chairs and 8 immortals tables, as well as some antiques in poor condition or with damage. The first thing Adam Murphy did upon returning home was to make a round of the storage sheds to check for any treasures he might have overlooked. The results were very encouraging. 3 items radiated a white, jewel-like glow. A gilded bronze Buddha statue from the Ming dynasty, valued at 180,000. A Qing dynasty rosewood folding screen depicting court ladies damaged, valued at 150,000. A Qing dynasty imitation Ming Xuanda incense burner, valued at 100,000. These 3 premium-grade antiques are all fine examples from private collections, and their prices are not overly high. Adam Murphy wasn't greedy, he was very satisfied with this result. He brought the 3 premium antiques into his room for safekeeping and got down to business. Chapter 6. Jiajing Dynasty Gilded Knobs Inlaid with Rice Grain Beads. At the entrance to the main room, Adam Murphy sat on the threshold, holding a small, grease-stained metal ball in one hand and a soft bristled toothbrush in the other. In the large porcelain bowl at his feet was a cleaning solution he had just mixed. A 1:1 mixture of water and citric acid can be used to remove grime from metal objects such as gold, silver, and copper. He dipped the toothbrush into the solution and gently brushed the filthy little ball. The black grease on the metal ball vanished at a pace visible to the naked eye, revealing a dazzling golden hue. Upon seeing this golden glow, Adam Murphy quickened his movements and began scrubbing even more vigorously. After about half an hour, the cleaning solution had turned into a bowl of black, greasy sludge. And that blackened metal ball, which even a child would have turned their nose up at, had transformed into a gleaming golden incense ball. Item: Ming Dynasty, Jiajing Period, gold-plated incense ball with rice grain beads and scroll-shaped knob. Grade Premium. Value 5 million plus. Materials: gold, pearls. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: Imperial Court. Date of production: Ming Dynasty, Jiajing Period. That little boy was right, this is indeed an incense ball. However, it is not made of copper, but of pure gold. This is an Imperial Court commissioned piece, crafted specifically for the concubines of the harem. The incense ball measures 4.5 centimeters in diameter and is hollow, designed to be filled with incense. This tiny incense ball was crafted using an extremely complex and intricate process, as described by Theo Shaw. First came the gold filigree technique. Gold was drawn into extremely fine threads, which were then woven into 2 semicircular gold spheres to form the frame of the incense ball. Next, through processes such as smelting, hammering, and cutting, the gold was pressed into sheets slightly thicker than A4 paper. The gold sheet is cut into strips 2-3 millimeters wide and, using the piling ash technique, soldered onto the filigree frame to serve as an inlay base. Next comes the exploding beads technique, passed down from the Tang Dynasty. During the High Tang period, jewelry artisans would draw gold into fine threads, cut them into segments less than 1 centimeter long, and scatter them evenly over charcoal. They would then heat the charcoal to a high temperature to fuse the gold into spherical beads. After sifting out gold particles of the appropriate size, these were filled into the inlay bases to form an exquisitely delicate bead pattern. True to its imperial origins, this incense ball features a stunning bead pattern created using the exploding beads technique and is adorned with top-quality pearls. Such a masterfully crafted design can be considered a masterpiece even among imperial court artifacts. It's so beautiful! Adam Murphy held a soft piece of deerskin cloth and gently wiped the water stains from the incense ball, his eyes brimming with admiration. In the past, he had considered gold to be a vulgar material. Gold rings, gold necklaces, and the like all seemed too tacky to him. However, this piece, a treasure carefully selected by his ancestors, had completely changed his perception of gold. This was the very embodiment of the wisdom and craftsmanship of Chinese artisans. After a moment of reflection, Adam Murphy laid out all the exquisite antique pieces he had acquired that day on the table. Empress Dowager Cixie's Coral Treasure Tree Fragment Unknown. Yuan Dynasty Blue and White Dragon Patterned Hexagonal Yuhuchin Vase 50 million plus. Qianlong Period Pink Enameled 9 Peaches Globe Vase 20 million plus. Ming Dynasty Jiajing Period Gold-plated rice bead inlaid swirl-handled vase 5 million. Qianlong Period Qing Dynasty Hotan White Jade Plaque with 3-tone patina picking mushrooms to offer longevity 3.5 million. Qing Dynasty Green Tourmaline Seal with animal-shaped knob 180,000. Today's haul has almost reached a small goal, something Adam Murphy never dared to dream of before. Once a person has money, the first thing that comes to mind is fulfilling their dreams. Adam Murphy has 2 dreams. First, to lease an antique shop in Panjiayuan. Second, to build a large mansion for his parents, so they can live a comfortable life. As it happens, An antique shop in Panjiayuan is currently up for sale, priced at 5 million. In the past, 5 million was an astronomical figure to Adam Murphy. Now, all he needs to do is sell a single antique. As for building a house for his family, that's even simpler. A luxurious duplex with high-end finishes would cost only a few $100,000. Dreams that were once out of reach are now within his grasp. Adam Murphy lay back contentedly in his old rocking chair, lost in thought. Being rich feels damn good. Suddenly, Adam Murphy jumped up from the chair as if he'd been burned on the butt. He muttered to himself, calculating his current savings and mulling over ideas like building a house or taking over an antique shop. He'd worked his way up in the antique business over the years and had managed to save up a bit. However, with a younger sister still in school, he'd sent most of his money back home, leaving him with only 30,000 yuan in working capital. Several competitors have their eyes on Boyazhai. I've heard some people want to team up to take over the shop. Boyazhai is in a prime location. With my current expertise, taking it over would definitely be a sound investment. I'm heading to Fengtian tomorrow, and who knows what unexpected situations might arise. The money I have on hand definitely won't be enough. Why not just sell a rare antique? Adam Murphy had already made up his mind. He would buy Boyazhai, which was currently up for sale in Panjiayuan, and become the owner himself. The transfer fee for Boyazhai alone was 5 million, factoring in costs for renovations, hiring staff, and stocking inventory. He would need to set aside at least several million more as a contingency fund. Adam Murphy had no choice but to sell either the Yuan Dynasty blue and white dragon patterned hexagonal jade Huchun vase, or the Qianlong period pink enameled 9 peaches globe vase in his collection. The Qianlong period pink enameled 9 peaches globe vase was a bargain he snagged from a fellow dealer. It would be best to wait a while before selling it, to avoid arousing envy and having others sabotage him behind his back. Therefore, he had no choice but to sell the Yuan Dynasty blue and white dragon patterned hexagonal Yuhuchun vase in his collection. Minji Wexuan Tea House. In a private room on the top floor of the tea house, a young woman with a cool, aloof demeanor sat across from an elderly man dressed in traditional Tang-style attire. The woman was tall, wearing a black and white Chanel blazer and black, form-fitting pants. Her palm-sized face featured strikingly defined features, lips as tempting as ripe cherries, a straight, upturned nose, and almond-shaped eyes with a distinct contrast between black and white, a face that could easily be modeled. The woman's willow-like brows were slightly furrowed, and her face bore a look of deep exhaustion. William Gibson, the auction house has received another piece of Lu-style porcelain. This is already the 3rd time this month. I'd like to invite you to take charge at Jiaxing Auction House for a while. As for compensation, name your price. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. William Gibson, Mr. Chow is here. Are you available now? Jared Henderson glanced at Mason Olson beside him and said softly to Walter Stone, Wanling, don't worry. Given my relationship with old Xia, how could I possibly turn a blind eye to something this serious? Wait a moment. I need to meet with a younger colleague first. Once that's done, I'll help you figure something out. Mason Olson's red lips parted slightly, but she stopped herself before speaking. Let him come in. Before she could speak again, Jared Henderson called out to the person outside the door. Mason Olson could only pout, stand up in a huff, and sit down on the sofa on the other side of the room. Humph. I'll just have to see which clueless jerk is ruining my plans. Chapter 7. The beautiful boss boiling with resentment. 3 minutes later, Adam Murphy arrived at the door of the private room. Knock, knock, knock. William Gibson, is it okay if I come in? Come on in. Got it. Adam Murphy pushed open the door with practiced ease. To his surprise, there was an exceptionally beautiful woman in the private room today. The woman was about his age, stunningly beautiful, and dressed in designer labels, the quintessential rich, beautiful woman. People like her were from a completely different world than Adam Murphy. They had almost no overlap. However, for some reason, Adam Murphy sensed that this woman harbored intense hostility toward him. With an outsider present, he became much more reserved. Clutching the sandalwood box in his hand, he hurried over to stand beside Jared Henderson. William Gibson, I received a great piece today and wanted to invite you. Mid-sentence, Adam Murphy suddenly remembered there was an outsider standing right there. An antique worth tens of millions wasn't something to be brought out in front of a stranger. Hey, what's your problem? Worried I'm after your stuff. Before Adam Murphy could say a word, Mason Olsen's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. This month, the company had received a string of counterfeit items of the same type, resulting in losses of tens of millions. Having come in person today to ask Jared Henderson for help, only to be interrupted by Adam Murphy, Mason Olsen was seething inside. Not only had Adam Murphy delayed her business, but he also treated her like a bad guy and treated her with suspicion. How could she possibly swallow her pride? Adam Murphy turned around and saw Mason Olsen, her face contorted with rage, looking like a little leopard with its fur standing on end. He was completely baffled. The moment he walked in, he sensed this woman's hostility toward him. He barely said a word, and she already exploded. Was she crazy? She was so beautiful, yet she was a super male. What a waste of that gorgeous face and amazing figure. Wan Ning, watch your language. Adam, don't get upset. Let me introduce you to Mason Olsen, the owner of Jiaxing Auction House. Her company has been going through some trouble lately, so she's in a bad mood. Don't take it personally. Upon hearing that Mason Olsen was the owner of Jiaxing Auction House, Adam Murphy's pupils suddenly contracted, and his face was filled with disbelief. As someone in the antique circle, he had always kept a close eye on the developments at major auction houses both at home and abroad. Jiaxing Auction House was the third largest auction house in Beijing. How could Adam Murphy possibly not know that? At the same time, he also knew that Jiaxing Auction House had recently run into major trouble. During the recent fall auction, a Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain piece valued at 10 million was identified as a forgery, causing immense negative repercussions for Jiaxing. Could this young, beautiful woman standing before him really be the owner of Jiaxing Auction House? Upon learning her identity, Adam Murphy completely let down his guard. She came from a Beijing elite family and was a junior to Jared Henderson. She wouldn't give him the time of day. I apologize for being so abrupt. I didn't arrange a time with you in advance. Why don't you talk to Mr. Murphy first? Adam Murphy pretended to ask Jared Henderson's opinion, but in reality, he was using a strategic retreat to advance his position. Since he was already there, Jared Henderson couldn't possibly let him leave midway through the meeting. Pfft. What a show, so hypocritical. Before Jared Henderson could speak, Mason Olsen muttered under his breath from behind him. Jared Henderson shot Mason Olsen a disapproving glare, then took Adam Murphy by the arm and sat him down in the official-style armchair beside him. Adam, it's been a while since you've been over. Go ahead and open it up, so I can see what treasures you've received. Sure thing. At this point, Adam Murphy stopped holding back. He placed the sandalwood box in his hands on the square table between them, slowly lifted the lid, and carefully removed the Jade Huchun vase inside. Huh? Upon seeing the Jade Huchun vase Adam Murphy had taken out, Jared Henderson and Mason Olsen both gasped in unison. Jared Henderson was a veteran in the field who had seen countless top-quality antiques. Mason Olsen, as the owner of an auction house, dealt with antiques all day long. Needless to say. The reason they were so surprised was that, before Adam Murphy arrived, they had been discussing another piece of counterfeit blue and white porcelain. Seeing that Adam Murphy had also brought a piece of blue and white porcelain, the two couldn't help but be taken aback. At first, Jared Henderson assumed Adam Murphy had unearthed a Yuhuchun vase from the late Qing or Republican eras and didn't think much of it. But when Adam Murphy placed the piece right in front of him, he immediately sensed that this piece was no ordinary item. This is the classic form of a Yuan Dynasty Yuhuchun vase. The more Jared Henderson looked at it, the more astonished he became. He grabbed the white gloves from the table, quickly slipped them on, and picked up the Yuhuchun vase with both hands to examine it closely. With his left hand gripping the narrow neck of the vase, he pointed with his right hand to the blue and white patterns on its base. This is the upward and downward facing lotus pattern. In the Ming Dynasty and later, the lotus petals in this design are joined in the center. But the inverted lotus pattern on this piece is separated, consistent with Yuan Dynasty design conventions. The more Jared Henderson looked, the more serious his expression became. He even spoke less and less. He pulled an exquisitely crafted, gold-framed high-magnification loupe from his pocket, tilted the Yuhuchun vase slightly, and focused it on the foot ring. The foot ring shows glaze accumulation. This is a result of the glazing technique used at the time, where excess white glaze flowed down and pooled at the bottom, a normal occurrence. There are clear signs of use on the base, with marks extending from the outside. In these are natural wear patterns. The firestone red has fused with the body of the porcelain, resulting in a deeper color. This piece has been in circulation for a long time and has been used frequently. Is it real or fake? William Gibson, You're not pulling my leg, are you? Mason Olson, sitting on the reception sofa, furrowed her brow and leaned in as she saw how serious Jared Henderson looked. As the head of a major auction house, porcelain appraisal was second nature to her, and she immediately identified it as a vintage Yuhuchn vase. Combined with what Jared Henderson had just said, she could now confirm that this was an extremely rare Yuan Dynasty blue and white Yuhuchn vase. This is actually an extremely rare Imperial Kiln Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain piece. My friend, I'll take this Yuan Dynasty blue and white Yuhuchn vase, name your price. Hearing this, Adam Murphy was taken slightly aback. Just a moment ago, Mason Olson had been full of hostility toward him. Yet now she turned around and was ready to buy the porcelain he was holding. Could her attitude really change that quickly? Wan Ning. That's not right. Adam was clearly targeting me. This Yuhuchn vase has a perfect form and is in such excellent condition. I want to keep it for my collection. The market value of this Yuhuchn vase is around 50 million. I'll offer 55 million. Even though he'd known the price of this Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain piece for a long time, when Jared Henderson offered 55 million, Adam Murphy couldn't help but gasp. 55 million at his previous rate of earning. He wouldn't be able to make that much in a lifetime. I'll offer 60 million. Just as Adam Murphy was about to speak, Mason Olson immediately raised the bid by 5 million, entering into a bidding war with Jared Henderson. Thud. Jared Henderson slammed his palm down on the table, causing the teacups on it to rattle and tea to splash out. Wan Ning. This old man has finally come across something I really like. How dare you try to outbid me? Don't forget why you're here this time. Chapter 8. A Bet with a Beauty. In order to secure this exquisite Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain piece, Jared Henderson actually resorted to subtle threats. Mason Olson hesitated for a moment, then decisively shook his head in refusal. William Gibson, you can't mix my personal affairs with this porcelain. You know full well how things are at Jiaxing. We're preparing to collect a batch of top-tier antiques to promote next year's spring auction. This Yuan Dynasty blue and white piece would be the perfect showstopper. Jared Henderson gritted his teeth in anger. Fine, then I won't hold back either. 70 million. Mason Olson didn't back down, competing head-to-head with Jared Henderson. 73 million. 75 million. 77 million. 79 million. 80 million. Adam Murphy stood to the side, watching the two men drive up the price, a huge grin spreading across his face. Oldly, don't back down, keep bidding. Mr. Murphy, you're the big boss, money's no object. Keep pushing the price up. Unfortunately, after Mason Olson called out 85 million, Jared Henderson stopped bidding. That price was already more than half the market value of the Yuhuchn vase. Bidding any higher would be nothing but a battle of wills. Ahem. Adam Murphy cleared his throat twice and looked at Mason Olson with a beaming smile. Congratulations, Mr. Murphy, on winning this Yuhuchn vase. Wait a minute. Mason Olson suddenly raised his pale, delicate hand and gave Adam Murphy a half smile. Mr. Chow, would you be interested in playing a little game with me? Oh, Adam Murphy blinked in confusion. He and Mason Olson were complete strangers. Today was the first time they met. She was the heiress of a wealthy family. While he was just a small-time antique dealer, he wasn't foolish enough to think she'd taken a shine to him. This woman was definitely up to something. I wonder what you think, Mr. Murphy? Mason Olson's lips curved slightly upward, revealing a pair of faint dimples. Thump, thump. Adam Murphy's heart began racing uncontrollably. He couldn't be blamed for that. As a young man who dealt with antiques every day, if he didn't react at all to such a stunning female CEO, that would be the real problem. I have a piece of porcelain here that I'd like you to appraise. If you satisfy me, I'll give you an extra million. If Adam Murphy had been faced with this request just one day ago, he certainly wouldn't have dared to accept it. But now, with his keen eye for appraising treasures, this was essentially a million being handed to him for free. How could he possibly pass up such a windfall? The corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he looked at Mason Olson with unshakable confidence. Sure. Mason Olson raised his delicate eyebrows slightly, a flicker of anticipation passing through his eyes. William Gibson, bring out that porcelain piece. Let us have Mr. Chow take a look. Jared Henderson, a seasoned veteran, instantly saw through Mason Olson's ulterior motive. This little fox clearly intended to test Adam Murphy. If Adam Murphy could determine the authenticity of that fake porcelain piece, she would extend an olive branch to him. If Adam Murphy failed to determine its authenticity, she would surely give him a scathing dressing down. Jared Henderson's gaze swept over Adam Murphy and Mason Olson, and he suddenly realized that the two young men were about the same age and equally handsome. They were practically a match made in heaven. Letting Adam Murphy show off his skills in front of Mason Olson wouldn't be a bad thing at all. Adam, I've secured this opportunity for you, you'd better make the most of it. Alright, I'd like to see how much Adam has improved lately. Jared Henderson turned around, opened the display cabinet behind him, pulled out a blue and white plum vase, and placed it on the square table. Go ahead, Adam. Okay. Adam Murphy leaned forward slightly and examined the plum vase on the table. Based on the patterns depicted on the vase, it was a blue and white plum vase with motifs of the sea, auspicious clouds, and a dragon. Adam Murphy's favorite category of antiques was porcelain. It was the area in which he excelled. So, rather than rushing to consult the information in his mind, he tried to authenticate it on his own based on his experience. The plum vase is a common form among blue and white porcelain pieces, characterized by a small mouth, a short, slender neck, broad shoulders, a slender body, and a flat base. As described in Yinliuzi porcelain, the plum vase has a small mouth and short neck, extremely broad shoulders, a body that narrows slightly toward the lower section, and a slightly rounded foot. The narrowness of its mouth is comparable only to the slender branches of the plum tree, hence the name plum vase. Plum vases first appeared during the Tang dynasty, became common during the Song dynasty, and remained popular throughout the Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. To the untrained eye, seeing a large blue and white porcelain Meiping like this would naturally lead one to assume it is a decorative vase. Many rural households display a pair of Meipings filled with artificial flowers as decorative pieces. In reality, however, the Meiping is a vessel for holding wine. A Song dynasty earthenware Meiping was once unearthed in Dagong, Zhenjiang. Its mouth was sealed with clay, and the interior was found to be filled with fine Song dynasty wine. When experts removed the clay seal, the aroma of wine filled the air proof enough that the plum vase was a vessel for everyday use. The plum vase before us has a well-proportioned form, with a base adorned with a sea wave pattern. The white wave spray is meticulously rendered in light blue tones, vividly evoking the imagery of the vast ocean coexisting with a divine dragon. Above the ocean waves, a fierce Yinglong dragon leaps from the surging waves, exuding a majestic power that seems to command the sea, metaphorically embodying the imperial ruler's might and an aura of mystery and solemnity. Adam Murphy had seen a Qing dynasty Qianlong period, blue and white Meiping vase with ocean waves, auspicious clouds, and Yinglong dragon design in Christie's auction records. At the time, it had a starting bid of 15 million and sold for 35 million. This Meiping vase has the same form as the one in the auction, also featuring a Qing dynasty silhouette. Upon visual inspection, Adam Murphy did not detect any issues. It should be an authentic piece. However, based on the reactions of Jared Henderson and Mason Olson, this porcelain piece is highly likely to be problematic. Item: pieced together Qing dynasty, Qianlong period, blue and white seascape, auspicious clouds, and Yinglong pattern Meiping vase. Grade: substandard. Value: 50,000. Material: porcelain. Manufacturing process: the base is from a Qing dynasty Qianlong period blue and white Meiping vase with a sea, auspicious clouds, and dragon pattern. The body is a spliced piece from a Republic of China era imitation Qing dynasty blue and white Meiping vase with the same pattern bearing a forged Lu mark on the dragon's claw. Manufacturer: Lu Yishou. Production date: Republic of China era. What the? When Adam Murphy saw the prompt in his mind, the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. No wonder he couldn't spot the problem. This was actually a pieced-together porcelain piece. The ocean wave pattern on the base of the Meiping vase was from a genuine Qianlong-era blue and white porcelain vase, with no issues whatsoever. Even the counterfeit upper section was a Republic of China-era imitation, complete with an overly conspicuous mark. This guy named Lu Yishou is definitely a master forger. Seeing that Adam Murphy was taking his time to give his appraisal, Jared Henderson spoke up to help ease the awkwardness. Adam, don't feel pressured. If you can't tell by eye, just take a closer look with your hands. Use my magnifying glass and take a careful look. There's no rush. No need. I've already finished my appraisal. Jared Henderson, worried that Adam Murphy might not be able to determine its authenticity, offered him a way out. But before he could finish speaking, Adam Murphy had actually finished his appraisal. You've already finished appraising it without even handling it? Adam Murphy shrugged with a smile and said calmly, "This is a Qing dynasty, Qianlong period, blue and white Meiping vase with sea, auspicious clouds, and dragon motifs. Hearing Adam Murphy's answer, a look of disappointment flashed across Mason Olsen's face. Sure enough, that Yuan Dynasty blue and white piece had simply been a lucky find, a bargain he stumbled upon by chance. However, this isn't complete piece, it's a pieced-together porcelain vessel. What? How did you figure that out? Jared Henderson and Mason Olsen exclaimed in unison. Jared Henderson, an elder who had watched Adam Murphy grow up, knew his abilities very well. In his view, Adam Murphy was absolutely incapable of such expertise. Mason Olsen, on the other hand, was a different story. The auction house had encountered this type of fake porcelain repeatedly, and she had already stumbled over it several times. Today, seeing Adam Murphy step forward to appraise a Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain piece, she wanted to test his skills. She hadn't expected him to determine the piece's authenticity without even handling it, which delighted her immensely. Chapter 9. Rejecting the beautiful CEO's offer. Adam Murphy gave a faint smile, exuding an air of regal confidence. When I appraise porcelain, I first look at the form. This piece has a very symmetrical shape. The potter was highly skilled. Next, I examine the design to determine its age. I've seen this piece in an auction catalog. It's a Qing Dynasty de Kaimen style Meiping vase. Finally, I examine the piece's appearance, including the glaze, the blue and white outlines and signs of use. As Adam Murphy spoke, he pointed to the head of the Yinglong dragon at the very center of the Meiping vase. The Yinglong dragon represents the emperor, symbolizing the boundless majesty of the sovereign. While the painting technique on this piece is skilled, the Yinglong dragon gives the impression of being a mere copy, done by rote. Especially the dragon's eyes, they're lifeless and lack any spirit. If the emperor saw a craftsman paint a dragon like this, he'd have the craftsman's head chopped off in a heartbeat. Upon hearing Adam Murphy's explanation, Mason Olsen's eyes glinted slightly. He was very satisfied with his answer. The craftsmanship is just one of the problems with this porcelain piece. Its biggest issue is that it lacks a sense of historical authenticity. It doesn't date back to the Qing dynasty at most. It's from the Republic of China era. At first, I thought this was a Republic of China era imitation, until I saw the ocean wave pattern on the lower half. The sea wave pattern on the base of the vase is rendered with exquisite detail. Every wave looks incredibly natural, giving one the immersive sensation of vastness. Furthermore, the blue and white glaze is a pale blue, consistent with the characteristics of Qing dynasty blue and white porcelain. Because Meiping vases are large in size, they must be fired in 3 separate sections during production and then assembled. Therefore, I conclude that this piece of porcelain is a composite. The base is authentic, while the upper section is a Republic of China era replica. Adam Murphy already had the correct answer in his mind. He simply needed to apply the corresponding characteristics of authentic porcelain to this composite piece. He was essentially answering from an open book. All he had to do was polish up what he already knew and present it. Seeing the delighted expression on Mason Olsen's face, a hint of smugness welled up in Adam Murphy's heart, and the corners of his mouth curled up so much he almost looked like the Dragon King with a crooked mouth. There's one more piece of crucial evidence. Adam Murphy extended his right hand and pointed to the second joint of the Yinglong's right front paw. Here, there's the character Lu. This is the handiwork of Lu Yishou, the master of porcelain forgery during the Republic of China era. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. Clap, clap, clap. Mason Olsen clapped repeatedly, making no attempt to hide his admiration for Adam Murphy. Most of what Adam Murphy had just said was common knowledge. While these details may seem simple, applying them to real-world situations is extremely difficult. To identify this spliced porcelain piece solely through visual inspection without even handling it is remarkable. Moreover, to locate the most crucial forgery mark, that's a feat that surpasses even many master appraisers. I'll keep my word. In addition to the 85 million for the porcelain, I'll give you an extra million. Mason Olsen, known for his direct manner, pulled out a checkbook as he spoke and swiftly wrote out 86 million. Looking at the string of numbers on the check, Adam Murphy's eyes lit up. He had never seen so much money in his life. He couldn't wait to cash it all and sleep on top of it. Adam Murphy happily accepted the check, holding it in his hands and examining it over and over again. This sum was more than enough for him to take over an antique shop and stock it with a selection of antiques in advance. Once he returned from Fengtian, he'd make time to visit his hometown, build a new house for his parents, and set them up with some business assets so they could live a life of leisure.
Adam, congratulations.
You're now capable of standing on your own 2 feet. Have you considered taking over an antique shop in Panjiayuan? Adam Murphy had once been an apprentice at Jared Henderson's shop, and seeing him grow to this point filled him with great satisfaction. As a senior in the trade, he hoped the younger generation would thrive, which is why he pointed Adam Murphy in the right direction. As it happened, Adam Murphy had been thinking about taking over Boyajai in Panjiayuan, so Jared Henderson's words struck a chord with him. Jared Henderson was a veteran in the industry. He owned Mingyue Xian in Panjiayuan, a shop second in size only to Rongbao Zhai. With Jared Henderson acting as a go-between, his chances of securing Boyajai would be much greater. Mr. Chow, would you be interested in joining my company as a master appraiser? I'm willing to offer you an annual salary of 2 million, plus year-end bonuses. Not to mention commissions. I guarantee it'll be more profitable than running your own antique shop. Just as Adam Murphy was about to speak, he was interrupted by Mason Olson, who was standing nearby. He tilted his head slightly to look at Mason Olson standing beside him. Mason Olson didn't flinch. She met his gaze with a piercing stare, appearing completely sincere. To be personally invited by a beautiful CEO like Mason Olson, with an offer of 1 million yuan annual salary plus bonuses, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. Especially when he thought about working alongside a beauty like Mason Olson every day. Just the thought of it was thrilling. If he could win her heart, share a moment of intimacy with her, reach the pinnacle of his life, and land a rich, beautiful woman, it would be a life straight out of a dream. Faced with such a tempting offer, Adam Murphy hesitated for only a moment before decisively refusing. He knew deep down that once he accepted Mason Olson's invitation, their relationship would become that of boss and subordinate. Although hitting on the boss sounds exciting, it's best to just enjoy the fantasy. Taking it seriously would be naive. It's better to focus on building his own career, unearth more top-notch antiques in the future, and deepen their connection through business transactions. Sorry, I already have my own plans. I'm not interested in your company. You'd better find someone else. Usually, it was Mason Olson who turned people down. This time, being rejected by Adam Murphy felt very unfamiliar to her. Her willow-like brows were furrowed, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were filled with confusion. She simply couldn't understand why Adam Murphy would turn her down after she offered such generous terms. Do you have any other conditions? If so, you can bring them up, and I'll consider them. Adam Murphy gave a faint smile. Mr. Murphy, you're reading too much into this. The terms you've offered are excellent, but I have my own plans. This has nothing to do with your offer. Well, Mason Olson's beautiful eyes swept over Adam Murphy. He was dressed in cheap clothes from a wholesale market, with not a single luxury item in sight. If it weren't for his striking good looks, he'd be just an ordinary passerby. Yet it was precisely this man who had repeatedly turned down her kindness. Interesting. Man, you've successfully caught my attention. Mr. Chow, there's no need to rush into a refusal. You can go back and think it over. Whenever you change your mind, feel free to give me a call. Mason Olson didn't press the issue. Instead, she pulled out a gold-embossed business card and handed it to Adam Murphy. Although Adam Murphy had declined Mason Olson's offer, that didn't mean he didn't want to stay in touch with her. It would be a major snub to refuse a business card offered by such a beautiful woman. He accepted the card with both hands. It was simple yet elegant. Beijing Jiaxing Auction House, President Mason Olson. Contact number. I'm also looking forward to collaborating again with a distinguished executive like Mr. Murphy. Mason Olson was a smart woman. She knew without a doubt that the collaboration Adam Murphy was referring to wasn't about working at her company, but rather a deal involving antiques. She gave a slightly self-deprecating smile. Whatever works. I'll wait for your call. Sure. Seeing that Adam Murphy and Mason Olson had nearly finished their conversation, Jared Henderson, who had remained silent the whole time, suddenly spoke up. Adam, stay for dinner. Such a blatant hint. If Adam Murphy hadn't picked up on it, he'd have wasted all those years in the antiques world. He quickly declined. William Gibson, Mr. Murphy, thank you for your time today. It's getting late. You two have work to do. I won't keep you any longer. Jared Henderson exchanged a few very formal pleasantries and personally escorted Adam Murphy to the door. It wasn't until Adam Murphy had left that Mason Olson spoke again. William Gibson, please help me get him to come to our auction house. An appraiser like him, who can effortlessly identify loose-style porcelain imitations, you couldn't find more than a handful of such experts in all of Beijing. Chapter 10, Heading to Fengtian. Sigh. Jared Henderson let out a sigh filled with mixed emotions. If Adam Murphy were still that young apprentice running a street stall at Panjiayuan, he would have hired him on the spot to work at Mason Olsen's firm without a second thought. But times have changed. Today's Adam Murphy had just secured $86 million in funding, and his expertise in appraising antiques had improved significantly. Leasing an antique shop at the Panjiayuan flea market would be a better fit for his future development. As a senior colleague, Jared Henderson couldn't, simply because of his friendship with the Xia family, pressure Adam Murphy into doing something he didn't like and that wouldn't align with his future career path. Let us put that aside for now. Let us talk about the Lu-style porcelain first. When the Lu-style pieces appeared at the Jiaxing auction earlier, they were widely exposed by reporters that very day, and since then, more Lu-style porcelain has kept turning up. Haven't you ever considered that someone might be specifically targeting Jiaxing? Jared Henderson was a seasoned veteran. He knew Mason Olsen very well and understood that what Mason Olsen valued most was his company. He deliberately steered the conversation back to Jiaxing auction house so that Mason Olsen wouldn't be able to keep harping on Adam Murphy. Jared Henderson's tactic worked perfectly once the conversation returned to Jiaxing. Mason Olsen's attention shifted back to the company. She looked distressed, shaking her head with a worried frown and sighing. How could I have overlooked such a simple issue? The problem is, those people who bought the Lu-style porcelain were all amateurs. There is simply no trail to follow. I see. Realizing just how tricky the situation was, Jared Henderson's expression grew even more serious. Have you or old Xia offended anyone recently? Especially within the industry?
No.
Mason Olsen shook her head decisively. Jiaxing Auction House was a long-established auction house in Beijing. Previously led by the former chairman, the company had always enjoyed steady growth. 2 years ago, Mason Olsen, who had returned from studying abroad, took over management. Under her leadership, the company's performance had been thriving. She devoted all her energy to the company's growth and never engaged in cutthroat competition, so the company hadn't made any enemies. That's strange. Jared Henderson gently stroked his black and white goatee, his face full of puzzlement. Here's what we'll do. The spring auction is still a while away. In the meantime, continue accepting consignments as usual and investigate this matter discreetly. If you come across any porcelain you can't quite identify, stall the other party and notify me immediately. I'll rush over as soon as possible. Given the current situation, this was the only option left. All right. Thank you for your help. Given my relationship with old Xia, is there even a need to say all that? All right, that's it for today. Just contact me directly when the time comes. Got it. The next day, Beijing Railway Station. Attention all passengers. Train K511 bound for Qiqihar 2 is about to depart. Passengers traveling on train K511, please gather your belongings and proceed to Gate 7 in the central waiting hall to board the train. At 12:05 p.m., Adam Murphy, wearing the latest bozzeting down jacket he'd just bought for over 1,000 yuan at Wang Fujing department store, and carrying a brand new rolling suitcase, followed the crowded stream of passengers through ticket inspection and onto the train. The K511 is an old-style green-painted train. These older trains have several characteristics. They're slow, make frequent stops at small stations, and have poor on-board conditions. Today is the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, the very day when large numbers of migrant workers in Beijing are returning home to celebrate the Lunar New Year. At the ticket gate, dozens of migrant workers carrying bags of urea as luggage rush through the gate, eager to get to the train platform. Adam Murphy, dressed in trendy clothes, stood out like a sore thumb against the backdrop of these returning migrant workers. Dude, don't push the train. Doesn't leave for another 20 minutes. Don't bump into my suitcase. I just bought it today. Holy crap. Where are you wiping that big booger? That's what it's like in Beijing during the Spring Festival homecoming rush. The waiting hall, ticket gates, and train platforms are all teeming with people. Luckily, Adam Murphy was built like a tank. Otherwise, he would have been swept away by the massive crowd long ago. After a grueling struggle, he finally boarded train K511 and found his seat. His seat was 025, right by the window. But right now, the seat was occupied by a middle-aged woman wearing a blue headscarf. The ride would take several hours, and since she wasn't elderly, frail, sick, or disabled, Adam Murphy certainly wasn't going to put up with her. Excuse me. Damn. How long has it been since you guys took a shower? You stink. What the hell is that? It reeks. Is that an urn or something? What a fucking bummer going home for the new year and having to sit with a bunch of stinking bums.
Conductor.
I want to switch to a sleeper berth. Just as Adam Murphy was about to return to his seat, a commotion suddenly erupted in the car ahead. With his excellent eyesight, he peered through the gap between the cars and saw a man wearing a mink coat and a gold chain as thick as a finger around his neck, taunting several migrant workers. This man in the mink coat, dressed like a nouveau riche, looked like someone best not to mess with. The migrant workers returning home for the new year were red-faced and flustered by his taunts, yet also somewhat intimidated by him, so they could only swallow their anger and wait for the conductor to handle the situation. Damn! At first, Adam Murphy was drawn to the nouveau riche man with the gold chain, and his gaze fixed on him. When he turned his gaze to the other farmers, he suddenly noticed a faint yellow glow emanating from his blind spot. At that moment, Adam Murphy had no time to wonder why the migrant workers were holding such rare antiques. He had only one thought: to get his hands on those two treasures immediately. Before arriving, he'd been a bit worried that this trip to Fengtian might end in failure. Now it seemed his luck had truly turned. Good fortune was upon him, and there was no stopping it. After this little incident, Adam Murphy no longer cared about reclaiming his shabby window seat. Grabbing his suitcase, he strode quickly toward the front of the train. Hey! Is this seat taken? The migrant workers had just been humiliated by the nouveau riche, and now another man, dressed in an unusual manner, had appeared. Their eyes scanned Adam Murphy from head to toe, particularly his down jacket, which looked incredibly expensive, and his brand new suitcase. The person who had this seat switched to a sleeper berth. Go ahead and take it if you want. Finally, a short-haired middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader spoke up. Adam Murphy didn't hesitate for a moment and plopped down into the only remaining aisle seat. It was a 3-seat row. As soon as Adam Murphy sat down, the man in the middle seat instinctively shifted inward a bit to make more room for him. Adam Murphy casually shoved his suitcase into the space under the seat and, in the same motion, glanced toward the spot emitting a yellowish glow. He hadn't noticed it before, but when he looked, he was taken aback. Beneath the shared tray table, by the window, stood 2 large jars side by side, emitting a faint sour smell. They must be 2 pickle jars. If they were ordinary pickle jars, Adam Murphy wouldn't have given them a second glance. But if the pickle jars were made of precious blue and white porcelain, that would be a different story. Chapter 11. Yongle period blue and white lidded jar with shoulder-draping rui, foliage, and auspicious fruit motifs. These 2 pickle jars were actually a pair of identical large blue and white porcelain jars. The large blue and white jars featured short necks, bulging bodies, and a rounded, full form, topped with lids secured by garlic clove knobs with interlocking rims. The bodies are adorned with exquisitely rendered blue and white scroll and auspicious fruit motifs, characteristic of imperial kiln porcelain. These blue and white jars are arguably the most sought-after pieces in the blue and white porcelain market. To give a few simple examples: the Yuan Dynasty blue and white Giguzi descending the mountain narrative jar, the Yuan Dynasty blue and white Wang Zhaojun's departure for the frontier narrative jar, and the Yuan Dynasty blue and white Xiao He pursuing Han Xian under the moon narrative jar, among others. Any one of these renowned Yuan Dynasty blue and white narrative jars, if brought to an auction house, would start at a modest price of 1 small gold. The pair of pickle jars below the car window is actually the same style of large blue and white jar as the Yuan Dynasty blue and white Giguzi descending the mountain narrative jar. However, it was not made during the Yuan Dynasty. This pair is from the Yongle period of the Ming Dynasty frowny-faced blue and white-lidded vases with drooping shoulder rui, foliage, and auspicious fruit motifs. Item: Ming Dynasty Yongle period, blue and white-lidded vases with drooping shoulder rui, foliage, and auspicious fruit motifs. Grade: rare and precious. Value: 18 million plus. Material: porcelain. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: Ming Dynasty Jingdezhen Imperial Kiln. Production date: Ming Dynasty, Yongle period. Although these 2 large blue and white jars don't quite measure up to the top-grade Yuan Dynasty blue and white Yuhuchen vase that Adam Murphy previously snagged at a bargain, they are still considered masterpieces among Imperial Kiln porcelain. Faced with such exquisite antiques, how could Adam Murphy possibly pass them up? Bro, where you guys headed? Adam Murphy didn't approach the migrant worker by the window directly. Instead, he struck up a casual conversation with the man standing next to him. At first, seeing Adam Murphy dressed like a rich guy, the group was rather reserved, but when they saw how approachable he was, they struck up a conversation with him. We're heading to Ice City. Judging by your friend's outfit, He looks like a college student heading home for the new year. Where's your hometown? Haha, buddy, you're funny. I'm 24, I'm way past college. I'm in business, I'm heading to Fengtian to do some deals. What? Tomorrow's New Year's Eve. Who goes out to do business during the new year? Exactly. Can't you put this off until later? Why does it have to be during the new year? Our construction site's closed for the holidays. Don't you white-collar workers get time off? Humans are social creatures. Once the conversation gets going, the atmosphere immediately becomes more familiar. The other migrant workers also joined in on the conversation Adam Murphy had carefully orchestrated. Under his guidance, he quickly gathered basic information about them. They were from Harbin, all from the same village, and had come to Beijing together to work on a construction site. 3 rebar workers, 1 bricklayer and 1 carpenter. After getting a good sense of who they were, Adam Murphy began to figure out how to get his hands on the jar they were holding. Beer, baijiu, bottled water, cigarettes, sunflower seeds, and sausage. Passengers up front. Please tuck your legs in a bit. Before he knew it, the train had started moving. The conductor pushed a cart through the aisles and began selling goods. Upon seeing the conductor, Adam Murphy suddenly had a flash of inspiration and came up with a good plan. He leaned down, pulled out the suitcase from under his seat, opened it, and took out 2 vacuum-sealed Quanjude roast duck meal sets. He prepared this meal in advance, anticipating that he'd have to stay in Fengtian for at least 1 night. At that moment, what he'd eat for dinner no longer mattered. The most important thing was those 2 pieces of porcelain. He placed a gift bag containing roast duck, side dishes, sweet bean sauce, and thin pancakes on the shared tray table. Brother Adrian, Brother Colin, Brother Lee, try the roast duck I bought. It just came out of the oven before we boarded the train. It's still piping hot. Don't be shy, let us all dig in. The group had chatted throughout the journey and had already gotten to know each other fairly well. Seeing how hospitable Adam Murphy was, they each pulled out the snacks they'd prepared for the trip. Pork jowl, hand-torn sausage, smoked chicken, wraps, all were affordable yet distinctive local delicacies. Bro, don't be shy, just help yourself to whatever you like. Don't worry, I'm definitely not going to let myself go hungry. Adam Murphy had been around people since he was a kid and was a natural at striking up conversations with strangers. In just an hour, he was already calling the group brothers. Brother Colin, this smoked chicken is really authentic. Where do you get it? Haha, it's right next to our construction site, over by Zihongmen. Their braised dishes are absolutely delicious. Once I'm back in Beijing, I'll definitely check out that place. As they chatted, they ate until their faces were covered in grease. Suddenly, Adam Murphy put down his chopsticks and looked over at Nyo Ben, who was sitting by the window. Brother Brett, where did you get those 2 jars for pickles? They look pretty nice. Nyo Ben replied while munching on a chicken drumstick. I bought them by the roadside, 20 yuan each. I bought a pair specifically for pickling, and I've been using them for half a year now. Brother Brett, do you smoke? Want to go to the train car and have a cigarette together? Huh? Nyo Ben's hand holding the chicken drumstick trembled, and he looked at Adam Murphy with a bewildered expression. Although he hadn't had much formal education, he wasn't slow on the uptake. He caught the subtext in Adam Murphy's words. Was Adam Murphy asking him to talk privately because of those 2 jars? Now that you mention it, I'm actually craving a cigarette. Shall we go have a smoke? Let us have one. Adam Murphy stood up immediately and led the way. Nyo Ben devoured the chicken drumstick in a few bites. His cheeks puffed out as he chewed his way toward the connecting passage between the 2 train cars. Adam Murphy walked straight to the most secluded train door and beckoned to Nyo Ben behind him. Nyo Ben followed, frowning. Brother Brett, I've got some good news for you. Those 2 jars of yours aren't just ordinary stuff, they're antiques. What? Nyo Ben had already suspected as much before coming, but he never would have imagined that the kimchi jars were actually antiques. He stared wide-eyed, fixing his gaze on Adam Murphy, waiting for him to continue. But Adam Murphy seemed to have suddenly gone mute. He didn't say a word. He really wanted to punch Adam Murphy twice and ask him, so what? Since Adam Murphy wasn't speaking, he had no choice but to ask. Bro, how much are these 2 jars worth? Oh man. Adam Murphy shook his head repeatedly, his expression resembling that of a man who just married a young wife but couldn't bring himself to look up. What a shame. Such a shame. Those 2 jars were used by wealthy families in ancient times together. They're worth 10,000. But you've been using them as pickle jars. You've completely ruined them. Now you can smell that sour stench from several meters away. Forget 10,000, no one would even take them for 1,000. What? In just a few short sentences, Adam Murphy sent Nyoben on a roller coaster ride, first soaring to the clouds, then plummeting into the abyss. He worked his butt off on a construction site for a whole year and barely saved 10,000 yuan. Those 2 pickle jars were actually worth 10,000 yuan? Were they made of gold or something? He actually used jars worth 10,000 yuan to pickle vegetables, causing them to lose their value. It was nothing short of a sin. Knowing absolutely nothing about antiques, Nyoben had no choice but to grasp at straws and turn to Adam Murphy. He nervously grabbed Adam Murphy's arm and whispered, "Bro, do you have any ideas? I'm just a day laborer. 10,000 yuan is no small sum." "Oh well." Adam Murphy shook his head repeatedly and let out a deep sigh. "There's really nothing I can do about this, you just have bad luck." As he spoke, Adam Murphy reached into his jacket pocket with his right hand and pulled out a gleaming gold business card. "I have a friend who runs an auction house. You can give her a call and ask if she'd be interested in buying the porcelain you have." Chapter 12. You're such a good person. Nyoben stared at the gleaming business card in Adam Murphy's hand, feeling a bit at a loss. People say migrant workers are simple-hearted, but that doesn't mean they're naive. The moment Adam Murphy mentioned that his 2 kimchi jars were antiques, a sense of caution had already risen in his mind. Especially when Adam Murphy said his antiques had lost their value because they'd been used to store kimchi. He even suspected this was an excuse Adam Murphy had made up on purpose to drive down the price. According to his logic, Adam Murphy's next move should have been to play the good guy and offer to buy his antiques at a low price. However, Adam Murphy didn't do that. Instead, he proactively handed him a business card and told him to contact the auction house himself. Adam Murphy's move left Nyoben a bit confused, so he could only probe further with his words. "Bro, is this Jiaxing auction house your company?" No. Adam Murphy shook his head repeatedly and explained, "That's a long-established auction house. Right here in Beijing, it's very famous. They're a big company. I'm just a small-time business owner running a modest operation. As it happens, a few days ago, I received a piece of antique of pretty good quality. When I sold it to the auction house, they gave me a business card." Almost everything Adam Murphy said was true. There wasn't a single flaw in his story. Coupled with his vivid and expressive delivery, Nyoben couldn't find a single flaw in his story. Nyoben kept his eyes fixed on Adam Murphy's. Over the years, he learned that when people lie, their eyes dart around and they avoid direct eye contact. Just now, Adam Murphy had been talking to him face to face the entire time, without the slightest hint of evasion in his gaze, so he probably wasn't lying. Even so, he still couldn't quite let his guard down. "If I call this number, will that work?" "Yes. Just tell her you have 2 pieces of porcelain you want to sell. She'll have you bring the items to the auction house for appraisal first. Once they're approved, they'll be included in the spring auction, alongside other antiques in March or April." Hearing Adam Murphy's explanation, Nyoben's guard gradually began to drop. After all, there were almost no flaws in Adam Murphy's story. Even if he made the call and went to Jiaxing auction house for an appraisal, a major company like that wouldn't possibly team up with Adam Murphy to scam him. At most, Adam Murphy was just bringing in a client for the auction house and getting a commission in return. With these thoughts in mind, Nyoben stopped testing the waters and voiced his true intentions. "Bro, since you know the people there, why don't you just help me sell it? Don't worry, I won't shortchange you. I'll give you 300 no, 500 yuan as a commission. How about that?" Hearing this, Adam Murphy was overjoyed inside. He'd been stringing him along for so long, and now the other guy had finally taken the bait. It was precisely at a time like this that he couldn't let his guard down. It was just like fishing. When you catch a big fish, you can't rush to haul in the net, you have to play the fish first, wearing it down until it's exhausted. That way, when you scoop it up with the landing net, the fish won't have the strength to break free. "Brother Brett, it's not that I don't want to help you, but you've really ruined this porcelain. You don't understand antiques. The marks on them are very important, like the patina on copper coins or incense ash on a bronze incense burner. These are all signs of use. An item with signs of use can be worth 1,000,000. But if you remove all those marks, how will anyone know if it's a modern replica or a genuine antique? Take those 2 large blue and white vases, collectors buy them to display in showcases or treasure rooms. Who would ever think of using them to pickle vegetables?" Hearing Adam Murphy's down-to-earth explanation, Nyoben finally understood why the jars lost their value after being used to pickle vegetables. It turned out that wealthy people who bought these antiques treated them like precious treasures. thinking about how he treated these tribute items as pickle jars. He wanted to slap himself hard across the face. Sigh, it's all my fault. I've ruined such fine pieces just like that. So how much are they worth now? Adam Murphy rubbed his chin with his right hand. It's hard to say, it mainly depends on whether the buyer cares. The fact that you used it to pickle vegetables is one thing, but the main issue is that you treated it like an everyday household item. An appraiser can spot that at a glance. Originally, a pair could have sold for around 10,000, but now they're only worth 1,000 or 2,000. A large Yongla Imperial Kiln blue and white jar worth tens of millions, in Adam Murphy's words, had been reduced to a value of 10,000. He'd been spinning these tales for so long that he didn't even bat an eye, all the while putting on an air of concern for Nyoben. 10,000. For someone like Nyoben, a construction worker who earned his living through physical labor, 10,000 was no small sum. With 10,000, he could renovate his house back home and even buy a big color TV for his family. Unfortunately, due to his ignorance, the antique which was worth 10,000 has lost its value and can now only fetch 1,000 or 2,000. Nyoben gripped Adam Murphy's arm tightly and pleaded, "It's dropped tenfold all at once, that's way too much. Bro, can you help me figure something out?" Adam Murphy furrowed his brow, looking as if he were in a tough spot. "Bro, you're putting me in a bind here. Bro, please help me out. Once this is settled, I'll make sure you get your fair share." Adam Murphy pondered for a moment, then pulled Nyoben to the innermost part of the car door and whispered, "Brother Brett, there's one way, but it comes with a bit of risk. I know a master who specializes in restoring porcelain. He can remove the signs of use from the pieces, basically, make them look old again. Once they're restored to look old, you could still sell them for 10,000 yuan. But restoring porcelain carries some risk. If the auction house finds out, they might not even be able to sell them for 1,000 yuan. It's up to you." "Well," Nyoben muttered to himself, quietly mumbling words like 10,000 and 1,000. It was a gamble. He might get 10,000 or he might not get a single fun. To be on the safe side, he should just send it straight to the auction house and sell it for a guaranteed 1,000 or 2,000. "Bro, what are the odds of getting 10,000? "Hard to say. If you're lucky, they won't inspect it closely enough to notice. But if the auction house does a thorough check, it'll be tough, maybe a 50-50 chance." "Only 50-50? Learning that the success rate was only 50-50, Nyoben felt his heart sink. That was far too low. He might as well play it safe and just take it to the auction house. But deep down, he just couldn't accept it, an antique originally worth 10,000 ending up selling for only 1,000 or 2,000. But that's not a sure thing either. Seeing the conflicted look on Nyoben's face, Adam Murphy knew it was time to close the deal. "How about this? You sell it to me for 5,000, and I'll take on the risk. That way, you don't have to take any risk, you just walk away with 5,000. I'll take a gamble if I'm lucky. I'll make 5,000 if not, it's just my bad luck. Of course, this is just a suggestion. You can contact the auction house yourself, or I can help you find someone to clean the porcelain before sending it to the auction house, or you can just sell it to me. It's up to you." Compared to 1,000 or 2,000, the 5,000 price point was much more satisfying to Nyoben. Human nature is greedy. If you can make 10,000, you certainly wouldn't settle for just 5,000. "Bro, can you bump it up a bit? Those two vases are worth 10,000. 5,000, that's a 50% loss right off the bat." Adam Murphy shook his head. "At 5,000, you don't take on any risk, you just pocket the cash. I'll take the porcelain and gamble on it. I might not make a single penny. If you don't think it's a good deal, forget it. Just call the auction house yourself." Adam Murphy turned to leave, but Nyoben grabbed him by the arm from behind. "I'll do it. I'll do it." Adam Murphy's lips curled into a wild grin. "All right, for a friend's sake, I'll help you out this once." Chapter 13. The Cunning Richard Willis. Liushitan, Kongping County, Fengtian Province. Kongping County lay in a plain region, an endless expanse of flat land, occasionally interspersed with mountain ranges. Richard Willis pushed a wheelbarrow, sneaking furtively toward the barren mountain outside the village. The mountain was bare, strewn with rocks of varying sizes and dotted with scattered low shrubs. It looked utterly desolate. Richard Willis walked and stopped intermittently, occasionally picking up dry branches along the way. By the time he reached the foot of the barren mountain, he had already gathered a large bundle of firewood. Ahead of him stood a giant poplar tree, over 20 meters tall and 2 meters in diameter. The massive poplar tree blocked out all the sunlight in its vicinity within a 5-meter radius, The ground was completely bare, with only a few clumps of withered weeds. Richard Willis parked his cart next to the poplar tree, scanned the area warily to make sure no one was following him, and then walked around to the back of the tree. On the side facing the barren mountain, a patch of withered, yellow weeds covered the base of the poplar. Richard Willis approached the weeds, bent down, and moved the weeds used for camouflage aside, revealing a pitch-black opening less than 1 meter in diameter. He leaped down into the opening. This was a man-made underground passage, a full 1.5 meters wide, with the floor smoothed to a level surface capable of accommodating 2 handcarts side by side. He turned on his flashlight and strode quickly down the passage, rounding a bend to enter a basement measuring about 20 square meters. If Adam Murphy had seen this basement, he would have cried out in excitement. That's because this basement was haphazardly filled with all sorts of top-quality antique treasures. In addition to the Yuan Dynasty blue and white dragon patterned hexagonal Yuhuchun vase that Richard Willis had acquired last time, there were, surprisingly, 2 different Yuan Dynasty blue and white narrative scene jars. Next to these 2 jars were several extremely rare Ru kiln porcelain pieces. And this was merely the tip of the iceberg in the basement. There was everything imaginable. Imitation Yuan-style blue and white porcelain from the Ming Xuanda, Yongle, and Jiajing periods, Ming blue and white imperial kiln wares, and Ming dynasty Wucai porcelain. Qing Kangxi, Qing Yongzheng, Qing Qianlong, Qing Daoguang. From the early Qing to the late Qing, there are no fewer than 100 pieces of imperial kiln porcelain from every period. The finest Qing 3 dynasties powdered color porcelain was casually tossed into a corner, covered in dust, as if it were expired merchandise in a store. And these are just the porcelain pieces. There are also all kinds of gold and silverware, jade objects, bronzeware, calligraphy, and paintings, a dazzling array that leaves one overwhelmed. Richard Willis looked at the exquisite antiques before him and muttered to himself, "That guy may seem easygoing, but he might not be telling the truth. What kind of merchant in the world is so generous that he'd come to my doorstep to buy goods without making a profit himself? I should stuck to my guns at 10,000 yuan. He definitely would been willing to keep raising his offer. No, I can't limit myself to just this one buyer. Once the 15th day of the first lunar month is over, I'll head back to the capital and test the waters with other buyers. For now, I'll sell him 10 pieces and see how he reacts." After much deliberation, Richard Willis selected 3 antiques each from the porcelain, calligraphy and painting and goldware sections. What should I choose for the last one? Richard Willis scanned the densely packed display of antiques, finally settling his gaze on a watermelon-shaped jade ornament to the right of the basement entrance. "I've heard jade is very valuable. This lousy watermelon weighs dozens of gene. It took me a hell of a lot of effort to dig it out back then. Let us sell it today. How much should we ask for it?" "A Jetta goes for 150,000. Would asking him for 150,000 be too much? Let us stick with 100,000. We don't want to scare him off." Evening, 6:40 p.m. Train K511 slowly pulled into the remote train station in Jianping County, Fengtian Province. It was a small stop along the line, and not many passengers got off. Adam Murphy dragged his heavy suitcase as he slowly made his way down the train. As soon as he stepped off, he felt a bone-chilling wind hit him in the face and quickly pulled his collar tighter. The station was very small, with only 2 train tracks. Across from the station lay a vast, empty plain, and behind him was a ticket office and waiting room measuring just over 20 square meters. No wonder Richard Willis had said it would definitely be fine in a place this small. It would be hard to get lost. "Mr. Chow, over here." Adam Murphy was surveying the station when he heard a call from a short distance away. Richard Willis was standing by the iron fence at the station exit, waving frantically at him. Yesterday, Richard Willis had been wearing a tattered old cotton padded jacket and looked like a beggar. Today, the guy had completely transformed, donned in a sable coat. He drew even more attention than Adam Murphy himself. Adam Murphy's lips turned down slightly at the corners, thinking to himself, "Do people from northeast China really have such an obsession with sable? Why did it seem like everyone here, rich or poor, wanted to get their hands on a sable coat?" Coming. Business came first, so Adam Murphy didn't waste time on such trivial matters. He carefully dragged his suitcase and hurried toward Richard Willis. "Mr. Chow, you must be exhausted after several hours on the road. Come on, bro. Let me take you to get a good scrub first. Once you're in our northeast, if you don't get a proper scrub and try our iron pot stew, you'll have come for nothing. Don't worry. I've got everything all figured out for you." Richard Willis was extremely enthusiastic, firing off a barrage of remarks right from the start. Anyone who didn't know better would think the two were the best of friends. Then, with great enthusiasm, he pulled Adam Murphy into a second-hand Jetta that seemed to have come from who knows where. Driving the beat-up Jetta, they headed toward the county seat. Adam Murphy kept quiet about the antiques. Whatever Richard Willis said, he agreed with, letting Richard Willis take the lead. 20 minutes later, the car pulled up slowly outside a lavishly decorated bathhouse. "Boss Chow, let us go." Adam Murphy had long heard about the Northeast's scrub bath culture. He heard that people here were particularly fond of it. Things like salt scrubs and milk baths, they really go all out. Today, seeing this lavishly decorated bathhouse that looked like a cathedral, he truly had his eyes opened. "Mr. Huang, you've really gone all out." Richard Willis waved his hand nonchalantly. "We Northeasterners are hospitable. If we don't take good care of you today, wouldn't that be a slap in the face for all of us? Today, I guarantee we'll take excellent care of you, so good that you'll want to come back next time." Adam Murphy wasn't interested in pampering. He just wanted to get the deal done quickly and figure out where Richard Willis had gotten his antiques. Had this guy really found Empress Dowager Cixie's treasure, which had been lost for 100 years? In that case, I'll gladly accept your offer. Welcome. This way, distinguished guests. As soon as the two stepped through the spa's entrance, two tall hostesses in white and gold uniforms smiled warmly and escorted them to the front desk to check in. "It's my brother's first time here. Get him a disposable wristband. Mine is number 087, don't mix them up." Led by Richard Willis, the two quickly finished check-in and headed straight for the changing rooms. "Boss Chow, let us go to the second floor for a sauna first. After that, we'll get a massage. I guarantee you'll be in seventh heaven." "All right, I'll leave it to you." As the guest follows the hostess lead, Adam Murphy silently trailed behind Richard Willis. Just as he was getting ready to enjoy himself and then discuss the deal with Richard Willis suddenly handed him his wristband and whispered, "I've already put the goods in the locker. Check them out first. We'll talk about the money after we're done with the sauna." Chapter 14. Empress Dowager Cixie's Jade Watermelon. In Adam Murphy's mind, Richard Willis was an easy-to-dupe outsider to the antiques world. He didn't take him seriously at all. Today, Richard Willis had taught him a harsh lesson, showing him what it truly meant to be a master of disguise. No wonder this guy hadn't mentioned a word about the deal on the way here, and had even taken the initiative to bring him to the bathhouse. It turned out everything had been part of his plan all along. This guy was definitely not just an ordinary man from Northeast China. Adam Murphy even began to suspect that Richard Willis's claim about scraping together 10,000 yuan for a dowry was just a load of nonsense. His pupils contracted slightly, and the look in his eyes as he stared at Richard Willis grew sharp. "Fine. I'll inspect the goods first." Adam Murphy removed the wristband from his wrist, exchanged it with Richard Willis, and only then entered the changing room. It was peak hour at the bathhouse, and the changing room was crowded with people. Fortunately, Richard Willis's locker was in the members-only area, where the lockers were larger and offered more privacy. Adam Murphy and Richard Willis exchanged a glance, parted ways, and headed toward locker number 87. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable pull ahead, as if an invisible giant hand were beckoning him. There was only one middle-aged man changing into a bathrobe in the members-only area. Adam Murphy used his body to block the locker from view and cautiously opened it. The moment the door swung open, an intense red radiance burst forth, shining through the black nylon bag at the bottom of the locker. This was, unbelievably, a rare treasure on par with Empress Dowager Cixie's coral treasure tree. At the same time, 3 streams of yellow radiance and 6 streams of white radiance shone forth. Richard Willis had actually brought out 10 top-grade antiques at once, including 1 rare treasure, 3 precious antiques, and 6 fine antiques. Thump, thump. Adam Murphy's heart began to pound uncontrollably. He had long suspected that Richard Willis must have more than 1 precious grade antique in his possession. He had even speculated that Richard Willis might have the chipped coral treasure tree. But he never expected it to happen so suddenly. Richard Willis had actually handed over a full set of 10 top-grade antiques without even discussing a price, leaving Adam Murphy with a sense of unreality. Never mind, he inspect the items first. Let us see what other treasures this guy has besides the Empress Dowager Cixie's coral treasure tree. Adam Murphy suppressed his pounding heart and slowly bent down to open the black nylon bag at the bottom of the cabinet. Ha! When he opened the nylon bag and saw the antiques inside, he was so astonished that his mouth gaped wide enough to fit an entire egg. Inside the bag was not the Empress Dowager Cixi coral treasure tree he had imagined. What radiated a dazzling red glow was a green and white jade watermelon. Qing Dynasty Empress Dowager Cixi Jade Watermelon. This jade watermelon was carved from a single block of glutinous rice, jade with a floating flower pattern. It is about the same size as the watermelons we eat in our daily lives. Unless you look closely, it is hard to tell that it is carved from jadeite. The carver skillfully utilized the natural veining within the jadeite, designing the bean green color bands to resemble the green patterns on a watermelon rind. At the top of the watermelon, the carver crafted several highly lifelike watermelon leaves and a vine. Through the carver's ingenious design, a piece of mid-grade, glutinous rice jadeite was transformed into a lifelike watermelon ornament. This is the renowned treasure of the late Qing dynasty, the jadeite watermelon Empress Dowager Cixi's most cherished possession. According to Qing dynasty historical records, on Empress Dowager Cixi's birthday, foreign nations presented her with two treasures: a pair of jade watermelons carved from jadeite. At the time, this pair of jade watermelons was valued at 6 million taels of silver, which, converted to today's currency, amounts to at least 300 million. Empress Dowager Cixi was so fond of this pair of jade watermelons that she kept them in her private treasure chamber, often taking them out to admire and handle. Even after her death, she had them placed in her coffin, positioned at her feet. This precious, one-of-a-kind treasure was stolen from the Qing tombs over a century ago by the notorious thief Sun Dianying. Now that the jade watermelons have appeared here, Adam Murphy is even more certain that Richard Willis knows the whereabouts of Empress Dowager Cixi's burial artifacts. Item: Empress Dowager Cixi's jade watermelons. Grade: rare treasure. Value: 300 million plus. Material: jade. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: master from a foreign land. Date of production: late Qing dynasty. As Adam Murphy examined the jade watermelon, he sensed faintly that it contained a vast amount of energy within. This energy was similar to the energy he had previously absorbed from the jadeite carving. It was precisely this energy that exerted an inexplicable pull on him. He cautiously extended his right hand and gently touched the jade watermelon. A cool, icy sensation traveled up from his fingertips. Immediately afterward, a massive surge of green energy surged through his fingers and straight into his eyes. Infused with this miraculous energy, his yellowish-brown pupils gradually transformed into a deep green, resembling imperial green jade. Adam Murphy's vision had improved once again. He could now see the fine lines on the hairs at his fingertips, a level of clarity far beyond the limits of human vision. Even more terrifying was that when Adam Murphy focused intently on his right hand, his gaze actually penetrated the surface of his skin, revealing the flesh and tissue beneath. Holy shit! His previous ability to appraise antiques had already astonished Adam Murphy. This time, with his eyes' capabilities enhanced once more, he had actually gained the ability of X-ray vision, startling him so much that he nearly cried out. Drawing on his previous experience, he had already developed a certain resilience to his special abilities and quickly accepted his new power. With an important mission at hand, Adam Murphy didn't waste too much time on this and began inspecting the remaining antiques. In addition to the jade watermelon, there were 3 pieces of porcelain, 3 gold artifacts, and 3 paintings. Among the porcelain pieces was the Yuan Dynasty blue and white dragon-patterned hexagonal Yuhuchen vase, which had been agreed upon in advance. The remaining 2 porcelain pieces were not traditional blue and white porcelain but rather 2 pieces of delicate, pastel-colored porcelain. Qing Dynasty, Kangxi period, enamel-painted lotus petal lidded bowl. Item: Qing Dynasty, Kangxi period, enamel-painted lotus petal lidded bowl. Grade: rare. Value: 10 million plus. Material: porcelain inlaid with enamel. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: master craftsman of the Qing Imperial Household Department. Date of production: Kangxi period, Qing Dynasty. Qing Dynasty, Kangxi period, enamel-painted lotus petal lidded bowl is crafted using enamel imported from overseas and consists of 3 parts: the lid, the bowl body, and the saucer. It was part of the Emperor's imperial tea set. The design of this lidded bowl is exceptionally ingenious, with 3 layers of delicate, pale pink lotus petal patterns painted on the outer wall of the bowl body. The lotus petal lines are fluid, the layers are distinct, the colors are vibrant, and the design possesses a strong sense of 3-dimensionality, resembling a fully blooming lotus flower. The top of the lid is adorned with a gold knob. Below it is a ring of lotus flower motifs, which is bordered by a ring of emerald green lotus leaf motifs. The soft pink lotus flowers paired with the emerald green lotus leaves further enhance the piece's elegance and grace. This is a fine piece of pink glazed porcelain that is both practical and beautiful, perfectly embodying tea culture. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period, pink glazed lotus patterned cup with green underglaze. Item: Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period, pink glazed lotus patterned cup with green underglaze. Grade rare. Value 8 million plus. Material porcelain. Manufacturing process masterpiece. Manufacturer Masters of the Qing Imperial Household Department. Production date Qianlong period of the Qing Dynasty. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period, pink glazed lotus-shaped cup with green interioris, also a rare collectible. Unlike ordinary standard issue porcelain, it is a travel-sized piece shaped to resemble a blooming lotus flower. This lotus cup features a three-legged base, with the interior coated in a warm and elegant lake blue glaze as clear as the sky, as pale as water, blending sky and water into a single hue, creating a breathtakingly beautiful sight. The exterior is a delicate pink with a youthful charm, shaped like a blooming lotus flower. Beneath the petals, a jade green lotus leaf is rendered in relief, evoking a midsummer lotus pond teeming with vitality. Upon seeing these two pieces of delicate, pale pink powdered color porcelain, a vivid image came to Adam Murphy's mind. Empress Dowager Cixi, holding a rosy pink porcelain cup, lazily sipping tea. Chapter 15. Is Richard Willis a descendant of Sun Dianying? After appraising the three rare-grade porcelain pieces, Adam Murphy turned his attention to the remaining 6 fine-grade antiques. Among them were 3 pieces of gold jewelry and 3 vertical hanging scrolls. The 3 pieces of gold jewelry had been casually stuffed by Richard Willis into a nylon bag, all crammed into a corner at the bottom. Adam Murphy had just acquired a Qing Imperial incense ball of exquisite craftsmanship and was eagerly anticipating these 3 gold pieces. However, as he scrutinized them closely, his brow furrowed slightly, and his expression grew subtle. Of these 3 gold pieces, 2 were actually folk-crafted. In fact, one was even made using a silver-gilded technique. He had always believed that the antiques in Richard Willis's possession came from the burial artifacts looted by Sun Dianying from the Eastern Qing tombs. But how could a folk-crafted silver-gilded bracelet possibly be found among the burial artifacts of the Eastern Qing tombs? Could I have misidentified it? Just to be safe, Adam Murphy immediately checked the appraisal information stored in his mind. Ming Dynasty, gold hairpin with gem-set jade rabbit. Item: Ming Dynasty, gold hairpin with gem-set jade rabbit pair. Grade premium. Value 1.5 million plus. Materials gold, gemstones. Craftsmanship masterpiece. Manufacturer Imperial Court Master. Date of production Yongle period of the Ming Dynasty. Qing Dynasty gold filigree and peacock feather inlay bracelets with 4 dragons playing with a pearl. Item: Qing Dynasty gold filigree and peacock feather inlay bracelets with 4 dragons playing with a pearl pair. Grade premium. Value 200,000. Materials gold, pearl. Craftsmanship masterpiece. Manufacturer Folk Master. Date of production Yongzheng period of the Qing Dynasty. Qing Dynasty gold plated silver 2 dragons playing with a pearl bracelet. Item: Qing Dynasty gold plated silver 2 dragons playing with a pearl bracelet. Grade premium. Value 30,000. Materials gold, silver. Craftsmanship masterpiece. Manufacturer Folk Master. Date of production Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period. My judgment was spot on. How could I possibly have misidentified such a basic craftsmanship technique as silver gilded? After reviewing the appraisal information in his mind, Adam Murphy was stunned. His appraisal was correct among the 3 pieces of gold jewelry. There was indeed a pair of silver gilded bracelets. So the question arises, would Empress Dowager Cixi, or any other members of the imperial family buried in the Eastern Qing tombs, have included silver-plated gold bracelets made by folk artisans among their burial offerings? The answer is obvious: it's impossible. Setting aside these silver-plated gold bracelets, even that gold bracelet inlaid with peacock feathers, crafted by a folk master, could never have found its way into the imperial tombs. Imperial mausoleums were managed by a separate administrative body, the Mausoleum Ceremonial Department, which was under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Household Department. Every aspect of imperial family members' lives, from clothing and food to housing, daily necessities, and travel, was meticulously arranged by the Imperial Household Department. How could folk jewelry possibly be mixed in with imperial burial artifacts? This is clearly problematic. However, Richard Willis possessed two rare treasures: a fragment of Empress Dowager Cixie's coral treasure tree and her jade watermelon, which were sufficient proof of his connection to the stolen burial artifacts from the Eastern tombs. Suddenly, a bold idea crossed Adam Murphy's mind. Richard Willis might be an alias; he could actually be a descendant of Sun Dianying. Sun Dianying not only looted the Eastern Qing tombs but also the tombs of other princes and high-ranking officials. It's entirely possible he mixed in some items from the general public. The more Adam Murphy thought about it, the more likely this scenario seemed. But enough of that for now. Let us see what treasures these paintings hold. With so many people around in the changing room, Adam Murphy couldn't open each painting to examine it individually. Instead, he had to use the new ability to see through objects he'd just acquired to appraise the three paintings from a distance. Of these three paintings, two were works by Lang Shining, a master of the Qing imperial court. 100 Horses, one of the 10 great masterpieces of Chinese art, was created by the renowned Qing imperial court painter Lang Shining. This painting is the only one among the 10 great masterpieces created by a master who was not of Chinese descent. Although Lang Shining was a court painter, he left behind a vast number of works, and pieces by him frequently appear on the market. As a result, the value of his works varies widely. His finest masterpieces are worth tens of millions, while some casual sketches fetch only a few 10,000. One of the two Lang Shining works is Court Ladies, and the other is Orchid Painting. These two works are fairly standard and fall into the lower middle tier of Lang Shining's oeuvre, valued at around 200,000. The final painting, however, is somewhat puzzling. It depicts a man dressed in Qing dynasty official robes. Judging by the court beads he wears, he must have held a very high official rank or noble title. To hold such a prominent position at around 20 years of age, he must be a member of the imperial family or a descendant of the Eight Banners. Item: Qing Dynasty Portrait of Na Ersu. Grade Premium. Value 50,000. Material Paper. Craftsmanship Masterpiece. Manufacturer Master of the Qing Imperial Household Department. Date of production Guangxu period of the Qing Dynasty.
Na Ersu.
Adam Murphy was completely unfamiliar with this name. He didn't have even the slightest recollection of it. His primary area of expertise was porcelain, and while he had some knowledge of the history of various dynasties, his focus was mainly on aspects related to cultural relics and antiques. This Na Ersu was not a prominent member of the Qing imperial family, nor did he have any connection to cultural relics or antiques, so Adam Murphy was completely unfamiliar with him. He must have been another unlucky soul whose tomb was looted. Based on his earlier speculation, Adam Murphy naturally assumed that this portrait was one of the burial artifacts stolen by Sun Dianying's gang. After inspecting all the antiques, Adam Murphy took a deep breath, acted as if nothing had happened, and calmly changed into his bathrobe. Night. Having just finished a full treatment sauna, scrub, and massage, Richard Willis and Adam Murphy emerged from the spa with rosy complexions. Each lost in their own thoughts, the two returned to the car without exchanging a word. Richard Willis didn't start the car. Instead, he turned to look at Adam Murphy in the back seat, a confident, sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Mr. Chow, what do you think? Are you satisfied with what I prepared for you?" Adam Murphy nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "This trip to Fengtian was definitely worth it. I'm very pleased with these antiques." Hearing Adam Murphy's reply, Richard Willis' smile grew even broader. His eyes kept glancing toward the suitcase by Adam Murphy's side, filled with greed. "Mr. Chow, as we agreed earlier, that piece of porcelain is 5,000. I'll give you 10,000 for the other two pieces of porcelain, and 30,000 for those 3 gold jewelry pieces. And that most valuable jade watermelon, I'll give you 100,000 for it. Let us round it up to a nice round number, 150,000. Ha ha ha." Before Richard Willis could finish speaking, Adam Murphy suddenly burst into laughter without warning. Seeing this, Richard Willis' expression instantly darkened. He had long anticipated that Adam Murphy would haggle and was fully prepared for the negotiation. However, the fact that Adam Murphy didn't even try to negotiate the price and instead adopted this attitude from the start left him deeply dissatisfied. With a furrowed brow, David Miller asked, "What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied with the price I offered, Mr. Chow?" Adam Murphy smiled, looking completely at ease. "First of all, you promised me 2 blue and white porcelain vases for 10,000, plus 2 antique pieces as a bonus. That's correct. I sent it." Richard Willis pouted. Although he was reluctant to admit it, that was indeed the promise he had made. He could only grit his teeth and nod. Right? We people from the Northeast keep our word. Aside from that jade watermelon, you can pick any 2 antiques you like. All right, then I'll choose the other 2 porcelain pieces. Adam Murphy didn't hesitate for a moment, firmly insisting that the other 2 pieces of pink, glazed porcelain were Richard Willis' gift. That way, he'd only have to pay 5,000 yuan to walk away with 3 rare porcelain pieces. Chapter 16. Trickery, and more trickery. Richard Willis snorted coldly. After returning to his hometown, the more he thought about it, the more he felt he'd been taken advantage of by Adam Murphy. That piece of porcelain he sold to Adam Murphy was definitely worth far more than 5,000 yuan. If it weren't for the profit, who would travel all the way from Beijing to Fengtian during the Lunar New Year just to pick up the item in person? The first time was a rookie mistake, but trying to pull the same scam on him a second time? No way. This time, Adam Murphy chose 2 other pieces of porcelain as freebies. He was absolutely certain those 2 pieces were the most valuable antiques in the collection, aside from the jade watermelon. Consider yourself lucky, kid. I'm in desperate need of cash right now, so I'll let you have this bargain. Once the Lantern Festival is over, I'll definitely make another trip to Beijing to check out some other antique shops. I just don't believe the world would stop turning without you. Although he was deeply reluctant, Richard Willis still kept his word and agreed to sell another Yuan Dynasty blue and white Yuhucheng vase for 5,000 yuan, throwing in 2 pieces of pink glazed porcelain as a bonus. I'll keep my word, those 2 pieces of porcelain are yours. But you can't haggle recklessly over the other antiques. Adam Murphy shrugged indifferently with an expression that said, "You're the one begging me for a favor, not the other way around," which infuriated Richard Willis to the point of gritting his teeth. "Mr. Huang, the reason I came to Fengtian is because I thought you were an open and straightforward person who gets things done efficiently. You said you were having financial difficulties, so I made a special trip to help you out. I even brought you a red envelope for your wedding. But now that I'm here, I see you're nothing like you described yourself." Richard Willis curled his lip in disdain. He now deeply regretted choosing to partner with Adam Murphy, this seemingly polite and refined fellow. This man's scheming nature was a world apart from his outward appearance. He was clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing. Richard Willis was desperate for money, so even though he couldn't stand Adam Murphy, he had no choice but to put on a cooperative front. "Mr. Chow, your words are a bit harsh. Isn't my sincerity enough? A partnership requires discussion. Just tell me what you have in mind. Why is Martin Bennett saying these hurtful things?" Adam Murphy crossed his arms and nonchalantly crossed one leg over the other, exuding an attitude that said, "This is who I am, what are you going to do about it? All right, enough small talk. Let us get down to business. Of the 3 pieces of gold jewelry, only that pair of phoenix hairpins meets the quality standards. The other 2 pairs of bracelets are folk imitations. One of them is even a silver-plated gold bracelet, passing off a fake as the real thing. And with that, you still have the nerve to tell me you're full of sincerity?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Richard Willis shook his head repeatedly. Although he didn't know anything about antiques, he was certain these were all valuable treasures. He'd managed to track these items down bit by bit from that place. There was absolutely no way they could be anything but genuine. It was clear that Adam Murphy was taking advantage of his lack of knowledge about antiques, deliberately making excuses to be difficult and use that as leverage to drive down the price. Seeing Richard Willis on the verge of losing his temper, Adam Murphy's lips curled slightly upward, his face wearing an expression that said he had everything under control. As an antique dealer, he had dealt with countless sellers like Richard Willis and had long since accumulated a wealth of experience. This time, in order to snag the antique at a low price, he had already mapped out his haggling strategy in advance. Right in front of Richard Willis, he pulled the pair of silver-gilt, 2 dragons playing with a pearl bracelets from his pocket and tossed them to Richard Willis with a look of disdain. "I knew you'd say that. These are your own items, aren't they? Run your car key over the bracelets a couple of times and see if they're just as I described. If I've told even a single lie, I'll pull out 100,000 right now and buy this entire lot from you. But if there's anything wrong with them, you'll have to answer to me." Richard Willis furrowed his brow, his sparse, yellowing eyebrows knitted together, looking like 2 caterpillars. With a look of suspicion on his face, he held up the bracelet and, by the light from the car, inspected it inside and out. It was indeed the bracelet he'd brought with him, and it didn't look like it had been tampered with. Besides, he'd been with Adam Murphy the whole day. Even if Adam Murphy had wanted to pull a fast one, he wouldn't have had the chance. Could it be that this guy was telling the truth? Was there really something wrong with this bracelet? But that man was a prince of the Qing dynasty given his status. This bracelet couldn't possibly be silver-plated with gold. At this thought, a flash of determination crossed Richard Willis's eyes. He was convinced that Adam Murphy was trying to haggle and had deliberately made up an excuse. Once he took the bait, he'd have no choice but to lower the price. I'm not falling for your trick. I'll just have to see what other excuses you can come up with once I've exposed you. Since you've brought it up, Mr. Chow, I won't hold back. Before he had even finished speaking, Richard Willis opened the latch on the dashboard and pulled out a rusty screwdriver with a wooden handle. As if he'd made up his mind, he used the tip of the flathead screwdriver to slash viciously across the smooth inner surface of the gold bracelet. Ha ha! I told you there's nothing wrong with my merchandise. What? That's impossible. In Richard Willis's mind, he'd already prepared several lines of defense, determined to thoroughly humiliate Adam Murphy. However, reality never quite lives up to expectations. A flash of glaring silvery white light appeared along the scratch on the inner surface of the gold bracelet. It was clearly a gold-plated silver bracelet. That's impossible. Seeing the silver lining exposed on the inside of the bracelet, Richard Willis completely panicked. He frantically scraped the inside of the bracelet with a flathead screwdriver, hoping that what he'd just seen was merely a fluke. Unfortunately, the bracelet was indeed silver-plated with gold, and no matter how much he scratched it to pieces, it was to no avail. Staring at the scratched-up bracelet before him, Richard Willis slumped back against the chair. This gold bracelet had once belonged to a prince of the Qing dynasty. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Richard Willis would never have believed such a thing. Well, I was right, wasn't I? I've always conducted my business with integrity. What's real is real, and what's fake is fake. As for that pair of gold hairpins, I'll buy them for 5,000. The other 2 pieces of gold jewelry aren't of high enough quality, so I'll give you 500 for both combined. As for the 3 paintings, 2 of them are quite good works by Qing dynasty artists, so I'll pay 5,000 each. The other painting is a self-portrait. It's not worth much, so I'll give you 500 for that too. 5,000 for the porcelain plus 5,500 for the gold jewelry plus 10,100 for the 3 paintings. That comes to 20,600 in total. I'll round it off for you. I'll give you 21,000. If Adam Murphy had haggled like this before, Richard Willis definitely wouldn't have gone along with it. However, after the appearance of one counterfeit or substandard item, Richard Willis began to doubt himself, wondering if there really was something wrong with the antiques in his possession. His biggest concern right now wasn't the trade of these 10 antiques with Adam Murphy, but whether the collection hidden in the underground treasure chamber also contained as many defective pieces as this silver gilt bracelet. He shook his head vigorously, gently massaging his throbbing temples with both hands, and waved them listlessly. All right, let us go with what you said. But that jade watermelon is a real treasure. Don't even think about trying to pull a fast one on me. I may not know much about antiques, but I know jade is a valuable treasure. 100,000 yuan, not a single coin less. Chapter 17. The deal is done. Ha 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 ha. Adam Murphy burst out laughing again, causing Richard Willis to clench his fists so tightly he could have punched him right then and there. Richard Willis was seething inside, and with Adam Murphy acting this way, he could no longer hold back. Mr. Chow, I've put up with you for far too long. I admit there is indeed something wrong with this antique, but I've already sold it to you at a low price. What more do you want? Do you really think there are no other buyers besides you? Adam Murphy smiled and said gently, No, you've misunderstood. I'm laughing not because I look down on you, but because I think you've been duped. Ha! Richard Willis was a bit baffled by Adam Murphy's words and scratched the back of his head in confusion. This time, he didn't rush to speak. Instead, he glared fiercely at Adam Murphy, waiting to see how he would try to wriggle out of it. You're right, jade is indeed a valuable commodity. The higher the quality, the higher the price. Especially in recent years, with the domestic jadeite market booming, prices have been climbing steadily. I bet someone must have tricked you into thinking that jadeite, as big as a watermelon, is a valuable treasure, right? As he spoke, Adam Murphy leaned forward and opened the rolling suitcase beside his legs. Richard Willis's eyes lit up. He stared wide-eyed, fixating on the inside of the suitcase. Unfortunately, Adam Murphy had only opened it a tiny crack, revealing just a faint glimpse of two round objects wrapped in cloth. There were also a few books inside. Adam Murphy pulled a book out of the suitcase, quickly flipped to a certain page, and handed it to Richard Willis. Playing tricks? I'll see just what kind of story you can come up with. Richard Willis snatched the book from Adam Murphy's hands and spread it open on his lap. Huh? The contents of the book took Richard Willis by surprise. It was actually a book about raw jadeite. This page explained how jadeite is classified based on its variety and translucency. Illustrations accompanied the descriptions of jadeite with different varieties and translucencies to aid understanding. Classification of jadeite by variety and transparency. A book with professional illustrations is much easier to understand. Even a layperson with no prior exposure to jadeite could grasp its general classifications based on the book's descriptions. Although Richard Willis came from a rural background, he was quite shrewd. After a quick glance, he understood that the more transparent and greener the jadeite, the more valuable it was. According to the book, jadeite that's green and transparent like a Qingdao beer bottle is the most valuable. But the jadeite watermelon he treasured wasn't transparent at all, and its color wasn't green enough. This must be the lowest grade of jadeite, either bean grain or glutinous rice variety. It could only be considered mid to low grade jadeite worthless. Faced with this ironclad fact, Richard Willis began acting like a spoiled child, flinging the book in his hand into Adam Murphy's lap. Where do you find this junk book? Don't try to fool me with this crap. I don't care about any of that. My price is fixed at 100,000 yuan, not a single fin less. Playing hardball is very common in the antiques trade. When Adam Murphy went out to the countryside to scour old houses, he often encountered unreasonable old men and women like Philip Tai. No matter the quality of the antiques they held, these people would stick to a single price and refuse to budge. Dealing with such people, taking a hard line is useless. One can only proceed slowly and steadily. Adam Murphy gave a faint smile and packed the book from his arms back into his suitcase. You know deep down that your jade watermelon is just low-grade jade. It's not worth much. I understand how you feel right now. After all, you're a victim too. You were scammed. Here's what we'll do. I'll take a loss. 20,000 yuan. Add that to the 21,000 yuan from before, and that makes 41,000 yuan in total. On top of the money for these antiques, I'll throw in a red envelope with 1,888 yuan. How about it? Is that good enough? Upon hearing the figure of 41,000 yuan, Richard Willis's fingertips trembled slightly. He shouted a bid of 100,000 yuan at Adam Murphy because he didn't know the jade's actual value. It was purely a wild guess. That 100,000 figure was heavily inflated, leaving plenty of room for negotiation. Earlier, he lost his composure a bit because, upon seeing that book, he assumed Adam Murphy would once again offer a price like 5,000. He never expected Adam Murphy to actually offer 20,000. This meant there was still room for the price to go up. If he could push it up to 40,000 or 50,000, plus the additional 21,000, he'd not only have the money for the betrothal gift, but you'd also have enough for a color TV, a refrigerator, a washing machine, and a motorcycle. After the 15th day of the first lunar month, he'll take another batch of antiques to Beijing to sell them to other dealers. He'll have a big house and a car. A bright future is beckoning him. 20,000 is definitely out of the question. My jade watermelon weighs dozens of gene. Even if the quality of the jade is slightly inferior, it can't possibly be that cheap. At least 50,000, not a single fin less. And that's final. 50,000? Do you think that lousy watermelon of yours is imperial green glass like jade? I'm offering 20,000 just to save face as a friend. I'll knock off another 1,000 at most, not a penny more. The jade watermelon was a top-tier antique, a rare treasure of the highest order. Adam Murphy was worried that if he held his ground too firmly, Richard Willis might get desperate and turn to someone else for the deal. So, during the haggling, he left Richard Willis some wiggle room. That way, Richard Willis would feel like he'd gotten a good deal, and he'd be more likely to go through with the purchase of the jade watermelon. And so, the two went back and forth, negotiating for a full half hour. In the end, Adam Murphy made a concession. The total price for all 10 antiques came to 50,000. On top of that, he gave Richard Willis a red envelope containing 1,888. Richard Willis looked at the 5 thick stacks of 100 yuan bills in his hands, his smile stretching from ear to ear. "Ha, Boss Chow, you're so generous. Tomorrow I'm going to slap that 10,000 yuan right in that old jerk's face. Let us see if he dares to look down on me after that. It's getting late. Let me take you to the guest house. First thing tomorrow morning. Pack your stuff and take the train straight home. Mr. Huang, I'm new here and don't know my way around. Why don't we skip the guest house? I'll just crash at your place for the night. Upon hearing this, the smile on Richard Willis's face froze instantly. The reason he made the deal so complicated was precisely to keep his connection with Adam Murphy under wraps from anyone he knew. He was doing his best just to avoid Adam Murphy. There was no way he was going to bring him home. Mr. Chow, it's not that I don't want to host you, but my place really isn't suitable right now. The guest house has such great amenities. Don't worry, I'll cover the lodging costs. Consider it an old friend treating you. Richard Willis didn't give Adam Murphy a chance to object. He simply started the car and drove toward the guest house. In the back seat, Adam Murphy narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the streets recede outside the window, remaining silent. Even before arriving, he had sensed that Richard Willis was reluctant to have much contact with him. His earlier remarks had merely been a test. Now it seemed his hunch was correct. Richard Willis was indeed wary of him. This trip to Fengtian had yielded an extremely valuable jade watermelon from Empress Dowager Cixie's collection, as well as several high-quality antiques, a truly fruitful haul. However, Adam Murphy was not satisfied with this. He wanted even more. He was determined to get his hands on Empress Dowager Cixie's coral treasure tree and the other burial artifacts from the Qing tombs. He wouldn't be going home tomorrow. First, he had to figure out Richard Willis's true identity. Chapter 18. A minor setback. The guest house. Upon returning to his room, Adam Murphy immediately locked the door from the inside and propped a chair against it to prevent anyone from entering. He then laid out the antiques he acquired that day on the bed, arranged according to their market value. Empress Dowager Cixie Jade watermelon over 300 million. Yuan Dynasty blue and white dragon patterned hexagonal Yuhuchin vase over 50 million. Yongla Dynasty blue and white lidded jar with drooping shoulder rui, branches, and auspicious fruit motifs pair 36 million. Qing Dynasty, Kangxi period enameled lotus petal lidded bowl over 10 million. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period pink enameled green ground lotus-shaped cup over 8 million. This trip to Fengtian proved highly fruitful, yielding 5 top-tier antiques worth over 10 million each in one go. Among them was a rare treasure Empress Dowager Cixie's jade watermelon. As for the remaining pieces, with the exception of the silver gilded bracelet and the portrait of Na Ersu, they were all masterpieces. The vast majority of these masterpieces were produced by the imperial kilns of the Qing dynasty. Among them, the jade watermelon was Empress Dowager Cixie's most cherished treasure. Li Lianing, the eunuch whom Empress Dowager Cixie trusted most, left behind a book titled Notes from the Ai Yuxian, which records that the jade watermelon was part of Cixie's burial offerings. Based on this information, we can essentially confirm that Richard Willis is in possession of the burial offerings from the Qing tombs. In the 2 transactions between Adam Murphy and Richard Willis's asking price was not high, far below the true value of these antiques. This suggests that he had not traded with anyone else prior to Adam Murphy. Otherwise, a greedy man like him would certainly have demanded an exorbitant price. There are now 2 possibilities. 1. As Richard Willis claimed, he was forced to sell the antiques in his possession due to a dowry issue. 2. Richard Willis had just acquired control of these antiques. Adam Murphy was merely a test subject he used to gauge their market value, intending to sell them to others at a higher price later. During his dealings with Richard Willis, Adam Murphy constantly tested the waters, asking for Richard Willis's contact information, suggesting he stay overnight at his home and so on. He hoped to use these tactics to build rapport and locate Richard Willis's hideout. Unfortunately, Richard Willis was extremely cautious. Not only did he reject Adam Murphy's advances, but he also chose a crowded bathhouse as the meeting place. Based on Richard Willis's behavior, it's safe to conclude that the antiques are most likely hidden in his home or somewhere very close to it. Moreover, since outsiders are unaware that he possesses antiques worth a fortune, that's why he is so resistant to Adam Murphy's advances. Just a few of the antiques Richard Willis picked at random were worth over 100 million. If he could get his hands on all the burial artifacts from the Qingling tomb, he'd never have to worry about money for the rest of his life. Adam Murphy was determined to get to the bottom of this. Since Richard Willis was so wary of him, he had no choice but to act covertly. First thing tomorrow morning, he'd take the train to create the illusion that he had already left, thereby lowering Richard Willis's guard. He'd get off at the next stop, Saikengzi Station, turn back partway, and discreetly find out Richard Willis's home address. As long as he found Richard Willis's hideout, using his newly acquired X-ray vision, He could easily locate the Qing Dynasty tomb artifacts that had been missing for a century. Then, by creating a diversion, he could seize them all in one fell swoop. New Year's Eve. Richard Willis, hiding in a corner of the waiting room like a thief, watched as Adam Murphy dragged his suitcase onto the train heading home, then let out a long sigh of relief. That pesky guy is finally gone. He's too sly, he's been trying to get close to me the whole time, clearly with his eyes on the treasure I'm holding. Good thing I'm sharp, I set the meeting spot in Jianping County. You'd search until your head split open and still wouldn't he find me. Trying to outsmart me? Save it for your next life. After watching the train pull away, Richard Willis hopped on his newly purchased Yamaha motorcycle and headed toward neighboring Kongping County. Xiakengzi Town. Adam Murphy carefully pulled his heavy suitcase as he slowly stepped off the train. Xiakengzi Town was a small station even more run down than Jianping County. The entire train station consisted of nothing more than a single ticket hall painted with white lime. The platform was deserted, with only Adam Murphy and a station employee in uniform holding a small red flag. As far as the eye could see, the area outside the station was desolate. Not a single passerby was to be found on the potholed path leading away from the station. Adam Murphy had originally planned to get off at Xiakengzi Station, turn right back to Jianping County immediately, and uncover Richard Willis' background as quickly as possible. Once that was done, he would head straight back to Beijing, take over Boyazhai, and go home for the Lunar New Year. Unfortunately, he had overlooked one thing. This was a small county town in Fengtian and a particularly remote, isolated area at that. It wasn't like Beijing where you could hail a taxi just a few steps away. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but barren grassland. Not a single house was in sight. Forget about secretly returning to Jianping County to find Richard Willis. He didn't even have a place to stay for the night. Adam Murphy slapped his thigh in frustration, silently berating himself for not thinking things through and making such a serious mistake. Given the current situation, if he wanted to return to Jianping County to find Richard Willis, he'd have to wait for the green-painted train coming back that evening. There's only one round-trip train. It was now 8 a.m., and he'd have to wait at the station all day, until 6 p.m., to catch the train back to Jianping County. With a blast of the train whistle, train K511 slowly pulled away, heading toward the capital. Watching the train disappear into the vast grasslands, Adam Murphy clenched his back teeth, wishing he could slap himself hard across the face. Adam Murphy? Could you be any more stupid? Hello, may I help you? A station employee standing nearby had been keeping an eye on Adam Murphy ever since he got off the train. This was a small county town, and Adam Murphy's appearance stood out like a sore thumb. He clearly wasn't a local. At first, the employee assumed Adam Murphy was visiting relatives for the new year, so he didn't pay much attention. But when the train had already departed and no one had come to meet him on the platform, the attendant finally approached to ask if he needed help. Seeing the station attendant walking toward him, Adam Murphy's eyes lit up. The attendant was a local and surely had connections. A little smooth-talking would solve the problem. He rubbed his face vigorously. It was parched from the biting cold and put on a look of deep frustration. Excuse me, I accidentally got off at the wrong station. When is the next train back to Jianping County? Upon hearing this, the station attendant paused in his tracks, his face taking on an I-knew-it expression. He sensed something was off about Adam Murphy all along. It turned out he'd simply gotten off at the wrong stop. Hello, there's only one train from Xiakengzi to Jianping County, and it arrives around 5:45 p.m. What? It doesn't arrive until tonight. Adam Murphy's eyes widened, his face a picture of shock. His acting was more convincing than that of some professional actors. What am I going to do? My girlfriend is waiting for me in Jianping County. Is there a shuttle bus or a car or something here? I really need to get back. Sir, please don't get so worked up. There's a phone in the waiting hall. You can call your girlfriend and let her know. We're a small station, we don't have a shuttle service. You'll just have to wait for that evening train to get back. Adam Murphy stamped his feet in frustration. She doesn't have a phone, I can't reach her. Sir, can you please help me figure something out? I'm really worried. As he spoke, Adam Murphy grabbed the staff member's arm. Sir, it's the Lunar New Year, it's tough for everyone. I'm really worried about my girlfriend. You're from around here, could you reach out to some of your friends here for me? I'll pay 100. Oh no, 200, would that work? As Adam Murphy spoke, he reached into his pocket to pull out some money. When you're away from home and asking for a favor, the way you speak is one thing, but money is another. Adam Murphy was sincere and so sensible that the staff member was naturally willing to help. Sir, please come inside with me first. I'll ask around for you. Chapter 19. Jean Tianming's Cloud Tablet. Adam Murphy began working as an apprentice at an antique shop at the age of 15, dealing with all kinds of people every day. Later, when he struck out on his own setting up stalls, hunting for ghostly artifacts, and scouring old country homes, he honed the skill of speaking the right language to the right people. In just a few short minutes, he successfully won over the station staff. For only 200 yuan, he convinced them to willingly help him arrange a ride back to Jianping County. 20 minutes later, Jiefeng CA-141, a dilapidated blue Jiefeng truck, its body severely weathered and peeling in places, slowly pulled up outside Xiakengzi train station. Mr. Chow, the truck is here. This is my brother-in-law. He'll take you to Jianping County train station. Adam Murphy glanced out the window at the Jiefeng truck belching black smoke, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. The truck looked older than he was afraid it might break down on the way. If something went wrong and they got stranded on the desolate grasslands with no one to turn to for help, he might as well just wait at the station until evening and take the train back. The thought crossed his mind for only a few seconds before Adam Murphy dismissed it. Time is money, and he was worried that once Richard Willis got a taste of success with him, he'd immediately contact other sellers. By then, he wouldn't even have a chance to regret it. So, he had to find Richard Willis's hideout as soon as possible. Brother Adrian, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known what to do. You're busy, I won't hold you up. Don't mention it. Serving the people is what we're here to do. Jiang Wo, drive carefully and take Mr. Chow to the Jianping County train station. Tonight, take Daniel to Mom's place for dumplings. Got it. Lu Jiangwo is 25 years old this year, just 1 year older than Adam Murphy. He and Adam Murphy were complete opposites in style. Broad-shouldered and stocky, with a thick beard framing his face, he gave off the vibe of a rough-and-tumble guy. This guy's hair was a mess. His scalp greasy, he clearly looked like he'd just rolled out of bed. Let us go. Standing by the car, he called out to Adam Murphy, looking thoroughly reluctant. Adam Murphy didn't say a word. He grabbed his suitcase and hurried toward the roaring truck. Brother Leo, thanks for your help. Lu Jiangwo had been sitting in the driver's seat the whole time, watching coldly as Adam Murphy hoisted the heavy suitcase onto the truck, showing no intention of helping at all. Adam Murphy hadn't even settled into his seat before Lu Jiangwo turned the steering wheel and headed toward Jianping County. Lu Jiangwo's behavior was actually quite understandable. No matter who it was, if someone were dragged out of bed on New Year's Day when they were supposed to be sleeping in and forced to drive a stranger to the station, they certainly wouldn't be happy about it. This situation was easy to resolve. All it took was a little incentive. Adam Murphy reached into his right pocket, pulled out 2 100 yuan bills, and slapped them down on the dusty dashboard. Brother Leo, I'm really sorry to bother you with a trip like this during the new year. This is just enough for a pack of cigarettes. Don't be so formal with a brother. You've got to admit, money really is a wonderful thing. Lu Jiangwo, who had been scowling just moments ago, instantly changed his expression, and a beaming smile spread across his previously grim face. Bro, you're being too formal. My brother-in-law's friend is my friend. You're making me look bad here? Aren't you? Put that money away. No way. Yes, him and you were two different people. If you don't take it, you're looking down on your brother. Hey, look at you. All right, then I won't hold back. Lu Jiangwo, reluctantly, accepted Adam Murphy's 200 yuan, and the tense atmosphere inside the car instantly vanished. Brother Leo, you drive so skillfully. You must have been driving for several years, right? Lu Jiangwo grinned broadly and replied without hesitation. Right after I graduated from high school, my family arranged for me to work in the school's logistics department. The school paid for my driver's license, and I handle all the school's daily tasks, hauling goods, buying groceries, and giving people rides. This truck was phased out by the school, and I snagged it for 2,000 yuan. Don't let its beat-up exterior fool you. I've replaced all the internal parts, so it's perfectly fine for long-distance trips. Oh, Adam Murphy nodded slightly. He'd been a bit puzzled earlier. Lu Jiangwo didn't look like a truck driver, but it turned out he was a member of the school's logistics staff. Is your school in Xiakengzi town? It feels like nothing but vast grasslands around here. You hardly see any houses. Lu Jiangwo nodded slightly. This railroad line was actually used in the early days to transport coal and timber across the 3 northeastern provinces. Later, It was converted to serve small stations. The school is in the town up ahead. We'll be there in about 5 minutes. We'll pass by the school in a bit, and I'll point it out to you. Okay. And so, Adam Murphy and Lu Jiangwo began chatting casually, picking up the conversation here and there. Lu Jiangwo was an excellent driver navigating the bumpy dirt roads of the grasslands. He drove both fast and steadily, truly a seasoned driver. Soon, sparse buildings began to appear on either side of the deserted road, and the car entered a residential area. Lu Jiangwo pointed about 200 meters ahead at a 2-story school building surrounded by a makeshift fence. Buddy, that's our school, the only middle school in Xiakengzi. Adam Murphy followed the direction of Lu Jiangwo's finger and replied somewhat dismissively, "Oh, so that's it. Holy shit." At first, Adam Murphy hadn't paid much attention to this school in the remote little town. Just as he turned his head away, he suddenly noticed a small wooden shed in front of the school building, from which a faint purple glow was emanating. A red glow signifies a rare treasure, a yellow glow signifies a prized item, and a white glow signifies a masterpiece. This was the first time he'd ever seen a purple glow. Could there really be antiques even more precious than rare treasures? Wouldn't that mean national treasures like the imperial jade seal, the 9 tripods of Huaxia, or the 10 divine swords? At this thought, Adam Murphy's chest heaved violently, and his breathing grew rapid. His pupils contracted, a hint of green light flickering in his brown eyes, as he peered intently into the shed. Inside the shed, there was none of the national treasure-level artifacts Adam Murphy had imagined, only a large, pitch-black iron plate suspended from the ceiling. Beside it lay a small, rusty iron hammer, apparently used to strike the iron plate. This must be a device similar to a school bell, used to signal the start and end of classes. Yet this unassuming little contraption was actually emitting a mysterious purple glow. What on earth was it? Brother Leo, could you pull over at the school in trance? Ha! Lu Jiangwo was taken aback by Adam Murphy's unexpected request. For the sake of the 200 yuan Adam Murphy had paid him, he slowly pulled the car to a stop outside the school's iron gate. Adam Murphy couldn't wait to open the car door and leap out. Upon reaching the school entrance, he stared intently through the iron gate at the iron plate hanging inside the wooden shed. Golden Destiny Cloud Plate. Item: Golden Destiny Cloud Plate. Grade: National Treasure. Value: priceless. Material: cast iron. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: personally supervised by Nurhasai. Date of production: later Jin period. Chapter 20. A national treasure of great historical significance. The cloud plate. Cloud plate, also known as an iron plate, bell plate, or sounding plate, was an ancient device used to announce events, primarily for issuing orders and summoning crowds. It is a very ancient musical instrument and timekeeping tool, typically cast from iron or copper in the shape of a cloud. The Jin Dynasty Heaven's Mandate cloud plate suspended inside the school's wooden shed is cast from pig iron. Both ends of the plate are shaped like cloud heads, with the upper half slightly smaller and the lower half slightly larger. The surface of the cloud heads is cast with raised scrollwork and medallion patterns. There is a hole in the center of the upper cloud head, allowing it to be suspended from a ceiling beam. At the center of the lower medallion, a circular raised dot is cast, surrounded by layers of petal-like decorations. This circular raised dot serves as the striking point due to frequent striking. The area shows significant wear, revealing the cast iron's base color. On the central body of the cloud plate, 2 rows of Chinese characters are cast. On the right is the double outline regular script inscription, Great Jin, Mandate of Heaven, Gue, while the left side features the raised regular script inscription, cast at Niuzhuang in the year of the pig. Below these 2 lines of text, the character city is cast in raised regular script. Raised script refers to characters or patterns that protrude above the surface of the object. Upon seeing the inscription on the cloud pattern plate, Adam Murphy's hands trembled slightly. This is actually a national treasure bearing a dated inscription. Great Jin refers to the Jin dynasty in Chinese history, and Year of Gue Hai is a specific year calculated using the ancient stem branch calendar system. The Year of Gue Hai is the final year of the Jiazi cycle, corresponding to 1623, during the reign of Nurhasai. Regardless of the type of cultural relic or antique, any item bearing an inscription sees its value soar. This Tianming cloud plaque fully records the state name and era name of the later Jin regime founded by Nurhasai. To the best of Adam Murphy's knowledge, There do not appear to be any other later Jin artifacts bearing such clear state name and era name. This means that this Jin Dynasty Tianming cloud plaque is currently the only historical artifact that explicitly identifies the later Jin era. Its discovery serves as crucial corroborating evidence for the history of the later Jin period, proving the authenticity of this historical era. This goes beyond the realm of antiques. It is a vital artifact documenting China's glorious history, a standard reference for authenticating similar artifacts, and a one-of-a-kind national treasure. Brother Chow, what are you looking at? Lu Jiangwo, standing nearby, saw Adam Murphy standing motionless in front of the school's iron fence, staring blankly at the bell-ringing board inside the campus, and couldn't he help but speak up to remind him. His words snapped Adam Murphy out of his trance. Adam Murphy turned around excitedly, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Jiangwo, and said with a look of hope on his face, "Brother Leo, I want that iron plate inside the shed. Can you help me figure out a way to get it?" Lu Jiangwo had no idea that this unassuming iron plate could cause a sensation in China's cultural relics and historical circles. So he looked at him with disdain. "That's our school's bell plate. Students rely on it to signal the start and end of classes. What do you want that junk for?" Upon hearing the words bell plate, Adam Murphy's mouth twitched slightly. "This is a precious artifact bearing important historical inscriptions, yet you use it as a class bell. It's a complete waste of a treasure. Fortunately, you at least had the sense to build a small shed over it, so the Tianming cloud plate is still in relatively good condition. If I hadn't discovered it in time, it would have spent the rest of its days gathering dust at Xiakengzi Middle School." Lu Jiangwo was a layperson, so Adam Murphy didn't bother making up a story to fool him. He went straight for the money tactic. He pulled 500 yuan out of his pocket and shoved it into Lu Jiangwo's hand. "Brother Leo, I really like this thing. For the sake of our friendship, please help me out." Lu Jiangwo looked at the 500 yuan in his hand, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Just moments ago, he had been ready to open the school gate, take out that rusty iron plate, and give it to Adam Murphy. Before he even had a chance to speak, the 500 yuan had already been shoved into his hand. His base salary was only 420 yuan. Even with the school's various benefits, it barely came to 600 yuan, and this amount was nearly equal to his entire monthly salary. Just a cast iron bell clapper in exchange for a month's salary. Did Adam Murphy's money just blow in on the wind? Lu Jiangwo wasn't a greedy man. After hesitating for a moment, he pulled out 200 yuan and put it in his pocket, then handed the remaining 300 back to Adam Murphy. "Bro, that's too much money. You don't need that much. I'll just spend 100 or 80 yuan to buy a big iron bell to replace it. At 1 cost that much." Adam Murphy was somewhat surprised by Lu Jiangwo's reaction. His first impression of Lu Jiangwo hadn't been good. He thought the man was greedy and would simply try to settle things with money. Unexpectedly, Lu Jiangwo turned out to be a man of great discretion, which completely changed Adam Murphy's opinion of him. That said, when it came to such a precious national treasure, he didn't think 500, let alone 5,000, 50,000, 500,000, or even 5 million was too much to pay. He shoved the money back into Lu Jiangwo's hand. "Brother Leo, you're so straightforward about this. I can't let you down either. I'm not short on cash, but take this and buy yourself a couple packs of cigarettes. If you don't accept it, you're looking down on me." Lu Jiangwo pouted, thinking to himself that rich people really are different. They don't treat money like money. "I don't even spend 500 a year on cigarettes. How long would I have to keep smoking to go through that much? All right, then I won't hold back. Wait a sec. I'll go get it for you right now." Lu Jiangwo was in charge of the school's logistics and frequently came and went from the campus, always carrying the key to the school gate with him. He deftly unlocked the large iron padlock on the school gate, walked all the way to Albert, removed the Destiny Cloud tablet, and handed it to Adam Murphy. "Bro, hold on tight, this thing is heavy." "Got it." Adam Murphy took the Destiny Cloud tablet with eager anticipation, but the scenario he imagined didn't play out. Inside the tablet, there was none of the magical energy he expected, the kind found inside Empress Dowager Cixie's Jade watermelon. That shouldn't be right, should it? The Destiny Cloud tablet is a national treasure. It should contain far more energy than this. Why is there none? "Buddy, get in the car. We don't want anyone to see us." While Adam Murphy was still examining the Destiny Cloud tablet in his hands, Lu Jiangwo had already locked the front door and was beckoning him to get in the car. "Oh well, I'll study it more carefully when I get back." With an outsider present, Adam Murphy didn't feel comfortable examining it further, so he carried the heavy tablet back to the car. After this little incident, Lu Jiangwo grew silent. He was a bit worried that if Adam Murphy set his sights on something else, he'd have to spend more money to buy it. And so, the Jiefeng truck sped along, reaching Jianping County train station in less than half an hour. By then, nearly an hour had passed since the train was scheduled to arrive. The station was completely deserted aside from the staff. There wasn't a soul in sight. "Bro, didn't you say your girlfriend was waiting for you here? Where is she?" Adam Murphy had always been single. The girlfriend was just an excuse he'd made up on the spot. On the way there, he'd already thought of a story to keep stringing Lu Jiangwo along. "My girlfriend must not have picked me up, so she got mad and went to her friend's place." Having spent the entire trip with Adam Murphy and having accepted money from him, Lu Jiangwo took the initiative to offer his help. "Bro, don't worry. Just tell me where her friend's house is, and I'll take you there. It's the new year, don't fight with your girlfriend. I don't know where her friend's house is. What am I supposed to do? I know this area well. Do you know which village it is?" Adam Murphy shook his head repeatedly. "No, I don't know. This is my first time here." Hearing this, Lu Jiangwo fell completely silent. He didn't know a thing. Even a god wouldn't be able to help in this situation. "Brother Leo, can I borrow your car for a few days? If I can't find my girlfriend, I want to be able to explain this to my family. I'll pay you. Is a 5,000 deposit enough? If not, I'll add more." Just as Lu Jiangwo was about to make an excuse to leave, Adam Murphy's out of the blue remark left him completely dumbfounded. Chapter 21. Covert Investigation. Lu Jiangwo's Jiefeng truck was an old clunker the school had phased out. He'd bought it for 2,000 yuan back then. Adam Murphy was only renting it for a few days, yet the deposit he offered already exceeded the purchase price. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. However, he was a bit worried that lending the truck to Adam Murphy would be like throwing meat buns at a dog gone for good. Although this Jiefeng truck looked beat up, all its major components had been overhauled, so it could easily run for another 8 or 10 years. Lu Jiangwo was attached to the truck and wasn't willing to take a chance on whether Adam Murphy would keep his word. "Sorry, buddy, my family needs the truck for the new year. I really can't help you with this." Adam Murphy, who dealt with people all day long, could sense Lu Jiangwo's hesitation. The issue was simple. It was just a matter of money. He wasn't short on cash right now, and anything that could be settled with money was no big deal. He was a stranger in Jianping County, and with the Lunar New Year underway, there was simply nowhere to buy a new truck. The most important factor, however, was the treasure in Richard Willis's possession. Time is money. If Richard Willis sold the rest of his antiques to someone else, it would be too late to regret it. Lu Jiangwo's big truck, though a bit beat up, was a local vehicle that could still haul cargo, perfect for Adam Murphy. After much deliberation, Adam Murphy decided he absolutely had to get that truck. "Brother Leo, you don't trust your own brother? I thought we were already good friends. I didn't expect you to distrust a brother like this. I'm really hurt." Well no, that's not it. Don't let Lu Jiangwo's burly build and rough and tumble appearance fool you. He's actually a sensitive soul." Hearing Adam Murphy say that made him feel as if he'd done something wrong. But he didn't want to lend the car to Adam Murphy either, so he was torn. He wasn't as quick-witted as Adam Murphy, and after stammering for a while, he still couldn't explain himself properly. Seeing Lu Jiangwo stammering like that, a brilliant idea suddenly struck Adam Murphy. "Brother Leo, do you know the Golden Splendor bathhouse on the street?" Lu Jiangwo assumed Adam Murphy was mentioning the bathhouse because he wanted to treat him to a scrub and discuss the car rental on the side. "Yeah, I know it. It's the biggest bathhouse around here. I've been there a few times. I'm even a member. But you don't have to go to all that trouble. I really can't accept that." Clap. Adam Murphy clapped his hands excitedly and said, "That's great. You were worried about the car, right? I'll pay you 5,000 for the rental, and I'll deposit another 5,000 as a security deposit in a locker at the bathhouse. If I don't return the car to you, you can just keep that 5,000 security deposit." Adam Murphy had picked up this idea from Richard Willis. Back then, Richard Willis had hidden the antiques in a locker. First he went to inspect the goods, paid, and only then used the key to retrieve them. Now, with a slight twist, depositing 5,000 as a security deposit in Lu Jiangwo's locker, Lu Jiangwo would be protected. Whether he gets that 5,000 back depends mainly on whether he can find Richard Willis's hideout. If he finds it, he'll need to drive home, and the car might not make it back, in which case the 5,000 yuan deposit would go toward the car's purchase price. If he doesn't find Richard Willis's hideout, he'll return the car to Lu Jiangwo and get the 5,000 yuan deposit back. Lu Jiangwo was already tempted by the 5,000 yuan if it were 10,000 yuan. He'd even hope Adam Murphy wouldn't return the car. Although he'd already agreed in his heart, he still put on a show of hesitation. Well, isn't that a bit inappropriate? How could Lu Jiangwo's little scheme possibly escape Adam Murphy's notice? Without a word, he pulled a stack of unopened 100 yuan bills from his pocket. Bro, 5,000 for rent, 5,000 for the deposit, here you go. 10,000 yuan carried quite a bit of clout in a remote little county like Jianping. Lu Jiangwo stared at the cash in Adam Murphy's hand, nervously pursed his lips, and accepted the money with slightly trembling hands. Bro, are you really willing to let me spend 10,000 on renting this car from you? Aren't you afraid I'll take the money and run? Ah. Adam Murphy laughed as he slung his arm around Lu Jiangwo's shoulder, looking every bit the loyal brother. Brother Leo, the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were a reliable guy. I trust you. All right. Then let us head to the bathhouse first and stash the money away. Okay. 1 hour later, Adam Murphy watched Lu Jiangwo leave, then drove around the county town South Main Street for a while. On the county streets, every household had posted bright red couplets and foo characters, creating a strong spring festival atmosphere. After getting a general sense of the county, Adam Murphy found another guest house and checked in. After paying, Adam Murphy handed the woman at the front desk a plastic-wrapped package of a Beijing specialty snack Daxiankan jujube cake. Ma'am, I'm here on business. Do you know what the wealthiest family in Jianping County does for a living? During the spring festival, the guest house was quite quiet. Seeing that Adam Murphy was handsome, well-dressed, and polite, the woman at the front desk struck up a casual conversation with him. Young man, you're from Jizhou. What brings you to this backwater of Jianping County to do business? 20 years ago, this place had mines and resources. It was very easy to make money here. But not anymore. The richest tycoon in Jianping runs a ranch and makes dairy products. Have you heard of Mingguang Milk? Mr. Zhang Mingguang, he is the #1 tycoon in Jianping. Everyone else is just small time compared to him. Adam Murphy stood quietly to the side of the front desk, listening to the woman's explanation. Upon hearing that Jianping County's biggest tycoon was surnamed Zhang, a hint of disappointment flashed across his face. Mingguang Milk, I've heard of it. So it's actually a Jianping-based business. Ma'am, are there any big business tycoons around here in the antiques trade? I'm in the antiques business myself, and I'm wondering if there are any similar businesses around here. The woman at the front desk shook her head repeatedly. She was completely unfamiliar with that line of work. I've never heard of anyone doing that. Are antiques things that dead people used? Adam Murphy was completely speechless at her remark. Antiques, also known as collectibles, refer to objects with historical significance. However, the receptionist wasn't entirely wrong. The vast majority of antique owners are no longer alive. Miss, are there any wealthy families with the surname Sun in Jianping County? I used to know a businessman surnamed Sunday. He was the one who suggested I come to Jianping County to get into the antiques business. But unfortunately, I forgot to ask him for specific details. Sun Lianqing from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative? Sun Shengli from Siping Restaurant? Sun Guofu from Xingxing Department Store? None of these people are in the antiques business, are they? I really don't know about that. Why don't you ask someone else? Adam Murphy pulled another plastic-wrapped package of ox tongue cookies from his pocket, handed it to the woman at the front desk, exchanged a few polite words, and turned to leave. Chapter 22. The Manchu Prince's Treasure. Night. Adam Murphy sat on the large bed, looking gloomy, holding a small notebook filled with various names and place names. Today, he had spent the entire day gathering information on the streets. However, he had obtained almost no useful information. He suspected that Richard Willis might be a descendant of Sun Dianying and might be in possession of Sun Dianying's treasure, or at least a portion of it. Under normal circumstances, Sun Dianying possessed untold wealth. His descendants could live very comfortably just by selling off a small portion of it. Therefore, Adam Murphy's first thought was to look into the wealthy local families with the surname Sun. Based on today's investigation, the prominent local figures with the surname Sun were all legitimate businesspeople with clear and transparent backgrounds regarding how they made their fortunes. This ruled out Sun Dianying's obvious descendants. At the same time, there were no local antique dealers, which ruled out another broad category. Based on this reasoning, Richard Willis might not be a descendant of Sun Dianying after all, meaning Adam Murphy's earlier assessment was incorrect. To refute his previous theory, If Richard Willis isn't a descendant of Sun Dianying, how did he come to possess so many burial artifacts from the Qing dynasty tombs? Could it be that he, too, is a tomb raider who looted Sun Dianying's tomb? Tomorrow is the first day of the Lunar New Year. According to Richard Willis, he is visiting his in-laws today. Having just come into a large sum of cash, he is sure to make a big show of it. Driving around the villages under Jianping County tomorrow might yield some results. Ah, that's right. If Richard Willis is also a tomb raider, the portrait of Na Ursu among the 10 antiques must have been stolen from a tomb. I'll head to the bookstore first thing tomorrow morning to look up this Na Ursu and find out exactly who he was. Who knows? Maybe I'll find a breakthrough by looking into this person. After finalizing tomorrow's plan, Adam Murphy turned to look at the wall clock. It was 8:40 p.m. Usually, at this time of night, his relatives back home would already be asleep. Today was New Year's Eve, the very time when families gather around the table to watch the Spring Festival Gala and make dumplings. Adam Murphy picked up the brand new Nokia phone on the table and dialed the number for the small store at the village entrance. As soon as the call connected, the cheerful sounds of a TV program drifted through the line. Flowers bloom in spring, 14, 15, 16. On the 6th day of the 6th month, we watch the rice fields in bloom. Hey, who is it? Grandma Zhang, Happy New Year. It's Adam. Oh, it's Jenning. Why didn't you come back for the new year this year? Everyone in your family misses you. That girl Sia comes by every few days, asking if we have your phone number. Hearing this, Adam Murphy's lips curled slightly upward, and the image of a youthful girl in a white school uniform with her hair tied in a high ponytail flashed through his mind. William Wells is 4 years younger than Adam Murphy. She has always been an excellent student and was admitted to Huaxia People's University with a high score of 698. She is currently a freshman. I've been pretty busy with work here, but I'll be heading home in a few days. Please tell my mom I'll be right back as soon as I'm done with this. You've always had to work hard since you were a kid. Is making money really going to take just 2 more days? I'm on my way over to your place right now. Have Yunshu come answer the phone so you two can have a good chat. No need. It's the new year. I don't want to make my mom cry. Please tell her I'll be back in a few days. Sigh, all right. Just be careful out there. If you can't make it out there, come home. We'll always have a place for you at the table. Yeah, I know. Thanks for everything. After hanging up, Adam Murphy wiped his slightly stinging nose. He left home to make his way in the world at 15. Back then, he had no education and no professional skills. If William Gibson from Minjiwexuan hadn't taken him in, he might still be hauling bricks on some construction site right now. Now, the hard times were behind him, and a bright future lay ahead. Once he wrapped up his business here and took over the antique shop in Beijing, he'd go home to reunite with his family. The next day, as dawn was just breaking, the crackling sound of firecrackers rang out one after another outside. The new year had begun. Adam Murphy quickly washed up and headed to the Xinhua bookstore in his neighborhood. Unfortunately, he was greeted by a sign announcing that during the New Year holiday, the bookstore's hours would be from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., lasting until the 7th day of the first lunar month. It was just past 8 a.m., and the store wouldn't open for nearly 2 more hours. Adam Murphy had no choice but to wander the streets, striking up casual conversations with anyone who seemed approachable to gather some information. He waited until 9:50 a.m. before heading back to the bookstore. He went straight to the history section and, in one go, found 3 books on Qing dynasty history, as well as 2 novel-style accounts of the Qing dynasty's unofficial history. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, everyone was busy visiting relatives, so the bookstore was very quiet. Adam Murphy sat quietly in a corner of the bookstore, holding the history books and poring over them intently. In less than 10 minutes, he found relevant records about Na Ursu. Na Ursu had little connection to the antique world, but he was a very famous figure in late Qing history. Na Ursu was a renowned general of the late Qing dynasty and the grandson of Sengalinkan, who was known as the Pillar of the Nation. Sengalinkan was the nephew of Emperor Daoguang and a cousin of Emperor Xianfeng, a true member of the imperial family and a legitimate descendant of the 8 banners. His son, Boyan, was a Manchu prince who held important positions such as Grand Secretary of the Imperial Council, Commander of the 9 Gates, Minister of the Imperial Presence, and Chief Minister of the Imperial Bodyguard. He enjoyed the deep trust of Emperor Xianfeng and Empress Dowager Cixi. Na Ursu was Boyan's eldest son, a Mongol. He came to the capital at the age of 8 to study and became a tutor to the imperial princes. By the age of 10, he had already mastered archery and horsemanship, excelling in all martial arts, and was enfeoffed as a bol, a 3rd-rank title. At 16, he served as a guard at the Chenqing Gate and became a favorite of Emperor Guangxu. Later, he married the seventh daughter of the Prince of Rui, solidifying the alliance through marriage. Upon seeing this information, Adam Murphy finally understood why the man in the painting, despite his young age, was wearing such high-grade court beads. It turned out that he was not only a bodyguard close to the emperor but also held the title of Bol. Unfortunately, Nursu met an untimely end, passing away at the young age of 35. Empress Dowager Cixi, acting in the name of Emperor Guangxu, personally posthumously conferred upon him the title of Prince Changshin in an exceptional act of recognition. Although Na Ersu came from a legitimate lineage and had long served at the emperor's side, he did not, like his father, achieve any remarkable military exploits. He had not earned a single merit, yet Empress Dowager Cixi elevated him to the rank of prince, causing quite a stir at the time. That doesn't add up? While reviewing Na Ersu's records, Adam Murphy discovered something very strange. In 1890, Na Ersu died of illness and was posthumously conferred the title of prince. The following year, Na Ersu's father, Boyan, also passed away. Crucially, the history of the Qing dynasty contains no detailed account of Boyan's cause of death. Whether he died of illness, in battle, or in an accident is not specified. Boyan had held powerful official positions such as Grand Secretary of the Imperial Council and Commander of the Nine Gates. While Na Ersu's death is recorded as death from illness, there are no relevant records for Boyan. A man of such high rank and influence, his passing is merely glossed over with a single phrase stating he died. This is clearly suspicious. Furthermore, given that Na Ersu had just died of illness, it's highly unusual for Boyan to have died the very next year. There's definitely something fishy about this father and son. Where are their graves? Liushitan, Kangping County ISNT, that right next to Jianping County? Smack. Adam Murphy slapped his thigh hard and jumped to his feet in excitement. He now suspected that the portrait of Na Ersu was most likely stolen by Richard Willis from Na Ersu's tomb. Forget it, we're leaving right now for Lushu Village in Kangping County. Chapter 23. Young man, you're too late. The Narsu lineage descended from the Orthodox Manchu Eight Banners and was passed down through hereditary succession. Their mausoleum is located on the shores of Wulong Lake in Liushitan, Kangping County, Fengtian Province. This is the only mausoleum of Mongol princes and nobles in Kangping County, and it is detailed in the local county annals. Following the map, Adam Murphy set off at full speed, heading straight for Liushitan in Kangping County. 40 minutes later, the Jiefeng truck driven by Adam Murphy slowly pulled up at the entrance to a desolate village. To the right of the entrance stood a massive boulder marked in red paint with the words, Narsu Mausoleum. Narsu Mausoleum. Seeing the scene before him, Adam Murphy's heart sank. This so-called mausoleum was situated right on the edge of a village. Perhaps because of the mausoleum, all the villagers had moved away, leaving behind only the ruins of abandoned houses. Thick weeds and towering trees grew all around the dilapidated, crumbling structures. The place gave Adam Murphy the feeling that it was a post-apocalyptic world where all humans had vanished. Around the cemetery. How could this have happened? This is the mausoleum of a Qing dynasty. Prince the Empress Dowager Cixi personally conferred upon him the title of Prince Changshin. Why is it so desolate? Where did all the locals go? Why does it look like a ghost town? Adam Murphy had many questions, but unfortunately, there wasn't a soul here, not even a stray cat or dog, so no one could answer them. He had no choice but to return to his car and drive to the front of Prince Changshin's tomb, located at the very innermost part of the complex. Nasu's tomb was built on a hilltop. The hill had originally been surrounded by a high wall, but it had been destroyed by someone. There were gaps caused by deliberate damage in all four directions: north, south, east, and west. Inside were several buildings in the late Qing style: 3 side halls on the east and west, 3 connecting halls, 3 memorial halls, and 1 main hall. Due to years of neglect, these rooms had long since fallen into disrepair. Adam Murphy inspected every room. They were completely empty, with nothing inside except for a 2-meter-tall stone statue of Na Ersu in the main hall. Weeds grew rampant all around the mausoleum were it not for a stone stele inscribed with Prince Changshin. The place would have looked like nothing more than a desolate wilderness. Finally, with a sense of trepidation, Adam Murphy approached the entrance to Narsu's burial chamber. As he had suspected, there were several tunnels dug from different directions leading into the tomb, and abandoned tomb raiding tools such as luoyang shovels and iron spades lay scattered at the entrances. Given the extent of the damage to the tomb, it was obvious that the interior had long since been plundered by tomb raiders. Even so, Adam Murphy refused to give up and activated his X-ray vision, peering into the interior through one of the tunnels. 5 minutes later, Adam Murphy returned to the car with a complex expression on his face. His discovery from the previous day was crucial. This was indeed Narsu's tomb, proving that Richard Willis was a tomb robber in possession of a collection of Narsu's burial artifacts. Adam Murphy could understand that much after all. Richard Willis was from Jianping County, and Kongping County was right next to it, making it easy for him to operate there. But why did he have burial artifacts from Empress Dowager Xixi's Qing Dynasty mausoleum in his possession? Could it be that he was a professional tomb robber who had not only looted the Narsu tomb but also Sun Dianying's tomb? Something didn't quite add up. A sudden realization struck Adam Murphy. He felt as though he overlooked something. He closed his eyes, gently massaged his temples with both hands, and tried to relax. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing in them. "I've got it, Richard Willis has been lying to me all along. He said he was from Jianping County. But that was just a smokescreen to throw me off. He's actually from Kongping County. In fact, he might even be one of the people who were relocated from Liaoshitan in Kongping County, near the Na Su mausoleum. This guy didn't trust me from the very beginning. He deliberately chose Jianping County as the meeting place so that even if I tried to investigate, I wouldn't be able to trace it back to him. He's a truly cunning fellow. Now, all we need to do is find out where the villagers from Liaoshitan were relocated, and we'll basically be able to pinpoint Richard Willis's hideout." Adam Murphy felt the truth was getting closer and closer. He was about to uncover Richard Willis's secret. Right now, the most important thing was to find Richard Willis's hideout. As for why he had burial artifacts from Qingling, he'd figure that out later. Never mind that, let us go. Kongping County was a remote town with few villages and townships under its jurisdiction. Adam Murphy set off eastward along the small path at the entrance to Lushu Village, planning to search village by village with Lushu Village as his center. This method of searching was extremely inefficient. He would likely have to go in a huge circle before finding his target. It was the best option available. Unfamiliar with the area, Adam Murphy had no choice but to take the safest approach. Dong Dong Kiang, Dong Dong Kiang. Not long after Adam Murphy drove out of Liaoshitan, he suddenly heard the lively sound of gongs and drums coming from nearby. Today was the first day of the Lunar New Year, and many rural areas held temple fair events featuring lion dances, stilt walking, and other performances. As it happened, Adam Murphy was just looking for someone to ask for information. He hurriedly pulled over, took off his down jacket, and put on a double-breasted army green cotton overcoat. He also swapped his military leather boots for suede-lined cotton shoes. After changing into an outfit bought wholesale at the farmer's market, Adam Murphy followed local customs and successfully blended in with the villagers. He parked his car by the village entrance, got out, and walked with Connor James to the temple fair where the villagers had gathered. Temple fair. A temple fair is a rural custom every year during the Lunar New Year. The village organizes its residents to don festive attire and put on performances. In wealthier villages, in addition to the villagers' performances, there are also street vendors selling snacks like candied hawthorn on a stick and sugar figurines. This village was of modest means. There were only 2 groups of elderly performers parading down the street, and their act was a bit of an eyesore. Adam Murphy didn't want to watch a second time after just one glance. He scanned the crowd and spotted a middle-aged man who was watching with particular enthusiasm, occasionally batting his eyes at an older woman performing the Yanga dance. He pulled a pack of Yunyan cigarettes from his pocket, tore open the wrapper, and walked over to the middle-aged man, who had a mouthful of yellow teeth and was grinning from ear to ear. "Hey, buddy, have a smoke." Nyo Dali, who had been cheering on his sweetheart, had his fun interrupted. He turned his head and glared angrily at Adam Murphy standing nearby. Just as he was about to let loose a string of expletives, his cloudy, yellowed pupils contracted sharply upon seeing the Yunyan cigarette in Adam Murphy's hand. In underdeveloped rural areas, Yunyan was considered a high-end brand that most people couldn't afford. As the saying goes, first respect the clothes, then respect the person. Seeing the cigarette Adam Murphy handed him, he knew right away that Adam Murphy was no ordinary person. Nyo Dali took the cigarette from Adam Murphy's hand, held it to his nose, took a deep breath, and gave it a sharp sniff. "Nice cigarette, the real deal." He casually tucked the cigarette behind his ear and gave Adam Murphy a scrutinizing once-over from head to toe. Even though Adam Murphy had gone to great lengths to disguise himself, he still couldn't hide the handsomeness on his face. "You're not from our Xiaoxigu, young man." Adam Murphy gave a faint smile. I'm not from around here. I came to visit a friend, but ran into a little hiccup along the way. I was hoping to ask you for directions, big brother. Nyo Dali grinned, revealing a mouthful of crooked, yellow teeth. You're trying to brush me off with just one cigarette? Adam Murphy didn't smoke, he carried cigarettes mainly to make it easier to strike up conversations. He gave an awkward chuckle and shoved the freshly opened pack of Union cigarettes into Nyo Dalia's hand. Don't say that, big brother. I'm not a stingy guy, go ahead and take them. Nyo Dali unhesitatingly stuffed the cigarettes into his pocket and nodded with satisfaction. Now we're talking. Ask whatever you want, I'll tell you everything I know. Brother, do you know where the people from Lushu village moved to? Upon hearing the words Lushu village, a strange smile flashed across Nyo Dali's face. With a forced grin, he said, Young man, I can tell you're after that Su family tomb, aren't you? You're too late. That Su family tomb was looted clean 50 years ago. Chapter 24. Empress Dowager Cixie's Lover. At first, Adam Murphy had simply stopped a random passerby to ask for directions. He hadn't expected that by randomly picking someone. He stumbled upon a master. Nyo Dali actually knew about the looting of the Su family tomb and was even familiar with the details. According to what he said, the incident must have caused quite a stir at the time, and it was possible that local villagers were involved as well. He didn't dwell on why Nyo Dali knew the details so well. Instead, he grinned and pulled him over to a large poplar tree nearby. Brother, what's your name? Nyo Dali tossed his head back with a touch of arrogance. Nyo Dali. So you're Brother Brett, my apologies for the misunderstanding. Nyo Dali waved his hand smugly. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you weren't just anyone. You're definitely here for the Air Su tomb. I know about that. If you want to find out more, you'll have to. As he spoke, Nyo Dali rubbed his fingers together, flashing a lecherous grin. This guy wasn't satisfied with just a pack of cigarettes from Adam Murphy, he was actually asking for a kickback. Adam Murphy had been collecting antiques on the road for a long time and had encountered all sorts of people, so he was no stranger to this. Human nature is greedy, you can't just give in to people like this, or they get carried away and ask for more and more. Adam Murphy let out a cold laugh. Brother Brett, greed never ends well. That pack of cigarettes wasn't a free gift. Nyo Dali was somewhat taken aback by Adam Murphy's sudden change in attitude. He thought Adam Murphy was young, and, relying on his status as a local, he intended to take advantage of him to squeeze out a few extra perks. He hadn't expected Adam Murphy to be so tough, turning on him the moment they clashed. He was a seasoned veteran, so naturally he wasn't going to be intimidated by a single remark from Adam Murphy. Kid, are you trying to scare me? Don't you see what kind of place this is? I could just shout out a command and have you kicked out, believe it or not. Adam Murphy curled his lip in disdain. A guy like Nyo Dali wasn't taken seriously in the countryside who would listen to his orders. This was just him acting like a know-it-all, treating Adam Murphy like some naive youngster who never seen the world. He crossed his arms and gave Nyo Dali a dismissive nod. Go ahead, shout. Let us see who you can bring over. If you can't get anyone here today, just wait and see if I'll break your damn legs. You! Nyo Dali was startled by Adam Murphy's words and nervously took half a step back, bumping into the large poplar tree behind him. Adam Murphy strode forward to stand in front of Nyo Dali, grabbed him forcefully by the collar, and threatened in a low voice, Old man, I'm doing you a favor by calling you Brother Brett. Don't you dare think I'm made of clay. Get your story straight right now, or I'll show you the consequences of taking money and not getting the job done. I'll tell you. Nyo Dali was completely cowed by Adam Murphy. He nodded frantically in agreement and spilled everything he knew. Lushu village in Kangping County, part of the Mengu ethnic group Mengu Township, was located within the ancestral fiefdom granted to Na Ursu's forebears. In 1890, Na Ursu passed away, and his tomb was constructed in Lushu village on the shores of Wulong Lake in Kangping County. Shortly after Na Ursu's death, rumors began circulating among the people that he had not died of illness, but had committed suicide by swallowing gold. This incident, as the story goes, is connected to the Empress Dowager Cixie. It is said that one day, Empress Dowager Cixie, riding in her imperial palanquin and accompanied by her personal eunuchs, including Li Lianying, was heading to the summer palace to relax. Along the way, a horse became spooked and charged toward the Empress Dowager's palanquin, causing her to panic and fall from it. Suddenly, an imperial bodyguard rushed forward, subdued the runaway horse, and knelt on the ground, begging for mercy and asking Empress Dowager Cixie to forgive him. Empress Dowager Cixi flew into a rage and immediately ordered her attendants to arrest the bodyguard. But when the bodyguard looked up, Empress Dowager Cixi was instantly captivated by his handsome appearance. Her heart began to race, and she ordered Li Lianying, who was standing beside her, to approach and ask him a question. Li Lianying, who had long served at Empress Dowager Cixi's side, immediately realized she had taken a fancy to this handsome guard. He quickly stepped forward, leaned down, and whispered in the guard's ear, "At the third watch tonight, come to the side hall and wait." This imperial guard was none other than Nursu, and that very night, he spent a romantic night with Empress Dowager Cixi. From then on, Empress Dowager Cixi frequently summoned Nursu to the palace under various pretexts for secret trysts. After all, Nursu was a man, and his frequent comings and goings to Empress Dowager Cixi's bedchamber inevitably drew criticism. Li Lianying offered Empress Dowager Cixi a solution, suggesting that since she drank spring water daily from Yuchuan Mountain outside the palace, the freshest water had to be transported that very same day. Consequently, the Imperial Household Department specially crafted a double-decker carriage for her. One side of this double-decker carriage was used to carry spring water from Yuchuan Mountain, while the other side was used to hide Nursu. Using this method, Nursu was able to meet with Empress Dowager Cixi in the palace over a long period. Eventually, the truth came to light. Nursu's father, Boyan, grew suspicious when his son stopped coming home at night for an extended period. After conducting a secret investigation, he discovered that Nursu was, in fact, involved with Empress Dowager Cixi. Empress Dowager Cixi had been a concubine of Emperor Xianfeng and was the birth mother of Emperor Tongzhi. Furthermore, Nursu's grandfather, Sengalinkan, was Emperor Tongzhi's cousin. Thus, Nursu's involvement with Empress Dowager Cixi constituted a grave act of treason. If this were to become public knowledge, not only would Nursu face death, but his entire family would be implicated. Boyan asked Nursu if he could sever his ties with Empress Dowager Cixi. Nursu wept bitterly, knowing it was already too late. The next day, Boyan requested leave on Nursu's behalf, citing the need to return home to pay respects at Sengalinkan's grave, and took Nursu back to their hometown. To protect his family, Nursu swallowed gold and took his own life at Sengalinkan's grave. When Empress Dowager Cixi learned of Nursu's death, she fell from her bed and wept uncontrollably. In the name of Emperor Tongzhi, he personally conferred upon Nursu the title of Prince Changshin and selected a vast number of treasures from his private treasury to be buried with him. After Nursu's death, Empress Dowager Cixi fell into a deep depression, lost her appetite, and fell ill. One day, Li Lianying secretly approached Empress Dowager Cixi and claimed that Nursu had not died of illness, but had been forced to swallow gold and take his own life by Boyan. Upon learning this, Empress Dowager Cixi was so enraged she nearly coughed up blood, and immediately summoned Boyan to the palace. Boyan calmly admitted to the charges, willingly confessed his guilt, expressed his willingness to atone with his life, and pleaded that his family not be implicated. In the end, Boyan returned to his hometown and died by poison. This is the story of Nursu and Empress Dowager Cixi. Nyodali, a rural bachelor who couldn't even find a wife, knew this story inside and out. Adam Murphy suspected he had read some unofficial historical accounts similar to the plum in the golden vase. According to historical documents ID consulted earlier at the bookstore, Nursu and Boyan father and son did indeed pass away one after the other. Nursu died at a young age, having been deeply favored by the emperor after his death. He was posthumously granted the title of hereditary prince, a decision that certainly has its inconsistencies. Finally, it's equally implausible that there is no record of the cause of death for a high-ranking Qing official like Boyan. Although Nyodali's account was quite outlandish, many details aligned with historical records. Unofficial histories are called unofficial precisely because they're wild and outlandish. Adam Murphy was no expert, and had no interest in investigating the authenticity of this unofficial account. He was more concerned with the robbery of Nursu's tomb. What about Nursu's tomb? Didn't you say you knew about the robbery? Nyodali nodded repeatedly and explained. About 50 years ago, a rumor spread no one knows where it came from that a night pearl bestowed by Empress Dowager Cixi, worth 10,000 taels of gold, was buried in Nursu's tomb. On top of that, there were countless other treasures. Ever since then, people have been going to Nursu's tomb one after another to steal things. At first, people did it in secret, but later it escalated to digging up graves in broad daylight. Eventually, the situation got too out of hand, and officials were sent down from above. Fearing imprisonment, The villagers all moved to nearby villages, and Lu Shu Tun became a ghost town. Chapter 25. Things get complicated. There are rumors that there is a night pearl worth 10,000 taels of gold in the Nasi tomb. Adam Murphy sifted through the information provided by Nyo Dali and singled out this most crucial detail. He furrowed his brow, ran the tip of his right index finger over his chin, which was beginning to show a light stubble, and fell deep in thought. Based on what he learned earlier, there were no antique dealers in either Jianping or Kangping counties. To put it more bluntly, in such a remote and impoverished area, let alone anyone dealing in antiques, there wasn't even a single person who knew anything about them. So the question arose. Under these circumstances, why had rumors suddenly spread that Empress Dowager Cixie's night pearl, worth 10,000 gold, and countless treasures were buried in Su's tomb there? Let us assume that the person who started this rumor was Richard Willis. He couldn't even tell the difference between folk kiln and imperial kiln porcelain. He sold a pair of Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain pieces worth tens of millions for the high price of 10,000, and even threw in 2 top-grade Qing imperial kiln famille rose porcelain pieces as a bonus. Isn't that utter nonsense? The biggest problem is that Richard Willis looks to be only in his 30s. The Su tomb was looted in 1947, he was still just a puddle of liquid back then. How could he possibly have been involved in tomb raiding? It would make more sense if it were his father's generation. Now, things have gotten even more complicated. The provenance of the antiques has been traced, but Richard Willis's identity has become even more mysterious. I've told you everything I know. Can I go now? Seeing that Adam Murphy hadn't spoken up yet, Nyo Dali assumed Adam Murphy wasn't satisfied with his answer and tried to slip away. Adam Murphy's mind was a complete mess at that moment. He waved his hand impatiently. All right, I get it. Thanks for your help. No problem, no problem. Well, I'm off then. Nyo Dali turned to make a quick exit, but just as he turned, Adam Murphy suddenly grabbed his shoulder, startling him so much he nearly cried out. With a long face, he looked at Adam Murphy with a miserable expression. What now? Adam Murphy flashed a professional, forced smile. His pearly white teeth glinted coldly in the sunlight, looking downright creepy. Today is a good day. Are there any families nearby having a wedding, an engagement, or some other celebration? Hearing this, Nyo Dali let out a long sigh of relief. He thought Adam Murphy was going to ask for his cigarette back, but it turned out he was just asking if anyone was getting married. 1 second he was asking about the Su family's tomb, and the next he was asking about weddings. Wasn't that just crazy? This guy was big and burly, best not to mess with him. Now that you mention it, I actually do remember one. There is a pair of twins in the next village getting married today. I heard the bride is from the city and she is really pretty. This wasn't the answer Adam Murphy was looking for, so he pressed further. Are there any other weddings going on? Nyo Dali shook his head. That's really it for now. Judging by the helpless look on Nyo Dali's face, he probably really didn't know, so Adam Murphy had no choice but to give up. He glanced around. The villagers were all watching the temple fair performances, and no one was paying him any attention. He pulled 200 yuan out of his pocket, shoved it into Nyo Dali's hand, and David Miller threatened, I don't want a third person to know about what happened today. If anyone else finds out, you'll be watching next year's temple fair from 6 feet under. With that, he turned and walked away without waiting for Nyo Dali's reaction. Gulp. Watching Adam Murphy's retreating figure, Nyo Dali nervously swallowed hard. Then he opened his palm, looked at the 2 100 yuan bills in his hand, grinned widely, and walked home, laughing all the way. It's been decades since that incident. Back then, some of those tomb raiders fled while others were arrested. Who cares about such old, forgotten business anymore? It's just you outsiders who jump to conclusions at the slightest rumor, thinking there really is some Empress Dowager Cixie's night pearl. If there really were such a treasure, I'd have gone digging up graves long ago. How could it ever be your turn? Young man, you don't know your place, but old Nyo won't hold it against you. Hee. Now that I've got some money, I'll buy a bottle of baijiu and a roast chicken to celebrate the new year in style. Meanwhile, a deep in thought Adam Murphy drove his Jeffong truck along the bumpy dirt road, continuing to circle the area in hopes of running into Richard Willis. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. He drove around until dark, covering most of the villages near Lu Shu Tun, but came up empty-handed. At 6:30 p.m., the sky was gradually darkening, and the truck was running low on gas. Adam Murphy had no choice but to give up the search and head to the gas station in town to refuel. On the way to the gas station, Adam Murphy began planning his next steps. He had previously oversimplified the situation, naively believing that Richard Willis was a descendant of Sun Dianying, and that finding Richard Willis's ancestral home would be equivalent to finding the treasure in Sun Dianying's possession. Now the situation was growing increasingly complicated. He was having trouble distinguishing between the Empress Dowager Cixie's jade watermelon and the Empress Dowager Cixie's coral treasure tree fragment, whether they were burial offerings given by Empress Dowager Cixie to Near Su, or looted burial artifacts from the Qing tombs. Furthermore, Richard Willis's identity remains shrouded in mystery. He is likely connected to tomb raiders. People like this are risk-takers who walk a fine line. If they were to discover him, it could put him in grave danger. Previously, Adam Murphy believed that with his newly acquired X-ray vision, he could operate entirely in secret. He could discreetly acquire the antiques in Richard Willis's possession. At worst, he'd just have to spend a little more money to buy up all the treasures in Richard Willis's possession. Now it seems things aren't as easy as he'd imagined. Richard Willis is likely a dangerous individual. He has already acquired the most precious Empress Dowager Cixie's jade watermelon and a pair of top-grade Yuan Dynasty blue and white Yuhuchun vases. Along the way, he even made an unexpected discovery. A national treasure, the Jin Dynasty, Heaven's Mandate, Cloud Plaque. This trip to Fengtian has already been highly rewarding. Now, should he take such a huge risk to track down Richard Willis? Adam Murphy's resolve wavered. He worked his way up from an antique shop apprentice all these years to reach this point, and he seen too many people who, driven by greed, ended up losing everything. He already made a substantial profit enough to return to the capital, buy an antique shop and settle down as a shop owner. Was it really worth taking the risk and betting that Richard Willis wouldn't discover him? But this was the Empress Dowager Cixie's coral tree, and the legendary Empress Dowager Cixie's night pearl. These are priceless treasures worth over 100 million, treasures so rare that their value can't even be measured in money. Faced with such temptation, anyone in the antiques world would be tempted to take a gamble. Maybe he should just forget it? Wouldn't it be better to go home and celebrate the new year peacefully? Beep. Before he knew it, he had driven up to the gas station. The car in front of him had finished filling up, and it was Adam Murphy's turn. The driver behind him, seeing Adam Murphy sitting motionless, honked the horn to urge him on. Adam Murphy quickly pulled forward to the diesel pump. A white slip of paper was taped to the machine, listing today's diesel price at 1.52 yuan per liter. "Hello. Please fill it up." "Sure, sir." The attendant merely glanced at Adam Murphy before starting to fill the tank. This Jiefeng sedan had a 400-liter fuel tank. Filling it up would cost 608 yuan. That price was higher than the wages of many blue-collar workers. Fortunately, Adam Murphy wasn't short on money right now, so he didn't mind the cost of the fuel. His biggest concern at the moment was how to handle the situation with Richard Willis. Going home felt like a waste. Not going home might put him in danger. Without meaning to, Adam Murphy noticed a beat-up black Jetta parked next to the doghouse inside the gas station. This was the very car Richard Willis had used to pick him up when he first arrived in Jianping County. Chapter 26. A Breakthrough. Woof, woof. Damn dog. You're peeing on my wheels again. Next time I catch you, I'll skin you and make a vest out of you. A burly man with a beer belly as big as an 8-month pregnancy emerged from the inner courtyard. He staggered as he walked, gnawing on a large pig-s trotter in his right hand while cursing at the big yellow dog by the car. Although his language was crude, he was a dog lover. He fed the yellow dog the half-eaten pig-s trotter he was holding. The yellow dog wagged its tail wildly, pulling the chain taut as it lunged desperately toward the man's chest. Its steaming tongue kept licking the man's hand, which was caked in lard. At first, Adam Murphy's gaze was fixed on the man and the dog. He was most likely the true owner of this Jetta, which meant he was connected to Richard Willis. Until he figured out this man's relationship with Richard Willis, Adam Murphy wouldn't make himself known or approach him. While observing them, his gaze inadvertently swept over the dog bowl next to the doghouse. This filthy dog bowl was actually emitting a very faint yellow radiance. A yellow radiance indicated that this was a treasure-grade antique. Under normal circumstances, the radiance of a treasure-grade item is very conspicuous without any obstructions. It would be visible from at least a 2-meter radius. Yet the dog bowl in question emitted only a very faint glow. If it weren't for Adam Murphy's vision, which far surpassed that of ordinary people, he might very well have missed it. He focused his eyes intently and looked at the dog bowl with puzzlement. Song Dynasty June Kiln, rose purple glazed, lotus petal mouthed narcissus bowl. This is an extremely rare rose-purple three-legged narcissus bowl. Unfortunately, it had been used as a dog-s food bowl and was covered inside and out with black and yellow food residue and grease. The foot ring was severely worn, with one side showing the most damage and sitting noticeably lower than the others. The rim also had several chips, and there was even a deep crack running from the rim all the way to the bottom of the bowl. Seeing this, Adam Murphy finally realized why this antique emitted such a faint luster. It turned out to be a damaged piece. Judging by its form and the exposed rose-purple porcelain glaze, this is very likely a highly valuable June kiln piece. The June kiln was a renowned kiln of the Song dynasty, ranking among the top 5 famous kilns of the era. Guanjun ware, characterized by various styles of flowerpot-like vessels, and the Chujizun, a type of ritual vessel, was produced exclusively for the imperial court. Not only was the craftsmanship exquisite, but the quantity was also relatively abundant, forming a distinct system of its own. Compared to other Song dynasty porcelain of the same period, June kiln porcelain features a dense and sturdy body, simple yet elegant forms, vivid and magnificent colors, and a thick, even glaze. It is the beauty among plain porcelain. It is, moreover, a precious treasure in the history of Chinese porcelain. As a connoisseur in the antique circle, upon seeing this precious piece from one of the 5 great kilns of the Song dynasty, Adam Murphy could not wait to examine it closely, his gaze piercing through the grime on the exterior to reveal its true form. This is a typical imperial June narcissus planter, shaped like a 6-petaled sunflower, exuding dignity and elegance. Its body, like flower petals, is evenly divided into 6 sections. The petals feature a harmonious interplay of convex and concave contours, echoing the sunflower-style rim. The interior wall displays a sky blue hue, lustrous and understated, reminiscent of a vast starry sky. The glaze on the inner base is clearly visible, bearing the earthworm crawling pattern characteristic of June ware. The exterior is coated with a rose-purple glaze. The purple tinged with blue is as brilliant as a sunset, with naturally iridescent hues that resemble the purple glow of dusk. Truly breathtaking. Item: Song dynasty June kiln rose-purple glazed sunflower mouth narcissus pot. Damaged. Grade: rare treasure. Value: 1.2 million. Material: porcelain. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: Northern Song dynasty June kiln. Date of production: reign of Emperor Huizong of the Song dynasty. This seemingly grimy dog bowl is actually stunningly beautiful, arguably the most exquisite plain-colored porcelain Adam Murphy has ever seen. It truly lives up to its reputation as one of the 5 great kilns of the Song dynasty. Sir, I filled it up. That LLB 610. Please pay now. There was a long line of people waiting to fill up, so as soon as the attendant finished refueling, he immediately urged Adam Murphy to pay. Adam Murphy didn't say much. He simply handed over the money without hesitation. While paying, he pointed to a Jetta parked nearby. "What's this car doing here? Yesterday, I was delivering goods in Jianping County, and a man wearing a mink coat was driving that car. He almost crashed into me." The attendant paused for a moment, then suddenly slapped his forehead. "Oh, I remember now. Yesterday, a friend of the boss borrowed the car, saying he needed it to prepare the betrothal gifts and dowry. That guy is a good for nothing. He spends all day loafing around, either stealing chickens and dogs or hanging out with others playing cards. He is no good." Hearing this, Adam Murphy's eyes lit up. He'd been searching for Richard Willis all day today without finding a single lead. He'd come to the gas station to fill up and unexpectedly stumbled upon a clue about Richard Willis. Could it be that this was a sign from above, telling him to keep pursuing the lead? "That guy doesn't look like a good person to me. Where is he from? Is he from our Kongping County? That guy is a notorious street loiterer. His family lives near the Wobeo Reservoir, probably in Huagu Wobeo Village, Nima Wobeo Village, or Mengtai Wobeo Village or something like that. Anyway, his family is near the Wobeo Reservoir. I'm not exactly sure which village." Thinking Adam Murphy wanted to cause trouble for Richard Willis, the staff member took the initiative to offer some advice. "But let me give you a word of warning. Stay away from people like that. Don't go looking for trouble." With others waiting in line behind him, Adam Murphy didn't want to waste too much time. After a brief exchange, he turned around, got back in his car, and drove to an intersection not far from the gas station. Since he wasn't sure of the relationship between the owner and Richard Willis, Adam Murphy didn't mention the June kiln porcelain. He grabbed the map from the passenger seat, ran his finger up and down it, and soon stopped at a location marked Wobeo Reservoir. Liuchitan and Wobeo Reservoir lay exactly on the same parallel line. However, Liuchitan was located on the eastern side of Kongping County, while the Wobeo Reservoir was on the western side. Adam Murphy had been circling the eastern part of Kongping County all day, so naturally, he hadn't come across Richard Willis's hideout. Now that he had pinpointed Richard Willis's approximate address, only one final step remained. Looking at the villages and towns mentioned by the workers near the Wobeo Reservoir, Adam Murphy gritted his teeth and decided to test the waters that evening. If he is lucky, he might spot the radiant glow of a top-tier antique and then everything would be set. If he comes up empty-handed, he'll just have to go back during the day to try his luck again. On the way there, he'll buy a large woolen hat to cover his face, so Richard Willis won't recognize him. As for that damaged June Kiln porcelain piece, he can't touch it just yet, he'll deal with it after he has finished with Richard Willis. After finalizing his plan, Adam Murphy folded up the map and drove toward the county seat. It wasn't completely dark yet, so he decided to grab a bite to eat first. It would be safer to set out around 8 or 9 p.m. Night. The north wind howled as the Jefong truck sped toward the Wobeo Reservoir under the moonlight. When the truck reached Wagwawobo village near the reservoir, it suddenly slowed down and proceeded cautiously along the village south dirt road. While driving, Adam Murphy kept a close watch on the local households, searching for rare antiques that gleamed with a precious luster. Today was the first day of the Lunar New Year, and the rural area was brimming with festive spirit decorated with lanterns and streamers, with families reunited. Many children were setting off firecrackers on both sides of the road, having the time of their lives. This provided Adam Murphy with an excellent opportunity to observe the homes whose doors were still open. His persistence paid off as he neared the end of the village. Adam Murphy finally made a discovery. In the courtyard of what appeared to be an ordinary farmhouse, a pair of exquisite white marble lions was displayed right at the entrance.
Chapter 27. Koile Dragon seal script.
Stone lion sculptures are a common decorative element in traditional Chinese architecture, and people like to place them at their front gates. First, they enhance prestige, making the home appear grand and imposing a sense of being a cut above the rest. Second, stone lions are a symbol of good fortune. They are believed to protect the home, ward off evil, and keep impurities at bay. Third, stone lions are a part of traditional Chinese culture. Placing a pair at the entrance adds a touch of sophistication. There is a popular rhyme about stone lions. Rub the lioness head, and you'll never have a care in the world. Rub the lioness mouth, and your marriage will be free of quarrels. Rub the lioness tail, and may everything go smoothly. This pair of stone lions is carved from a single block of white marble. Laypeople, upon hearing the term white marble, might mistakenly assume it is a precious mineral, like jadeite or Hetian jade. In fact, white marble is primarily composed of calcium carbonate and is a building material found in vast quantities. As early as the Han Dynasty, artisans discovered this material white in color and as smooth and lustrous as jade, and carved it into various pieces of jewelry, ornaments, and other items. White marble is not expensive. The price of white marble stone lions from the Ming and Qing dynasties in the folk market ranges from 1,000 to 10,000 yuan. The stone lions placed at the entrance of this household are not very large, including the stone pedestals beneath their feet. They stand at just over 1.7 meters tall. Judging by their design, they are in the Ming Dynasty style and were most likely crafted by a folk master. Item: Ming Dynasty white marble stone lions worn. Grade premium. Value: 2,500. Material: white marble. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: folk master. Date of production: Wanli period of the Ming Dynasty. This wasn't exactly Adam Murphy's area of expertise, so he double-checked the information in his mind. His judgment was correct. This was indeed a Ming Dynasty white marble stone lion. Stone lions carved by folk masters like this were affordable only to wealthy families, or even official households. Yet the household before him was a seemingly ordinary farmer's compound. A courtyard of just over 20 square meters, with 3 large tiled roof houses. It bore no resemblance whatsoever to the homes of the wealthy. Therefore, there was a high probability that something was amiss with this pair of stone lions. Adam Murphy did not rush forward. Instead, he slowed his car, used his X-ray vision to scan the property, and peered into the courtyard. As soon as his gaze passed through the gate, he made a discovery. Behind the gate, one on the left and one on the right, stood a pair of L-shaped white marble sculptures. Seeing the placement of these 2 sculptures, Adam Murphy knew immediately that the owners had no idea what they were for. Mounting stones. The technical name for this pair of L-shaped sculptures is mounting stones. In ancient times, wealthy households would place a pair of mounting blocks at their entrances to facilitate mounting horses. Mounting blocks resemble a simple two-step platform, with the upper section raised slightly to secure the horse's reins. Typically, one would place the right foot on the first step and the left foot on the second, grasp the saddle with both hands, swing oneself onto the horse, and clip the right foot into the stirrup. This way, even a child could mount a horse with ease, bringing great convenience to people's daily lives. This pair of mounting stones is no ordinary sight. At first, Adam Murphy assumed that, like the stone lions outside the gate, these mounting stones were simply folk artifacts from the Ming dynasty. Just as he was about to explore further and examine other areas, he casually discovered that this pair of mounting stones was anything but ordinary.
Coile dragon seal script fortune. Coile dragon seal script longevity. Coile dragon seal script joy.
The upper sections of these mounting stones, on the three outer sides, are carved with exquisitely detailed relief patterns. The outermost ring features a uniform band of meander patterns. Within the meander patterns, several winding dragons are carved using the relief technique. These dragons assume various unusual postures, coiling around one another, giving them a somewhat peculiar appearance. In fact, this is a very special type of calligraphy known as the coiling dragon seal script. The coiling dragon seal script is a form of pictographic writing in which two coiled dragons come together to form a single Chinese character. On this pair of mounting stones, the coiled dragon seal script was used to carve the three characters fortune, longevity, and joy. In ancient times, the dragon held a very special symbolic meaning and was typically used only within the imperial court. Even just a few auspicious characters in the coiled dragon seal script were certainly not something ordinary commoners could use. Therefore, Adam Murphy speculated that this pair of mounting stones most likely originated from the homes of high-ranking officials during the Ming and Qing dynasties. This was the conclusion he reached through his own observation. Identifying a high-quality antique in a field outside his expertise felt far more rewarding than simply looking up the answer. Adam Murphy nervously reviewed the findings in his mind, hoping his assessment was correct. Item: Ming Dynasty Coiling Dragon Seal Script, Fu Shou Shi Mounting Stone. Grade Premium. Value: 550,000. Material: white marble. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: Imperial Workshop. Date of production: Xuanda period of the Ming Dynasty. Fantastic! I was right, it really is a premium piece from the Imperial Kills. It seems that not only has my eyesight improved, but I've also made significant progress in antique appraisal. You have to be strong yourself. My visual ability could disappear at any moment, so improving my own skills is the real gain. From now on, I'll have to work even harder. Adam Murphy was already a diligent person and deeply passionate about the antique world no matter where he went. He always carried books on antiques with him. Even after gaining the ability to appraise antiques, he never stopped learning. If anything, he worked even harder. Today's outcome was the result of his hard work. After a moment of reflection, he returned to the topic at hand. This pair of imperial-style mounting stones should be placed outside the main gate. Yet this family has placed them inside the gate, indicating they are unaware of the stone's actual purpose. We can essentially rule out the possibility that these are heirlooms. However, the design of these stone lions does not resemble that of tomb guardians, so they likely have little connection to the Narsu tomb. Never mind that, I'll take a look around first. Adam Murphy had already come to a conclusion. Although this household possessed antiques, they had no connection to Richard Willis or Na Ursu. As he had expected, aside from the stone lions and mounting stones at the entrance, the household contained only a few scattered pieces of folk kiln porcelain and furniture from the late Qing dynasty and the Republic of China era. These folk kiln antiques were of average quality, with not a single piece reaching the masterpiece level, a fact that left Adam Murphy, who had recently been acquiring a string of top-tier antiques, somewhat unimpressed. At this point, he was fairly certain that Richard Willis's home was located in one of the nearby villages. The white marble stone lions and the mounting stone were too conspicuous. If he tried to purchase them, word would quickly reach Richard Willis's ears, surely putting him on high alert. Therefore, Adam Murphy was in no hurry to make a move. He noted the location of this household, intending to acquire it along with the June kiln porcelain all at once after dealing with Richard Willis. Next came the routine work, combing through the area around the Wobeo Reservoir, one by one, searching for places where the treasure glow appeared. Along the way, he detected the treasure glow at a total of 5 households. Unfortunately, the antiques they possessed were, at best, of fine quality, not the kind Adam Murphy had been desperately searching for. At 8:40 p.m., Adam Murphy arrived at Mengtai Wobeo village, located at the northernmost tip of Wobeo Reservoir. Woof, woof, woof. As soon as the car entered the village, a piercing bark rang out from the very first house at the village entrance. Chapter 28, 3 Skeletons. This was the first house at the village entrance. A small stream ran in front of it, and across the stream lay the only road leading into the village. The first house serves as the face of the village and is usually occupied by families of relatively good means. Mengtawobo village was different. However, the very first house at the village entrance was, surprisingly, a small courtyard enclosed by a wooden fence. Inside the courtyard stood only a single mud brick house plastered with yellow earth and a brand new Suzuki 125 motorcycle. Suzuki 125. This combination was quite bizarre. The exterior of the house where people lived had patches of mud plaster peeling off in many places, exposing the straws inside. Weeds grew rampant on the roof, and the bottom beams were visible at the eaves, giving the impression that the structure was on the verge of collapse at any moment. A house this dilapidated should have been torn down and rebuilt long ago. Building a house in the countryside isn't expensive. The 3 large tiled roof houses people often talk about would cost no more than a little over 10,000 yuan at most. Yet parked in the yard was that brand new Suzuki 125 motorcycle, with an official starting price of 21,500 yuan. The money spent on that motorcycle would be more than enough to tear down and rebuild the family's house. Adam Murphy drove from Jianping County to Kongping County, passing through many areas where the vast majority of homes were built of red brick. Occasionally, he'd see a few old-style mud and straw houses, but these were either used as storage sheds or as roadside outhouses. He didn't see a single household living in such squalor. This family can no longer be described as simply poor. It's understandable that poor living conditions might prevent them from building a new house. But letting their home deteriorate to this point, it's become a dilapidated, unsafe structure. Instead of thinking about repairing the house, they spent their money on an expensive motorcycle. This clearly shows they're poor, lazy, and love to show off. They don't deserve a shred of sympathy. Adam Murphy even felt a twinge of pity for the emaciated dog in the yard, which didn't even have a doghouse to shelter it from the wind and rain. Damn it! Who's out wandering around in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? You're the only one with a car, aren't you? Get the hell out of here. Just as Adam Murphy was surveying the dilapidated little yard, the filthy old wooden door was violently kicked open from the inside with a loud bang. A man wrapped in a thick quilt, his eyes glazed over from drunkenness, stumbled out of the house, cursing under his breath. Holy shit! The moment he saw the man, Adam Murphy couldn't help but let out a startled exclamation. This dilapidated, nearly collapsing shack was actually Richard Willis's home. Thump, thump. Adam Murphy's heart suddenly raced, and his hands gripping the steering wheel trembled slightly. He imagined many possible scenarios in advance, but he never expected Richard Willis to actually come knocking on his own. Richard Willis's face was flushed red. He staggered as he walked. His eyes glazed over. He was clearly drunk. With a small river separating them and it being the dead of night, even if Richard Willis had been completely sober, he might not have spotted Adam Murphy. For his own safety, Adam Murphy decisively stepped on the gas and sped past Richard Willis's front door. He raced on, driving all the way to the banks of the Wobeo Reservoir, several thousand meters away. By now it was well into the night. After the truck's engine died, the surroundings were pitch black. All he could hear was the whooshing of the wind and the rushing of the water. Adam Murphy opened the door and leaped out. To him, there wasn't much difference between night and day. He pulled his heavy, old-style military overcoat tighter around himself and looked up, gazing into the distance toward Richard Willis's house. The distance from here to Richard Willis's house was roughly 2,000 to 3,000 meters. Now that he had found Richard Willis's hideout, Adam Murphy was filled with mixed emotions. Just moments ago, Richard Willis had been standing at his front door fearing discovery. He had driven away quickly. Although he left in a hurry, he hadn't forgotten his mission. He'd taken a quick look around Richard Willis's small yard and the dilapidated house. The house was completely empty, containing nothing but the bare essentials. The most valuable item was that motorcycle. I'm guessing this guy's hiding the antiques in the cellar or basement or something. Now that I know where Richard Willis's old home is, I just need to move covertly and search slowly. Today is a good opportunity. The guy is drunk out of his mind and is probably sleeping like a log, so it's the perfect time to go scout the place. The only problem is that dog, if it barks, Richard Willis will wake right up. Once or twice is fine, but if this happens often, Richard Willis will definitely get suspicious. We'll have to figure out a way to deal with the dog. Whatever. Let us just go over there first and see. Mangtawobo village is situated on a vast, flat grassland. Aside from the reservoir, the surrounding area consists only of a few scattered, intersecting mountain ranges. During the day, standing at the village entrance, you can clearly see the houses dozens of meters away. For Adam Murphy, this was both good news and bad news. The flat terrain and open vistas made it difficult to hide. If he came here to scout the area during the day, he'd be easily spotted. A major disadvantage for Adam Murphy. The advantage, however, was also tied to the terrain. Because the area was so flat, while Adam Murphy would be easily spotted, Richard Willis wouldn't be able to avoid that same awkward situation either. Consequently, he had very few options for hiding the antiques. Apart from the immediate vicinity of the house, the only remaining options were landmarks: the Wobeo Reservoir and those jutting mountain ranges. 25 minutes later, Adam Murphy arrived at a spot about 100 meters across the river from Richard Willis's house and hid behind a large poplar tree. This position was a bit far away, but it wouldn't alert the dogs in the yard. Although it was a bit less efficient, it was safe and reliable. Hiding behind the poplar, Adam Murphy focused his gaze. His brown pupils instantly turned a gem like emerald green. His ability to see through objects was limited at most. He could see about 3.5 meters underground. Using the large poplar tree in front of him as a starting point, he extended his vision, advancing forward bit by bit. Under his vision, nothing within 3.5 meters underground could escape detection. His gaze penetrated the parched grass, revealing a mixture of grass roots, tree roots, and soil beneath the surface. The top layer, about 1 meter below the surface, contained scattered pebbles and household trash. Further down, the ground was mostly soil, with the occasional rock buried by soil shifts caused by tectonic activity. Adam Murphy, like an oil prospector, gradually worked his way inward from the perimeter of Richard Willis's property. Just as he was about to pick up the pace and fast forward to the area beneath Richard Willis's home, he suddenly discovered something that sent a chill down his spine. 50 meters east of Richard Willis's house stood a crooked white locust tree. Buried beneath this locust tree lay 3 sets of human skeletal remains. In rural areas, where burial in the ground is customary, the discovery of human remains underground is likely the result of a forgotten, abandoned grave. But something was clearly amiss here. The skulls, tibias, and sternums of these 3 skeletons showed multiple fractures. In particular, the skeleton with the shattered skull had a fist-sized hole smashed into the top of its skull, and the gleaming white bone was stained blood red. This clearly indicated that the person had been struck on the head with a heavy object while still alive, leading to death. The body was then buried beneath the locust tree. The other 2 weren't much better off, with broken arms and legs, and ribs shattered into pieces. Their deaths were equally gruesome. These 3 skeletons had already begun to decompose. They'd been buried for at least several decades, and their time of death predated Adam Murphy's own age. The ring on this person's hand appears to be from the late Qing dynasty or the Republic of China era. There's a character on the ring. It looks like the traditional form of the character Sun. Chapter 29. The Sun Clan of Wan Island. Upon seeing the character Sun on the ring, Adam Murphy furrowed his brow, his face betraying a look of deep conflict. Previously, he had suspected that Richard Willis was a descendant of Sun Dianying, the notorious Qing dynasty tomb raider. As his investigation progressed step by step, the evidence pointed to the Su family tomb in Kangping County. However, since that tomb had been looted too early in the timeline to align with Richard Willis's age, Adam Murphy was unable to determine his true identity. Now, 3 sets of skeletal remains had appeared under the locust tree next to Richard Willis's home. One of the skeletons wore a ring engraved with the character Sun on its finger. Was all of this too much of a coincidence? To verify his suspicions, Adam Murphy used his expertise in antique appraisal to determine the specific details of the ring. Item: Republic of China era engraved silver ring. Grade common. Value 100. Material: silver. Manufacturing process: privately cast. Manufacturer: Sun family of Wandao. Date of production: late Republic of China era. The appraisal results that appeared in his mind were more comprehensive than what Adam Murphy had deduced. This was a silver ring from the late Republic of China era. Serving as a form of family identity token, it did not meet the standards of master-level craftsmanship. Unfortunately, the information did not mention whether the sun in question was a descendant of Sun Dianying. It merely stated that it came from the Sun family of Wan Island and served as a family identity token. If the other party had been from the 3 eastern provinces, the 4 mountain river provinces, or even a southern city, Adam Murphy could have easily attributed it to a descendant of Sun Dianying. But the fact that it came from a family on Wan Island left him deeply conflicted. He never heard of Sun Dianying fleeing to Wan Island, so forcing a connection there would be a bit of a stretch. This Richard Willis is really a big headache. With the robbery at Suez Tomb over there, even if he wasn't directly involved, his parents and family members were certainly in on it. Ugh. How could I have overlooked something so important? In Richard Willis's family, is he the only one? Doesn't he have any siblings, parents, or grandparents? Is it possible that the people buried under the locust tree include his elders? A sudden flash of realization struck Adam Murphy, and a bold idea popped into his mind. In 1947, a tomb robber surnamed Sun from Wan Island learned that there was treasure in the Na Ursu tomb. However, the Nursu tomb was located within Liashitan village, and there were many households right next to the cemetery. So, this tomb raider approached Richard Willis's father and proposed a partnership. The two hit it off immediately. They spread the rumor that the Nursu tomb contained a night pearl, bestowed by Empress Dowager Cixi. Unable to resist the temptation, some villagers were the first to steal some worthless offerings from the above-ground structures of the Nursu mausoleum, such as the side halls and the main hall. Meanwhile, Richard Willis's father and the tomb raider took advantage of the fact that the villagers were still too afraid to act too openly to steal the treasures from the Nursu tomb. Subsequently, they fled from Liashitan, the easternmost village in Kongping County, to Mengtawobo village, the westernmost village in the county, where they went into hiding. While in hiding, internal disputes over profits erupted between the two groups, leading to a violent clash. In the end, Richard Willis's father's group, having the advantage of the terrain, emerged victorious. This is a short story written and directed by Adam Murphy based on the clues currently available. There are some minor inconsistencies in the story, such as where Richard Willis's father's generation went after killing the tomb raiders, and why they didn't sell the antiques in their possession. If they had previously collaborated with the tomb raiders, they should have known the value of these antiques, yet Richard Willis sold a top-quality Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain piece worth tens of millions at a fraction of its value. These points are all implausible. For this very reason, one can only say that this is Adam Murphy's wishful speculation. There is currently no evidence to prove Richard Willis's true identity, nor can it be confirmed that the 3 sets of skeletal remains belong to tomb raiders. The urgent matter takes priority. I'll look into the identity issue later. Adam Murphy didn't waste much time on the 3 sets of skeletal remains. After a brief assessment, he once again used his clairvoyance to scan the area around Richard Willis's house. With his X-ray vision, everything within a 100-meter radius of Richard Willis's home, both above ground and up to 3.5 meters underground, was laid bare before Adam Murphy's eyes. As Adam Murphy had anticipated, that cunning Richard Willis hadn't hidden the antiques he possessed inside his home. He must have stashed the remaining antiques somewhere nearby where outsiders wouldn't easily find them. Before coming to Fengtian, Adam Murphy had devised a plan in advance to handle this exact situation. If he found Richard Willis's house and discovered there were no antiques inside, he had 2 options. 1. Use his X-ray vision to search discreetly and proceed cautiously. 2. Hire a local to pose as a junk dealer in the neighboring village to attract Richard Willis's attention. Adam Murphy hid near Richard Willis's house, waiting for Richard Willis to take the bait and lead him to the hiding place. Once he learned the location of the cache, Adam Murphy could act covertly and quietly transport these top-quality antiques away. This was the plan devised for a single encounter between Adam Murphy and Richard Willis. When he arrived in Jianping County and was taken by Richard Willis to the Jinbi Huifeng bathhouse for the transaction, plan number 2 was immediately scrapped. Richard Willis is extremely cunning and highly suspicious. He has been on constant guard against Adam Murphy. Furthermore, the recent discovery of human remains indicates that this man is a dangerous individual. For his own safety, Adam Murphy absolutely must not reveal his identity. From now on, he could only proceed covertly, gradually gathering information about the area around Richard Willis's home. Take it slow, he would eventually find the treasure south hiding place. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Before he knew it, it was well past midnight, and an early rising cuckoo perched on a branch, repeating its call, "Cuckoo, cuckoo." Adam Murphy looked up toward the horizon, where a faint streak of pale white was beginning to appear where the sky met the vast grasslands. The night was drawing to a close, and a new day was about to dawn. He'd been busy for a full day, and night it was time to go back and rest. Taking one last look at Richard Willis's dilapidated adobe house, Adam Murphy shook his head with a complex expression. "I'll go back and get some sleep, then come back after dark." 2:30 p.m. Adam Murphy sat on the edge of the bed in the guest house, holding a notebook in which he had recorded the antiques acquired during this trip to Fengtian, as well as all the information he had gathered so far. He had reached the final stage. He was just one step away from success. Now, he had one small problem. He wasn't sure if Richard Willis had any other accomplices. This meant he couldn't reveal his identity carelessly. He desperately needed an assistant who could help him conceal his identity and assist with his investigation into Richard Willis. Ideally, this person should be a local, so as not to arouse Richard Willis's suspicion. The first person who came to mind was Liu Jiangwo, the man who had lent him the car. Liu Jiangwo was from Jianping County, a native of the area. However, since this matter involved many extremely sensitive details, Adam Murphy didn't trust him. If Liu Jiangwo were to catch on or stop cooperating partway through, leading to the whole thing being exposed, it would spell trouble. He might very well end up losing more than he gained, failing at the very last moment. In an environment where he knew neither the people nor the place, aside from family, the only people he could trust were government officials. Government officials? At the mention of government officials, Adam Murphy suddenly thought of the 3 sets of skeletal remains found outside Richard Willis's front door. If he called the police, the local authorities would certainly investigate, and Richard Willis would inevitably be taken in for questioning. He could easily use this opportunity to go to Mengtawobo village to investigate, probe into Richard Willis's identity, and uncover the hiding place of the antiques. Chapter 30. Richard Willis is arrested. Hello? I'd like to make a report. Richard Willis in Mengtawobo village might be a murderer. There are 3 bodies buried under the locust tree outside his house. I'm sorry, I can't reveal my identity. Just think of me as a successor to socialism. All right, that's all I can say. Goodbye. After hanging up, Adam Murphy darted out of the payphone booth like a rabbit and vanished into a nearby alley. He pulled the scarf off his face, crouched on the ground, and panted heavily. This was the first time he'd ever done something like this. He wasn't sure if the local police would take this tip seriously. 3 minutes later, he wrapped the scarf around his face again, put on a thick cotton hat, covered himself up completely, and stepped out of the alley. Driving a Jefong truck loaded with Chinese cabbage, he set off for Mengtawobo village with a heavy heart. He had bought this entire truckload of Chinese cabbage that afternoon specifically from the local farmer's market. The wholesale price was 9.5 fon, and the retail price fluctuated around 1 mao 3. He hadn't bought this truckload of Chinese cabbage to make money, but to conceal his identity and prevent others from becoming suspicious. He was feeling conflicted, unsure whether the police were taking his tip seriously. With a mix of nervousness and anticipation, he drove to the area near Wobu Reservoir. As soon as he arrived at Huagu Wobu village on the east side of Wobu Reservoir, he sensed something was off. Many villagers were gathered in small groups at the village entrance, chattering away about something. Normally, the village entrance served as the village's information hub, where mostly older villagers would gather with their little folding stools to discuss the latest village gossip. But today was different. Many young people had joined the discussion, and there were even some children present. Seeing this scene, Adam Murphy felt a surge of hope his plan might have succeeded. He immediately slowed down, grabbed the megaphone from the passenger seat, and pressed the button. Cabbage for sale. Freshly harvested cabbage. Only 1 mao 2. Cabbage for sale. Freshly harvested cabbage. Come take a look if you're interested. In rural northeast China, it's customary to stockpile cabbage for the winter. By this time of year, villagers had already eaten most of the cabbage they'd grown themselves. The remaining cabbages were either being pickled or had already sprouted, making them less palatable. Adam Murphy had deliberately set the selling price 0.1 fon lower than the market rate to attract more buyers and make it easier for him to gather intelligence. Driver, pull over for a moment. I'd like to take a look at the cabbages. Are these freshly harvested cabbages? Why are they cheaper than the market price? My family's supply is almost gone, so I'll stock up on 100 or 80 gene if these are good. As soon as he reached the village entrance, Adam Murphy was stopped by several villagers. He smiled as he opened the door and got out of the truck. While exchanging pleasantries with the villagers, he skillfully lowered the truck's tailgate, revealing rows of neatly arranged cabbages. Help yourselves, everyone, take a look. These are all freshly harvested head cabbages. I'm heading out of town on business in a couple of days, so I'm selling them at a bargain price. The local villagers grow cabbages every year. Ask them about antiques, and they'll likely look completely clueless. But when it comes to crops like potatoes and cabbages, they're far more knowledgeable than Adam Murphy. An older woman wearing a blue headscarf peeled away the outer layer of a Chinese cabbage as she remarked, "Hey, this cabbage is really nice, so crisp and juicy. You can tell it was just harvested. Young man, give me 20 jin of these." 20 jin sounds like a huge amount, but since each Chinese cabbage weighs at least 2 jin, 20 jin would be no more than 10 heads. Sure thing, ma'am. I'll pick out a few of the freshest ones for you. Adam Murphy moved with great skill, quickly lifting the scale from his truck and selecting 8 heads of Chinese cabbage to stack on it. Ma'am, that comes to 24.5 jin total. I'll round it down to 24 jin and round off the change. That'll be 28 yuan. If you think that's too much, I'll take one off for you. Adam Murphy's cabbage was already priced lower than the market rate, and now that he rounded down the weight and the total, the elderly woman was very satisfied. She waved her hand with a smile. "No need. This is fine. I'll leave the cabbage here for now. I'll have my husband push the cart over to load it." "No problem, there's no rush. I'll wait here for you." After the first customer, several villagers in a row bought Chinese cabbage from Adam Murphy. In just half an hour, he sold over 500 jin, and the truck bed was noticeably much emptier. If it weren't for more lucrative business opportunities, Adam Murphy might have even grown to love this job. Taking advantage of a lull in sales, he chatted casually with the villagers. He didn't even have to steer the conversation. Several talkative middle-aged women took the initiative to tell him all about Mengtawobo village. His phone call had paid off. As soon as the local police received the call, they went straight to Richard Willis's house and headed directly for the locust tree in front of his home. In less than half an hour, several police officers unearthed 3 sets of skeletal remains from beneath the locust tree. Upon discovering the skeletal remains, the police immediately cordoned off the area around Richard Willis's home and conducted a thorough search. Richard Willis, who had been playing mahjong outside, was taken away by the police right from the card table for questioning and has already confessed to the authorities. When trouble strikes, everyone jumps on the bandwagon. Richard Willis had always been a ne'er-do-well. After this incident came to light, all his past misdeeds were dug up. Stealing young wives' underwear, breaking into a widow's house in the middle of the night, kicking a cripple in his good leg, stealing vegetables, fruit, and money, gambling, a whole host of unsavory deeds. Even if he had nothing to do with those 3 skeletons, this arrest alone would be enough to land him a sentence. Upon hearing this outcome, Adam Murphy beamed with joy. With Richard Willis out of the picture, he could finally go after that batch of antiques in broad daylight. He was confident it wouldn't be long before he returned with a bountiful haul. This Richard Willis is such a scoundrel. How come no one ever did anything about him before? Does he have some kind of power or connections? A young man, just over 1.7 meters tall and somewhat frail, spat out the words, his face contorted with disgust. "He's just a filthy thug, the scum of the village. What the hell kind of influence or connections could he possibly have? The villagers just don't want to deal with him because his dad's in prison and is a reckless man. They're worried his dad will seek revenge once he's released. A guy like that should been locked up ages ago, so he could be properly reformed. Oh, so that's how it is. This guy really isn't a good person. With something like this happening, can I still go to their village to sell vegetables? I've still got half a truckload of cabbage left to sell. It's fine, go ahead." The police put up the caution tape and then left. "You're running a legitimate business, no one's going to bother you. You're welcome." This young man despised Richard Willis intensely. He spoke through gritted teeth, as if he wanted to tear the man to pieces. He likely suffered at Richard Willis's hands before. He provided Adam Murphy with a crucial piece of information. Richard Willis wasn't an orphan, he had a father who was in prison. This cleared up a previous mystery. The 3 bodies found under the locust tree at Richard Willis's house were most likely connected to his father. Before this, Adam Murphy could only speculate blindly. Now, with so much crucial evidence in hand, he had almost pieced together the entire sequence of events. Next, it was time for him to show what he was made of. Treasure, here I come. Chapter 31. The Chinese cabbage comes to the rescue. Mengtawobo Village. The Liberation Army truck was still some distance from the village entrance when they spotted a crowd of villagers gathered around Richard Willis's house at the village entrance, watching the commotion. More than 10 villagers, gathered in small groups of 3 or 5 across the small river from Richard Willis's house, were whispering quietly among themselves, occasionally pointing at Richard Willis's dilapidated home. If it weren't for the police tape blocking the way, these people would likely have already stormed into Richard Willis's house. This scene was exactly what Adam Murphy had hoped to see. He slowed down, grabbed the megaphone from the passenger seat, and shouted at the top of his lungs. Cabbage for sale. Fresh cabbage. Only 1 mao too. A bargain. Cabbage for sale. Fresh cabbage. Not much left, hurry if you want some. I just picked up some Chinese cabbage in town today, 1 mao 3 per jean. How come he's selling it for only 1 mao too? You get what you pay for. Maybe it's old stock. You can tell at a glance if this stuff is fresh or not. Driver, pull over. I want to check out that cabbage. Adam Murphy has already sold half a truckload of Chinese cabbage, and he has become even more professional. He skillfully pulls the truck over to the side of the road, lowers the tailgate, and stands on the truck bed to start calling out to customers. Fresh Chinese cabbage, just brought in from the fields, perfect for stewing, stir-frying, or making pickled cabbage. It's great no matter how you cook it. Only half a truckload left, I'm selling it for 1 fin 2. Less than 500 jean left, hurry up if you want some. You won't be able to get such great Chinese cabbage at this price tomorrow. The villagers had a keen eye, they could tell at a glance whether the Chinese cabbage was of good quality and fresh. Seeing that Adam Murphy's Chinese cabbage was both fresh and cheap, the onlookers scrambled to buy it. Some even ran back into the village to alert their relatives to come to the village entrance and snap up the cabbage. Young man, give me 10 heads. I'll just take 5. I need a lot, give me 50 jean first, before they're all gone. Everyone, please don't push. Take your time and line up, I'll get to everyone. I'll help this lady first. You want 10 heads, right? Just a moment, I'll weigh them for you right away. In northeast China, Chinese cabbage is a very popular vegetable. Adam Murphy simply had to make a few calls over the megaphone, and the villagers rushed to buy it. Since Mengtawobo village was the most remote, the villagers' enthusiasm for buying Chinese cabbage was even higher than in the previous villages. The half truckload of Chinese cabbage Adam Murphy had brought was sold out in less than half an hour. Seeing that there wasn't much cabbage left, the villagers who hadn't yet bought any at a bargain price began to get anxious. Especially those at the back of the line, fearing they wouldn't get a turn, started pushing their way forward. William Gibson, what are you pushing for? Can't you see everyone's waiting in line? Big Head Lou, who do you think you are? It's not your turn to talk. I got here before you, it's been my turn for ages. Stop spouting your damn nonsense. I was in the very first wave to get here, you weren't even out the door yet when I arrived. Big Head Lou, you're just looking for trouble, aren't you? Say one more word and I'll split your head open. Come on. Then go ahead and try to lay a finger on me. Adam Murphy was happily selling cabbages, planning to gather intel from the villagers once he sold out. Just as the cabbages were about to sell out, 2 hot-tempered villagers were about to come to blows over a minor disagreement. He quickly put down the cabbage he was holding and stepped in front of the middle-aged man at the front of the line, whose head was slightly larger than average. Bro, calm down. It's just a few cabbages, it's not worth it. I'll set some aside for you in a bit. Do me a favor and step aside for a moment. I'll handle this. People from northeast China are straightforward and value face above all else. With those words, Adam Murphy not only resolved the situation but also saved their face. Lou Big Head knew when to back down and shot a fierce glare at William Gibson Kai, who had cut in line. For the boss's sake, I won't hold this against you. With that, he walked to the back of the line to wait for Adam Murphy to take care of him. After calming Lou Big Head down, Adam Murphy approached William Gibson Kai. William Gibson Kai was 35 years old this year. He wasn't very tall and looked a bit older than his age, resembling a stubborn little old man. Seeing how polite Adam Murphy had been to Big Head Lou, he assumed Adam Murphy was on Big Head Lou's side. Sticking out his neck, he said with a look of defiance, I don't care about any of that. I've been waiting in line this long, and today I'm taking my vegetables home.
Adam Murphy'si milletfeindli.
He patted William Gibson Kai lightly on the shoulder and said softly, Brother, don't talk like that. All of us folks waiting in line here aren't we all here to sell our vegetables. I understand that you've been waiting in line for ages and haven't had your turn yet. Of course you're upset. But we also have to respect the people ahead of us in line, right? Just as William Gibson Kai was about to retort, Adam Murphy spoke up again, cutting him off. It's my fault. I didn't prepare enough Chinese cabbage today, so you've been waiting in line for nothing. Here's what we'll do. Just tell me how much you want, and I'll come by tomorrow specifically to deliver it right to your doorstep. Is that satisfactory to you? On the surface, Adam Murphy was trying to calm the two quarreling villagers, but in reality, he was laying the groundwork for his own treasure hunt in Mengtawobo village. While he claimed to be delivering vegetables specifically for William Gibson Kai, it was really just a plausible excuse for his treasure hunt in Mengtawobo village. Outsiders were unaware of Adam Murphy's ulterior motives. In the eyes of Lou Bighead and William Gibson Kai, Adam Murphy was a very loyal and straightforward person. People with this kind of character were highly valued in Northeast China. Even the hot-tempered William Gibson Kai couldn't find a single fault with the affable Adam Murphy. His face flushed, and he scratched the back of his head sheepishly. It's really not right to make you come all this way just for this. Haha, it's no big deal. I'll be back tomorrow. The cabbage is still 1 fin 2. Don't worry about the others waiting in line. If there isn't enough cabbage later, just let me know, and I'll bring some for everyone tomorrow. If you want me to bring some potatoes, tomatoes, or other stuff, just let me know. I'll pick up some wholesale for you while I'm at it at a discount. Really? That's great. Bro, you're such a stand-up guy. Boss, if you come to our village often, we'll definitely support your business. Ha ha ha, thanks, everyone. Let us get back to the line to buy vegetables. We'll talk about the rest later. Okay. Sure. No problem. Since Adam Murphy had gone this far, the other villagers wouldn't stand for it if anyone tried to cause trouble. And just like that, in less than 10 minutes, Adam Murphy sold out the rest of the cabbage. As he said earlier, he took out his little notebook and carefully recorded exactly how much produce each villager needed. As the crowd began to disperse, he asked Lou Bighead to stay behind. Brother Leo, I was just selling vegetables in Wagwawobo village, and they told me someone named Huang San committed murder there. Is that true? Lou Bighead looked around nervously, then leaned close to Adam Murphy's ear and pointed at the cordon-off mud house. There, that's the one. That Richard Willis is no good. He's a sly, underhanded guy who's done all sorts of bad things. I never thought he'd dare to kill someone. Adam Murphy played along perfectly, putting on a shocked expression and widening his eyes in surprise. My God! Something like that actually happened? Where does this guy usually hang out? I'd better stay out of his way. I don't want him to have it in for me. Lou Bighead waved his hand. Don't worry. He's already been arrested. Whether he'll ever get out is another story. That guy's just a lazy bum. He only goes to the barren mountain to the east to gather firewood when he can't cook at home. The rest of the time, he's either sleeping or out playing mahjong. Hearing this, Adam Murphy's eyes lit up. A barren mountain. Gathering firewood, he felt like a treasure was already beckoning him. Thanks, big brother. Do you need anything else? I'll bring it over for you tomorrow on my way by, and I'll give you the wholesale price. No, thanks. I feel bad accepting that. All right, then see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Chapter 32. Two Rare Treasures. Under the pitch-black night sky, Adam Murphy drove his Jeffong truck, bypassing Mengtawobo village and heading straight for the barren mountains at the eastern edge of the village. Kongping County is predominantly grassland terrain, with flat land and very few large mountains or rivers. Mengtawobo village is located on the westernmost edge of Kongping County, where several strikingly prominent barren mountains run from the west side of the Wobeo Reservoir all the way to the eastern end of the village. The first time Adam Murphy visited Mengtawobo village, he noticed these barren hills. It wasn't that his insight was particularly keen or that he could foresee the future. It was simply that these barren hills stood out so strikingly. It was like dropping 2 red dates into a bowl of pure white rice porridge. They were immediately noticeable. Added to this was the information he gleaned from Lou Bighead. Richard Willis frequently went to the barren hills to gather firewood. It wasn't that Adam Murphy looked down on Richard Willis, but given that he was the kind of guy who wouldn't even lend a hand if his own house were collapsing, he'd much rather pay for coal than go out and gather firewood himself. Adam Murphy was 100% certain there was definitely something fishy going on here. Just past 10 p.m., the Jeffong truck slowly pulled up at the junction of the village's eastern entrance and the reservoir. 200 meters ahead lay 2 mountain ranges intersecting in an X shape. At the center of the X-shaped intersection stood a massive poplar tree. Adam Murphy was from Qinglong City in Jizhou Province, a rural area with relatively modest living conditions known for its abundance of Qinglong chestnuts and wild hazelnut mushrooms. He grew up in the countryside, where his family owned chestnut trees over 3 meters tall and old walnut trees 4 or 5 meters high. However, this was the first time he'd ever seen a giant poplar tree over 2 meters in diameter and a full 20 meters tall. He knew that poplar trees were drought-resistant and had a long lifespan, but he never imagined they could grow this tall. It was winter now, and the leaves had already fallen in summer. With its lush foliage, it would look like a giant umbrella standing before the barren mountain. Who knows how old this poplar is? It's so tall. That big fool Richard Willis, he wouldn't have hidden the treasure in. Holy crap! Adam Murphy was simply struck by how massive the poplar was and wanted to see if its underground root system, like the part above ground, covered the entire area within a 10-meter radius. He cast a quick glance and was surprised to discover a man-made opening right behind the poplar. The opening led to an underground passage. Following it forward, he found a basement measuring about 20 square meters. As Adam Murphy's gaze pierced through the soil and entered the basement, dozens of streaks of yellow and white light nearly blinded him. Amid these yellow and white gem-like lights, there were also 2 even more dazzling red ones. I found it! I really found it! I've searched high and low, but here you are, hidden all along. Adam Murphy's trip to Fengtian had been quite fruitful. However, his journey had not been an easy one. Richard Willis was on constant guard against him, deliberately leading him to Jianping County to throw him off track. Fortunately, Adam Murphy was meticulous, quick-witted, and lucky. He soon sensed that something was amiss. After some investigation, he uncovered the lead involving the Nursu tomb. Following that lead, he gradually tracked down Richard Willis, who was hiding in Mengtawobo village. Later, using the skeletal remains found outside Richard Willis's home, he successfully had Richard Willis arrested. Finally, under the guise of selling Chinese cabbage, he secretly gathered information on Richard Willis. He ultimately pinpointed the target as the barren mountain outside the village. From the moment he set out from the capital to the discovery of the treasure, it took only a week. Yet every single event that unfolded during that week was intricately linked. Not a single one could have been omitted. Adam Murphy rubbed his hands together excitedly, hopped into his car, and drove straight toward the giant poplar tree. 5 minutes later, Adam Murphy stood at the entrance to the underground treasure chamber, staring at the top-quality antiques carelessly tossed on the floor, and fell into a daze. To the left of the entrance, dozens of jadeite and Hotan jade ornaments were strewn haphazardly. Qing Dynasty Imperial Dragon Guanyin Natural Ice Grade Jadeite Ornament, Premium Grade 6 million. Qing Dynasty Many Children, Much Fortune Natural Violet Ice Grade Jadeite Ornament, Premium Grade 5.5 million. Qing Dynasty Ox Spirit Soaring to the Heavens Glutinous Rice Grade Jadeite Ornament, 180,000. Qing Dynasty Joy on the Brow Bean Grade Jadeite Ornament, 50,000. The vast majority of these jadeite ornaments are works from the late Qing Dynasty. Some are premium-grade pieces crafted by master artisans from the Qing Imperial Household Department, while others are ordinary-grade jadeite ornaments carved by folk masters. With the 2 types mixed together, a mixed bag of quality, it's likely that Richard Willis himself doesn't even know which pieces are more valuable. Behind the jade ornaments lie Adam Murphy's favorite category of antiques: porcelain. Porcelain antiques make up the largest collection in the treasure room combined. The pieces of all sizes number at least 500. Among them, what caught Adam Murphy's attention most were 2 plump, large Yuan Dynasty blue and white vases that radiated a ruby-red luster. These 2 large Yuan Dynasty blue and white vases shared the same shape as the pickle jar he snagged at a bargain on the train. Although their shapes were identical, the difference in value was enormous. One was from a Ming Dynasty imperial kiln, while the other was from a Yuan Dynasty imperial kiln. Most importantly, these 2 large Yuan blue and white vases belong to the renowned series of Yuan blue and white narrative vases. Yuan Blue and White, Wang Zhaojun's Departure for the Frontier Narrative Vase. Item: Yuan Blue and White, Wang Zhaojun's Departure for the Frontier Narrative Vase. Grade Rare Treasure. Value 150 million plus. Material: porcelain. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: Yuan Jingdejun Imperial Kiln. Date of production: 11th year of Zhijing Yuan Dynasty. Yuan Blue and White Porcelain Pavilion of 100 Flowers Narrative Vase. Item: Yuan Blue and White Porcelain Pavilion of 100 Flowers Narrative Vase. Grade Rare Treasure. Value 150 million plus. Material porcelain. Craftsmanship masterpiece. Manufacturer Yuan Dynasty Jingdezhen Imperial Kiln. Production date 11th year of the Zhijing era Yuan Dynasty. These two Yuan blue and white narrative vases are none other than the world-renowned works Wang Zhaojun's Departure for the Frontier and the Pavilion of 100 Flowers. The narrative series represents the pinnacle of surviving Yuan blue and white porcelain. It not only showcases exceptional artistic achievement, but also embodies profound philosophical meaning. The large Yuan blue and white Wang Zhaojun's Departure for the Frontier jar is one of the most widely acclaimed works among Yuan blue and white narrative scenes. This large Yuan blue and white jar features a straight neck, a rounded body, and a shallow ring foot. The neck is decorated with a wave pattern, the lower neck with stylized lotus petal motifs, and the body depicts the renowned Wang Zhaojun's Departure for the Frontier narrative scene. A total of 9 figures appear in the painting, divided into 3 scenes by mountains, rocks, and trees, with 3 figures in each scene. The first scene features 3 women on horseback. The woman in Han attire holding a pipa is Wang Zhaojun, flanked by 2 maidservants in Hu attire. The 6 men are divided into 2 groups. The man in Hu attire riding a horse and holding a falcon is Chanyu Huhanyi. In front of him is a mounted Xiongnu envoy, and behind him is an attendant leading a horse. This constitutes the second scene. The third scene depicts 3 soldiers in military attire traveling through a valley. The 3 scenes are arranged consecutively in the form of a scroll painting, depicting the scene of Chanyu Huhanyi marrying Wang Zhaojun and departing northward beyond the frontier. Another Yuan Dynasty blue and white Pavilion of 100 Flowers narrative jar is based on the Yuan Dynasty Zaju play Wang Huan's romantic encounter at the Pavilion of 100 Flowers. The narrative depicted on this jar tells the story of the romantic scholar Wang Huan, who chanced upon the famous courtesan He Lianlian at the Pavilion of 100 Flowers. Yuan Dynasty blue and white Wang Zhaojun's Departure beyond the frontier narrative jar, of which only 1 authentic surviving piece is currently known to exist on the market, housed in the Itamitsu Museum of Art in Japan. Yuan blue and white Pavilion of 100 Flowers narrative vase, of which only 1 authentic surviving piece is currently known to exist on the market, housed in the Mano Museum of Art in Japan. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that these representative works of Yuan blue and white porcelain are housed in museums in Japan. If these 2 Yuan blue and white narrative vases in Adam Murphy's possession were to appear on the domestic market, they would cause a sensation in the circles of cultural relics, porcelain, and antiques. Despite acquiring 2 such exquisite examples of Yuan blue and white porcelain, Adam Murphy furrowed his brow and wore a grave expression. This was because, in this treasure chamber, these were the only 2 rare, priceless antiques. The Empress Dowager Cixie's coral treasure tree, which he had been longing for, and the Empress Dowager Cixie's night pearl, rumored to be in Sue's tomb, were not here. Could it be that Richard Willis has other hiding places? Chapter 33. A huge haul. Adam Murphy's primary objective on this trip to Fengtian was the Empress Dowager Cixie's coral tree, in Richard Willis's possession. At the time, he had mistakenly believed that the Empress Dowager Cixie's coral tree, in Richard Willis's possession, was one of the burial artifacts stolen by Sun Dianying from the eastern Qing tombs. Later, after a series of investigations, the antiques in Richard Willis's possession were identified as burial artifacts belonging to Na Ursu. As a lover whom Empress Dowager Cixie held in high regard, it was entirely plausible that Na Ursu possessed several cherished items bestowed upon him by her. Adam Murphy had already accepted this explanation and assumed that the antiques in Richard Willis's possession came from Na Ursu's tomb. Today, he had located Richard Willis's treasure cache. The treasure chamber contained a dazzling array of exquisite antiques. However, the item that sparked this entire incident, Empress Dowager Cixie's coral treasure tree, was not there, leaving Adam Murphy deeply perplexed. His mind was in turmoil. He was unsure whether these antiques actually came from Narsu's tomb or were burial artifacts from the eastern Qing tombs. Could it be that Richard Willis, like a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows, has hidden another portion of the treasure elsewhere? Or perhaps the tomb raiders who came from one island weren't just the ones who died back then. There might have been another group of tomb raiders who took the portion of the treasure containing the Empress Dowager Cixie's coral treasure tree. It was even possible that Richard Willis's father, the one who'd been in prison, had sold the Empress Dowager Cixie's coral treasure tree a long time ago. Stop! Don't think about it! Adam Murphy shook his head vigorously, banishing all those jumbled thoughts from his mind and trying to calm himself down. In breathe, out breathe. He tried to steady his breathing, and his racing heart gradually settled down. Everything in this world has its own destiny, it cannot be forced. Just finding this treasure trove was already a stroke of incredible luck. The most important thing now was to get these antiques out first and secure them in his own possession. That was what mattered most. As for the Empress Dowager Xishi Coral Treasure Tree, we'll deal with it after we're done with these antiques. To be on the safe side, we'll stay in Kongping County for no more than 2 days. Tomorrow and the day after, we'll continue searching the area around Richard Willis's house, and we'll evacuate right on schedule the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. Before we leave, we'll pick up that pair of horse-shaped stones with coiled dragon seal script patterns and the June Kiln Rose purple glazed lotus petal-rimmed narcissus pot as a bargain. After finalizing the plan of action, Adam Murphy sprang into action. He cradled the 2 most precious Yuan Dynasty blue and white vases, one on each side, and ran steadily toward the cave exit. Thank goodness I prepared straw mats and old quilts in advance from selling Chinese cabbage. But that's not enough. I'll gather some more dry grass later to wrap up all the fragile porcelain. Adam Murphy carefully placed the 2 large Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain vases beside the tunnel entrance, hopped into the car, spread out the straw mats used for packing Chinese cabbage, and secured them to cushion the items. He then jumped out of the car, entered the driver's compartment, and opened the suitcase filled with antiques. He took out all the more than 10 antiques he snagged earlier and arranged them neatly on the foam mat behind the driver's seat. There were far too many antiques in the treasure room, at least 1,000 pieces, and carrying them back and forth by hand would take until dawn to finish. This large suitcase could hold a lot of antiques at once, and using it would greatly improve efficiency. As he got out of the car, Adam Murphy glanced toward the village entrance. It was the early hours of the morning. The villagers were sound asleep in their beds, and the village was pitch black and silent. Let us move quickly and aim to finish everything before 3 a.m. Simon James is an early riser. It'd be trouble if we ran into anyone. Time is money, so Adam Murphy didn't dare waste a moment. He dragged the suitcase and slipped into the underground passage. Near the entrance to the treasure room, most of the items were jade ornaments. Although jade is very hard, it's highly susceptible to damage from knocks and bumps. Adam Murphy sorted the jadeite into 3 categories based on grade, quality, and carving craftsmanship. Ungraded pieces, bean grain jadeite, and folk master-crafted jadeite ornaments were placed on the bottom shelf. Ungraded pieces, glutinous rice grain jadeite or higher, and folk master-crafted jadeite ornaments were wrapped in dry grass and placed on the middle shelf. Those of premium grade or higher, ice variety or better, and pieces commissioned by the Imperial Household Department were wrapped layer by layer in dry grass and protected with cotton quilts. Thanks to Adam Murphy's efficient organization, it took only 30 minutes to load all 203 pieces of jade antiques, including jadeite and Hotan jade, onto the truck. Next came the antique porcelain pieces, which Adam Murphy valued most highly. After an inventory, a total of 518 pieces of antique porcelain were counted. Among them were 2 pieces of rare and precious porcelain. Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase depicting the story of Wang Zhaojun leaving for the frontier 150 million plus. Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase depicting the story of the Pavilion of 100 Flowers 150 million plus. There were a total of 24 pieces of rare and exquisite porcelain. Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Celestial Blue Glaze Brush Washer 50 million. Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Celestial Blue Glaze Brush Washer. Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Celestial Blue Glaze Ewer 48 million. Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Celestial Blue Glaze Ewer. Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Lotus-Shaped Bowl Warmer 45 million. Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Lotus-Shaped Bowl Warmer. Ming Dynasty Xuanda Period Blue and White Fish and Waterweed Pattern Decagonal Diamond Mouth Large Bowl 50 million. Ming Dynasty Xuanda Period Large Blue and White 10-sided Bowl with Diamond-Shaped Rim, Fish and Aquatic Plants Design. Qing Dynasty Qianlong Period Large Bowl with 9 peaches and auspicious symbols in pastel colors 22 million. Qing Dynasty Qianlong Period Large Bowl with 9 peaches and auspicious symbols in pastel colors. Qing Dynasty Qianlong Period Large Plate with 9 peaches and auspicious symbols in pastel colors 22 million. Qing Dynasty Qianlong Period Large Plate with 9 peaches and auspicious symbols in pastel colors. Qing Dynasty Qianlong Period Pink and White Enamel 9 peaches, Happiness and Longevity, Lidded Bowl 20 million. Qing Dynasty Qianlong Period Pink and White Enamel 9 peaches, Happiness and Longevity Lidded Bowl. Premium Grade Porcelain 398 pieces in total omitted. Standard Grade Porcelain 94 pieces in total omitted. Porcelain is the best-selling and most liquid category in the antiques market. Precisely for this reason, prices for porcelain antiques have been driven to astronomical heights. The collection of porcelain antiques in Adam Murphy's possession is already more extensive than the premium porcelain collections in many provincial museums across the country. By a rough estimate, the total value of this collection of porcelain in his possession is at least 5 billion. Of course, this is merely an assessment based on market prices. If a large quantity of premium porcelain were to flood the market all at once, it would undoubtedly cause price volatility. Furthermore, even if he wanted to sell the entire collection, it's not certain anyone could absorb it all at once. After removing the porcelain and jade antiques, the treasure room was more than half empty. The remaining antiques consisted mainly of gold artifacts, calligraphy, and paintings. Adam Murphy gave them a quick glance. The quality of the gold artifacts was quite mixed. Apart from a pair of Tang Dynasty imperial gold bowls with lotus patterns and a few pieces of imperial jewelry from the Ming and Qing dynasties, most of the rest were crafted by folk artisans. During his previous transaction with Richard Willis, he had been somewhat surprised when Richard Willis presented a folk-crafted silver gilded bracelet. Only after touring the site did he realize that Richard Willis hadn't intentionally selected items of poor quality for him. Rather, 80% of the items here were the works of folk masters from the late Qing dynasty. He surmised that these gold artifacts were likely burial offerings from within the Su family. There weren't many antiques in the calligraphy and painting category. The most valuable items were works by several renowned Qing dynasty masters of calligraphy and painting. Among them, works by the two court painters, Lang Shining and Lang Mei, were the most numerous, totaling 18 pieces. Next were works by the renowned Qing dynasty masters Zhu De and Shi Tao, totaling 8 pieces. The rest consisted mostly of steel inscriptions and calligraphy manuals by masters from the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, which were not particularly valuable. Adam Murphy set aside the works by these masters for separate storage, while the rest, the paintings and calligraphy of average quality, were all loaded into the truck. He worked non-stop until 3:40 a.m. before finally loading all the antiques from the underground treasure chamber into the truck. Before leaving, Adam Murphy gathered a few withered wormwood stalks from the barren mountain, tied them together to make a makeshift broom, and swept away all the footprints in the underground passage to erase any trace of his visit. To be on the safe side, he even wiped away all the footprints and tire tracks around the poplar tree. Only after erasing every trace did he drive the truck away. Chapter 34. The Great David Bottle. 3 days later. Over the course of those 3 days, Adam Murphy made multiple trips to Mengtuobo village, turning the area within a 1,000-meter radius of Richard Willis's home upside down. Unfortunately, he found no other hiding places for the treasure. Under these circumstances, he had no choice but to give up the search and set off for Beijing. Gas station. The Jefong truck parked next to the gas station for quite a while. He had deliberately chosen a time when no one was in line to fill up. "Hello? Fill it up for me. While you're at it, get me 2 200-liter fuel drums, fill them up, and I'll take them with me." As the attendant filled Adam Murphy's tank, he made small talk. "Bro, you're heading out on a long haul, aren't you? With your truck in that condition, long haul driving is a bit risky. Aren't you going to get it serviced?" Adam Murphy gave a wry smile. Although the Jefong truck looked beat up on the outside, it had been well maintained on the inside and was perfectly capable of handling long-haul trips. "Hey, we're just earning an honest living. Where would we find the extra money to fix the truck? Come on, man, don't joke around. Everyone knows truckers like you make the most money. One trip pays more than our monthly salary. If we didn't have money, we might as well just go beg for it." The attendant was telling the truth. In the 80s and 90s, being a truck driver was a highly sought-after profession. Especially those who owned their own trucks and specialized in hauling cargo for others. They could buy a new truck after just half a year on the road, earning more than white-collar workers. Adam Murphy nodded slightly, not wasting any time on the topic. He casually glanced around the gas station's inner courtyard. The black Jetta wasn't there today. This was good news for Adam Murphy. He leaned in close to the attendant and whispered, "Bro, I see that porcelain bowl by your doghouse is pretty nice. It'd be perfect for keeping fish." As he spoke, Adam Murphy pulled 200 yuan out of his pocket and slipped it into the pants pocket of the attendant, who was busy filling up the tank. Adam Murphy's move left the attendant completely dumbfounded. He was just about to say that it was a dog bowl, one they'd been using for over a year. That bowl held leftovers every day and reeked of rotten food. On top of that, it had been dropped a few times and had several chips in it. If he really liked it, he could go to the market and pick out a similar one. But before he could get the words out, Adam Murphy had already shoved the money into his pocket. 200 yuan, that was half a month's salary for him. A beat-up dog bowl in exchange for half a month's salary? Only a fool would turn that down. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll finish filling those 2 barrels of oil for you, and then I'll help you load them onto your truck. Hearing this, Adam Murphy nodded with satisfaction. Great, thanks a lot. You're welcome, it's the least I can do. End of part 1 of The Fengtian Treasure. Beijing. Jiaxing Auction House. The chairman's office. Mason Olson was reviewing the company's financial statements when a series of urgent knocks suddenly rang out at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the urgent knocking, Mason Olson felt a sense of foreboding rise in his heart. Furrowing her willow-like brows slightly, she said, "Come in, secretary." No sooner had the words left her mouth than a young woman in a business suit came running toward Mason Olson, panting heavily. She wore a red blouse that was stretched tight across her ample bosom, the top button was under immense pressure and looked as if it might pop open at any moment. As she ran, 2 soft mounds inside the tight shirt bounced up and down. Her black, form-fitting skirt hugged her pert, peach-shaped buttocks tightly. Her sexy, peach-shaped buttocks swayed gently in sync with her slender waist, looking incredibly alluring. "Mr. Murphy, there's been an incident. Master Wang says Lu Feng has appeared again. He's got that guy in appraisal room number 1 and told me to come notify you." Upon hearing this, Mason Olson sprang to his feet, a flash of anger crossing his cold face. Ever since last fall's auction, a steady stream of highly sophisticated Lu-style porcelain forgeries had been submitted to the auction house. These pieces were often valued at hundreds of thousands or even tens of millions. The auction house had already taken several consecutive hits with these pieces. The financial losses were secondary. The most critical issue was that certain individuals were seizing the opportunity to stir up trouble and sensationalize the matter, which had already severely damaged Jiaxing Auction House's reputation. Currently, several long-term collector partners had already decided not to participate in Jiaxing's spring auction this year. That was the most significant impact. That was precisely why she had come in person to ask Jared Henderson to step in. She also offered Adam Murphy an annual salary of 2 million, hoping he could help her resolve this major problem. She had long hated this group with a passion. If she weren't worried they might have other tricks up their sleeves, she would have had these guys arrested and beaten to a pulp long ago. Notify security immediately to closely monitor this person's every move. Have the control room back up the video footage, we might need it later. I'll contact William Gibson right away and ask him to come help. Her secretary, Lin Sailwan, nodded repeatedly. Yes, Mr. Murphy. I'll take care of it right away. Should we notify appraiser Wang? Mason Olson waved his hand. No need. He knows what to do. Go ahead. Okay. Lin Sailwan gave a slight bow and, teetering on her low heels, scurried out the door to make the arrangements. Mason Olson forced a smile and dialed Jared Henderson's number. William Gibson, that group might be back. Could you please come over? Sure. I'm on my way. Wait for me. Thanks for your help. We'll talk when I get there. The appraisal room. A woman in her early 30s, pale-skinned, plump, and wearing a brightly patterned northeastern-style cotton-padded jacket, urged him with a displeased expression. Master, what's going on here? I've been waiting for you for half an hour, and you still haven't finished the appraisal. Are you even capable? If you can't figure this out, I'll just send this pair of treasures to Jade Auction House. Wang Zhio snorted inwardly. I, old Wang, have been in this business for over 30 years. To have missed the mark 3 times in a row, I've completely lost face. And today, you actually try to pull the wool over my eyes with a pair of Jijing marked Yuan Dynasty blue and white dragon patterned elephant ear vases? Do you really think I'm an idiot? Jijing marked Yuan Dynasty blue and white dragon patterned elephant ear vase. The genuine pair of these porcelain vases is on display in a museum in the US, and you're trying to pull the wool over my eyes with a pair of fakes. Although I can't pinpoint any flaws, I'm 100% certain that this pair of porcelain vases is definitely a fake. Sis, don't worry, I'm in the middle of appraising them for you, aren't I? These are priceless treasures, I need to take a closer look. Hey, you old geezer, who do you think you're calling sister? I just turned 18, I just turned 30, I'm still a young lady. Ahem. Wang Zhio was so taken aback by the woman's remark that he started coughing. If it weren't to stall her, he'd have loved to slap that chubby face twice as hard as he could. Squeak. Just then, the door to the appraisal room was pushed open from the outside. Jared Henderson and Mason Olson entered the room, one after the other. Who let you in? Seeing the strangers enter, the woman nervously stood up, a flash of panic crossing her eyes. So no, young lady, don't worry. This is Mr. Murphy from our Jiaxing auction house. And this is Mr. Jared Henderson, chief appraiser at Jiaxing auction house. They heard you'd brought a precious treasure here and came personally to welcome you. Wang Zhio was a sly old fox. He didn't give the other party a chance to object. He stood up to make room, handing the floor over to Jared Henderson. Jared Henderson had just arrived with Albert and hadn't even caught his breath yet. Panting, he looked toward the appraisal table. When he saw the pair of porcelain vases on it, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he strode quickly to the table. Could these actually be the great wide vases? The Zhijing marked Yuan blue and white dragon patterned elephant ear vase, also known as the De wide vase. This is because this pair of precious Yuan blue and white porcelain vases is part of the collection of the De Wide Foundation in the United States. The bases of these vases bear the date mark Yuan Zhijing 11th year. As a result, they have become the most famous Zhijing marked Yuan blue and white porcelain pieces in Chinese ceramics. Many appraisals of Yuan blue and white porcelain are conducted by comparing and referencing this very Zhijing marked Yuan blue and white dragon patterned elephant ear vase. That a vase considered the textbook of porcelain should actually appear at an auction house, even the well-traveled and well-informed Jared Henderson could hardly contain his excitement. Chapter 36. Porcelain that's hard to distinguish between authentic and fake. The moment Jared Henderson and Mason Olson entered the appraisal room, Wang Xiuqin thought they'd been exposed. She was so scared she almost dropped the porcelain and ran. But Jared Henderson's attention was entirely focused on the porcelain on the table. He didn't even glance at her, so she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't say a word, sitting quietly to the side and watching Jared Henderson conduct his appraisal. I don't know if this old guy is a real expert, or just a fraud. He doesn't seem as professional as that other guy. I'll just see what he has to say. As long as I get this pair of porcelain vases into the auction house, I'll pocket 10,000 yuan in commission. I hope this old guy is all show and no substance, that he doesn't notice anything wrong, so I can get my money without a hitch. Mason Olson, who had been silently following behind Jared Henderson, was somewhat surprised to see him examining the pieces so intently and couldn't help but ask, "William Gibson, what do you think?" Jared Henderson furrowed his brow, his face full of confusion. He had just given them a cursory examination. The pair of porcelain vases had well-proportioned forms, and the blue and white glaze was crisp and rich, with a glass-like translucent luster. The blue and white glaze had distinct raised patterns on its surface, a characteristic feature of the suma leaching pigment found in Yuan Dynasty Jingdezhen Imperial Kiln blue and white porcelain. Suma leaching is a phonetic transcription of the Persian word Suleiman. Legend has it that a Persian named Todd Gibson discovered this beautiful blue and white pigment and applied it to porcelain production. Because suma leaching contains iron, it develops a translucent luster resembling blue crystal during the porcelain firing process. During high-temperature firing, the iron undergoes an oxidation reaction, forming crystalline spots of iron 3 oxide, known among connoisseurs as rust spots, and commonly referred to as tin luster. The blue and white pigments used in the production of Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasty blue and white porcelain differed by period. These rust spots serve as crucial evidence for authenticating Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain. Only the suma-liking pigment from the Yuan dynasty can produce these distinctive rust-like spots. Yet Jared Henderson had just examined these two porcelain vases and discovered that the blue and white glaze on them bore distinct rust spots, consistent with Yuan dynasty production techniques. He turned his head and looked at Mason Olson with a complex expression. "Get me a pair of white gloves and a magnifying glass." Upon hearing this, Mason Olson's beautiful peach blossom eyes widened suddenly, and her alluring cherry-red lips parted slightly. This was a secret code she and Jared Henderson had agreed upon in advance, meaning that even Jared Henderson couldn't identify this piece of porcelain with certainty and needed to examine it more closely. Jared Henderson was, after all, the vice president of the Beijing Porcelain Association, a leading authority in the porcelain world. Could there really be porcelain that even he couldn't identify? Although she was deeply surprised inside, Mason Olson quickly composed herself and waved to Wang Zhio behind her. "Master Wang, please prepare the tools for William Gibson." Wang Zhio blinked in confusion. What on earth were these two up to? This was the Zhijing marked Yuan blue and white dragon patterned elephant ear vase, the only pair in the world, currently on display at a museum in the US. Why not just pull a fast one on this woman, have someone tail her, and see who exactly sent her? Judging by the serious looks on your faces, you two don't actually think these are genuine Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain pieces. Do you? Okay. Mason Olson was the boss, and Jared Henderson was his senior. Wang Zhio didn't dare say much. He followed Albert to a nearby cabinet and retrieved a brand new set of authentication equipment. Jared Henderson said nothing, silently slipping on his gloves. He carefully picked up the blue and white porcelain vase on the left, tilting it at a 45 angle to examine the rim at the base. The bottom of the porcelain was slightly yellowed, with some residual glaze and a small amount of orange-red, firestone red. Seeing this, Jared Henderson's brow furrowed even deeper, the wrinkles on his forehead forming the Chinese character river. The appearance of the porcelain base also matched the characteristics of Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain. So far, no issues had been found. How could this be? In a moment of panic, Jared Henderson cradled the porcelain vase in both hands, laid it flat, and placed it on the appraisal table. He then pulled out a high-powered magnifying glass and focused it on the bottom of the porcelain. With the magnifying glass, he could see more minute details. Since he couldn't find any flaws in the craftsmanship, Jared Henderson decided to draw conclusions based on signs of use. But when he saw the magnified view, the hand holding the magnifying glass trembled uncontrollably. The base of the body bore concentric rings, resembling tree rings. These are marks left during the manual wheel throwing process of ancient porcelain. Modern porcelain is machine-made in a single piece and lacks these traces of manual craftsmanship. Jared Henderson's authentication did not focus on these patterns themselves, but rather on the wear patterns and angles within them to determine the porcelain's authenticity. Artificially aged porcelain has a uniform, rigid texture. In contrast, porcelain that has truly weathered the test of time develops wear and tear through use. This wear progresses from the outside in and is irregular. The base of this piece bears very obvious signs of human use, progressing from the outside in with a distinct sense of age and clear evidence of handling. Based on this analysis, this pair of porcelain vases turned out to be a pair of Yuan Dynasty blue and white grand open-door vases. That's impossible. This piece looks perfect in every way, but I have a feeling it's a fake. But I just can't pinpoint where the porcelain is fake. How is this possible? Jared Henderson let out a long sigh, gently lifted the vase, and prepared to search for evidence of forgery on the porcelain. If it were a loose-style forgery, the forger would certainly have left his own seal on the porcelain. That was his habit. Panjiayuan Antique Market. The first thing Adam Murphy did upon returning to Beijing was to rent a private warehouse near the Panjiayuan Antique Market to store all his treasures. He then set off for Panjiayuan, determined to take over Boyazhai. Today was the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, which happened to be the day businesses reopened. It had been deserted just a few days ago, but now it was bustling with activity. As soon as he reached the market entrance, he heard the constant chorus of vendors' shouts coming from inside. Returning to the place he knew best gave Adam Murphy a deep sense of security. A slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he strode through the bustling outer courtyard, heading straight for the antique shop area in the inner courtyard. Just as Adam Murphy reached the tented area of the outer courtyard, he suddenly noticed dozens of rays of treasure light emanating from within. The vast majority were white rays of treasure light, with only 3 yellow ones. What caught Adam Murphy's attention most was that one particular stall actually had 3 yellow rays of treasure light and several white ones. The outer and inner courtyards of Panjiayuan are 2 completely different worlds. Take Adam Murphy, for example. When he receives antiques from outside sources, he first sends them to the antique shops in the inner courtyard for them to sort through. Only the items left over after the shops have made their selections are sold in the outer courtyard. So, although the outer courtyard looks bustling, there are very few truly good pieces to be found. For so many top-quality antiques to appear at a single stall, it must mean the stallholder had just finished raiding an old mansion or was a newcomer who didn't know the ropes. With such a great opportunity to snag a bargain, there was no way Adam Murphy was going to pass it up. He changed direction and headed straight for the stall radiating multiple beams of treasure light. Adam's back. Where did Jianing go to make a fortune over the new year? Why do you take so long to get back? Old Wang's been waiting for you to go raid that old mansion over by the old summer palace. I heard his ancestors were Manchu bannermen, but even when I wanted to go, he wouldn't take me along. He didn't wait for you, he went ahead on his own. Adam Murphy wasn't very old, but he was a veteran of Panjiayuan. As soon as he entered the market hall, many familiar stall owners greeted him. With a smile on his face, he exchanged a few polite words with each of them before heading straight for the miscellaneous goods section deep inside the hall. Volume 2. The Secret Treasures of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. Chapter 36. The Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. Raymond Duncan S. Golden War Sword. The outer courtyard pavilion is clearly divided into distinct sections. The best-selling porcelain is displayed on the outer side, where foot traffic is heaviest. Although the stall fees are a bit higher there, the prime location makes it easier to sell the merchandise. The miscellaneous section was a hodgepodge of items: copper coins, silver coins, gold coins, jewelry, stamps, root carvings, ancient jade, and more, all falling under the miscellaneous category. Since there weren't many collectors specializing in miscellaneous items, this section was located relatively far inside. The stall that caught Adam Murphy's eye was at the very back of the miscellaneous section, right on the edge of the pavilion. In this spot, there were more vendors than customers. It would be a miracle to actually sell anything there. It was precisely the situation that gave Adam Murphy a chance to snag a bargain. He pretended to look around, glancing left and right, and strolled leisurely over to the farthest stall. The stall owner was a stranger, dressed in a thick black cotton padded coat and wearing a fuzzy ear clip. He sat cross-legged inside the stall with his head down, saying nothing. Sensing Adam Murphy's gaze, he looked up, gave him a quick glance, and asked expressionlessly, "Looking to buy something?" Adam Murphy nodded with a smile and stepped closer to the stall. "Bro, we're in the same line of work. I sell stuff here too." As he spoke, he crouched down in front of the stall and let his gaze sweep over the merchandise. A gleaming golden battle sword, its scabbard intricately carved with dragon motifs. Several small, brightly colored antique trinkets and pieces of jewelry, what appeared to be gemstones, tourmaline, or jasper. These antiques were exquisitely crafted, but unfortunately, the stall owner was a layman who hadn't cleaned them properly. They were still covered in a grimy black substance and a bit of dirt. The stall owner had a classic square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. He exuded a strong masculine presence. The items on the stall stood in stark contrast to the stall owner himself. They were brightly colored and beautifully designed. Apart from that golden battle sword, everything else was intended for women. Judging by the unclean soil on these antiques, they were most likely burial offerings. Adam Murphy speculated that these items might have been excavated from a joint burial site for a married couple. Zhao DeBeo shot Adam Murphy a cold glance. Adam Murphy was wearing an expensive down jacket, and his appearance was quite different from that of the other stall owners. He believed Adam Murphy was there to cause trouble and gave him a cold shoulder. "I'm not in your line of work. These were dug up while we were building our house and laying the foundation. If you want to make small talk, find someone else. Don't hold me up while I'm doing business." Hearing this, Adam Murphy's mouth twitched. "I'm holding you up? Just look at the lousy spot you picked. It's the Lunar New Year. There are already few people around, and you chose this godforsaken corner. If I hadn't sensed the treacherous glow, I wouldn't even have known there was a stall here. In such a remote spot, you don't even call out to attract customers, and you're blaming me? You're really something." Although he was ranting inwardly, he still put on a friendly, cheerful smile. "Bro, don't say that. I'm just here to buy some goods. Can I take a closer look? Is that okay?" Although Zhao DeBeo was a bit reluctant, he didn't want to turn away a customer who finally shown up. "Let us be clear from the start, this is a vintage treasure. The scabbard is made of gold. It's worth at least 30,000. To Zhao DeBeo, 30,000 was already an astronomical sum. If it weren't for his wife being hospitalized and in need of an expensive surgery, he wouldn't have dared to ask for such an exorbitant sky-high price. Adam Murphy smiled without saying a word and picked up the mud-stained golden battle sword from the stall. Taiping Heavenly Kingdom Raymond Duncan Golden Battle Sword. The scabbard felt cool to the touch. With exquisite carvings, the golden dragon at the scabbard's mouth was lifelike. The scabbard of this golden battle sword is intricately carved with exquisite auspicious cloud patterns and cloud dragon motifs. The cloud dragon motif is lifelike, with the dragon's entire body gracefully unfurled. The golden dragon within the cloud dragon motif is carved with extraordinary precision. Its scales and claws are clearly visible, and its muscular, powerful form exudes an aura of imperial majesty that commands respect and commands awe. The design of this golden dragon follows the style of the late Qing dynasty. The scabbard. Based on the dragon motif, this item likely dates to the Xianfeng or Tongji periods of the Qing dynasty, or even later. To ensure the accuracy of his appraisal, Adam Murphy slowly drew the sword from its scabbard. Instantly, a cold, icy glow shone forth. Although this golden sword appears dirty on the outside, its interior has not corroded or rusted despite its age. On the scabbard, the hilt is intricately carved with a fragrant herb and dragon motif, while the guard features a ring of cloud and dragon patterns that echo the dragon designs on the scabbard. The blade, glistening with a cold light, was crisscrossed with ripples resembling waves on water. This was an ancient forging technique passed down through the ages, known as the 100-fold forging method. It involved repeatedly folding and forging raw iron. The more times it was folded and forged, the sharper the blade became, making it a supreme weapon for slaying enemies on the battlefield. There's an inscription too? Raymond Duncan. Just as Adam Murphy was examining the blade, he discovered 3 inscriptions near the hilt. The inscriptions were carved in raised seal script Raymond Duncan. The font was very rustic, evoking the charm of ancient Chinese seals. Raymond Duncan? His mind raced as he searched for figures matching the name Raymond Duncan. Soon, he thought of someone who fit the era of this golden battle sword. During the Taiping Rebellion in the late Qing dynasty, there was a Prince Fu named Raymond Duncan. Coincidentally, this golden battle sword was crafted using techniques from the late Qing period. Could it be that its owner was none other than Raymond Duncan, the Prince Fu of the Taiping Rebellion? Item: Taiping Rebellion Raymond Duncan Golden Battle Sword Hidden Secrets. Grade Premium. Value: 500,000. Materials: gold, iron. Craftsmanship: a treasure map is hidden inside the scabbard. Manufacturer: personally supervised by Raymond Duncan. Date of manufacture: late Qing dynasty. What? Adam Murphy had simply wanted to verify his appraisal results. He never expected this golden battle sword to deliver such a massive surprise. This treasured sword of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom's Prince Fu actually concealed a treasure map inside. Having just tasted the sweetness of discovery, he couldn't possibly pass up the chance to uncover another treasure. Click. Adam Murphy snapped the scabbard shut and looked at Zhao Debao. This sword is nice, very sharp. It must date from the late Qing or Republican eras. But it's not worth that much. With a broad smile, he raised his right hand and held up 3 fingers. 30,000 is too much. I can only offer 3,000 at most. No way, absolutely not. I'm counting on this money to pay for my wife's medical treatment. Without 30,000, you can forget about taking it. Zhao Debao shook his head like a rattle, snatched the golden battle knife from Adam Murphy's hand, and refused him flatly. In the antique world, it's standard practice to quote a sky-high price far exceeding the item's actual value, just to let customers haggle. But Zhao Debao was different. He stood firm at 30,000 yuan, leaving absolutely no room for negotiation. This situation was nothing new to Adam Murphy. If it were anyone else, they'd just haggle relentlessly. But Zhao Debao seemed to be genuinely struggling. When Adam Murphy went out hunting for bargains, he always assessed people on a case-by-case basis. For those in better circumstances, he'd usually buy at a lower price. When he encountered those in less favorable circumstances or facing genuine hardship, he usually showed some consideration for their situation. Now, Adam Murphy was a multimillionaire with antiques worth billions in his possession. If the other party was truly struggling, there was no need to drive the price down at all costs. Brother, which hospital is your wife at? I have a friend at the hospital, maybe I can help. Hearing this, Zhao Debao's eyes lit up, and he jumped to his feet in excitement. My wife is at Peking Union Medical College Hospital. If you can help me get her an appointment with a specialist, I'll sell it to you at a discount. Chapter 37. A call from the beautiful CEO. Upon hearing that Adam Murphy had a friend at the hospital, Zhao Debao reacted with genuine excitement, the kind of emotion that couldn't be faked. Just a moment ago, he had been absolutely adamant about the price. But upon hearing that Adam Murphy had a friend at the hospital, he was immediately willing to sell it at a discount. Judging by these 2 points, Zhao Debao was most likely genuinely facing difficulties in this area. Adam Murphy had struggled his way up from the bottom of society for many years and understood all too well the helplessness ordinary people feel when faced with illness. He took a step forward into the inner part of the stall, leaned close to Zhao Debao's ear, and whispered, Brother, I can tell you're a straight shooter. I'm definitely going to help you out with this. Your wife's treatment is the most important thing. Pack up your stall first. I'll contact someone right away to arrange a good hospital room for her and get her an appointment with a specialist. Really? Zhao Debao was so moved that his hands trembled slightly as he looked at Adam Murphy in disbelief. He assumed Adam Murphy was just trying to haggle over the price and had already prepared to bargain with him. He never expected Adam Murphy to be so generous, offering to arrange a hospital room and secure a specialist appointment right off the bat. He was just an ordinary man, self-sufficient in his daily life with few expenses. His wife was what mattered most to him. If it meant curing her illness, he wouldn't mind giving Adam Murphy all the artifacts he dug up from the graves. Adam Murphy patted Zhao Debeo lightly on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Brother, I'm from the countryside too. I know how hard it is for ordinary people like us to get treatment at big hospitals. When my mom came to Beijing for treatment before, she ran herself ragged trying to get a specialist appointment but couldn't. It wasn't until she pulled some strings that she finally managed to see a doctor. Kevin Collins said to pack up the items quickly. I'll arrange for someone to help you right away. Arrange a specialist appointment for your wife as soon as possible so she can suffer a little less. Don't worry. As long as we can sort out the hospital admission, you can take whatever you want from these items. If that's not enough, I have more at home. I'll give it all to you." Zhao Debeo was a down-to-earth guy. Seeing how earnest Adam Murphy looked, he bent down, folded the four corners of the stall on the ground, tied 2 tight knots, flung it behind him, and was done. He had no idea that Adam Murphy, standing nearby, was heartbroken. There were quite a few fine items on this stall if judged solely by the intrinsic value of the antiques themselves. That Taiping Heavenly Kingdom gold sword was practically the least valuable item. Among them were 3 exceptionally exquisite, rare-grade antiques. Item: Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period, lotus stone incense burner with coiled dragon handles. Grade rare. Value 5 million. Material Fuyong stone. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: Masters of the Imperial Household Department. Date of production: Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period Fuyong stone coiled dragon handled lidded incense burner. Item: Qing Dynasty red tourmaline snuff bottle. Grade rare. Value 4.5 million. Material: red tourmaline, green tourmaline. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: Masters of the Imperial Household Department. Date of production: Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period red tourmaline snuff bottle. Item: Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period pink tourmaline ring-shaped pendant. Grade rare. Value 4.2 million. Materials: pink tourmaline, green tourmaline. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: Masters of the Imperial Household Department. Date of production: Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period pink tourmaline ring pendant. These 3 rare, top-grade antiques were all produced by the Imperial Household Department of the Qing Dynasty Court and were items reserved for imperial use or as imperial gifts. Not only were the materials selected with the utmost rigor, but each piece was personally designed and carved by masters of the Imperial Household Department. The materials, craftsmanship, and design are all of the highest caliber. In addition to these 3 rare-grade antiques, there are 7 or 8 fine-grade pieces all featuring a delicate, soft pink hue and exquisite craftsmanship. Antiques this exquisite, it's no exaggeration to say they're so precious you'd be afraid to drop them if you held them in your hands or let them melt if you put them in your mouth. Yet Zhao Debeo treated them as if they were a sack of potatoes, casually packing them up and slinging them onto his back with a whoosh. It wasn't the antiques he just tossed aside, it was Adam Murphy's fragile heart. Adam Murphy pressed his lips together, trying his best to act natural. "Stay right here. I'll go up front to get you something. I'll make a call up there, wait for my call." Zhao Debeo nodded repeatedly, thinking to himself, "I've met a good person today, someone who cares so much about my situation. I haven't even said anything yet, and he's already so worried he's about to cry. There really are a lot of good people in Beijing." Jiaxing Auction House. Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. Ding. In the appraisal room where you could hear a pin drop, a cell phone rang. Jared Henderson, who was struggling to find flaws in the porcelain, impatiently pulled out his phone, hung up without even looking at it, and handed it to Mason Olson behind him. "Hold this for me. If it rings again, just hang up. Don't interrupt my appraisal." Mason Olson nodded solemnly. She had long noticed that Jared Henderson wasn't himself and suspected he might be facing a tricky problem. At this moment, even if Jared Henderson hadn't said anything, she wouldn't have let anyone disturb him during his appraisal. She casually handed the phone to Wang Zhio. Just as Wang Zhio reached out to take it, an envelope icon appeared on the screen, indicating a new message. "William Gibson, this is Adam Murphy. I have something I'd like to. Mason Olsen's piercing eyes narrowed suddenly, and a look of delight flashed across her face. Previously, she had asked Jared Henderson both directly and indirectly for Adam Murphy's contact information, but he had consistently claimed that Adam Murphy didn't have a cell phone or any way to be reached. Today, just as Jared Henderson was struggling with the porcelain appraisal, Adam Murphy happened to call. Wasn't this fate? Adam Murphy had come to help her solve the problem. She discreetly jotted down the number and slipped the phone into Wang Zhio's hand. Turn the phone off right away. Don't let anyone disturb William Gibson. You stay here and keep an eye on things. I'll step outside to take this call. Wang Zhio demonstrated his loyalty right in front of Mason Olsen by turning off his phone immediately. Mr. Murphy, you're busy, just leave this to me. Mason Olsen nodded slightly, scurried to the door, and eagerly dialed the number. On the other end, Adam Murphy clutched his phone with a worried expression. He thought to himself, Jared Henderson is usually so idle, and now that he finally has something to ask of him, he's not even picking up the phone. He'd just bragged his head off if William Gibson didn't answer. He'd have no way to save face. Just as Adam Murphy was muttering to himself, the phone suddenly rang. Without a second thought, he answered it. William Gibson, I thought you were busy. I actually have something I wanted to discuss. This is Mason Olsen. Huh? Adam Murphy blinked in disbelief. He bought this phone just before the new year. How could Mason Olsen possibly know his number? Could it be that Mason Olsen and Jared Henderson were working together? Mr. Murphy, are you with William Gibson? Well, William Gibson is helping me appraise some porcelain right now. This piece is similar to the one you appraised last time. But William Gibson didn't find any issues with it either. Mason Olsen was very clever. Even though she clearly wanted to ask Adam Murphy for help, she didn't say it directly. Instead, she steered the conversation toward Jared Henderson, prompting Adam Murphy to offer his assistance on his own. What? Upon hearing that Jared Henderson had encountered a problem while appraising porcelain, Adam Murphy couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He had been an apprentice at Jared Henderson's shop since he was 15, and even back then, Jared Henderson was already the vice president of the Beijing Porcelain Association. All these years later, Jared Henderson's expertise in porcelain appraisal had only grown stronger. If even he couldn't find any issues with this piece, didn't that mean it was genuine? Under normal circumstances, Adam Murphy would have immediately agreed to the request and gone over to join the fun. But this time was different. He had an important person by his side, waiting for his help. If William Gibson is busy, never mind. I'll call him later. With that, he was about to hang up. Wait, what did you need William Gibson for? Chapter 38. Mason Olsen. Can't you just beg me? Mason Olsen had assumed that by bringing up Jared Henderson, Adam Murphy would jump at the chance to help her solve her problem. Unexpectedly, Adam Murphy didn't play by the rules and was about to hang up the phone at the slightest disagreement. She had no choice but to take matters into her own hands and ask Adam Murphy for help in a roundabout way. Adam Murphy wanted to say, I'm sure I have legitimate business with Jared Henderson, what is it to you? But then he thought better of it. After all, Mason Olsen was the chairwoman of Jiaxing Auction House and the company's heir apparent. With her connections, arranging a hospital admission would be a piece of cake. With that in mind, he immediately put on a professional smile and said cheerfully, Mr. Murphy, a friend of mine has a family member who is sick, and I'd like to ask William Gibson to help arrange a hospital admission. Hearing this, the corners of Mason Olsen's mouth turned up slightly. For a minor matter like this, she didn't even need to lift a finger. Her secretary could handle it. Getting sick and being hospitalized is a serious matter. There's no time to waste. The subtext, you're begging me. If you beg, I'll help you. I'll arrange the hospital admission for you, and you'll appraise the porcelain for me, then we'll be even. Mason Olsen was running her own little calculations, but Adam Murphy wasn't stupid either. From the moment she called him, he guessed that Mason Olsen was facing a major problem. In all of Beijing, there were no more than a handful of people who were more knowledgeable than William Gibson when it came to porcelain appraisal. These people are either porcelain experts at the Capitol Museum or retired heavyweights. Mason Olsen wouldn't stand a chance of getting them to help. Mason Olsen called him for this very reason, to ask for his assistance. He wasn't asking outright, but was stringing him along with his words, clearly trying to get him to offer his help first. That sly little fox is really clever. I want to be the one to bring it up. Let us see what you do. Mr. Murphy, you're right. Being sick and hospitalized is indeed a serious matter. William Gibson is busy, so I won't bother him. I'll reach out to some other friends. The most important thing is to get my friend admitted to the hospital as soon as possible. Mason Olson clenched his teeth, his handsome little face taut, already cursing inwardly. Adam Murphy, you're still playing games with me, aren't you? If you had any other connections, you would have called them ages ago. Why would you be wasting my time here? The last time I saw you, I thought you were a total opportunist, with nothing but money on your mind, just a money-grubbing jerk. I really don't know how someone like you could have such exceptional expertise in appraising antiques. If it weren't for your ability to authenticate the Lu Fong, I wouldn't even bother with you. I'm counting to 3. Beg me quickly. If you beg, I'll help you. 3, 2. Mr. Murphy, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Thud. Mason Olson punched the wall with her fist, so furious she wanted to curse. Adam Murphy, you sly fox, I'll give you credit for that. Mr. Chow, you're being too formal. You're a friend of William Gibson S., so you're my friend too. A little thing like being hospitalized, why didn't you just let me know? Hearing this, the corners of Adam Murphy's mouth curled up wildly. Benjamin, you're taking me on. When it comes to education, background, or business acumen, I can't hold a candle to you, but when it comes to backstabbing, you've still got a long way to go. My friend needs to be admitted to the hospital right away. Do you know anyone at Peking Union Medical College Hospital? I'd like to help him get an appointment with a specialist. Mason Olson's slender, pale hand clutched her cell phone tightly. It was as if what she held wasn't a phone, but some loathsome object she longed to tear to shreds. She gritted her back molars, and a cold voice seeped through her clenched teeth. No problem. Where are you? I'll have someone handle it right away and take care of the hospital admission. But I need you to come by the office for a moment to help me handle a small matter. At this point, she made a point of adding, don't worry, I'll definitely make sure your trip isn't for nothing. I'm at the Panjiayuan Antique Market. Just have someone pick me up right at the entrance. Got it. Smash. No sooner had she hung up than Mason Olson slammed the phone down on the floor. She came from a wealthy Beijing family and had been a pampered little princess since childhood. Even when she studied abroad, she remained the center of attention for both teachers and students at her school. She had long been accustomed to being treated like a princess. So the sudden appearance of Adam Murphy, a man who didn't play by the rules and constantly went head-to-head with her, frustrated her immensely. If he had merely been at odds with her, that would have been one thing, but the problem was that she now had to actively ask Adam Murphy for a favor. Having to ask someone she detested for a favor felt worse than swallowing a fly. Mr. Murphy, what's wrong? Lin Silwan had just finished assigning her tasks when she witnessed Mason Olson angrily slamming his phone down. Having worked with Mason Olson for a long time, she knew full well that he was not one to show his emotions easily. For her to be this angry, something major must have happened. Mason Olson let out a long sigh and said in a deep voice, send someone right away to the Panjiayuan Antique Market to pick up a man named Adam Murphy and bring him to the company. Have him come here to see me. Also, arrange for his friend to be admitted to Peking Union Medical College Hospital. Make sure it's done with the highest level of care. Arrange for a private care ward and an appointment with a specialist. The company will cover the costs. This was the first time Lin Silwan had ever seen this expression on Mason Olson's face, a mix of anger and exasperation, yet one that seemed to require soothing. She was now incredibly curious about who could possibly have infuriated Mason Olson, this beautiful boss, to such an extent. Yes, Mr. Murphy, I'll handle it personally. Mason Olson waved her hand listlessly. Go on. Yes. Panjiayuan Antique Market. Adam Murphy bounced along beside Albert, as if he'd just knocked over a tourist who'd been trying to feed him a carrot, and hopped over to Zhao Debao's side. Bro, I've got everything set up for you. My friend is sending someone to pick us up right away. In a bit, you'll go with her to the hospital, she'll handle your admission and arrange the specialist appointments and everything. You don't have to worry about a thing, just wait for her to take care of everything. I need to stop by her office to help her with something. As soon as I'm done with that, I'll head to the hospital to see you. Really? That's great. Zhao Debao rubbed his hands together with excitement, but unfortunately, his verbal skills were a bit limited. He opened and closed his mouth, trying to find the right words to express his gratitude. But he was tongue-tied and didn't know what to say to express how he felt at that moment. We're just casual acquaintances. And you're helping me like this, I really don't know how to thank you. Don't worry. As long as I take care of your hospital admission, you can pick whatever you like from these. As he spoke, Zhao Debao gave the backpack on his back a couple of vigorous shakes, producing a series of crisp, jingle-jangle sounds. Seeing this, Adam Murphy's heart was breaking. Those were all precious antique pieces from the Qing Dynasty's imperial kills, including extremely rare gemstone collections such as tourmaline and hibiscus stone. Although they weren't as valuable as Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain, their craftsmanship and raw materials were of the highest quality. Each piece was a rare masterpiece. Big brother, I'm begging you, please don't mess with them, okay? Those are all my treasures. Adam Murphy forced a smile. Hee, George Sullivan once said, one more friend means one more path, one more enemy means one more wall. I can tell you're a down-to-earth guy. Helping you is like helping myself. I am a down-to-earth guy. Let us help first and talk about the rest later. Put these things away safely. Once your wife is settled in the hospital and has an appointment with a specialist, we'll talk about the rest. Zhao Debao was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes and his heart. He cheered that he finally met a good person. With Adam Murphy helping him like this, he would certainly never forget his kindness. Beep beep. As the two chatted, two black Mercedes sedans slowly pulled up at the entrance to the Panjiayuan antique market. A woman with a truly stunning figure swayed her sexy, slender waist as she walked toward Adam Murphy, her high heels clicking, click-clack, click-clack. Excuse me, which one of you is Mr. Chow, Adam Murphy? Chapter 39. Have you ever seen a million? With every step Lin Sailwan took, her impressive cleavage jiggled up and down. Her long, sexy legs were tightly wrapped in black stockings, making them look even longer and more alluring. The gazes of passers-by were all drawn to her impressive cleavage and her long, sexy legs. Adam Murphy, who had been single for over 20 years, was encountering for the first time a stunning beauty with such an impressive figure and a look score of over 90. If it weren't for Mason Olsen, who was even more beautiful and exuded an icy, aloof aura, this sexy, mature woman would rank second. Let us keep the first spot a mystery.
Hello, I am Adam Murphy.
Mr. Murphy sent you, didn't he? Lin Sailwan gave Adam Murphy a discreet glance. He was very handsome and had a great figure, but his taste in clothes left much to be desired. The new bozzeting down jacket was excellent for warmth, but it was far from stylish. This guy wouldn't he even make it into the second tier of Mr. Murphy's suitors. Is he the one who made Mr. Murphy so angry he threw his phone? He isn't one of Mr. Murphy's poor relatives from the countryside. Is he? Ahem. Lin Sailwan cleared her throat twice, proudly lifting her snow-white swan neck, exuding an air of superiority. Come with me. Mr. Murphy gave clear instructions. Take you to the company. As for your friend, someone at the company is handling it specifically. They'll treat him with the highest priority. Adam Murphy furrowed his brow slightly, somewhat displeased with Lin Sailwan's attitude. Realizing he needed her help and that he'd have to rely on Mason Olsen to arrange the hospital admission, he held his tongue. He turned around and gave Zhao Debao a light pat on the shoulder. Bro, I've already made arrangements for your friend. Just hop in the car with them and head straight to the hospital. Once I'm done here, I'll come find you at the hospital. Zhao Debao pouted. He was Simon James. He hadn't seen much of the world. But when it came to dealing with people, he had a little bit of experience. Lin Sailwan had an air of superiority about her, and she even arrived in a Mercedes. She must be quite an important figure. Asking Adam Murphy for a favor like this would likely come at a high cost. He only met Adam Murphy once, yet the man was helping him like this. It moved him deeply. Okay, I'll wait for you at the hospital. Aye. Let us go. Mr. Murphy is waiting for you. Before Zhao Debao could finish speaking, Lin Sailwan, standing nearby, began to urge him on. Adam Murphy shot Lin Sailwan a cold glance. Remember, that remark of yours is worth $1 million. Mr. Murphy will settle the bill for you later. Bro, just go along with what they say. Don't worry. Let us go. Snort. Lin Sailwan let out a dismissive snort and led the way. She'd seen plenty of men chasing after Mason Olsen, including many heirs to Beijing's wealthiest families. She didn't even give an ordinary guy like Adam Murphy a second glance. $1 million? Have you ever even seen $1 million? Hey, where are you going? Do you think you're the boss? Get in the front seat. Adam Murphy instinctively reached for the back seat, but before he could open the door, Lin Sailwan told him to take the passenger seat. With that, she opened the door herself and settled into the driver's seat. Adam Murphy was so annoyed by Lin Sailwan's bold move that he couldn't help but laugh. Even Mason Olsen had personally called to ask for his help. Lin Sailwan, just a lowly underling, was actually giving him attitude. He really didn't know why she thought she was so special. Fine, add another 1 million. This time, Lin Sailwan could no longer sit still. Add my ass. 2 million? Do you think that S200 yuan? I think you look like 2 million. Lin Sailwan crossed her legs haughtily, waved to the driver, and signaled for him to drive back to the company. She pulled out a small mirror, touched up her makeup, and said sarcastically, "Some people are always so full of themselves, thinking that acting a little over the top will grab people's attention. In reality, they're just clowns. A man like Mr. Murphy isn't someone just anyone can get close to." Adam Murphy smiled faintly and pressed, "What kind of person is Mr. Murphy? Is she some kind of Chong-E who has eaten a magic elixir? Why doesn't she just stay in the Moon Palace instead of coming down to Earth to spread love?" Snort. The driver, who was behind the wheel, was so amused by Adam Murphy's remark that he burst out laughing. He struggled to hold it in, his face turning bright red. "Humph, you're a sharp-tongued one. Just wait until you meet Mr. Murphy. Let us see if you still dare to talk like that."
Adam Murphy şuruk indifferently.
"Forget meeting Mr. Murphy. Even if I met Hoey himself, I'd say the same thing." Cough, cough. The driver choked on his own spit and looked at Adam Murphy, torn between laughter and exasperation. "Bro, just keep your mouth shut for a bit. All right, for your sake." Joshing Auction House. Lin Sailwan led Adam Murphy straight to appraisal room number 1. Striding ahead on her long legs, she gave instructions as they walked. "Mr. Murphy is busy with important business. When you see him in a moment, keep your comments to a minimum. Don't hold him up." Adam Murphy winked with a smile, a mischievous look on his face. "What if Mr. Murphy begs me?" "Beg you? Who do you think you are?" Squeak. Just then, the door to the appraisal room slowly swung open, and a commotion erupted from inside. "What is going on with you guys? You've been appraising this for over an hour. If you can't handle it, I'll take this pair of porcelain pieces somewhere more professional. You keep claiming to be professionals and expert appraisers, but I think you're just brick experts. I'll give you 10 more minutes at most. If you still can't figure it out, I'm leaving." "Mr. Murphy, I've brought the person." Spotting Mason Olson, Lin Sailwan swayed her slender waist and scampered over to him. Mason Olson gave a brief reply, casually closed the door, and strode quickly toward Adam Murphy. "Mr. Chow, you're finally here. Come on in. We've been waiting for you for ages." Adam Murphy folded his arms, a mischievous grin playing on his face. "Mr. Murphy, I don't mean to tattle, but this young lady just told me not to say too much once I saw you." As he spoke, he winked at Lin Sailwan, who was standing behind Mason Olson. "I was right, wasn't I?" With her sharp mind, how could Mason Olson fail to notice that something unpleasant had happened between Adam Murphy and Lin Sailwan? It must be that Lin Sailwan had mistaken Adam Murphy for a suitor, said something rude, and offended him. Since she was counting on Adam Murphy to help authenticate the porcelain, she had to be polite to him and dared not give him the cold shoulder. How dare Lin Sailwan do that? "Lin Sailwan!" Mason Olson's sharp shout startled Lin Sailwan, causing her to cower like a frightened little rabbit. "Xia, Mr. Murphy, right? I didn't know him. He's the appraiser you hired. Apologize to Mr. Chow immediately." Lin Sailwan didn't dare to argue. She bowed at a 90-degree angle toward Adam Murphy to apologize. The moment she bent over, her ample cleavage was perfectly exposed to Adam Murphy through the neckline of her blouse. With vision far superior to that of the average person, Adam Murphy not only saw an expanse of snow-white skin but also 2 soft, rosy mounds. He quickly averted his gaze and waved his hand nonchalantly. "All right, that's enough. But as for the money, Mr. Murphy will have to cover it for you." Mason Olson blinked in confusion. "Money? What money? I never said anything about paying." Never mind. There's no time to dwell on that. Business comes first." "Mr. Chow, business comes first. Could you please appraise the porcelain first? Ethan Hawkins will handle the rest." "All right." Adam Murphy nodded and followed Mason Olson into the appraisal room. When he saw the pair of porcelain vases on the appraisal table, which could serve as a textbook example of yuan blue and white porcelain, the corner of his eye twitched slightly. This was a benchmark piece of yuan blue and white porcelain, on par with or even more valuable than the yuan blue and white figurative story vase, the Jijing marked yuan blue and white dragon patterned elephant ear vase. Isn't this supposed to be in a museum in the US? How did it end up here? Item. Replica Zhijing marked Yuan blue and white dragon patterned elephant ear vase. Grade, forgery. Value 100,000. Material, porcelain. Manufacturing process. Replicated using kaolin specifically for Yuan blue and white porcelain glazed with a Sumali Qing pigment mixture, following the original formula artificially aged over a period of 1 year by Theo Shaw. The character Lu is stamped on the interior base of the vase. Manufacturer, Lu Isho. Date of production, Republic of China era. Chapter 40. Mr. Murphy, are you satisfied with my performance today? Adam Murphy had previously seen that Lu imitation at Mingyue Xian. It featured a Yuan-style blue and white foot ring combined with a replica upper section. Such replicas are high-quality forgeries. Even seasoned professionals can easily be deceived. But this pair of porcelain vases is different. They are 100% faithful reproductions of the original materials and design, and have been artificially aged over the course of several years. A replica of this caliber is virtually indistinguishable from the genuine article. Fortunately, Adam Murphy has a keen eye for authenticating antiques. No matter how realistic the replica, it cannot escape his scrutiny. He leaned close to Mason Olsen and whispered in her ear, "How do you want me to handle this? Should I call them out right here? Or is it enough just to determine the authenticity?" Mason Olsen's mind was entirely focused on appraising the porcelain and figuring out how to handle the situation once she determined its authenticity. Adam Murphy's sudden approach startled her so much she nearly gasped, especially when she felt the warm breath he exhaled into her ear as he spoke, sending a tingling sensation through her. It was as if a hand were gently caressing her earlobe, causing her breathing to quicken and her body to grow weak. In an instant, 2 patches of crimson flushed her delicate cheeks, and her pale pink ears turned bright red. She took a half step back in a fluster, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widening as she shot Adam Murphy a fierce glare. Mason Olsen knew full well that Adam Murphy was discussing business with her. She was simply not used to such close physical contact with a man. After giving Adam Murphy a warning glare, she returned to her original spot and whispered, "We just need to verify its authenticity. If it's a fake, discreetly let William Gibson know. We also need to keep an eye on this woman and track down the mastermind behind her." "Oh?" Adam Murphy raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of surprise flitting across his face. No wonder Mason Olsen had offered him such a high annual salary earlier. It turned out Jiaxing was facing such a major problem. Was this a business rival sending someone to sabotage Mason Olsen's company? That's some pretty dirty play. Wang Xiuqin had a feeling that the people from Jiaxing Auction House had already figured out there was something wrong with her porcelain. However, for some reason, the appraiser hadn't brought it up explicitly. Seeing Adam Murphy, who had followed Mason Olsen into the room and was whispering in his ear, Wang Xiuqin grew even more panicked. He is so young, could he be an undercover cop? Have they already secretly called the police to arrest me? She stood up, somewhat flustered, and pointed at Adam Murphy, shouting, "What's going on here? Just to appraise a piece of porcelain, you've brought in wave after wave of people. Do you think this is a farmer's market? And who are you, anyway? Who gave you permission to come in? Do you have any idea how valuable my porcelain is?" Adam Murphy approached the appraisal table with a professional smile on his face. "Sis, don't get so worked up. Anger is bad for your health. With a face as pretty as yours, wrinkles will ruin your looks. I'm just a junior apprentice. William Gibson is my master. He's getting on in years, and appraising antiques takes too long. His body can't handle it. I came over to check on him because I was worried." Wang Xiuqin narrowed her eyes slightly and gave Adam Murphy a once-over. A handsome young man in his early 20s, not only good-looking, but with a mouth as sweet as honey. A guy like this probably isn't an undercover cop. Looks like I was just too nervous and overthinking things. Still, I can't let them drag this out any longer. I have to speed things up. I don't care who you are. You've already wasted over an hour of my time. Are you going to get this done or not? If you can't figure out the appraisal, I'm out of here." Adam Murphy exchanged a subtle glance with Jared Henderson, signaling for him to play along. Pointing at the porcelain vase on the appraisal table, he exclaimed, "Does a piece of porcelain this obviously authentic even need appraising? The blue and white glaze is crisp and rich, with distinct rust-colored spots. This is clearly made with Somali blue pigment. And look at the form, so perfect. It must be a masterpiece from an imperial kiln. Now take a look at the base of this porcelain. The distinct firestone red and the black and white wear marks. Something this full of historical character is clearly a grand open-door piece at first glance. With all that, what else is there to appraise?" Jared Henderson, What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Mason Olson, I invited you here to appraise the porcelain, not to put on a comedy show. Wang Xiuqin, if you've got something to say more, it's music to my ears. Haha, this appraiser is truly professional. He identified the authenticity at a glance. You all heard that, right? This piece of porcelain is genuine. Let us just negotiate the price. Wang Xiuqin, who just moments ago had been scowling and looking displeased, instantly put on a smile, and the look in her eyes as she gazed at Adam Murphy couldn't have been more warm. She couldn't wait to throw her arms around Adam Murphy and plant a couple of passionate kisses on him. That's right. Sis is spot on. Such a fantastic antique, snap it up right away. Then you'll have the showstopper for this year's spring auction. 1 TU. While agreeing with Wang Xiuqin, Adam Murphy leaned over to Jared Henderson and whispered in his ear. The foot rim is inside the vase. The foot rim is inside the vase? Jared Henderson's heart skipped a beat. He silently berated himself for not examining the piece carefully enough. He'd been searching for the Lu Fong mark on the blue and white glaze on the exterior of the porcelain the whole time. He'd completely overlooked the inside of the vase. But Adam Murphy had only just arrived. Could he really spot the problem with the porcelain after just a few quick glances? Jared Henderson tilted the vase slightly and peered inside through his magnifying glass. Soon, he discovered a tiny character Lu at the bottom of the vase. It was indeed a Lu-style forgery. This piece was the most masterfully crafted Lu-style forgery I'd ever seen. I could clearly sense that something was off, but I just couldn't pinpoint the flaw. I never expected the mark to be on the bottom of the vase. It seems I really am getting old. My eyesight can't even keep up with the younger generation anymore. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old, with each wave stronger than the last. Half an hour later, Mason Olson pushed open the conference room door, and Jared Henderson followed him in. Jared Henderson headed straight for Adam Murphy, who had been waiting until he was half asleep. Adam, I owe you one today. If it weren't for you, my reputation would have been ruined. Adam Murphy hurriedly stood up to greet him and replied politely, William Gibson, you're too modest. Even without me here today with your expertise, you would have been able to identify this forgery anyway. By the way, since the problem was already identified, why did it take so long? Adam Murphy didn't want to discuss porcelain authentication with Jared Henderson any further, so he took the initiative to change the subject. Jared Henderson's tone faltered. He had intended to discuss the details of that pair of porcelain vases with Adam Murphy, but it was clear that Adam Murphy didn't want to talk about it. He didn't want to use his seniority to force the issue on Adam Murphy, so he had no choice but to go along with Adam Murphy's lead. Wan Ning suspects someone is deliberately targeting Jiaxing Auction House. Now that we've finally caught a big fish, there's no way we're gonna let it slip away. Just now, she told him that the pair of blue and white porcelain vases was too valuable and that it would take a week to raise the funds. That scammer refused to accept it and argued with her for quite a while. It took a lot of effort to finally get rid of that nuisance. We've already sent people to secretly tail this guy and investigate who's pulling the strings behind the scenes.
Adam Murphy noddet knojin.
He thought that once the flaws in the porcelain were identified, the matter would be settled immediately. So he stayed in the conference room, waiting to fleece Mason Olson. Oh wait, he meant waiting to collect his cut. Oh, so that's how it is. Saying this, he turned to look at Mason Olson, who was standing nearby pretending to be clueless. Mr. Murphy, are you satisfied with my performance today? Chapter 41. There's a traitor in the company. Mason Olson clenched her teeth and fists tightly, glaring at Adam Murphy like an enraged little lioness. This guy actually dared to tease her with his words. If anyone else had said something so clearly teasing as, "Are you satisfied with my performance today?" to her, she would have definitely taught them a lesson. Unfortunately, this person was Adam Murphy. For now, she hadn't yet uncovered who was pulling the strings behind the scenes, trying to destroy Jiaxing. The culprit could send more counterfeits to the auction house at any moment, and she might still need Adam Murphy's help. Damn it. She really wanted to kick him hard right in the gut for that remark. Although she hated Adam Murphy with a passion, knowing she'd need his help later, Mason Olson had no choice but to swallow her anger for the time being. Once this matter is over, she'll settle the score with Adam Murphy. Mason Olson quickly regained her composure, the corners of her mouth curving upward slightly. Her radiant face bloomed like 100 flowers in full bloom, breathtakingly beautiful. Thanks to Mr. Chow's help today, Jiaxing would have faced a massive loss. Please feel free to ask for anything you need. Adam Murphy plopped down on the conference sofa, casually crossing his legs, his piercing black and white eyes firmly fixed on Mason Olsen's delicate, petite face. To be fair, Mason Olsen was the most stunning woman Adam Murphy had ever encountered in public. It was just a shame that this woman didn't get along with him. She'd been at odds with him from their very first meeting. He knew women like Mason Olsen all too well. She was being polite to him now only because she needed his help. The day she no longer saw any value in him, she'd kick him to the curb without a second glance. He intended to leave a lasting impression on Mason Olsen before he lost his usefulness. Even if he couldn't win over the beautiful CEO, he'd make sure she knew he wasn't some pushover she could manipulate at will. Mr. Murphy, your young assistant was extremely disrespectful to me on the way here. I've already discussed it with her. I'm charging $2 million in compensation for emotional distress. Mason Olsen's piercing eyes narrowed sharply, and she nearly ground her back teeth to dust. Compensation for emotional distress? Like you've suffered any damn emotional distress. Demanding $2 million out of the blue, why don't you just go rob someone? What's the matter, Mr. Murphy? Do you think I'm not worth that much? Oh well, never mind. I still have a batch of top-quality antiques on hand, things like the Yuan Dynasty blue and white dragon patterned hexagonal Yuhuchin vase, the Qing Dynasty, Kangxi period, enameled lotus petal-lidded bowl, and the Qianlong period pink enameled 9-peach globe vase. I was actually planning to send these fine porcelain pieces to Joshing to add some flair to this year's spring auction. Since Mr. Murphy isn't interested, I'll just have to send them to Jada Auction House or Baoli Auction House. What? You still have Yuan Dynasty blue and white dragon patterned hexagonal Yuhuchin vase, and top-grade Qing Dynasty imperial kiln Fensai porcelain. Mason Olsen's mouth dropped open in surprise. Her alluring red lips, as ripe as cherries, glowed with a captivating beauty under the lights, making one want to savor them deeply. It wasn't that Mason Olsen was naive or easily swayed by Adam Murphy. The main reason was that the Yuan Dynasty blue and white dragon patterned hexagonal Yuhuchin vase was an exceptionally high-end lot, the kind that could serve as the showstopper at a major domestic auction. Furthermore, porcelain pieces like the Yuhuchin vase command even higher prices when auctioned as a pair. When sold as a pair, the auction price is typically about 20% higher than that of a single piece. Jiaxing Auction House's reputation had been tarnished by the appearance of loose-style imitation porcelain, causing many long-time clients to opt out of this year's spring auction. If those long-time clients didn't attend Jiaxing's spring auction, they would certainly go to rival auction houses like Jingcheng Jada Auction House or Jingcheng Baoli Auction House. If there were more auction lots of the caliber of the Yuan Dynasty blue and white dragon patterned hexagonal Yuhuchin vase, Mason Olsen was confident he could win back those lost clients. That was why he was so excited. Mason Olsen's reaction was exactly what Adam Murphy had anticipated. He deliberately used these top-tier antiques to provoke Mason Olsen, wanting to show him that, aside from his expertise in porcelain appraisal, he also had a wealth of high-quality antiques at his disposal. Don't underestimate him. He crossed his legs smugly. What's the matter, Mr. Murphy? Don't you believe in my capabilities? Mason Olsen's beautiful peach blossom eyes fluttered. She didn't know much about Adam Murphy, but she believed what he said was true. Given Mr. Chow's expertise in appraising antiques, it's no surprise that he has a collection of rare pieces. It's just, are you really willing to list these top-tier antiques at Jiaxing auctions? Adam Murphy was currently flush with cash. After he took over Boyajai, he planned to sell off all the lower-grade items in his collection to raise a large sum of cash. He planned to invest that cash back home, start his own business, and, while he was at it, find a way for his parents to make a living. He wasn't short on money at the moment and had no intention of selling his top-tier antiques. He said those things earlier just to tease Mason Olsen. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and a meaningful, mischievous smile played across his face. Mr. Murphy is a friend of William Gibson's, which makes him my friend as well. Of course, I'm willing to help Mr. Murphy. I just wonder if Mr. Murphy will accept me as a friend. Adam Murphy deliberately emphasized the word friend, as if implying something. Mason Olsen narrowed his beautiful eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. You damn bastard. I knew all along you had ulterior motives. Now you've finally shown your true colors. William Gibson even said you were a hard-working, ambitious man and told me to try getting to know you. But in my eyes, you're just a greedy, self-righteous jerk. You think a few antiques will make me back down? Do you take me for one of those naive little girls who've never seen the world? Enough. You're getting more and more out of hand, kid. Just as tensions were running high between the two, Jared Henderson stepped in. Adam Murphy had only been joking, trying to tease Mason Olson, and as soon as Jared Henderson intervened, he immediately turned into a model student. Haha, William Gibson, I was just kidding. Jared Henderson shot Adam Murphy a disapproving glare, thinking to himself, with such a great opportunity, you should have made a good impression and shown off your talents. What kind of nonsense are you spouting, you idiot? You deserve to be single. All right? Thanks for your help today. Your friend at the hospital has everything arranged for you. You should head over there and check on him. Adam Murphy slapped his thigh hard. Oh man, how could I have forgotten about him? In Zhao Debao's hands was a large bag of exquisite antiques, along with a golden battle sword containing a map to the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom's treasure. He'd been so caught up in bantering with the beautiful woman that he'd completely forgotten about the main business. He hurriedly stood up and gave Jared Henderson a slight bow. William Gibson, I'll stop by your place another day to talk one-on-one. I've got another treasure I'd like you to appraise. Jared Henderson waved his hand, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The kid had really improved his skills, but he was still just as scatterbrained as ever, truly a kid who'd never grow up. All right, I know. Go ahead and take care of your business. All right, I'll be off then. Adam Murphy turned and walked away without so much as a word of farewell to Mason Olson. His right foot had already stepped out of the conference room when he suddenly spun around and looked at Mason Olson. Mr. Murphy, just hold on to that $2 million for now. I'll come back to collect it next time. With that, he bolted like a rabbit and was gone in a flash. Staring at the open conference room door, Mason Olson took a deep breath. No need to get angry, I'm not going to stoop to that person's level. It's only $2 million, I'll just give it to you. Once I've resolved this crisis at the company, I'll settle the score with you. Just then, the cell phone in Mason Olson's pocket suddenly vibrated, and she hurriedly answered it. Mr. Murphy, we've lost her. She was originally heading toward the city center, but suddenly changed direction midway. I suspect someone tipped her off. There might be a mole in our company. Mason Olson hadn't been entirely unaware of this possibility. However, the company's top brass were either veterans from the company's early days or people she'd personally promoted. She really had no idea who was colluding with outsiders to undermine her. Okay, I understand. Head back in. Yes, Mr. Murphy. Chapter 42. We're from the same hometown. Peking Union Medical College Hospital, Intensive Care Unit. Zhao Debao excitedly pulled Adam Murphy over to the hospital bed and enthusiastically introduced him to his wife. Honey, let me introduce you. This is the wonderful person I've been telling you about, Adam Murphy. He had someone arrange all the paperwork for your admission and registration. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be able to stay in such a luxurious private room. Zhao Debao's wife was named Kent Gibson. Staff from Jiaxing Company had already scheduled her specialist appointment. She was now wearing a brand new hospital gown and waiting for her surgery to be arranged. Like Zhao Debao, Kent Gibson was rather shy and not very talkative. She sat up straight and gave Adam Murphy a slight bow. Adam Murphy waved his hands repeatedly, smiling as he said, "No trouble at all. No trouble at all, it was just a small favor. Sister-in-law, just think about it, focus on getting the treatment you need. My friend has already covered all the costs for your hospitalization, medication, and surgery." Back at the Panjiayuan antique market, Zhao Debao had still harbored some suspicion that Adam Murphy was putting on an act to deceive him, hoping to get his hands on the burial artifacts he possessed. Now that his wife was in a special care ward and had secured an appointment with a specialist, he no longer had any doubts. He leaned over, opened the storage cabinet beside the hospital bed, pulled out the cloth bundle filled with antiques, and shoved it directly into Adam Murphy's arms. Brother, I'm just a farmer from the countryside. I have no idea how much these things are actually worth. But to me, no treasure, no matter how valuable, is as important as Xiao Mei. Take these. Consider this my way of repaying you, old buddy. Just to be safe, Adam Murphy activated his X-ray vision and scanned the antiques inside the bundle. Item: Qing Dynasty, Kangxi period, gold filigree hairpin with gemstone inlay depicting a monkey offering a peach. Grade premium. Value 5.5 million. Materials: gold, sapphire, tourmaline, turquoise. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: Masters of the Imperial Household Department. Date of production: Kangxi period, Qing Dynasty. Qing Dynasty, Kangxi period. Gold filigree hairpin with gemstone inlay depicting a monkey offering a peach. Item: Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period, tourmaline and pearl bracelet. Grade premium. Value 2.2 million. Materials: tourmaline. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: Masters of the Imperial Household Department. Date of production: Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period tourmaline and pearl bracelet. Item: Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period gem set tourmaline flower hairpin. Grade premium. Value 2.1 million. Materials: gold, tourmaline, pearls, gemstones. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: Masters of the Imperial Household Department. Date of production: Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period gem set tourmaline hairpin. Item: Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period pink tourmaline ring-shaped pendant. Grade premium. Value 1.8 million. Materials: pink tourmaline, green tourmaline. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: Masters of the Imperial Household Department. Date of production: Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period pink tourmaline ring pendant. Zhao Debao had not secretly tampered with the contents. Not a single antique was missing from the bundle. Most of these antiques were imperial court jewelry from the 3 generations of the Qing dynasty, and each piece is exquisitely crafted. Historically, there has been significant controversy surrounding the Kangxi Qianlong Golden Age. However, the aesthetic sensibilities of the 3 Manchu emperors Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong are widely recognized. This is evident from these pieces of jewelry, which are soft and delicate in hue, exquisite yet grand in design. Adam Murphy speculates that these pieces of jewelry likely belonged to a once-favored concubine in the imperial harem. Although the concubines held a prestigious status and enjoyed all the luxuries of the world, unfortunately, like birds in a cage, they were confined to the small forbidden city for their entire lives. Concubines were not permitted to take such a large number of imperial artifacts out of the palace. Therefore, these items were most likely burial offerings for the concubines. Of course, there are no absolutes in such matters. For those concubines with deep family connections and powerful backers, not only could they take items from the palace home, they could even set up a street stall right at the gates of the Forbidden City, and no one would dare to stop them. Adam Murphy could understand all these issues, but what he couldn't fathom was how Raymond Duncan, the Prince Fu of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, had come to be buried with his golden battle sword. Raymond Duncan was a figure from the late Qing dynasty, and the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom was an anti-Qing organization that rebelled against the Qing dynasty and sought to overthrow its rule. As for these antiques, aside from Raymond Duncan's golden battle sword, most of them were court artifacts from the 3 Qing dynasties period. The 3 Qing dynasties refer to the early Qing dynasty, whereas Raymond Duncan lived during the late Qing dynasty. There was virtually no connection between the two, so why were they found in the same tomb? After mulling it over repeatedly, Adam Murphy decided he needed to pay a visit to Zhao Debao's hometown to look for other clues. Besides, Zhao Debao had mentioned that there were other antiques at his family home. So, regardless of the reason, Adam Murphy had to make a trip to Zhao Debao's house. He slung his arm around Zhao Debao's shoulder and said persuasively, "Brother Wyatt, you're a straightforward guy, so I'll cut to the chase. These antiques are of excellent quality, and some of them are from the Imperial Palace. I can't take advantage of you. Come with me to the bank later, and I'll transfer another 30,000 yuan to you." Zhao Debao didn't know much about antiques, but judging by Adam Murphy's behavior, he guessed these burial artifacts must be quite valuable. Based on his understanding, he figured that the cost of the expert's outpatient consultation and hospitalization would roughly offset the value of these burial artifacts. That's why he handed over all the antiques to Adam Murphy without asking for a single extra penny. He never imagined these antiques would be so valuable and that Adam Murphy would actually offer to give him another 30,000 yuan. That was simply too much. Zhao Debao shook his head vigorously, refusing Adam Murphy's offer. "Brother Chow, I know you're a great guy, but you've already helped me so much. How could I possibly accept any more money from you? Brother, if I took your money, wouldn't people gossip behind my back and criticize me for the rest of my life?" Zhao Debao was a man of integrity. He valued his wife above all else and didn't place much importance on money. Adam Murphy hadn't expected Zhao Debao to regard money as worthless. He offered Zhao Debao the extra money in hopes of using the opportunity to propose buying the other antiques in his possession, as well as to accompany Zhao Debao home to explore that ancient tomb. Zhao Debao's blunt refusal, however, put him in a very awkward position. Adam Murphy's clear, piercing eyes darted around, and he came up with a good excuse. He nodded toward the hospital bed and whispered, "Brother Wyatt, I know you're not short on work, but your wife's illness and hospital stay must cost money, right? After the checkup, she'll need to rest properly, maybe buy some ginseng or other health supplements. In places like this, where doesn't it cost money?" Well, if Adam Murphy kept throwing money at Zhao Debao, he could resist the temptation. But it was different with Kent Gibson. He valued Kent Gibson above all else. Thinking of the expenses after the checkup, a look of conflict crossed his face. Seeing that Zhao Debao was wavering, Adam Murphy stepped up his pitch. "Actually, I do have a personal motive. These antiques are of excellent quality. A few of them came from the Imperial Palace. I want to investigate who the tomb's owner really was and see if there are any other overlooked artifacts." Oh! Only then did Zhao Debao realize why Adam Murphy had given him an extra 30,000 yuan out of the blue. It turned out he wanted to go to Zhao Debao's house to explore that ancient tomb. "Bro, you might be disappointed. That tomb is right under the foundation of my house. It was completely filled in when we dug the foundation." Adam Murphy waved his hand with a smile. "No problem. I'll just take a look around your place. Don't worry. I'm a professional. I can figure out a lot just from the address. I want to go digging under your foundation on the sly." With Adam Murphy putting it that way, Zhao Debao couldn't argue any further and nodded somewhat resignedly. "All right then. Once my wife's done with her doctor's appointment, I'll take you back to my hometown to have a look." "Great. It's a deal. I still don't know where Brother Wyatt's hometown is." "My hometown is a small place. Do you know Rihe City in Jizhou Province?" "You're from Rihe? I'm from Qinglong City. We're fellow townsfolk. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity with you, brother. So we're from the same hometown. We've got to have a drink today. Let us drink. We've got to have a proper drink." Chapter 43. Is the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom's treasure in Anhui Province? The next day, Adam Murphy sat up in bed, grimacing. Last night, he and Zhao Debao had been drinking until the wee hours. When he woke up this morning, his head was splitting, so he went back to bed for a quick nap before feeling a little better. He grabbed the large teapot from the nightstand and took a big gulp straight from the spout. Gulp! Gulp! Moistened by the warm water, his parched throat, which had felt like a scorched field, came back to life, as if nourished by long-awaited rain. That Zhao Debao sure can hold his liquor. He drinks baijiu like it's tap water. Muttering to himself, Adam Murphy grabbed the cloth bundle from the nightstand and slowly unwrapped it. A golden battle sword and more than 10 exquisite small antiques and pieces of jewelry were laid out before him. Adam Murphy set aside 3 prized items: the Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period, hibiscus stone coil dragon ear lidded incense burner, the Qing Dynasty, red tourmaline snuff bottle, and the Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period, pink tourmaline ring pendant. These 3 rare treasures are the cream of the crop in terms of material selection, craftsmanship, and condition. Unfortunately, gemstones like lotus stone and tourmaline aren't as popular on the antiques market as top-grade Hotan jade or top-grade jadeite. Otherwise, their prices would be even higher. Especially that pale pink Qianlong-era lotus stone incense burner with coiled dragon ears embodying both nobility and elegance is truly an exquisite work of art. In Adam Murphy's eyes, its value is on par with the Empress Dowager Cixie's jade watermelon. Adam Murphy plans to keep these 3 treasure-grade antiques in his private collection and not sell them to the public. As for the rest of the premium-grade jewelry, he can sell them as premium items once he takes over the antique shop. After putting the 3 treasure-grade antiques away, Adam Murphy turned his gaze to the golden battle sword in the center of the display. He extended his right hand, his fingertips gently tracing the gleaming golden scabbard. "I even crossed Mason Olson for you. You'd better not let me down." Filled with anticipation, Adam Murphy got out of bed, retrieved a chisel, a flathead screwdriver, and other tools from the toolbox under the bed, and carefully pried open the seam of the scabbard. 5 minutes later, a golden silk brocade bearing a rough map unfolded before Adam Murphy. On the back of this rough map were a few lines of small handwriting in Raymond Duncan's own hand. The text was fairly concise and roughly translated as follows. In the first year of the Tongji era, Raymond Duncan's nephew Qian Yuqing, the Prince of Ying and one of the 8 princes of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, was captured in Yuzhou by the Qing general Miao Pailin. On the 7th day of the 6th month, Miao Pailin ordered the execution of Qian Yuqing's family, employing the most brutal form of punishment. Ling Qi. At the execution site, Miao Pailin commanded the executioner to first execute Chen Yuqing's wife and children, forcing Chen Yuqing to witness their torture firsthand. He also had the X cut from Chen Yuqing's son's body stuffed into Chen Yuqing's mouth and forced him to swallow it. Only after Chen Yuqing had witnessed the gruesome deaths of his wife and child was he himself executed by Ling Qi. Upon learning of his nephew's family's brutal deaths, and the torture they had endured at the hands of the Qing forces, Raymond Duncan flew into a rage, launching a frenzied massacre of local officials and wealthy merchants, and amassing vast quantities of gold, silver, and treasures. In the 6th month of the 3rd year of the Tongji era, Tianjing, the military center of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, fell, plunging the Taiping faction into chaos. In the 7th month of the same year, Taiping generals Chen Dezai, Lai Wenguang, Ma Rong, and others laid siege to Yingshan, located at the border between Hubei and Anhui provinces. In September, Sengalinkan, a prominent late Qing general known as the Pillar of the Nation, led his forces north to suppress the northern Taiping army, forcing Raymond Duncan and his men into a series of retreats. On the 7th day of the 10th month, Raymond Duncan and other Taiping forces engaged Sengalinkan's troops in a decisive battle at Haishidu in Huashan, where they were soundly defeated, causing morale to collapse. On the 9th day of the 10th lunar month, generals such as Ma Rong and Fan Lichuan led nearly 200,000 Taiping army troops to surrender to the Qing forces, and Raymond Duncan's cause was effectively lost. That same night, Raymond Duncan awoke and overheard a conspiracy outside his room. Some were plotting to capture him and hand him over to the Qing forces in exchange for promotion and wealth. He immediately summoned his most trusted subordinates and hid the treasures looted from various places deep in the mountains. He also secretly dispatched another group of men to massacre the entire treasure-hiding team under the pretext of eliminating traitors, thereby preventing the secret from being revealed. Finally, to avoid being subjected to slow slicing by the Qing forces if captured, he committed suicide by taking poison. The Taiping Rebellion was a famous peasant uprising in Chinese history. Adam Murphy was familiar with it, but his knowledge was limited to a few major events. For example, the start date of the uprising, key generals, major battles, and when it ended. This passage recounts a chapter of history as seen through the eyes of Raymond Duncan. From Raymond Duncan's perspective, the Qing imperial court was in action, and the people were living in dire straits. The Taiping Heavenly Kingdom generals, rising up to overthrow Qing rule simply to feed their families, seemed like the righteous side. Especially when witnessing the Qing generals subjecting the family of Chen Yuqing, the Taiping King of England, to the inhuman punishment of slow slicing, it feels incredibly cruel. Adam Murphy is not a historian and has little interest in studying history. What interests him most is Raymond Duncan's treasure. The map drawn by Raymond Duncan was very simple, consisting of just a few strokes. All that was known was its approximate location among a range of mountains in Anhui province. Anhui province was the area under Raymond Duncan's control within the Taiping Army's sphere of influence, so this location for the treasure made perfect sense. However, Anhui province is vast, with countless famous mountains and rivers. Adam Murphy wasn't from Anhui province and knew next to nothing about the area. Was he supposed to search mountain by mountain? No. Adam Murphy shook his head, sensing he'd overlooked some crucial information. He gently massaged his temples, trying to clear his mind. Oh, right, Haishidu, Huashan. Raymond Duncan's forces engaged in a final, decisive battle with Sengalinkan at Haishidu in Huashan, where they were utterly routed, and several Taiping Heavenly Kingdom generals voluntarily surrendered. At that time, Raymond Duncan had already been backed into a corner. Therefore, his treasure was most likely hidden near Haishidu in Huashan, the site of that final battle. What kind of place is Haishidu in Huashan? Adam Murphy muttered under his breath as he rolled out of bed and pulled a detailed atlas of China's provinces from the bookshelf. Soon, he located the city corresponding to the location, Haishidu, Huashan. Anhui Province, Luan City, Huashan County. Haishidu Town. This was the site of the decisive battle between Raymond Duncan and Sengalinkan. Looks like me, old Chow, have quite a connection with Sengalinkan. Last time I went to Fengtian, I discovered that the Su family tomb at Sengalinkan's grandson's place had been looted. The treasure I found was most likely his burial offerings. And now, with the discovery of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom's Raymond Duncan treasure, you're tied to this again. You really are quite the celebrity. Adam Murphy looked at the spot he'd marked on the map and teased him with a couple of jokes. He then closed the map and began to consider his next steps. The Taiping Rebellion treasure was different from the Fengtian treasure. With the Fengtian treasure, He had a clear target. As long as he found Richard Willis, he'd essentially find the treasure. The Taiping Rebellion treasure, however, was an unknown quantity. He had no idea how long it would take to track it down in Anhui province. I'll stop by Zhao Debao's place first. Maybe that ancient tomb will provide some clues. If there are no other leads, I'll head to Anhui province once I've wrapped up the matters I'm currently handling. That treasure is already a century old. A few more days, 1T make a difference. Kent Gibson is having surgery today, and he'll need to stay in the hospital for at least a week for observation afterward. I can't just sit at home waiting for them. I'll go to Panjiayuan today to take over Boyazhai, then head home tomorrow. Chapter 44. Acquiring Boyazhai. Boyazhai is a long-established shop in Panjiayuan, specializing in antique books, rubbings, steel inscriptions, calligraphy and paintings, and scholar studio artifacts. The antique shop is located right by the entrance to the inner courtyard, a prime spot, and many insiders have their eyes on it. However, the owner has set a condition. To acquire Boyazhai, you must take over the inventory as well. Most of the shop's antiques have been squandered by the owner's son, leaving only some run-of-the-mill items commonly found on the market. Spending 5 million on these worthless, cheap goods isn't worth the cost. As a result, despite being listed for sale for nearly a month, Boyazhai has yet to find a buyer. Adam Murphy is now worth 10 million. He'll treat this 5 million as an investment in real estate that's sure to appreciate. He quickly got out of bed, washed up, hopped into his Jefong truck, and headed straight for Panjiayuan. Panjiayuan Antique Market. Today is the 8th day of the first lunar month, and both the inner and outer courtyards of Panjiayuan have resumed regular business. At the main entrance, promoters from the antique shops in the inner courtyard were already shouting out offers to lure customers inside. Rongbao Zhai's New Year Grand Sale. Buy 1 item, get 5% off. Buy 2, get 10% off. Mingyue Xian New Year Sale. Save 200 on purchases of 2,000 or more. Save 500 on purchases of 5,000 or more. The more you buy, the bigger the discount. Come and shop. Tianqinggu has just received a new shipment of top-grade Daoguang Imperial Kiln porcelain. Every piece is a masterpiece. Don't miss out if you're passing by. Seeing the bustling scene at the entrance, Adam Murphy's lips curled slightly into a smile. In his mind, he imagined buying Boyazhai, renovating it, and transforming it into a boutique. An antique shop specializing in porcelain, ancient jade, jadeite, and other gemstones, as well as calligraphy and paintings. He'd bring out the low-end pieces from his underground treasure vault in Fengtian and select a few additional mid to high-end antiques to serve as the store's crown jewels. With so many exquisite antiques on display, the shop was sure to skyrocket to success. By then, he'd be the talk of the town at Panjiayuan. Get out. All of you, get out. 5 million, not a single character less. Bunch of broke-ass losers can't even scrape together 5 million. Yet you're trying to open an antique shop like everyone else. What a joke. All of you, get the hell away from me. Adam Murphy had just walked through the outer courtyard when he heard a commotion not far ahead. Looking up, he saw several antique vendors being chased out of Boyazhai. Among them was an acquaintance of Adam Murphy's Wang Defa, who had recently snagged a bargain. A Qianlong-era pink glazed 9 peaches, celestial globe vase. These antique dealers were among the most influential vendors in the outer courtyard. They had originally planned to partner up to take over Boyazhai, dividing the space equally among themselves, but instead, they were thoroughly humiliated by the owner and thrown out. Having lost face and unable to hold their own in an argument, the group could only storm out, cursing all the way. Adam Murphy, who had only a casual relationship with these men, kept his head down and walked around them. Just as Adam Murphy approached within about 10 meters of the Boyazhai entrance, he suddenly sensed a familiar pull. This pull was exactly the same as the energy he had absorbed from inside the Empress Dowager Xi's jade watermelon last time. Could it be that there was a rare, treasure-level antique inside Boyazhai? Have I stumbled upon another bargain? Adam Murphy couldn't wait to activate his X-ray vision and peer inside Boyazhai. Inside Boyazhai, the display shelves for antiques were completely empty. The few display cases against the wall contained only a small number of scholar's accessories. Most of the few remaining antiques in the shop were ordinary pieces with no grade designation. Forget about rare, priceless antiques, there weren't even any precious grade items, there were only 2 fine grade antiques. Item: Qing Dynasty, pure silver Kangxi 18 Arhats inkstone. Grade fine. Value 200,000. Material pure silver. Craftsmanship, masterpiece. Manufacturer, master craftsman of the Imperial Household Department. Date of production, Kangxi period of the Qing Dynasty. Qing Dynasty, pure silver Kangxi 18 arhats inkstone. Item, Qing Dynasty, Zhang Guofan couplets 1 pair. Grade fine. Value 30,000. Material paper. Craftsmanship, masterpiece. Manufacturer, Zhang Guofan. Date of production, late Qing Dynasty. Qing Dynasty, Zhang Guofan couplets. These 2 premium-grade antiques were casually tossed into a cardboard box in the corner of the room, likely having been overlooked. Aside from these 2 premium-grade antiques, there were no other high-quality antiques in the store. What surprised Adam Murphy the most was an item that radiated a peculiar energy. It was a stone used to cushion the corner of a table or, more precisely, a jet-black piece of raw jadeite. Adam Murphy. Why? Could it be that the Empress Dowager's Jade watermelon contains a special energy not because it's a rare treasure, but simply because it's jade? That doesn't make sense. I found many jade ornaments in the underground treasure chamber before, and they didn't have any special energy either. Didn't I tell you? If you don't have 5 million, don't bother me. Before he knew it, Adam Murphy had reached the shop entrance. The owner of Boya Jai wasn't there. His gambling-addicted son just blurted out that one sentence out of the blue. Adam Murphy had come specifically for Boya Jai. It was a premier antique shop, so it didn't matter who he bought it from. He waved his hand dismissively. It's only 5 million, I'll take it. Huh? Sun Jianxiong, who had been rummaging through the cabinets, crawled out from under the counter and looked toward Adam Murphy at the door. This guy looked somewhat familiar. Hadn't he seen him somewhere before? Could it be the friend he met last time he went to Rueli to gamble on jade stones? It didn't matter. That old geezer had stashed all his money away, so now he had no choice but to sell Boya Jai to raise cash. Sun Jianxiong lifted his chin and glanced sideways at Adam Murphy. I want cash. I don't have time to mess with installment plans or anything like that. Adam Murphy gave a faint smile. Turn right when you walk out. Withdraw the money right away, and I'll hand it over today. Hearing this, Sun Jianxiong's eyes lit up. He braced himself against the jujube wood counter with his right hand. His gaunt body leaped out from behind the counter like a nimble monkey and strode quickly toward Adam Murphy. Bro, I love a straight-up guy like you. Let us go, we'll get the money right now. Wait. Adam Murphy held out his right hand, creating a small distance between himself and Sun Jianxiong. Mr. Sun, I have every penny ready. We can close the deal right now. Don't you have to show some good faith too? Sun Jianxiong laughed heartily. Look at me, I was so focused on the money that I completely forgot the main point. He walked over to the counter and pulled out the documents he'd prepared in advance. The property deed, the antique shop business license, and other credentials. Boyaz Hai is my old man's business. He transferred the shop to me the year I got married. I'm not interested in this line of business. The shop still has these items left, they're all yours. Adam Murphy scanned the documents in Su Jianxiong's hands. They were all genuine and in order. He nodded slightly. No problem. When can we transfer the ownership? As soon as the money is in place. I can accompany you to handle the paperwork anytime. All right. Then I'll go get the money first and draft a contract while I'm at it. Sign the contract, complete the paperwork, then pay up. Sun Jianxiong shook his head. No, it should be, sign the contract, pay up, and then I'll go with you to handle the paperwork. Sun Jianxiong, that guy was completely obsessed with money. All he ever talked about was money. Adam Murphy didn't feel like arguing with him, so he went along with Sun Jianxiong's suggestion. First sign the transfer contract, make the payment, and then the two of them would go together to complete the formalities. With capital at work, everything went very smoothly. In just one morning, the two of them had completed all the necessary procedures. As they walked out of the office building, Sun Jianxiong asked with some puzzlement, Bro, you look familiar. Have you also gambled on jade in Rueli? Adam Murphy had previously been just a small-time antique dealer. He never had any exposure to the high-stakes game of jade stone gambling. Mr. Sun, you must have me confused with someone else. I don't gamble on jade stones. All right, then maybe I'm mistaken. Sun Jianxiong pulled a set of keys from his pocket and handed them to Adam Murphy. These are the keys to Boya Jai. From now on, it's yours. I wish Boss Chow great wealth. Adam Murphy took the keys. May you prosper, Boss Sun. Chapter 45. Gaining a new ability. Boyaz Hai. The first thing Adam Murphy did after taking over Boya's High was to take 2 premium-grade antiques out of a cardboard box in the corner and place them on the counter. Then, from under the counter, he retrieved the jadeite stepping stone. The moment he touched the jadeite, a powerful surge of green energy flowed through his hands into his body, converging toward his eyes. Previously, Adam Murphy's pupils would turn dark green only when he tapped into the special energy within his body. Now, his eyes were once again enhanced by the energy from the jade rough, and his pupils had completely transformed into a deep green, resembling emerald jade. Furthermore, Adam Murphy was finally able to channel that energy from his eyes. This energy was truly miraculous when he channeled it into his hands. His palms were strengthened. He slammed his fist down on the tabletop. His hand remained unscathed, while the hard, sturdy jujube would surface was left with a fist-shaped indentation. Through this enhancement, he gained a new ability that could be used both for attack and self-defense. If he were to study some ancient martial arts techniques, he could easily possess abilities like the Golden Bell Shield or Iron Cloth Robe seen in novels. While rejoicing over his new ability, Adam Murphy also reflected on where his powers actually came from. The first time was the mysterious jade carving of an eye. The second time was the Empress Dowager Tsishi jade watermelon. The third time was the raw jade stone. All 3 instances were related to jadeite, but he had acquired many jadeite ornaments before. Why didn't those contain any mysterious energy? Could it be that the jadeite S grade or the antique S grade must reach a certain level? To verify his hypothesis, Adam Murphy began an appraisal to examine the specifics of this jadeite rough. Item: jadeite rough from the Mo1J mine. Quality and transparency. Glass type bright green plus ice type bright green. Characteristics: thick skin, uniform quality and transparency, ice clear exterior, internal fluorescence. Value: 8 million. Evaluation: this jadeite rough stone originates from the Mo1G mining site in Myanmar. The average thickness of the skin is 2.8 centimeters. The mist layer at the top is relatively thick, approximately 1.5 centimeters, while the mist layer at the bottom is thin, approximately 0.5 centimeters. Beneath the mist layer lies high ice-type bright green jadeite with uniform texture and water, exhibiting a strong sense of ice-like transparency. The quality of the jadeite improves from the outside in, with the innermost layer being glass-grade vivid green jadeite. This jadeite is of very high quality, however. Due to the excessively thick skin, the internal rough is too small to be crafted into a bracelet. It is suitable for small jewelry pieces such as jade plaques, rings, or cabochons. No way! This jade rough, which looks quite unremarkable on the outside, has a remarkable interior. It is actually a combination of ice-grade and glass-grade jade. Glass-grade jade represents the highest level of jade quality. On the market, even a small glass-grade imperial green ring setting starts at a 7-figure price. Previously, Adam Murphy had felt he'd gotten a raw deal paying 5 million to buy Boya's High and all the worthless, run-of-the-mill items in the store. This ice-grade and glass-grade jadeite rough not only offset the price he paid for the antique shop, but also left him with a surplus, effectively allowing him to snag the shop for free. Haha! My luck has truly turned. Things have been going great for me lately. I should go buy a lottery ticket. Sun Jianxiong, we've raised enough money. Let us exchange the money for the shop right here. Just as Adam Murphy was marveling at his recent streak of good luck, the front door of Boya Jai was pushed open from the outside, and Wang Defu and his group rushed into the antique shop one after another. Wang Defa saw Adam Murphy standing behind the counter and furrowed his brow. Adam Murphy, what are you doing here? Where is Sun Jianxiong? We're here to take over Boya Jai. Adam Murphy gave a faint smile. Sorry, you're too late. I've already taken over Boya Jai. What? You bought Boya Jai? Are you kidding me? Where did you get the money? Do you have 5 million? Seeing the stunned looks on everyone's faces, Adam Murphy's vanity was greatly satisfied, and he unconsciously straightened his back. That's right. I've already taken over Boya Jai. It'll be getting a new name in a few days. From now on, if any of you have any good stuff, remember to come support your brother here. Wang Defa and the others had scrambled to raise money from every source, barely scraping together 5 million. Yet Adam Murphy, that usually quiet guy, actually had a net worth of 5 million. We're all just street vendors from the outer court. How come you're so rich? Kid? The group was filled with bitterness, feeling a mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment toward Adam Murphy, whispering among themselves. Wang Defu, with his keen eye, spotted the Qing dynasty, pure silver Kangxi 18th Arhats inkstone on the counter. He nodded toward his companion. Douglas, Take a look at that one on the table. Isn't that a Qing dynasty official inkstone? At last year's Jade autumn auction, there was one exactly like that. I think it was a Kangxi or Qianlong official inkstone. Zhang Xuanfei turned to look at the display case behind Adam Murphy and spotted the inkstone on the counter. He nodded repeatedly. That's right, it's exactly the same as the one at last year's Jade auction. This must have been left behind by that big fool son Jianxiong. What makes you say that? It's bad enough that the kid took over the antique shop, but to go and snag a bargain on the side too? That's not fair.
Young defasın ortet koldu.
Adam Murphy snatched the antique shop from under our noses. How about we snatch this inkstone from him? The two exchanged glances, understanding each other without words. Wang Defa had just closed a deal with Adam Murphy. He stepped forward and began to sweet-talk him. Congratulations, Brother Chow, on acquiring Boya Zhai. I'd like to wish you a prosperous business in advance. Oh, wait, I should call you Boss Chow or Manager Chow now. Haha. Thank you. When you open for business, we'll all be sure to come and support you. Absolutely. Adam Murphy wore an expression that suggested a friendly attitude brings good business. And let us all make money together. But inside, his guard was up. The antique world was rife with backstabbing now that he'd taken over Boguzhai. There was no guarantee these guys wouldn't hold a grudge. Wang Difu might be all smiles on the surface, but who knows, he could be plotting something behind the scenes, ready to pull a fast one on him. This inkstone looks pretty good. It must be an old one from the Republic of China era. I've actually been practicing calligraphy lately. I'll give you a good deal to kick things off. How about 500? Snort.
Adam Murphy scoffed inyartly.
Just as I thought, you scoundrel has no good intentions. This Qing dynasty, solid silver Kangxi 18th Arhats inkstone, has a market value of 200,000 in an antique shop. It would be priced at 400,000 at the very least. Thinking he could walk away with it for 500? He must have had too much cheap booze and lost touch with reality. Adam Murphy was about to refuse outright when he suddenly remembered the bargain he snagged earlier at Wang Difu's stall. The guy was like a money-bringing boy. Who knows if he had any other hidden treasures on him. Adam Murphy immediately activated his X-ray vision and scanned Wang Difu from head to toe. Unfortunately, aside from a bank passbook, Wang Difu had nothing else of value on him. Feeling a bit disappointed, Adam Murphy turned to check the others, looking to see if anyone else was carrying valuable antiques. Whoa, you're something else, kid. Soon, Adam Murphy discovered an exquisitely crafted jewelry box on Zhang Xuanfei, containing several pieces of modern jewelry. The term antiques isn't used here because these pieces are too recent. Among the jewelry were several luxury items from overseas, including a pair of stud earrings and 3 brooches. Item: Van Cleef Arpels Ballet Dancer 18K Gold Gem Set Brooch. Grade Common. Value: 500,000. Materials: gold, rubies, turquoise. Manufacturing process: limited edition.
Manufacturer, Van Cleef Arpels.
Date of manufacture: 1960.
Van Cleef Arpels Ballerina 18K Gold Gem Set Brooch.
Item: Van Cleef Arpels 18K Gold Gem Set Earrings Pair. Grade Common. Value: 350,000. Materials: gold, rubies, turquoise. Manufacturing process: limited edition.
Manufacturer, Van Cleef Arpels.
Production date: 1960.
Van Cleef Arpels 18K Gold Gem Set Earrings.
Chapter 46. 200,000 for 2 million. What a great deal. Van Cleef Arpels is a renowned international luxury brand that once created custom jewelry exclusively for European royalty and nobility. The Van Cleef Arpels pieces Zhang Xuanfei was wearing belong to the brand's famous ballet dancer collection, Van Cleef Arpels Ballerina Collection. This collection is based on the image of a ballerina, with various exquisite gemstones set into the ballerina's figure to form a stunning ensemble of a long skirt, a crown, and more. Every few years, Van Cleef Arpels holds an internal exhibition, and the ballerina collection is one of the key exhibits. The total value of the Van Cleef Arpels jewelry pieces in Zhang Xuanfei's possession amounted to 2 million, far exceeding the value of the Qing dynasty, pure silver Kangxi 18th Arhats inkstone. Next up was Adam Murphy's turn to shine. He had to figure out a way to talk his way into acquiring those Van Cleef Arpels pieces from the other man. Ahem. Adam Murphy cleared his throat twice and said with a pretentious air, "Brother Adrian, you're trying to pull one over on me again. This piece is clearly more than just a Republican-era artifact. It's at least from the early Qing dynasty, or even the Ming dynasty. Sun Jianxiong has cleaned out all the antiques in the shop. These are the only 2 good pieces left. I was just about to sell them off to buy some decent jewelry, so I can go propose to my girlfriend. Hearing this, the corner of Wang Defa's eye twitched slightly, and he silently cursed Adam Murphy for his greatly improved eye for antiques. If he hadn't attended the Jada autumn auction, he wouldn't have been able to identify the age of this inkstone, yet Adam Murphy had actually determined it was a Qing dynasty piece. He had to beat Adam Murphy to it before the latter realized the inkstone's true value. Bro, you're way off on this one. I used to deal in miscellaneous antiques. This is just a folk kiln inkstone. It's not worth much. I'll take a little hit on this one. I'll bump up the offer a bit. How about 1,000? Adam Murphy's lips turned down slightly. So you're trying to play games with me now, kid? 1,000 yuan? I'll give you 1,000 slaps across the face. If it weren't for those pieces of jewelry Zhang Xuanfei is wearing, I wouldn't even bother with you. Brother Adrian, don't waste your breath. My girlfriend insists I buy her diamond jewelry. I've spent all my money setting up this shop, so I'm planning to sell this inkstone to buy a few pieces of diamond jewelry. Upon hearing that Adam Murphy intended to trade this Qing dynasty official inkstone for diamond jewelry, Wang Defa was at a loss for words. There is a hierarchy of snobbery in the antiques world. Shop owners look down on street vendors look down on hawkers, and hawkers look down on those who deal in foreign goods. Overseas goods like diamonds, mechanical watches, and designer accessories are considered nothing more than second-hand items in Panjiayuan, not true antiques. Wang Defa, who primarily dealt in porcelain, considered himself a cut above the rest and looked down on these foreign trinkets the most. Brother! Wang Defa was just about to lecture Adam Murphy on how diamond jewelry was nothing but a scam, and that buying gold was a better investment than buying diamonds. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Xuanfei tugged at the hem of his shirt from behind and gave him a meaningful look. What's up? Wang Defu looked displeased and turned to Zhang Xuanfei with a puzzled expression. Zhang Xuanfei leaned close to Wang Defu's ear and whispered, Brother Adrian, I just picked up a box of jewelry a few days ago from the foreigner residential area in Hohai. These junk pieces were left in a cabinet by some foreigner. They're probably worthless fakes. Adam Murphy wants diamond jewelry, right? Let us just give him these pieces. Wang Defa's face lit up, and he silently marveled at such good fortune. It was as if heaven itself was helping him, actively handing him money. Give me the stuff. Once this is done, we'll split it 50-50. Zhang Xuanfei grinned widely and nodded happily. Sure. I'll take your lead. Wang Defu took the jewelry box Zhang Xuanfei handed him and walked over to Adam Murphy. Bro, this really is a stroke of luck. A few days ago, I was picking up some goods over by Hohai and acquired a batch of diamond jewelry from a wealthy foreigner. As he spoke, Wang Defa opened the jewelry box, revealing more than 10 pieces of jewelry rings, necklaces, stud earrings, dangling earrings, brooches, and more, all tangled together. He gave an awkward yet polite smile and pointed to a blue heart-shaped necklace among them. Look at this sapphire necklace. It's crystal clear and of such high quality. Isn't it better than the jewelry you'd buy in a store? Adam Murphy watched as Wang Defu pointed at the glass necklace, momentarily speechless. This cheap knockoff was a replica of the Heart of the Ocean worn by Rose in Titanic. The genuine article was a single piece of sapphire, set with over 100 small diamonds of varying sizes, worth over 100 million. If anyone in the industry heard what Wang Defu had just said, they'd probably laugh themselves to death. He forced down the smile forming on his lips and said, somewhat uncertainly, Brother Adrian, I don't think these are diamonds, are they? A diamond the size of a soybean costs over 1,000. A diamond this big must be worth over 1 million, right? Wang Defa waved his hand impatiently. We've known each other for so many years. Would Brother Adrian ever lie to you? Here, take it. All of this is yours. Give this jewelry to your sister-in-law. She'll definitely be thrilled. Adam Murphy took the jewelry box hesitantly and muttered under his breath. It's pretty, sure, but it's all old. I wonder if it's even worth anything. What if my girlfriend doesn't like it? Can I return it to you? Return it? Of course you can, guaranteed. Wang Defu pounded his chest hard, making his gaunt chest thud loudly. Once something's in my hands, you think you can return it? Dream on. I'll flip them right away. There'll be no proof, so what are you gonna do about it? Haha, no problem. Wang Defu snatched the inkstone off the table and clutched it to his chest, afraid Adam Murphy might change his mind. Bro, you just took over the shop, so we won't bother you. Let us chat another time. Alright, when the new shop opens, you guys better come show your support. We definitely will. After watching Wang Defa and his crew walk away, Adam Murphy snorted disdainfully. Idiots, trying to take advantage of your grandpa chow without even knowing your own place. If I weren't too lazy to waste my breath on you lot, I'd have thrown in another 50,000 or 100,000. I'm in a good mood today, so I hold it against you. One piece of ice grade and glass grade jadeite, for pieces of Van Cleef Arpels jewelry, and a free antique shop today, a net profit of 5 million. Haha, I'm raking it in. Mingyue Xian Tea House. Adam Murphy walked into the top floor private room carrying a massive, custom-made solid wood trunk. Jared Henderson set down his teacup, stood up with a beaming smile and teased, "You little rascal, you just made a splash at joshing. What kind of shenanigans are you up to now?" Adam Murphy wore a mysterious smile as he carried the chest and strode quickly toward Jared Henderson. "William Gibson, I have 2 things to discuss today. First, I'd like to ask you to take a look at this. Second, I've taken over Boyajai, and I'd like to ask you to recommend a reliable renovation crew to help me refurbish the place." Jared Henderson had known all along that Adam Murphy was planning to take over the antique shop, so this came as no surprise. What piqued his curiosity was what kind of treasure was inside the heavy-looking antique box Adam Murphy was holding. "You're already a multimillionaire, you wouldn't bring just any old antique to me. I'm guessing this is a top-quality piece, and you're here to show it off." "Ha ha ha, William Gibson, you're joking. Please take a look." "All right, cut the nonsense. Open it up and let me see." "Sure thing." Adam Murphy readily opened the wooden crate, revealing a metal cloud plate as thick as a palm and half a meter tall before Jared Henderson's eyes. "A cloud plate? When did you start collecting these, kid? Take a closer look. What's there to see?" This thing was used for ancient gatherings. It served much the same purpose as a bell. "Huh, there's even an inscription on it. Cast in the year of Gue Hai of the Great Gene's Mandate of Heaven at Nyozhuang City." Good heavens, it's actually an inscription from the later Jin era. This is a national treasure. Where on earth did you dig this up? Chapter 47. A private museum? Adam Murphy had been an apprentice at Jared Henderson's antique shop since he was 15. Jared Henderson gave Adam Murphy many books on antiques and occasionally offered guidance, so he was practically a mentor to him. For this very reason, whenever Adam Murphy came across something valuable, he would seek out Jared Henderson for advice immediately. This time, he brought the Jin Dynasty Tianming cloud plaque to Jared Henderson for appraisal, mainly to hear his recommendations. Since the market value of this Tianming cloud plaque wasn't particularly high, its greatest value lay in its historical and cultural heritage. Adam Murphy is just a small-time antique dealer. He doesn't engage in academic research on cultural relics, so this Heaven's Mandate cloud plate holds little significance for him personally. He could use this Heaven's Mandate cloud plate to trade with other collectors for higher value Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain, Ru-kiln porcelain, or works by renowned painters and calligraphers. He could also use this Heaven's Mandate cloud plate as leverage to strike a deal with Mason Olson, who would certainly be willing to pay a hefty sum to acquire it. This Heaven's Mandate cloud panel is incredibly precious. It's truly a national treasure. Where on earth did you get such a precious artifact? The less people knew about this, the better, so Adam Murphy tweaked his story slightly. He claimed he discovered the cloud panel in an abandoned temple back in his hometown and, out of curiosity, went to take a closer look. He discovered it was a precious artifact bearing an inscription of its age, so he took it. Jared Henderson was an old fox. Adam Murphy wasn't even born yet when Jared was already spinning tales to fool people. He stroked his goatee, thinking to himself, "Your story is full of holes. It might fool some fools out there, but you're nowhere near fooling me." Although he could hear the inconsistencies in Adam Murphy's words, he didn't call him out on them. "You asked me to appraise this treasure. Surely it's not just about the appraisal, is it?" As expected, nothing escapes William Gibson's notice. "I'd like to consult with you about trading this Heaven's Will cloud tablet for some valuable antiques. Or are you planning to use this to generate hype and sell it to Mason Olson at a high price?" Jared Henderson, a seasoned veteran, instantly grasped Adam Murphy's true intentions. He shook his head and sighed, "Ah, you're making this far too simple. You should know that this Heaven's Mandate cloud tablet is far more of a cultural relic than a mere antique. Its market value isn't particularly high. Besides, It's a hot potato, most people wouldn't dare touch it. It's not out of the question that some well-heeled collectors, driven by a sense of curiosity, might be willing to acquire it. But if you expect them to pay the price of a top-grade yuan blue and white porcelain piece for this Heaven's Mandate cloud panel, they'll absolutely refuse. The most suitable place for it is in major cultural heritage museums. Oh, I see. Adam Murphy nodded with a hint of disappointment. His perspective wasn't as broad as Jared Henderson's. He thought that, given the Heaven's Mandate cloud panel's cultural heritage value, he could trade it for some high-quality antiques. He hadn't expected the collecting world to be so full of twists and turns. He wasn't some selfless saint donating a treasure he'd worked so hard to snag at a bargain to a museum, only to receive a commemorative banner and an 88 yuan red envelope in return. That would make him a complete fool. He'd much rather keep it for his own collection than donate this Heaven's Mandate cloud tablet. Jared Henderson noticed the look of disappointment on Adam Murphy's face. He patted Adam Murphy gently on the shoulder and consoled him. Don't be upset. This is a very precious historical artifact. It's perfectly fine for you to keep it in your own collection. Didn't you say earlier that you still have a batch of top-quality antiques on hand? At your age, if you keep collecting, by the time you reach my age, your collection of artifacts and antiques will be enough to open a private museum. Private museum? Just half a month ago, Adam Murphy was still an unremarkable antique dealer. He hadn't even dared to dream of something as high-end as a museum. But recently, he'd acquired a large number of top-quality antiques one after another. Not only did he possess precious artifacts like the Mandate of Heaven Cloud Tablet, but also rare treasures such as the Empress Dowager Cix's Jade watermelon. He also owned top-tier antiques including Ru Kiln porcelain, Jun Kiln porcelain, Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain, Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain, and exquisite Qing Dynasty Famille rose porcelain. The top-tier porcelain in his collection was already rarer than what many provincial museums held. Add to that the recently discovered Taiping Heavenly Kingdom treasure trove, and opening a private museum wouldn't be out of the question. That being the case, why shouldn't he Martin Bennett keep the incredibly precious Heaven's Mandate cloud tablet for his own collection instead of selling it? The idea of a museum is still too far off. He'll keep it for now, and when his collection grows large enough, he'll consider it later. Jared Henderson nodded slightly, choosing not to make a big deal out of it. He simply reminded Adam Murphy that the Mandate of Heaven cloud plaque was extremely valuable and that he shouldn't let this information leak out, or it would cause trouble. What are your thoughts on the antique shop? Should we continue operating the Boyaz High in its traditional vein, specializing in Scholar Studio antiques? Or do you have other ideas? Adam Murphy pulled a pre-prepared floor plan from his coat pocket. The diagram divided the antique shop into several main sections. The areas to the left and right of the first floor entrance were entirely designated for porcelain. Moving inward, the sections were arranged in the following order: Jade and Jadeite, Ancient Jade, Calligraphy and Paintings, followed by the appraisal room and the consignment room. Excluding the porcelain section, each of the other antique sections occupied approximately 20% of the space. The second floor consists of 3 areas. Directly opposite the staircase is a row of 12 luxurious display cases, each designed to showcase the store's crown jewels pieces of premium quality or higher. Opposite the display cases is a row of high-end display cabinets, primarily for selling top-grade Ming and Qing Dynasty folk kiln porcelain, as well as mass-produced ordinary imperial kiln porcelain. In the corner is a small room serving as Adam Murphy's office and break area. This design proposal is very clean and easy to understand at a glance. After reviewing the drawings, Jared Henderson set them on the table and said in a deep voice, "Your design proposal is good. Porcelain, ancient jade, and calligraphy and paintings are all best-selling antiques. In recent years, the jadeite market has been booming, and many antique shops have added sections for jadeite jewelry. Your idea aligns with market trends. Although porcelain is the best-selling antique, you've dedicated an entire floor on the second level to premium and top-grade porcelain. Do you actually have that many high-quality pieces on hand?" Adam Murphy grinned widely, revealing 2 rows of neat, pearly white teeth. Porcelain was what he'd acquired the most of in the Fengtian underground treasure vault, and he planned to put all the lower-grade pieces from the Fengtian treasure trove up for sale. Before opening the shop, he'd scour the major flea markets for bargains and stock up on some extra porcelain. Once the antique shop officially opened, he could maintain a steady cycle by selling items while simultaneously buying them back. So he wasn't worried about running out of stock. William Gibson: "I've got it all figured out, no problem. That puts my mind at ease. I have a young protege who is pursuing a PhD in classical architecture at Beijing University. I'll have him design your antique shop for you. That's great. Thank you so much. You little rascal. Stop putting on that fake politeness. Run that antique shop well otherwise. Don't even claim to be someone who came out of manhwa Xian. Rest assured, sir. I definitely won't bring shame upon you. William Gibson, it's getting late. Wanna grab a bite to eat? Jared Henderson glanced at his watch. It was almost dinner time. Sure. I'll just give Little Lee a call and have him join us so you two can discuss the antique shop's renovation. Great. Thanks so much. Chapter 48. Returning home in splendor. Panjiayuan Antique Market. Boyaz High. Adam Murphy and a tall, slender young man with long hair and a somewhat delicate face walked out of the antique shop, one in front and one behind. Brother Jared, I'll be counting on you for the antique shop's renovation. As he spoke, he pulled a thick envelope from his pocket and pressed it into Li Jingyu's hand. No, I can't accept this. Li Jingyu reacted as if he'd been scalded by boiling water, abruptly pushing Adam Murphy's hand away. It was as if what Adam Murphy was holding wasn't money, but a deadly poison. Mr. Chow, William Gibson is my senior. I must follow the instructions he's given me. It's just helping you design the renovation plan for the antique shop. Talking about money would ruin our relationship. Li Jingyu's appearance and style were very artsy. Those who disapproved might find him a bit effeminate. Through last night's dinner and their interaction at the antique shop today, Adam Murphy discovered that Li Jingyu was not only highly professional but also generous, a friend worth befriending. With highly educated professionals like this, getting to know one is like getting to know an entire network, so Adam Murphy naturally wasn't going to pass up the opportunity. Brother Jared, don't get the wrong idea, this money isn't meant to imply anything else. I'm heading back to my hometown today, and I'll be making a trip to Anhui province in a little while, so I won't have time to oversee the antique shop. I'd like to ask you to keep an eye on the workers during construction whenever you have time, otherwise I won't be able to rest easy. Oh? Li Jingyu raised his delicate eyebrows slightly and looked at Adam Murphy with some surprise. Jared Henderson had introduced Adam Murphy to him as a promising young professional whom he intended to mentor. He had assumed Adam Murphy was eager to open the store and was preparing to arrange for construction to begin immediately. But judging by Adam Murphy's tone, it seemed there were matters more important than the antique shop. As a professional designer, respecting a client's privacy was a fundamental part of his professional ethics. Mr. Chow, you don't need to worry about the construction. We only work with government-affiliated contractors, so there will absolutely be no quality issues. I can accept this money, and I'll throw in a few extra little surprises for you later. Li Jingyu wouldn't budge, and Adam Murphy couldn't very well force money into his pocket. So he had no choice but to go along with what the other man was saying. All right, I'll leave it to you, Brother Jared. By the way, Brother Jared, you're a top student from Beijing University. Do you know any experts in antique appraisal? I'm actually looking for a master craftsman. It would be even better if he could bring along 1 or 2 apprentices. Li Jingyu's lips twitched slightly. He wanted to agree, but worried that if things didn't go well, he'd end up pleasing neither side. He didn't know Adam Murphy very well, and seeing that Boya's studio had almost no antiques, he was concerned that if he brought someone over, they might not be satisfied. After a moment's hesitation, he said in a deep voice, I'll go back and ask around for you. If I find someone suitable, I'll let you know right away. Great. That's it for now. We'll keep in touch by phone. No problem. After watching Li Jingyu leave, Adam Murphy shook his head with a hint of resignation. People from different circles forcing a connection might not necessarily be a good thing. A complete renovation of the antique shop would take at least a month. Within that month, he planned to visit Zhao Debao's home to inspect the ancient tomb, then head to Anhui province to search for the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom's treasure. He wasn't sure if a month would be enough. He'd just have to take it one step at a time. Time to buy New Year's supplies and head home for the holiday. Jizhou Province, Qinglong City, Lishigu Village. Qinglong City is located in the northern part of Jizhou Province, bordering Rihe to the west, Menggu to the north, and Shanhaiguan to the east. The local soil and climate are fertile, and the region is rich in natural resources, making it a picturesque northern city. Qinglong City is renowned for its Qinglong honey chestnuts, Qinglong walnuts, wild hazelnut mushrooms, and wild hazelnuts. At dusk, a Jiefeng truck slowly pulled up outside a farmhouse courtyard. Through the open courtyard gate, one could see the clean and tidy courtyard, where a 2-meter square corn rack had been built from wooden planks, filled with golden corn cobs arranged in neat rows. Corn rack. Hearing the rumbling of the truckus engine outside the courtyard, a tall, handsome young woman wearing a floral patterned jacket pushed aside the thick cotton curtain and peered out. Just then, a familiar figure was leaning against the driver's door, unloading items from the truck. Seeing Adam Murphy, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, William Wells's lips curled into a wide grin, and he ran toward the outer courtyard with his long legs. "Bro, what took you so long to come back?" "Mom, my brother's back." Hearing the familiar voices behind him, Adam Murphy leaped down from the truck and opened his arms with great affection. William Wells, like a nimble little fawn, darted into Adam Murphy's arms and gave him a big hug. "Bro, why do you take so long to come back? Mom and everyone's been missing you. They've been talking about you every day." Adam Murphy ruffled William Wells's little head. "I've been pretty busy this year, so I'm a little late. All right, help me carry these things. I bought you this year's new down jacket, and the rolling suitcase you've been dreaming about. This is a special edition made for airplanes, the top-of-the-line kind. I guarantee it's even nicer than your roommate's." "Really? You're the best, bro." William Wells is usually very frugal. He rotates just 2 outfits all year round. When she heard that Adam Murphy had bought her a new down jacket and the suitcase she'd been wanting for so long, she was overjoyed and cheered with delight. But her joy didn't last long. A look of concern crossed her excited little face. "These must be really expensive. If Mom finds out, she'll scold you again." "Haha, it's okay. I bought some for Mom and Dad too. It's the Lunar New Year, let us celebrate." Is Jenning back?" Just as the brother and sister were chatting animatedly, their mother, Lu Yun-shu, rushed out of the house in a fluster, balancing on a single cotton slipper she hadn't managed to put on. Compared to William Wells, who was still in school, her perspective was completely different. She sensed that Adam Murphy was very different from before. Although his appearance hadn't changed much, his entire demeanor had shifted, giving her the impression of a city person. "Mom, it's cold out here. You and your sister come inside quickly. I'll just bring these things in." "You're such a kid. Why did you buy anything when you're back at your own home? We have everything we need at home. Why waste that money? What are these things anyway? All these bright, flashy colors, it's just a waste of money. You should save that money for when he gets married." The mother and son hadn't seen each other in half a year, and they had endless things to talk about. While she seemed to be scolding Adam Murphy for wasting money, every word was actually an expression of a mother's love for her child. "Mom, my brother's finally back. Please don't be so hard on him. My brother bought you a down jacket. It's thin yet warm, and lots of my classmates at school are wearing them. All right, stop standing there like fools at the door. Let us hurry up and carry the stuff inside. The neighbors are all watching." "Okay." The 3 of them chatted at the door for quite a while before they began carrying in the New Year's supplies. Adam Murphy was now a wealthy man. He bought each family member a brand new Bozading down jacket, along with all kinds of Beijing specialties: Quanjued roast duck, Daxiankan pastries, the 8 Beijing delicacies, and more. It took the family several trips back and forth to bring everything inside. Chapter 49. I don't want to go on a blind date. Main room, living room. Father Chao Ziyuan and Mother Lu Yunshu stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the mountain of 100 yuan bills stacked on the table. Chao Ziyuan took a deep breath, strode quickly to the door, and locked it from the inside. He turned around and looked at Adam Murphy with a stern expression. "Jenning, tell Dad the truth. Have you been up to something illegal out there? Take Dad's advice. Return this money and try to get a lenient punishment." Feeling so deeply distrusted by his own father left Adam Murphy feeling utterly desolate. He couldn't help but press his hand to his forehead and sigh, his mind a whirlwind of emotions. He'd given his parents this money out of the goodness of his heart, so they could renovate their house and enjoy a comfortable life at home. Instead, he was suspected of engaging in illegal activities. It was truly unbearable. "Dad, what are you talking about? I earned all this through my own hard work. I've had good luck this year. I've snagged a lot of valuable antiques at bargain prices. One of them was worth 10 million. I sold it, opened an antique shop, and now I'm the owner. I've also set aside some money to invest in our hometown, so I can set you up with a livelihood and spare you the daily hardship of relying on those meager crops in the fields." Chao Ziyuan and Lu Yunshu exchanged glances, both their eyes filled with deep astonishment. Chao Ziyuan rubbed his stiff face and asked hesitantly, "Are you serious? You stumbled upon a treasure worth 10 million. Building a primary school in town only costs a few million. What kind of treasure could possibly be worth 10 million? That's a cognitive bias. A farmer like Chao Ziyuan, who had toiled in the fields his entire life, simply couldn't imagine that a single piece of Yuan dynasty imperial kiln blue and white porcelain could be worth tens of millions. And that was with Adam Murphy taking his parents' limited comprehension into account. He hadn't even mentioned the 2 Yuan dynasty blue and white figure decorated vases worth over 100 million, or that rare treasure, the Empress Dowager Xishi Jade watermelon. That's just how the antique world works. It's like buying a lottery ticket. With a bit of luck, you might spend 200 yuan on an antique worth tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions, and become rich overnight. You don't need to worry about how much these antiques are worth right now. All you need to know is that your son is rich now. A son's success brings honor to his parents. My wealth means you too are wealthy too. Take this money and tear down your house to build a brand new, spacious duplex villa. Also, think about any business ventures you'd like to pursue. I'll provide the funding. As long as it's a solid business, no problem, I'll invest in it for you." Gulp. Chao Ziyuan couldn't help but swallow hard. The last time he heard words like this was in a dream. Now, with his dream becoming reality, he didn't dare accept it. He blinked in disbelief and gently nudged Lu Yunshu beside him with his elbow. "Your son's asking you a question, say something." Lu Yunshu pouted, thinking to herself, "I want to say something, but what am I supposed to say? I always hoped my son would make something of himself. Now that he really has, I feel a flutter of anxiety in my heart. I can't help but feel like this is all a dream." "Son, Mom knows you've made something of yourself. It's just that my heart's pounding so fast, I feel so flustered. Just put this money away for now. Let your dad and me take some time to process this." Chao Ziyuan and his wife were both down-to-earth farmers faced with this windfall. They were a bit at a loss and needed some time to come to terms with it. "All right, I'm staying here for 2 more days anyway, so let us talk about it tomorrow." "Okay. You've been driving for hours, you must be tired. Go back to your room and get some rest." Bro, wake up. Or you won't be able to leave in a minute." Adam Murphy, still half asleep, was roused by a rustling sound and opened his eyes reluctantly. The door opened a crack, and William Wells poked his little head through the gap, giving him a sly look. "What's up? Why are you causing trouble first thing in the morning?" William Wells wrinkled his nose at Adam Murphy and said indignantly, "I was just trying to help by reminding you Aunt Wong has set you up with another date. If you don't leave soon, the girl will be here. You're taking my kindness for granted. I'm not talking to you anymore." "Humph. What?" At the mere mention of the words blind date, Adam Murphy's hair stood on end, and he frantically began getting dressed. Every year when he went home, he had to go through this agonizing ordeal. Blind dates, blind dates, blind dates. This had become an annual nightmare that Adam Murphy had to endure. Outside, William Wells saw Adam Murphy's panicked expression and covered his mouth to stifle a chuckle, looking just like a fox that had just snatched a chick. Before long, Adam Murphy was fully dressed and dashed out the door. "Bro, wait for me." William Wells chased right after Adam Murphy, the brother and sister running one in front of the other toward the village entrance. Adam Murphy sprinted all the way to the village entrance without breaking a sweat, while William Wells, running right behind him, had a bright red face and was panting heavily. Why are you running so fast? I can't even keep up with you." Adam Murphy shot William Wells a disdainful glance. "It's my blind date. Not yours, of course. You're not in a hurry. Aunt Wong is such a pain in the neck. She sets me up with all kinds of weirdos. The year before last, she set me up with a woman who wasn't even divorced yet. She said as long as I married her, she'd get a divorce. That's total bullshit." William Wells took half a minute to catch her breath. She narrowed her pretty almond-shaped eyes and leaned in mysteriously toward Adam Murphy. "Bro, I've got some good news for you. My roommate likes you. You know, that round-faced girl from when you came to our school last time, the one who brought me clothes and helped me get water." Hearing this, Adam Murphy pictured a cute girl in his mind. Her round little face had a hint of baby fat, her big, round eyes were adorable, and her voice was soft and sweet. Most impressive of all was her impressive 36D bust. Their future kids would certainly never go hungry. As Adam Murphy was reminiscing about that girl he'd met only once, the image of a cool, aloof beauty suddenly popped into his mind, standing with her hands on her hips and glaring at him menacingly. Adam Murphy shook his head vigorously, thinking to himself that he really let his imagination run wild. How could he be thinking of Mason Olsen at a time like this? She came from a wealthy family and was top tier in every aspect: looks, figure, education, and ability. Not to mention, the two of them were like oil and water. Whenever they met, they inevitably clash. Bro, what are you thinking about? Huh? What's up with your eyes? They're sparkling like gems. At some point, William Wells had come up behind Adam Murphy and was now staring curiously with wide eyes, fixated on Adam Murphy's own eyes. Huh? Oh, nothing. Just thinking about some work stuff. Adam Murphy looked like a child caught in a lie, frantically smoothing out the hem of his shirt to hide his unease. Tofu. Hot. Fresh off the stove tofu. Come on out and buy some tofu. Just then, a loud shout suddenly rang out from nearby. Aunt Wesley, the tofu vendor, had set up her stall. Adam Murphy had intended to take the opportunity to laugh it off and brush the matter aside. But he happened to notice that a white, jewel-like glow was emanating from the tofu vendor's tricycle. In the past, the white radiance had been relatively faint, unable to penetrate even slightly thicker clothing. After absorbing the energy from the raw jade, his ability had been enhanced. The range of the white radiance had expanded, now capable of penetrating the cloth covering the tofu. Adam Murphy looked toward the source of the radiance and discovered that next to the steaming tofu, a dark, heavy scale weight was emitting the white radiance. It was a ceramic weight, square in shape, with a truncated pyramid-shaped knob on top and a black hemp rope threaded through a hole in the center. On one side of the weight was an inscription in raised seal script reading, Midseong, 10th month, 1st year of Zhengde, while the other three sides featured interlacing mat weave patterns. Item, Ming Dynasty, 1st year of Zhengde ceramic weight. Grade premium. Value, 15,000. Material pottery. Manufacturing process, officially commissioned. Manufacturer imperial supervision. Date of production, 1st year of the Zhengde era Ming Dynasty. Ming Dynasty, 1st year of the Zhengde era pottery weighing weight. Chapter 50. Time to put acting skills to the test. In ancient times, a scale weight was called a quan. It was one of the three most important units of measurement, specifically the he weight, and was therefore also known as a he chang. Du, an instrument for measuring length. Liang, a vessel for measuring and calculating volume. He, a tool for measuring the weight of objects. China is an ancient civilization with a long history, and its systems of weights and measures varied significantly across different dynasties. Here, we must thank our great ancestor, the first emperor, who took the lead in standardizing weights and measures, thereby facilitating the development of human society. Weights, or quan, bore different inscriptions across different dynasties and were primarily divided into 4 categories: bronze, iron, pottery, and stone. Most ancient weights were circular, bell-shaped, gourd-shaped, or animal-shaped. According to historical records, the largest known weight dates from the Warring States period and is called the Gaonu He Shur bronze weight. Gaonu He Shur bronze weight. It is a circular bronze weight, 20 centimeters tall and weighing as much as 15 kilograms. Engraved on this bronze weight is an imperial edict issued by the first emperor. In the 26th year, the emperor fully unified all the feudal lords of the realm. The common people enjoyed great peace. He assumed the title of emperor, and he issued an edict to the chancellors Zhuang and Wan, standardizing weights and measures and clarifying all discrepancies and ambiguities. This national treasure is housed in the Chang'an Museum. This clearly demonstrates that, from ancient times to the present, weights and measures have been essential tools in human life. To consolidate their rule and prevent market instability, ancient rulers consistently maintained control over weights and measures. Consequently, many excavated ancient weights bear date marks such as 1st year of the Zhengde reign of the Ming Dynasty, or manufactured in Dadu Road during the Yuanjin era. Aunt Wesley identified the tofu scale weight as an official porcelain weight manufactured in the 1st year of Emperor Zhengde's reign during the Ming Dynasty. A relatively large number of these officially commissioned weights have survived to this day. Furthermore, Aunt Chun had not preserved it very well. Prolonged contact with brine had corroded the weight, significantly diminishing its value. This weight, much like the Heaven-S Mandate cloud plaque Adam Murphy holds, is far more of a cultural relic than an antique. Few collectors are interested in this type of item, so its value isn't particularly high. But merchants chase profit. Why would they let a sure thing slip through their fingers? Adam Murphy immediately stepped forward, stood on the small path at the village entrance, and shouted to Aunt Wesley, who was not far away. "Auntie, weigh out 10 gene of tofu for me." William Wells, unaware of Adam Murphy's ulterior motive, tugged at the hem of Adam Murphy's shirt, trying to stop him from wasting money. Bro, what are you going to do with so much tofu? If you want some, just buy a piece. Mom usually trades beans for tofu. If she finds out you bought this much tofu, she'll give you an earful again. Adam Murphy flashed a mysterious smile, leaned close to William Wells's ear, and whispered conspiratorially, "Watch closely. I'll show you how I usually make money." Hearing this, William Wells's beautiful almond-shaped eyes widened, brimming with anticipation. She'd only been admitted to Hwacha University last year, and her freshman year was the busiest time she'd been dying to check out where Adam Murphy worked. But Adam Murphy always made up all sorts of excuses to fob her off, refusing to let her go. The more Adam Murphy kept it a secret, the more curious she became. Now that she had the chance to witness firsthand how Adam Murphy made his money, she was so excited she couldn't stop rubbing her hands together. "Oh, isn't this the eldest son of the Chin family? You've finally deigned to come back to our little backwater." Adam Murphy worked in Beijing year-round, and the villagers' strongest impression of him was that he'd made it big in a metropolis like Beijing. He was a real go-getter. Aunt Wesley, being an elder, couldn't resist teasing him the moment she saw Adam Murphy. Adam Murphy laughed heartily and returned the banter with a couple of jokes of his own. "Aunt Wesley, don't say that. Our Lishigu is wonderful. We've got mountains and rivers. Beijing can't hold a candle to a place like this. Especially the tofu you make. Aunt Wesley, I can smell the aroma of soybeans from 800 meters away. No one's tofu tastes as good as yours. Weigh out 10 Jin for me. I'm going to eat my fill these next few days." With just those two sentences, Adam Murphy had flattered Aunt Wesley to the skies, leaving her grinning from ear to ear. She kept praising Adam Murphy, saying he was handsome, had a way with words, and was sure to become a big boss someday. While they were chatting, Aunt Wesley had already cut up 10 Jin of tofu. Supplies were scarce in the countryside, so people rarely used plastic bags to buy tofu. Instead, they brought their own large bowls or basins to carry it home. Ordinary small plastic bags simply couldn't hold Adam Murphy's 10 Jin of tofu. "You two siblings came to buy tofu without bringing any containers. Let me deliver it right to your doorstep." Aunt Wesley was in a great mood at that moment and offered to deliver it herself. Adam Murphy acted as if he hadn't heard her and started arguing with William Wells, who was standing nearby. "Aunt Wesley still needs to sell tofu. She has to use her own scale. I'll go to the county seat later and buy one." William Wells blinked his big eyes in confusion, not quite understanding why Adam Murphy was suddenly talking nonsense. Suddenly, remembering what Adam Murphy had told her earlier, she immediately realized that Adam Murphy had his eye on the scale Aunt Wesley was holding. But it was just a very ordinary household scale. It looked dirty and old. Could something like that be worth anything? Although she was thoroughly puzzled, William Wells went along with Adam Murphy's act. "Brother, Mom's planning to go sell roasted chestnuts at the Zichigu fair later, and she needs the scale right away. By the time you get back from the county seat, the fair will be over." William Wells wore a serious expression on her face. There was no sign whatsoever that she was acting, and Adam Murphy was deeply impressed. "Then what should we do? We're running out of time." "Bro, doesn't Aunt Wesley have a scale? Let us just borrow Aunt Wesley's scale." Adam Murphy shook his head repeatedly. "Mom will need a scale later too. We might as well just buy Aunt Wesley's scale." As he spoke, he pulled 100 yuan out of his pocket and handed it to Aunt Wesley. "Aunt Wesley, my mom needs the scale right away. How about I buy it from you for 100 yuan? Before Aunt Wesley could say a word, William Wells, standing behind him, suddenly tugged at Adam Murphy's shirt. "Bro, are you crazy? A scale doesn't cost that much. They sell them at the county supply and marketing cooperative." But there's no time for that. The brother and sister hadn't rehearsed this in advance. Yet they acted with such conviction that even Aunt Wesley, standing nearby, was left dumbfounded. Aunt Wesley looked at the 100 yuan bill in Adam Murphy's hand, and a flash of greed crossed her eyes. Tofu sells for 3 mao 5 per Jin. Selling a whole cartload of tofu would only bring in 100 or so yuan. That rickety scale had been in use for over a decade. Selling it to Adam Murphy for 100 yuan was a huge profit. She had a spare scale at home anyway. It wouldn't interfere with her business at all. It was just a quick errand. That eldest son of the Chow family has really been living the good life in the city for too long. He has no idea about village prices. Anyway, he's the one offering to pay. It's not like I'm tricking him. Even if old Chow finds out, he can't blame me. You two stop arguing. It's just a scale. Take it and use it. I've got another one at home. Seeing that Aunt Wesley had finally taken the bait, Adam Murphy let out a long sigh of relief. With his sister present today, if he failed to snag this bargain, his older brother's authority would have been completely shattered. Thankfully, he pulled it off smoothly. Here, take this money. I can't let you lose out. Adam Murphy snatched the wet scale and weights from her hands and casually slapped 100 yuan onto the tofu cart. Aunt Wesley's face lit up with unhidden joy, and she feigned modesty, saying, "We're from the same village, it wouldn't be right for me to take your money." Adam Murphy waved his hand and said with a straight face, "Even blood brothers keep their accounts clear, I should definitely pay. Just put the tofu on the scale for me, I'll take it home right away. It'll save us both the trouble." All right. Thanks to the little charade put on by Adam Murphy and William Wells, the two parties struck a deal, each convinced they'd come out ahead. Chapter 51. Kent Gibson's Early Discharge. Adam Murphy and his sister didn't head home right away. Instead, they carried the scale over to the big poplar tree by the crossroads. William Wells had intended to wait for Adam Murphy to explain, but since Adam Murphy was deliberately keeping him in the dark, he had no choice but to ask, "Bro, is this scale the good stuff you were talking about?" "It's just an ordinary scale, the kind they use at the big market." Adam Murphy stood up straight, a smug expression on his face, exuding an air of supreme confidence. "Ahem. That's where you're wrong. What's really valuable is this scale weight." "Huh?" William Wells' mouth dropped open in surprise, wide enough to fit a whole egg. It wasn't that she lacked an eye for value, it was mainly that the weight had been used for so long that its surface was corroded and filthy, and it simply didn't look like it was worth much. It wasn't until she heard Adam Murphy's explanation that she turned her attention to the weight. She didn't realize it until she looked, and what she saw took her by surprise. She discovered that the grimy weight was actually covered with tiny characters written in seal script. She had loved calligraphy since childhood, and had practiced the styles of Yen Zhenxing and Lu Gongquan, known as Yen's tendons and Lu's bones, the most. Out of interest, she also picked up a basic understanding of seal script. Zhongxiang, 10th month of the first year of the Zhengde era. Could this be a weight made during the first year of the Zhengde era of the Ming dynasty? Impressive. Just as I'd expect from my sister, Adam Murphy. William Wells, quick as a flash, deduced the weight's origin from the inscription on its surface. Having earned Adam Murphy's praise, William Wells acted as if he'd received a gold star on a test, proudly lifting his snow-white swan neck and letting his little tail shoot straight up into the sky. "Now you know how awesome I am, right? If you took me along, I guarantee we'd make a fortune." "That's out of the question. You're the only college student in the old Chow family, you need to focus on your studies. If Mom found out I was out here with you, slacking off, she'd break my legs for sure." William Wells had always been curious about Adam Murphy's work. She'd intended to use this opportunity to ask for a tour of his workplace, but before she could even speak, Adam Murphy had already turned her down. Furious, she planted her hands on her hips and puckered her lips high in the air, looking just like an angry little yellow duck. "Aye." Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, the cell phone in Adam Murphy's pocket suddenly began to buzz. Thinking it was Li Jingyu, who was helping him design and renovate his antique shop, Adam Murphy hurriedly answered the call. "Hello? Is that you, Brother Chow?" A somewhat rough voice came through the phone. The caller wasn't Li Jingyu, but Zhao Debao. "Brother Wyatt, it's me. How did your wife's surgery go? Did everything go smoothly?" "Smoothly, very smoothly. We're already getting ready to be discharged," George Sullivan said. "It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone." Kent Gibson had only had surgery yesterday, being discharged today seemed a bit too rushed. Adam Murphy was worried that they were leaving early because of hospital bills, so he took the initiative to ask, "Brother Wyatt, your wife just had surgery yesterday, why are you checking out today?" "Don't worry about the money. My friend has already covered the hospital bills. It's fine if she stays for 10 days or half a month to recover." Zhao Debao was silent for a moment, then said somewhat sheepishly, "I was buying breakfast for your wife today when I overheard a young nurse outside say that Peking Union Medical College Hospital is a major hospital that treats only patients with particularly serious conditions. Patients who aren't in particularly critical condition aren't usually allowed to stay for long. We'd be wasting the hospital's medical resources. As it happens, your sister-in-law isn't used to being in the hospital and is planning to go home to recover. Although our home isn't as well equipped as the hospital, we have our own food and drinks, and the air is fresh, it's better for recuperation." "Oh." Adam Murphy nodded slightly, finally realizing why Zhao Debao was in such a hurry to be discharged. At the end of the day, he was just too shy. A few comments from others were enough to make him feel embarrassed. Still, it worked out well. Getting to Zhao Debao's house sooner would allow him to search for clues about the Taiping Rebellion treasure, making it easier to plan his subsequent itinerary. All right then, you two wait for me at the hospital. I'll drive over right now and take you both home. Okay. Thanks for your help, buddy. No problem. I'm out right now, so it'll take me a while to get there. Don't worry. It's fine, we're not in a rush. As long as we leave today. All right? I'm heading out right now. Okay. Bro, you're leaving right after you just got home? William Wells pouted, tugging at Adam Murphy's shirt tail, his face full of reluctance. Adam Murphy gently ruffled William Wells's tousled hair and whispered, "There's an urgent matter in Beijing that can't be delayed. I have to head over right away. I'm going out of town this time, and I don't know when I'll be done. If I have time, I'll make sure to come back." William Wells turned away in a huff, her beautiful big eyes slightly reddened, a glint of tears flashing in their depths. School was about to start, and she didn't know if Adam Murphy would be able to make it back before then. The siblings had just been reunited and were already about to part ways. She felt deeply reluctant. "All right, Zia, you're a big girl now. Don't cry or people will laugh at you. Wait until after I'm gone to tell Mom I'm going back to the capital." So she won T start crying again. "Let us go home." "Humph. I'm not talking to you. I'm not going home with you." The capital, Jade auction house, the general manager's office. Ring, ring, ring. The antique-style gold-inlaid enamel telephone vibrated incessantly, emitting a melodious ring. A long, slender hand grabbed the receiver, and a low voice tinged with displeasure spoke. "Hello, Mr. Reynolds, Lu Jiachi wants to see you. He's already downstairs. Should I let him in?" Upon hearing this, the large hand gripping the receiver tensed instantly, veins bulging on the back of the hand. Meng Xingxin suppressed his anger and said through gritted teeth, "I told you not to reveal your identity. How did he track me down?" The assistant on the other end of the line was already drenched in cold sweat and stammered out an explanation. "Mr. Reynolds, I really didn't say I was from Jade auction house. The previous few times, I found people on my own and struck deals with him privately. I don't know how he tracked me down either." Meng Xingxin pressed his left hand to his forehead, using his thumb and slender middle finger to gently massage his temples as he forced himself to suppress his rage. "Did he say anything else?" "He said no one could identify any flaws in his porcelain, and that we were deliberately reneging on the payment." This time, Meng Xingxin completely lost his temper and roared into the receiver, "Are you a fucking idiot? Just give him the money. Why are you asking me about such a trivial matter? Give him the money and tell him to get the hell out of here." "Yes, Mr. Reynolds. Wait, have him come up here." "Huh?" The assistant wondered if he'd heard wrong. 1 second ago, Meng Xingxin wanted to settle the matter with money and was preparing to send Lu Jiachi away. 1 second later, Meng Xingxin was telling him to bring the man up. Was he supposed to send him away or bring him up? "Mr. Reynolds, should I bring him up right away?" "Yes. Please invite our friend up." "Yes, Mr. Reynolds." Chapter 52. Qing Dynasty, Yongzheng Era. December pleasure at the Old Summer Palace Illusion Lamp. Peking Union Medical College Hospital. Zhao Debao and Kent Gibson followed Adam Murphy to a brand new black Grand Cherokee. 1993 Grand Cherokee. This was the first-generation ultra-luxury SUV launched by Jeep in 1993. Equipped with a 5.2-liter V8 engine and a 4-speed automatic transmission, it delivered up to 223 horsepower, a luxury, comfortable, and off-road capable SUV. Considering their upcoming treasure hunt in Anhui province, which would take them to some remote mountainous areas, the SUV not only has plenty of power but also offers ample interior space for storing antiques. From among the many luxury cars and SUVs, Adam Murphy selected this Grand Cherokee as the one offering the best value for the money. "Whoa, bro, you're really hiding your true colors. So you're actually this rich." Zhao Debao didn't know much about cars, but in his eyes, the tall and imposing Grand Cherokee was worth more than the Mercedes-Benz he'd ridden in before. With his right hand resting on Kent Gibson's shoulder and his left gently running over the mirror-smooth body, he couldn't wait to take it for a spin. "Ah." Adam Murphy walked over to the back with a smile and opened the rear door. "Brother Wyatt, help my wife in first. There's plenty of room back there. If you like it, once we get to Rihe, you can take it for a spin to get your fix." Zhao DeBeo excitedly grabbed Adam Murphy's arm. Really? Adam Murphy gave Zhao DeBeo's right hand a light pat. Of course it's true. It's just a set of wheels, though. If you like it, when I'm not so busy in a while, I'll even let you borrow it for a month or so. Zhao DeBeo shook his head repeatedly. No, I just want to give it a try. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Get in the car already. Damn, don't listen to old Zhao's nonsense. It'd be such a waste if he wrecked a car this nice. It's getting late. Let's south hit the road. Kent Gibson, not wanting to get involved, stepped in to cut Zhao DeBeo off. Adam Murphy didn't say much after exchanging a few polite remarks. He started the car. Zhao DeBeo was from Rihe City in Jizhou Province. Rihe was very close to Qinglong, less than 100 kilometers apart, and the drive took only about 2 hours. Neither Zhao DeBeo nor Kent Gibson was particularly talkative. The two sat in the back seat, saying very little, while Adam Murphy took the initiative to bring up topics throughout the trip to break the awkward silence. They set out in the afternoon and entered the urban area of Rihe City as dusk fell. Brother Wyatt, we're about to enter the city. How should we proceed from here? Zhao DeBeo leaned forward to look out the window. The car was just crossing the Rihe Bridge, with Rihe's top-rated restaurant, the Qianlong Grand Restaurant, ahead. Zhao DeBeo pointed to the intersection on the north side of the Rihe Bridge. Take this road and keep going straight. Once we pass the Summer Palace, I'll give you specific directions. Got it. Adam Murphy had been driving the whole way and was feeling a bit tired, but he sped up, following the directions Zhao DeBeo had given him. Before long, they arrived at Rihe's most famous attraction, the Summer Palace. Zhao DeBeo's home was in Nukuanzigu. They drove north along the outer palace wall of the mountain resort. With the mountain resort a National 5, a level scenic spot in the city, the urban area had developed high-rises lined both sides of the road, giving it a bustling appearance. Once the car left the boundaries of the tourist area, the scenery changed dramatically. Endless mountains and vast stretches of open farmland marked the sudden transition from the city to the countryside. Turn left at the next intersection, and you'll be in Nukuanzigu. My family just built a new house with red bricks and red tiles. Look for the new house with 2 piles of red bricks stacked at the entrance that's south my place. Got it. 5 minutes later, the Grand Cherokee pulled up in front of a small farmhouse courtyard. Just as Zhao DeBeo had described, there were 2 piles of unused red bricks outside the courtyard gate. The courtyard was laid out in a gate shape, with a main house and 2 side rooms. The new house had just been finished. The plastic film on the window frames and doors hadn't even been removed yet. An elderly man with graying hair and a gaunt build, accompanied by a little girl with pigtails, was sitting on the concrete floor of the courtyard, shelling corn. This is a very traditional method of shelling corn. The person sits on the ground, clamps the corn cob between their feet, holds a wooden mallet in both hands, and strikes the cob forcefully to knock the kernels off the silk. This task really tests one's coordination. One wrong move and you could hit your foot. Some corn cobs are quite damp, and pounding alone isn't enough to dislodge all the kernels. You still have to use your hands to pick off the remaining ones. When Adam Murphy was a child, his hands would swell up like pig trotters every year from shucking corn. Mom! Grandpa! Mama's back! Hearing the commotion outside, the little girl who had been holding a cob and picking off the kernels dropped it and skipped toward the front gate. Ernie! Come here quick, Mommy wants to hold you. Little brother, you're home. Come inside, let us talk inside. Okay. Adam Murphy nodded slightly and silently followed behind Zhao DeBeo. He discreetly activated his X-ray vision and scanned beneath Zhao DeBeo's house. As soon as his gaze penetrated the ground, he discovered the so-called ancient tomb Zhao DeBeo had mentioned. It was a typical octagonal tomb from the Qing dynasty. Inside, blue bricks had been laid to form an octagonal burial chamber where the deceased was laid to rest. This ancient tomb was located exactly 1.5 meters beneath the main hall of Zhao DeBeo's house. When the foundation was being dug, the tomb's roof had been breached, exposing the inner burial chamber. Based on the unearthed burial artifacts, Adam Murphy deduced that the tomb's occupant must have been a person of high standing and immense wealth. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have included more than 10 top-quality official kiln artifacts from the 3 Qing dynasties as burial offerings. Yet the burial chamber before him was extremely simple, consisting of only a single main tomb. There wasn't even a tombstone to identify the deceased, a stark contrast to the precious burial goods. Adam Murphy furrowed his brow. The more he looked, the more illogical it seemed. This shouldn't be. Even if this ancient tomb had no connection to the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom's treasure, it should at least be the tomb of a Qing dynasty noble. Nukanzigu is located behind the mountain resort. As the second political center during the Qing dynasty, this location is equivalent to Gulu Street and Nanluoguxiang behind the Forbidden City. During the Qing dynasty, many Manchu nobles must have lived here. The Qing dynasty imperial kiln jewelry they had previously obtained were all items used by the concubines of the imperial harem. How could this possibly be the grave of an unknown person? Adam Murphy had been focusing his attention underground, searching for clues in ancient tombs. When he entered the main living room of Zhao Debao's house, he was immediately blinded by a glaring red light emanating from the corner of the room and nearly threw up. It was a very rustic 12-sided palace lantern. Each side of the lantern was painted with different landscapes and pavilions. Among them were traditional Chinese garden structures, as well as Western-style pavilions and towers. This fusion of Eastern and Western painting styles was characteristic of early Qing dynasty art. These paintings look so familiar, I feel like I've seen them somewhere before. The more Adam Murphy looked at the buildings on the palace lantern, the more familiar they seemed, and he couldn't wait to check the appraisal information in his mind. Item: Qing Dynasty, Yongzheng period, 12 months of pleasure in the Old Summer Palace illusion lantern. Rarity, rare treasure. Value, over 300 million. Materials: small leaf rosewood, gold, white crystal, paper. Craftsmanship: created by court painter Lang Shining in collaboration with artisans from the Imperial Household Department. Light the illusion lantern and turn the internal knob to project scenes from the Old Summer Palace across the 12 months of the year. Specifically, lantern viewing in the first month, spring outing in the second month, peach blossom viewing in the third month, floating cups in the fourth month, boat racing in the fifth month, summer retreat in the sixth month, Qixi festival in the seventh month, moon viewing in the eighth month, chrysanthemum viewing in the ninth month, portrait painting in the 10th month, Zen meditation in the 11th month, and snow viewing in the 12th month. Manufacturers: Lang Shining, Masters of the Imperial Household Department. Date of production: Yongzheng period of the Qing dynasty. Yongzheng, 12 months of pleasure at the Old Summer Palace 123. Yongzheng, 12 months of pleasure at the Old Summer Palace 567. Yongzheng, 12 months of pleasure at the Old Summer Palace 9, 10, 11. Chapter 53, Porcelain as Beautiful as a Painting. No wonder these paintings look familiar, they're the renowned Yongzheng, 12 months of pleasure. The Old Summer Palace is a classical Chinese imperial garden, first constructed in the second year of the Yongzheng reign 1724. It brought together the scenic splendors of numerous famous gardens in the Jiangnan region and incorporated a vast array of Western garden architecture, synthesizing the garden design arts of ancient and modern times, both Chinese and foreign, into a single masterpiece, truly one of humanity's cultural treasures. The Old Summer Palace housed the imperial collections of successive Qing dynasties. Exquisite official kiln porcelain from the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, works by master painters and calligraphers of every era, and countless rare treasures found almost nowhere else in the world. It was also known as the Garden of All Gardens, and was reputed to be the world's largest museum at the time. The subjects depicted in these 12 paintings were scenes from Emperor Yongzheng's daily life, official duties, and leisure activities within the Old Summer Palace, as captured by Lang Shining according to the different seasons. The 12 scrolls depict the 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter at the Old Summer Palace. The scenes are grand in scale, with figures and architecture blending seamlessly. The brushwork is meticulous, with not a single flaw. The reason Adam Murphy found these paintings familiar is that Lang Shining had previously created a colored silk scroll titled Yongzheng, 12 months of pleasure. This painting is currently housed in the Beijing Museum and is a highly precious, top-tier cultural relic, second in status only to the 10 great masterpieces of Chinese painting. The paintings on this 12-sided palace lantern from Zhao Debao's collection are almost identical to those in the Yongzheng, 12 months of pleasure housed at the Beijing Museum. Take, for example, the March scene from 12 months of pleasure: blossoming peach trees. In this painting, there are more than 30 peach trees in full bloom. Emperor Yongzheng, riding a white horse, is depicted alongside more than 20 court ladies, consorts, eunuchs, ministers, and others. To paint such a complex scene on a transparent crystal panel just a few centimeters wide is a remarkable feat. The figures in the painting are no larger than grains of rice, yet each is rendered with remarkable vitality and expressiveness. This truly puts the artist's skill to the test. However, the most challenging aspect of this palace lantern is not the depiction of the figures, but the lantern itself. The interior features an extremely intricate design. When the knob is pressed, gears inside the lantern engage, causing the inner base to rotate on its own. At this moment, the candlelight from within is refracted through the crystal on the outer wall, projecting an image of Emperor Yongzheng touring the old summer palace. A masterpiece by a grandmaster. Combined with an ingenious design that seems the work of divine craftsmanship, it truly lives up to its reputation as a rare treasure. The value of this phantom lantern absolutely surpasses that of Empress Dowager Cixie's Jade watermelon. Ernie, stop pestering your mom. Let her go back to her room and get some rest. Mom, go to the store and buy 2 bottles of Mandaolu and pick up some prepared foods while you're at it. Dad, bring out our sun-dried hazelnut mushrooms and meat mushrooms and soak a bowlful. I'll slaughter a big rooster and cook up an authentic cast-iron pot of stewed rooster with mushrooms for my old buddy Chow. While Adam Murphy was still admiring the phantom lights, Zhao Debao was already making frantic arrangements. The countryside might not have the same amenities as big cities, but it certainly didn't lack for good food. The area's most famous liquor, pure wild mushrooms reserved for the family's own consumption, and free-range chickens raised at home. It might not sound as upscale as a luxury hotel, but in terms of ingredients and flavor, it was absolutely top-notch. Adam Murphy's goal was to find clues to the Taiping Rebellion treasure and locate the remaining antiques in Zhao Debao's possession. He really liked Zhao Debao's down-to-earth personality and didn't want him to go to too much trouble. Brother Wyatt, don't go to such lengths, just have a simple meal. My wife just had surgery, save the good stuff for her to recover. Zhao Debao gave a good-natured smile and hurried toward the backyard. Brother, if it weren't for your help this time, my wife's treatment wouldn't have gone so smoothly. You're a man of integrity, so I can't let you down either. We still have a few things left at home, see if there's anything valuable. Although Zhao Debao wasn't very talkative, he was a keen observer and knew how to read people's minds. He had known all along that Adam Murphy didn't care about him, he cared about the burial artifacts in his possession. Kent Gibson didn't spend a single penny on his medical treatment, received top-tier care, gave him an extra 30,000 yuan, and even personally drove them home, all for the sake of those items. Didn't he? People give and take. If Adam Murphy only talked to him about money, he'd simply name his price. Since Adam Murphy had opened up to him, he naturally wouldn't hold anything back. While preparing a sumptuous meal for Adam Murphy, he took out the antique that Adam Murphy had been so eager to see. Before long, Zhao Debao carried an old wooden chest over to Adam Murphy. It was a storage chest from the Republic of China era, specifically the 1930s and 1940s, used to store seasonal bedding and clothing. The chest exuded a strong sense of history. The bottom where it touched the floor was severely worn, and the corners were corroded and weathered. With a creak, the old storage chest slowly opened, revealing dozens of exquisitely crafted, brightly colored small antiques before Adam Murphy's eyes. Adam Murphy had previously acquired a collection of exquisite imperial jewelry from Zhao Debao, so he already had certain expectations regarding the antiques in Zhao Debao's possession. Yet when he saw the topmost item, a long-necked vase as azure as the sky, he was still stunned by its exquisite form and that pure shade of blue. Qing Dynasty, Kangxi period, sky blue glazed long-necked vase with engraved chrysanthemums. This is an exquisitely crafted Qing Dynasty, Kangxi period, sky blue glazed long-necked vase with engraved chrysanthemums. The 3 Qing dynasties marked the pinnacle of Chinese porcelain history, during which not only did porcelain manufacturing techniques reach their historical zenith, but the aesthetic sensibilities of the 3 emperors Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong ranked among the highest of all imperial rulers throughout history. At that time, traditional blue and white porcelain, pink enameled porcelain, underglazed red porcelain, enamel-painted porcelain, 5-color porcelain, and colored glazed porcelain all flourished in a dazzling display of beauty. This long-necked vase is a prime example of the sky blue glaze within the colored glaze category. The entire body is coated with a sky blue glaze, resembling the blue of a clear sky, pure, elegant, lustrous, and translucent. The glaze reflects a sapphire-like, crystal-clear blue radiance, warm, elegant, and majestic. The neck of the vase is intricately carved with a chrysanthemum and scroll motif, further enhancing the beauty of this pure work of art. Item: Qing Dynasty, Kangxi period, sky blue glazed long neck vase with carved chrysanthemum design. Grade premium. Value 5 million. Material porcelain. Manufacturing process masterpiece. Manufacturer Imperial Court. Date of production Kangxi period. Qing Dynasty. This sky blue glazed long neck vase with carved chrysanthemum motifs is, to Adam Murphy's knowledge, the piece with the most perfect form and the most elegant color he has encountered to date. Unfortunately, the most sought-after items on the market today are blue and white porcelain and pink enameled porcelain. Among monochrome porcelain, only Ru Kiln, where the foremost of the 5 great kilns of the Song dynasty, commands a high value. Monochrome porcelain produced by the Imperial Kiln and June Kiln, also among the 5 great kilns of the Song dynasty, similarly finds itself in a rather awkward position in terms of value. Ru Kiln pieces from the Imperial Kiln bearing date marks, collector S marks, or imperial inscriptions are valued at over 100 million. In contrast, similar pieces from the June Kiln and Imperial Kiln of the same period are valued at only 1 million, with a few exceptional pieces reaching 10 million. This exquisite Qing Dynasty Kangxi sky blue glazed piece has a market price of only 5 million. Not to mention comparing it to top-grade Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain, it doesn't even measure up to Kangxi or Qianlong-era pink enamel porcelain from the same period. It's okay. I know how beautiful you are. I'll treasure you carefully, and perhaps one day in the future, I'll display you to everyone so they can appreciate your beauty. What is this? Adam Murphy was admiring the sky blue glazed long-necked vase when he suddenly noticed several small trinkets wrapped in a bright yellow brocade cloth in the corner of the box. He activated his X-ray vision and glanced inside. Whoa! Chapter 54. Trouble knocks on the door. When Adam Murphy's gaze pierced through the bright yellow brocade cloth, he discovered a gold ring inlaid with jade and pearls inside. The box contained dozens of pieces of Qing Dynasty imperial jewelry, but this Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period, gold and blue enamel ring inlaid with jade and pearls wasn't enough to truly astonish Adam Murphy. Qing Dynasty gold and blue enamel ring inlaid with jade and pearls. What truly astonished Adam Murphy was that, besides the ring, there was also a design sketch inside the bright yellow handkerchief. Imperial Household Department Design Sketch. Written in standard regular script, the sketch read, "Craft a ring according to the design shown here." And this design sketch for the ring had actually been drawn by a master artisan of the Qing Imperial Household Department at the request of Emperor Qianlong. The ring wrapped in the bright yellow brocade handkerchief was also crafted exactly as Emperor Qianlong had requested on a 1-to-1 scale, with virtually no differences. When Adam Murphy saw the item inside the bright yellow brocade handkerchief, he already had some suspicions about the identity of the tomb's owner. He examined the items in the other brocade handkerchiefs once more to verify his suspicions. Design drawing. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period, jadeite carved ring with bat, longevity and swastika motifs. Item. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period, jadeite carved ring with bat, longevity, and swastika motifs pair. Grade premium. Value 1.5 million. Material jadeite. Craftsmanship. Masterpiece. Manufacturer, Imperial Court. Production date. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period. Design drawing. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period eternal longevity red coral ring. Item. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period eternal longevity red coral ring. Grade premium. Value 800,000. Product material. Red coral. Manufacturing process. Masterpiece. Manufacturer, Imperial Court. Date of production. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period. Upon seeing the imperial jewelry tucked inside several other bright yellow brocade handkerchiefs, Adam Murphy's lips curled into a wide grin, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. He was now 80% certain of the tomb owner's identity. This person was likely a descendant of a Qing Dynasty Imperial Household Department master craftsman. In ancient times, just as today, when ordering a custom-made down jacket, shopkeepers would inflate the material costs, reporting double or even more than the actual amount of raw materials used. On one hand, this ensured the quality of the finished product. On the other hand, those in the know understood the reasoning. So many imperial official kiln antiques and pieces of jewelry had been unearthed from this tomb. Furthermore, there were design blueprints for jewelry crafted by the Imperial Household Department. It was almost certain that some audacious master artisan from the department had exploited his position to divert some materials for personal use. Precisely because these items were obtained through illicit means, they could not be openly displayed to outsiders. Coincidentally, this also explained, from another perspective, why the tomb of someone of such immense wealth appeared so sloppy. A clue to the tomb's owner's identity has been found, though unfortunately, it has no connection to the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom's treasure. Why would a descendant of a master craftsman from the Imperial Household Department possess the golden battle sword of Raymond Duncan, the Prince of Support of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom? Raymond Duncan was, after all, a leader of the peasant rebel army during that era. Collecting the personal belongings of Taiping generals was a serious crime. This doesn't quite add up. Zhao Debao. Is Zhao Debao back yet? Suddenly, a voice called out from outside the courtyard. Zhao Debao's expression changed abruptly. His face, which had been beaming with a smile just moments ago, instantly darkened. He slammed the lid of the box shut and moved it under the dining table in the living room. Brother, wait a moment. A friend has arrived. I'll go out to greet him. No problem. Go ahead and take care of it. Adam Murphy's expression remained impassive, but his guard was up. Zhao Debao's behavior just now clearly indicated he was hiding these antiques. He was clearly reluctant to see the visitor but was forcing himself to receive them anyway. This suggested that the visitor was most likely someone Zhao Debao knew and someone of some standing whom Zhao Debao simply couldn't refuse. Adam Murphy sat motionless in his chair, activating his X-ray vision to look outside the courtyard. A man wearing a black leather jacket with a fur collar, a large leather bag tucked under his arm, a cell phone in his hand, and sporting a large gold ring and a jade signet ring on his finger, stood at Zhao Debao's front door, his accessories jingling noisily. Pointing at the Grand Cherokee parked outside the courtyard, he said in a sarcastic tone, "Zhao Debao, you're quite the character, aren't you? You want to sell me the goods, so you snuck off to Beijing to find a big shot. Is that it? If you don't hand something over to me today, you want to have an easy time of it from now on." Zhao Debao didn't back down. He grabbed a brick from the pile beside him and aimed it straight at Jack Carter's nose. "Fat Huang, don't try to intimidate people just because you're the village chief's brother-in-law. Others might be scared of you, but I'm not. It's my stuff, and I'll do whatever I want with it. If you dare screw me over, I'll gut your whole family with a kitchen knife tonight. When I was fighting for my life, you weren't even born yet, so don't try to pull a fast one on me." Zhao Debao's behavior far exceeded Adam Murphy's expectations. Usually quiet and reserved, Zhao Debao turned out to be a real tough guy. Facing someone with Jack Carter's connections, he didn't back down an inch, adopting an attitude that said, "If you mess with me, I'll wipe out your whole family." Whoa, Zhao Debao, you're pretty cocky. A trip to Beijing's made you a big shot. Must be found yourself a backer. Call your backer out here so Master Zhang can get a look at him. No sooner had Zhao Debao finished speaking than the yellow Tianjin Dafa van behind Jack Carter swung open with a clang. 5 burly men, armed with sickles, pickaxe handles, and other weapons, burst out of the van and surrounded Zhao Debao. "Hehehe. What is going on here? Is there no law anymore? Armed robbery in broad daylight right here on the street. Is that it?" Seeing Zhao Debao surrounded, Adam Murphy immediately jumped to his feet and rushed out of the house. Zhao Debao didn't want Adam Murphy to get involved, so he kept gesturing for him to go back inside. "Bro, get back inside. This has nothing to do with you. I can handle." Before Zhao Debao could finish his sentence, Jack Carter stepped out of the crowd. With his hands in his pockets and a sidelong glance, he looked at Adam Murphy with a sneer. "Fuck. Whose zipper's hanging open? Showing everything? Don't you know what kind of neighborhood this is? Today, Big Huang's gonna break your dog's." Smack. While Jack Carter was still spewing profanities, Adam Murphy took a step forward and stood right in front of him. He pulled his right arm back and delivered a hard slap right across Jack Carter's chubby, round face. Jack Carter, weighing 200 Gene, was sent flying backward like a trash bag by Adam Murphy's single slap. With a thud, he landed face first, plunging into the roadside drainage ditch in a most unseemly face first in the dirt position. Jack Carter clutched his severely swollen cheek, spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with his back molars with a peft, and instantly lost his temper. "Fuck, are you all idiots? Just standing there watching me get beaten up? Everyone, get on him. I'm gonna break his fucking legs." Adam Murphy's strike was so fast that it wasn't until Jack Carter was sent flying that the others even reacted. "Fuck, he dared to hit Brother Huang. Let us take him down, guys. Kill him." The men surrounding Zhao Debao immediately turned around, brandishing their weapons and aiming for Adam Murphy's vital spots: his head, arms, and legs. "You're asking for it." Adam Murphy snorted coldly and channeled the energy from his eyes throughout his body. With a sweeping kick, he sent the guy wielding the sickle flying first. Next came a punch to the solar plexus, a low kick to the groin, and a hard slap to the face, all aimed specifically at spots that would cause pain and humiliation. In just 1 minute, several tall, burly men were lying by the roadside, clutching their arms and legs and wailing in pain. Adam Murphy strode over to Jack Carter, who was trembling with fear, and looked down at him from above. Chapter 55. Want to make money? Join my crew. Jack Carter had just crawled out of the mud littered with food scraps and animal waste, looking a complete mess, his entire body reeking of a foul stench. Even from a meter away, the pungent odor made Adam Murphy's stomach churn. He shot Jack Carter a look of utter disgust. The man was the village chief's brother-in-law, a textbook example of a local thug. Jack Carter had backed down for now, but there was no guarantee he wouldn't seek revenge later. Adam Murphy could simply walk away, but what would happen to João de Baio after he left? He had already acquired dozens of top-quality antiques from João de Baio, along with a one-of-a-kind, rare treasure. It wouldn't do to just leave him to his own devices. Now, he had to come up with a way to prevent Jack Carter from taking revenge on João de Baio. Adam Murphy's mind raced, and he quickly came up with a good plan. He took half a step forward, widened his eyes, and fixed his gaze firmly on Jack Carter's eyes. With skills like that, you dare to act like a local tyrant? Jack Carter was terrified by Adam Murphy's formidable skills and shook his head repeatedly. No, big brother. You've got the wrong idea. I'm here to see João de Baio, that's right. I'm here to discuss business with João de Baio. I don't even know these guys. I have absolutely nothing to do with them. Seeing Jack Carter so frightened, Adam Murphy let out a contemptuous snort. This kind of person was exactly the type who bullied the weak and feared the strong. When faced with a tough opponent, he was a coward. Is that any way to talk business? I can see you've got some skills, kid. As it happens, I've got a way to make money. If you want to make money, go home, clean yourself up, and come back later. I can give you some pointers. Hearing this, Jack Carter's eyes widened in surprise as he stared at Adam Murphy in disbelief. As the saying goes, a wise man doesn't take a loss when he can avoid it. He couldn't beat Adam Murphy, so he'd play nice for now and get out of there. Once he'd safely made his escape, he'd round up a group of people. Adam Murphy might be able to take on 5, but could he handle 10 or 20? The moment he knocked Adam Murphy down, he'd repay today's humiliation twofold. However, Adam Murphy suddenly changed the subject. He actually offered to show him the ropes and help him make money. He couldn't help but glance at the brand new Grand Cherokee parked by the roadside, then look back at his own beat-up Tianjin Dafa. It was like night and day. Old-style Tianjin Dafa van. Damn, no wonder he's making big money. He's in a league of his own. I came here to pick a fight, and yet he's willing to put the past behind us and help me make money. Wait, that's not right. It seems like I'm the only one getting beaten up. Whatever, I'll give this guy a shot. If he really has a way to make money, there's no harm in getting rich together. Jack Carter rubbed his right cheek, which had swollen into a huge bun and gone numb, and asked hesitantly, "Are you serious?"
Adam Murphy şuruk indifferently.
Do you really think I'd lie to you? Or rather, what do you have that's worth me lying to you about? Jack Carter pouted. You're absolutely right, but don't I have any pride? Damn it, I can't beat him in a fight, and I can't out-argue him either. This sucks. Fine, I believe you. Then I'll swing by later, and we'll talk it over. All right, just make sure to take these idiots with you. Jack Carter gritted his teeth and waved at his henchmen, who were sprawled haphazardly on the ground. Stop fucking lying there playing dead, all of you. Get up. As Jack Carter spoke, the henchmen helped each other to their feet and, like stray dogs, scrambled into the Tianjin Dafa van behind them. After dealing with Jack Carter and his crew, Adam Murphy beckoned to João de Baio, who was still standing there in shock. Brother Wyatt, let us go back inside. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. I've got these guys covered. It wasn't until that moment that João de Baio finally realized what had happened. Everything that had just happened was real. Adam Murphy had taken down 5 armed thugs bare-handed in a flurry of moves, sending Jack Carter and his crew fleeing in disarray. He recognized Adam Murphy's skill, but he also knew he'd gotten himself into serious trouble. Jack Carter and his crew would surely seek revenge. He hurried over to Adam Murphy, grabbed his arm, and pulled him toward the house. Bro, you're in big trouble. Before those guys come back, grab everything from the trunk and get out of here fast. João de Baio intended to send Adam Murphy away and take the brunt of Jack Carter's retaliation himself. Adam Murphy and João de Baio were in it for mutual benefit. João de Baio was willing to take such a huge risk to get him out of there. From this perspective alone, Zhao DeBeo was definitely a friend worth having. Adam Murphy patted Zhao DeBeo lightly on the shoulder, and Walter Stone said, "Brother Wyatt, don't worry. I've got a way to deal with Jack Carter. He's just after money. As it happens, I have a way to make money. I guarantee he'll be as docile as a lamb." Zhao DeBeo paused in his tracks. He knew Jack Carter's temperament all too well. He was definitely not the type to take a loss. Adam Murphy's greatest strength wasn't his fighting ability, but his wealth. Zhao DeBeo suspected Adam Murphy intended to use money to settle the matter. "You aren't planning to give him a sum of money just to buy your peace, are you?" Adam Murphy waved his hand dismissively. "Come on, let us not worry about him for now. Let us talk about our own business first. You'll understand his situation in a moment." "Oh," Zhao DeBeo nodded somewhat blankly. His mind was a jumble right now, a complete mess, and he couldn't fathom Adam Murphy's tactics at all. He knew only one thing. Adam Murphy wanted the burial offerings in his possession. "Bro, I was planning to treat you right and show my gratitude, but I didn't expect this whole mess to blow up. I don't have any use for the stuff in that box anyway. You can take it all. As for the money, just give me whatever you think is fair." People help each other out. Since Zhao DeBeo had been so generous, Adam Murphy wasn't about to fall short either. "Since Brother Wyatt puts it that way, I won't hold back. I'll take all those antiques. Brother Wyatt, I remember your eldest son works at a factory. If you trust me, I'll help my older nephew find a decent job in Beijing. If he is ambitious, I'll arrange for him to attend night school or something like that, so he can improve his education or learn some professional skills. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime." For a farmhand like Zhao DeBeo, if Adam Murphy gave him too much money, he'd only end up on the radar of Jack Carter, Zhao Lingy, and Wang Lingy. So Adam Murphy changed his approach. He'd give Zhao DeBeo's son a chance to better himself if the young man had no ambition. He'd spend a little money to secure him a secure government job. If the boy is ambitious, he can provide him with room to grow, whether through education or learning new skills. Money is the last thing he lacks right now. Anything that can be achieved with money is a minor matter. "Bro, are you serious?" "Of course, Brother Wyatt. You're such a stand-up guy. How could a brother ever lie to you? I don't even know how to thank you. Brother Wyatt, if you consider me a brother, don't mention thanks anymore. Let us have a hearty drink today." "All right, I'll go cook right away." After eating and drinking their fill, Adam Murphy, his eyes glazed with drunkenness, clutched the Qing Dynasty Yongzheng period, 12-month pleasure in the old summer palace illusion lamp, and couldn't stop grinning. This was the second semi-rare treasure he'd managed to snag at a bargain. If this treasure were put up at an auction house, it would definitely cause a sensation. However, he'd already decided that from now on, any precious antiques he collected would all be kept for his personal collection. This rare treasure would now bear the Chow family name, and no one would ever take it away from him. "Brother Wyatt, Boss Chow, I'm here. Can I come in?" Chapter 56. Jack Carter Part 1. "From now on, you're my big brother." Hearing the call from outside the courtyard, Zhao DeBeo furrowed his brow and glanced uneasily at Adam Murphy. "Little brother, are you really confident you can handle him?" Adam Murphy gently set the phantom lamp he was holding on the solid wood table and waved his hand nonchalantly. "Let him in. I guarantee I'll take care of this trouble." "All right." Zhao DeBeo nodded solemnly. Unlike Adam Murphy, who could leave Nukanzigu at any time without worrying about Jack Carter's retaliation. But his roots were here, and he had to be on guard at all times against Jack Carter settling the score later. Deep down, he hoped Adam Murphy could resolve this major problem properly. "Brother Adam, cheers." Jack Carter was a completely different person from how he'd been earlier that day. He was extremely polite to Zhao DeBeo. After entering the room, he saw Adam Murphy and bowed and scraped, adopting an extremely subservient posture. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought he was Adam Murphy's newest underling. Adam Murphy beckoned to Jack Carter, patting the seat to his right to signal him to come over. "Got it." Jack Carter took a few quick steps and sat down obediently in the chair next to Adam Murphy. He casually pulled out a soft pack box of Hong Shuangxi cigarettes and handed the entire pack to Adam Murphy. "Boss Chow, have one." Before coming, he'd already steeled himself mentally to test Adam Murphy's game today. If Adam Murphy could really offer him a way to make money, they'd all get rich together. But if Adam Murphy was playing him, things wouldn't be so simple. Neither Adam Murphy nor Zhao DeBeo would get off easy. "You smoke one yourself." "I don't smoke." Adam Murphy waved his hand. declining the cigarette Jack Carter offered, and let his gaze sweep over Jack Carter's entire appearance. An imported leather jacket, a clutch wallet, a cell phone, a gold ring, and a jade signet ring, the standard regalia of a newly rich country bumpkin. If he were just any ordinary country upstart, Adam Murphy wouldn't have given him a second glance, but Jack Carter was different. The signet ring on his finger was an antique Qing Dynasty floating flower jade thimble. To be more precise, it was a glutinous rice-textured, floating flower jade thimble crafted by a folkmaster during the mid-Qing dynasty. Such rings made by folkmasters are valued between a few thousand and a few 10,000, and don't even qualify as premium-grade antiques. The reason Adam Murphy had called Jack Carter over that evening was actually related to this jade thimble. Many people regard jade rings as mere accessories, but in reality, they were an essential item for the 8 banners youth of the Qing dynasty. From a young age, the 8 banners youth were required to train in archery, horsemanship, and marksmanship. Prolonged use of bows and arrows made the hand that drew the string highly susceptible to injury. The jade ring served to protect the fingers and prevent injury during archery practice. Initially, the finger ring served purely as a protective device, but as its use became widespread, its function gradually evolved. While still protecting the hand, it also came to serve as an ornament. Emperor Qianlong made a significant contribution to this development. It is said that every year he would instruct the imperial household department to craft finger rings using materials such as Hotan jade, jadeite, agate, and coral, all tributes from across the country. Documents related to the Old Summer Palace and the Forbidden City record no fewer than 1,000 of Emperor Qianlong's finger rings. This was merely his personal collection. Rihe City, as the second largest political center during the Qing dynasty, is home to many descendants of Qing nobility. Although Newzigu is somewhat remote, it was once a garrison for the 8 banners troops, so the area certainly holds many antiques from the Qing dynasty. Adam Murphy's main arena of operation is Beijing, and Rihe City's vast antique market is still in its early stages of development. Why not have Jack Carter help him collect antiques in Rihe City, while he acts as a hands-off owner? That way, he'd make money, and Jack Carter's problem would be solved. A win-win. Jack Carter, you're in a pretty good position. Haven't you ever thought about doing some legitimate business? Hearing this, Jack Carter's eyes lit up. They were finally getting down to business. He had actually considered running a legitimate business. He'd tried it once back in 1990. He'd taken a few of his guys down to Guangzhou, where they bought electronic products like digital watches, pagers, and game consoles at low wholesale prices along the southern coast, then brought them back to Rihe to sell. His plan was to buy low and sell high. Unfortunately, he had overlooked the purchasing power of the people in Rihe City. Rihe City, located right next to Beijing, was characterized by high consumption but low incomes. Apart from the city center and the tourist areas around the Summer Palace where people had some spending power, the rest of the city was practically a dead zone. If it weren't for Jack Carter, who, relying on his status as a local big shot, ran 2 arcades and monopolized the prime stalls right outside the Summer Palace, he would have lost everything down to his underwear. Naturally, he couldn't bring himself to tell Adam Murphy about such a humiliating failure. He wiped his nose awkwardly. I just didn't have any experience, and my old man didn't keep an eye on me, so things turned out like this. Mr. Chow, you're a big shot. You clearly know how to make money. Please take me under your wing. I, Jack Carter, will definitely never forget your kindness. Adam Murphy shook his head with a smile. With someone like Jack Carter, any partnership would be purely transactional. Counting on him to repay the favor once he made it big was nothing short of a pipe dream. From the very beginning, Adam Murphy had viewed him as nothing more than a short-term business partner and had never considered forming a deeper bond with him. There's only one path. It all depends on whether you're willing to endure hardship. Oh, Jack Carter raised an eyebrow slightly. Adam Murphy had completely piqued his curiosity. Mr. Chow, please tell me more. As long as I can make money, a little hardship is nothing. Adam Murphy didn't answer Jack Carter's question directly but countered with a question of his own. Do you know what I do for a living? Jack Carter unconsciously glanced at Zhao Debao standing nearby. Zhao Debao was just an ordinary farmer. Adam Murphy's connection to him must have been because of the treasure they unearthed a while back. He licked his lips nervously and speculated, I'm guessing, Boss Chow, you're in the antiques business and a big shot at that. You're sharp. I do indeed deal in antiques. I own an antique shop in Beijing. What I want to discuss with you has to do with antiques. Do you know anything about that? Richard Willis shook his head, then felt that wasn't quite right and nodded instead. Well, I have 2 stalls at the entrance to the mountain resort, and there are a few people selling antiques nearby. Although I've never done it myself, I have a general idea of how it works." As he spoke, he extended his right hand, removed the jade signet ring from his finger, and handed it to Adam Murphy. "This signet ring is something I snatched up at one of the stalls outside the mountain resort." "Oh, no, he gave it to me." Adam Murphy took the ring with a smile and turned it over in his hand, examining it briefly. The ring was made of glutinous rice-textured jadeite with floating flower patterns. Its translucency was medium to high. The ring featured a large number of clearly visible white cotton-like inclusions, as well as several winding, stream-like patterns of parrot green, floating flowers. Due to long-term wear, the ring had developed a patina, giving it a rich, lustrous sheen. Although the ring wasn't particularly translucent to begin with, the areas with the parrot green patterns faintly revealed the gel-like texture of ice-gray jadeite, making it a piece of excellent quality. With its fine texture, shape, and condition, this ring was worth around 10,000 on the market at Panjiayuan. The asking price would start at least at 15,000. "Do you know how much this ring is worth?" "This thing, surely it's worth at least 300 or 500? Adam Murphy held up one finger. "For a jade ring of this quality, I can buy it back for 1,000. Jack Carter's eyes widened in surprise, and he said in disbelief, "This piece of junk is worth 1,000? Finger rings are just one type of antique. If you're interested, I have some books here that tell you what items to buy and roughly how much they're worth. The more items you buy, the more money you'll make. So what do you say? Want to give it a try?" Jack Carter, from now on, you're my big brother. Chapter 57. The ambitious Jack Carter. Without any guidance from anyone, Jack Carter set his sights on the electronics industry, the most lucrative sector at the time, which shows he has a certain business acumen. Back in 1990, he ventured to a coastal city in the south and encountered some of the region's powerful business tycoons. To him, those big shots operated in a world of their own without sufficient startup capital. He simply couldn't compete. The antique buying business Adam Murphy proposed was very straightforward. He'd collect items and resell them to Adam Murphy, earning a hefty profit margin in the process. Why not give it a shot? He'd already made up his mind. First, he'd tag along with Adam Murphy to gain some experience. Once he'd built up his own strength, he'd open an antique shop right at the entrance to the Summer Palace and become a big boss himself. In fact, just like Adam Murphy, opening a shop in Beijing, that was the path he truly wanted to take. He rubbed his hands together impatiently, looking at Adam Murphy with eager anticipation. "Mr. Chow, when can you give me that buyback list? To be honest, I've got a batch of stuff right here at home. Besides what I have at home, I can also source some more for you from outside." The corner of Adam Murphy's eye twitched slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled upward uncontrollably. What he valued most about Jack Carter was his status as a local insider. He'd assumed Jack Carter would need some time to adapt and learn the ropes, but he hadn't expected him to be so proactive, offering to supply him with goods before they'd even officially started. Adam Murphy didn't actually have a list. He planned to take some photos from the book he carried with him, add his own buyback prices, and have Jack Carter follow his lead. He never imagined the other guy would be this eager. "Antiques are a complicated business. I'll prepare something tonight and give you a simple illustrated guide tomorrow. I'll give you a complete version the next time I come by." Well, Jack Carter was about to mention that he'd accumulated a collection of trinkets at home, things he'd haggled for from antique stall vendors. He wanted to know if those items were actually worth anything, whether each finger ring was worth 1,000 yuan, and if those porcelain bowls and plates were worth even more. But Adam Murphy had already said he'd prepare it tonight, and he could come pick it up tomorrow. He might as well bring all those items over tomorrow and, while he was at it, do a quick sweep around the entrance to the mountain resort. When he came by tomorrow, he could deliver the goods and hand over the inventory list at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. "Okay, so when would be a good time for me to come by tomorrow?" Adam Murphy paused for a moment, then whispered, "I'll be back in Beijing tomorrow afternoon. Come by around noon tomorrow." Once I receive the goods, what should I do with them?" "Once you've stockpiled enough, get in touch with me, and I'll come pick them up." "Huh?" Jack Carter tilted his head slightly and shot Adam Murphy a sidelong glance. He'd just been deliberately testing Adam Murphy to gauge his attitude toward him. If Adam Murphy had told him to deliver the goods to the antique shop in Beijing, it would meant Adam Murphy was interested in a long-term partnership. But Adam Murphy said he'd come personally to pick them up. That meant Adam Murphy didn't consider him one of his own at all. He was clearly just using him as a middleman. Humph. Let him enjoy himself for a while. Once I've figured this business out, I'll kick you to the curb. Haha. Okay. I'll take your word for it, Boss Chow. Well then, get some rest. I won't keep you any longer. Adam Murphy showed no intention of getting up to see him off. He just sat in his chair and waved, exuding an attitude that said, I'm the boss and you're the underling. It's getting dark, take it easy on your way home. Zhao Debeo was quick to read the room. Seeing that Adam Murphy and Jack Carter had already reached an agreement, he took the initiative to grab the flashlight, lead the way, and escort Jack Carter out the door. Watching Jack Carter's receding figure, Adam Murphy snorted coldly. Cunning bastard! You think you can steal my livelihood? You're still a bit too green. The antiques business isn't as simple as you think. Quickly tally up today's haul, then off to bed. Item: Qing Dynasty, Yongzheng period, copper candlesticks inlaid with enamel in floral and scroll patterns, featuring the character Shou longevity pair. Grade rare. Value 8.2 million. Materials: copper, enamel. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: Master Craftsman of the Imperial Household Department. Date of production: Yongzheng period, Qing Dynasty. Qing Dynasty, Yongzheng period copper candlesticks with enameled floral scroll and Shou character designs. Item: Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period jadeite openwork carved gourd pattern pendant. Grade premium. Value 2.2 million. Material: jadeite, tourmaline. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: Masters of the Imperial Household Department. Date of production: Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period jadeite openwork carved gourd pattern pendant. Item: Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period, pink quartz water cup. Grade premium. Value 1.8 million. Material: pink quartz. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: Masters of the Imperial Household Department. Date of production: Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period pink quartz water cup. Item: Qing Dynasty, Yongzheng period, leather thread wealth and auspiciousness round fan. Grade premium. Value 580,000. Material: leather thread. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: Masters of the Imperial Household Department. Date of production: Qing Dynasty, Yongzheng period. Qing Dynasty, Yongzheng period leather thread wealth and auspiciousness round fan. This time, a total of 45 antiques were acquired. Among them, one is a rare treasure. 2 pieces were classified as precious grade. 24 pieces were classified as premium grade. 18 pieces were classified as standard grade. Overall, the quality of this collection falls significantly short of the Fengtian treasure. Only 3 pieces are classified as premium grade or higher. Only the Phantom Lantern is valued at over 10 million. However, all items in this collection are among the most exquisite imperial court artifacts from the 3 generations of the Qing dynasty. Featuring exquisite designs and vibrant colors, Adam Murphy planned to keep all pieces rated fine or higher for his private collection, curating them into a Qing Imperial Kiln series titled Blossoming Peach Blossoms. Now, in addition to his existing porcelain collection, he had added the Qing Imperial Kiln Blossoming Peach Blossoms series. The embryonic form of his museum was already taking shape. I'll get everything organized tomorrow. First, I'll send this batch of antiques back to the warehouse for storage, then set off for Anhui province. I'll do my best to find the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom treasure before the antique shop is finished being renovated. Brother Chow. Brother Chow, Jack Carter has arrived. Adam Murphy was roused from his sleep by Zhao Debeo. Last night, he had selected hundreds of representative images of cultural relics and antiques from various books on porcelain, ancient texts, auction catalogs, and cultural heritage documents. On these images, he marked buyback prices set at less than 1/10 of the market price. This price was the standard buyback rate tacitly agreed upon by major antique shops at the Panjiayuan flea market. In-store buybacks were always quoted at less than 1/10 of the market price. Adam Murphy had provided this relatively standard market price because he anticipated that Jack Carter might go to other antique shops to compare prices. He had stayed up until 6 a.m. working on this, and it felt like he'd barely lain down before being woken up. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and struggled to get up and get dressed. I got it. Tell him to wait for me in the living room. Zhao Debeo stood at the doorway, looking peculiar, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't quite bring himself to do so. Adam Murphy could tell Zhao DeBeo had something to say, so while getting dressed, he asked, "What's up?" "Well, Jack Carter, I brought a whole truckload of stuff. I don't know if he's pulling a fast one. I thought it was something else entirely. I'll be right out once I'm dressed. Let us see what he's got." "All right." 5 minutes later, Adam Murphy was fully dressed. He wiped the remaining water droplets from his face and stepped out of the side room. Jack Carter's beat-up Tianjin Dafa was parked right at the front gate. Zhao DeBeo and Jack Carter were chatting about something. Adam Murphy immediately activated his X-ray vision and scanned the interior of the car. Republic of China era large bowl 10 yuan. Republic of China era Mandarin duck porcelain pillow 250 yuan. Modern imitation Ming style blue and white plum vase 10 yuan. Late Qing dynasty silver inlaid hairpin 120 yuan. Modern imitation cicada tooth ornament 10 yuan.
King Dynasty Folkkilden Øtenvare jar 50 yuan.
Qing dynasty Ming style Xuanda incense burner 5,000 yuan. Republic of China era Hawthorne wood official S-hat chair 800 yuan. Modern plum blossom teapot set 10 yuan. Qing dynasty, Qianlong period, pink glazed enameled scroll pattern horse hoof cup, premium grade 5 million. Jack Carter brought back quite a lot of items, but unfortunately most of them were from the late Qing dynasty, the Republic of China era, or modern times, the kind of low-grade goods typically found in the outer courtyard of Panjiayuan or at stalls in the night flea market. Fortunately, hidden among the truckload of antiques were a few pieces of decent quality, so this trip was still quite profitable. Chapter 58. Heading to Anhui Province. "Mr. Chow, take a look. What do you think of the items I brought? Are they all like yesterday's jade ring worth over 1,000? Jack Carter hadn't even realized it yet, but Adam Murphy had already scanned everything in his car and was now grinning from ear to ear as he rushed over to show off his treasures. He fantasized that if a single ring was worth 1,000 yesterday, this whole truckload must be worth at least several 100,000. With just a few trips back and forth, he could amass a fortune of 1 million and become the richest tycoon in Rihi City. Unfortunately, reality dealt him a heavy blow. "What kind of junk is this? I want antiques, not trash. This large porcelain bowl is from the Republic of China era, just an ordinary household bowl. It's practically worthless. And this carved chopstick case? It's made of resin in a single mold, a modern product. Market price, 2 yuan. This 8 immortals table isnt bad, it's from the late Qing dynasty and could be worth a few 100 yuan. And this Xuanda incense burner is also decent. It's a Qing dynasty imitation of a Ming dynasty Xuanda burner, worth about 1,800 yuan. The most valuable item is this porcelain cup. It's called a horse hoof cup, from the early Qing dynasty. This single piece is worth 5,000 yuan. Jack Carter stood silently to the side, watching as Adam Murphy appraised the antiques in the car. Adam Murphy spoke almost without pause, pointing to an antique, identifying its type, and stating its value. In just a few minutes, Adam Murphy had taken stock of all the valuable antiques in the car. Jack Carter had almost no sense of the value of antiques. He only had a rough idea based on the usual prices quoted by the vendors at the entrance to the resort. The prices Adam Murphy quoted were more than 10 times lower than those offered by the antique vendors. Even so, when added up, the entire carload of antiques was worth nearly 50,000. Most of these items were junk that had been piled up in his warehouse. If Adam Murphy hadn't asked him yesterday to help with the antique buyback, who knows how long this junk would have been piling up. Now, Adam Murphy was telling him these items were worth 50,000. This was simply a windfall. "Mr. Chow, this junk. Oh, wait, these antiques? Are they really worth that much?" Adam Murphy smiled slightly, thinking to himself that even without counting the few top-tier antiques, the miscellaneous items alone were already worth over 100,000. The 50,000 I quoted was a rock-bottom price after slashing it even further. "Since you don't know anything about this, I'll let you off at the absolute lowest price this time. Once you gain some experience, you won't be so easy to fool." He nodded solemnly. "Of course, that's just how antiques are. Don't be fooled by the quantity. There are very few valuable antiques. With antiques, if they were valuable in the past, they're even more valuable now. If they weren't valuable in the past, they're still not valuable now. Gold will shine wherever it goes, but junk will always be junk." Oh! Thanks to Adam Murphy's easy-to-understand explanation, Jack Carter gained a general understanding of the principles behind the value of antiques. Now, Jack Carter's mind was completely consumed by the 50,000 yuan. He couldn't care less about anything else. He rubbed his hands together excitedly, eager to close the deal right away. Mr. Chow, I've brought you all the items. Do you think we can go ahead with the transaction?
Adam Murphy nodded.
No problem. I'll take a portion with me now, and leave the rest at your place. When we do the next transaction, we'll load it all onto a truck and haul it away together. No problem. What about the money? Jack Carter didn't care at all whether Adam Murphy could take all the antiques with him. He just wanted to get his hands on the money as soon as possible. To him, nothing mattered except money. Help me load the items onto the truck first, and I'll go inside to get you the recycling catalog. Then we'll go to the bank together. And once that's done, I'll head straight back to Beijing. If Adam Murphy hadn't brought it up, Jack Carter would have completely forgotten about the recycling catalog. He slapped his thigh in frustration. Look at me, I've forgotten the most important thing. I'll bring the items down right away. Thanks for taking the trouble to make the trip. Brother Wyatt. Come here, I need to give you some instructions. Coming. Beijing. Upon returning to Beijing, Adam Murphy's first order of business was to store all the antiques in the antique warehouse. This warehouse was specifically designed for the Panjiayuan antique market and was staffed by security guards on 24-hour duty. Even so, Adam Murphy still felt a bit uneasy. It's time to buy a large property. Sahiyuan courtyards in the inner city offered significant appreciation potential, prime locations, and greater security. However, most properties in the inner city were either mixed-use compounds or small Sahiyuan courtyards. The standard 3 or 4 courtyard Sahiyuan were generally not available for sale. His collection of antiques would only grow in the future, and a small house simply wouldn't be able to accommodate them all. Housing prices in the suburbs are lower, so he could buy a larger estate or rebuild a large Sahiyuan. The downside is that security in the suburbs isn't as good as in the inner city, and keeping such valuable antiques at home would make them an easy target for thieves. Maybe he should ask Li Jingyu and see what he thinks? Never mind, he'll head to Anhui province first. I'll deal with the house after I get back from Anhui province. After much deliberation, Adam Murphy decided to temporarily store the antiques in a warehouse and prioritize the matter of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom's treasure. He would consider building or buying a house after he returned from Anhui province. It's too late today. I'll get a good night's rest and set out first thing tomorrow morning. The next day, Adam Murphy set out at first light, heading straight for Huashan County and Haishidu Town, the site of the final showdown between Raymond Duncan and Sengalinkan. The distance from the capital to Haishidu Town was a full 950 kilometers, and the main problem was that Adam Murphy wasn't familiar with the road conditions. He left early in the morning and didn't enter the territory of Luan City in Anhui province until evening. Luan is located in southern Anhui province, bordering Hubei province. It is very close to Jiangqing and is considered a southern city. Upon entering Luan, he could clearly feel that the local temperature was a few degrees higher than in Beijing. Most people on the streets were wearing woolen coats, sweaters, jackets, and similar clothing. The weather was noticeably cooler than in Beijing. It was already late, and Adam Murphy wasn't very familiar with Haishidu Town. He was worried the conditions there might be poor. He planned to spend the night in the city first and ask the locals for information. After all, he didn't know whether the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom's treasure was really located near the site of the decisive battle between Raymond Duncan and Sengalinkan. Even if the locals weren't familiar with the history, they surely heard some rumors about it. Even if he didn't find any clues about the Taiping Rebellion treasure, it would still be helpful to learn more about the battle between the two sides back then.
Dong Dong Kiang, Dong Dong Kiang.
Adam Murphy had just pulled up outside a decent-looking hotel in the city center when he heard the loud clanging of gongs and drums coming from nearby. Shading his eyes with his hand, he looked up and saw a grand lion dance procession on the street not far away, coming toward him from the other side of Derrick Ward Road. The Lunar New Year Fair in Xinglong City also featured lion dances, but those were performed by village children wearing very makeshift lion dance costumes, more like children playing make-believe. The situation here was completely different. This was a fully professional lion dance troupe. The lively, leaping lions were stunning, and the dancers' movements were crisp and precise. It was clear they'd undergone professional training. Adam Murphy stood there watching for a moment before suddenly remembering that today was the Lantern Festival. I've been so busy these past few days. I almost forgot it was the Lantern Festival. I think there's a custom in the south of celebrating the Lantern Festival and hanging lanterns. Earlier, since he was farther away and the crowd was thick, Adam Murphy hadn't paid much attention. When the lion dance troupe came right up to him, he suddenly noticed that one of the red and white lions was emitting a golden glow from its head. Is this lion actually an antique? Chapter 59. A treasure in Huashan County? Adam Murphy had been dealing in antiques for nearly 10 years. But this was the first time he'd ever seen such an unusual antique as a lion dance figure. Could it be that the red and white lion head was a relic from a previous dynasty? He'd never seen this type of antique at the Panjiayuan market. Even if there were any, it would likely be very difficult to find a buyer. Out of curiosity, Adam Murphy began appraising the lion head as it gradually receded into the distance. Item: Qing Dynasty, Tongji period red and white satin embroidered, jewel inlaid Guanyu lion. Grade rare. Value 500,000. Materials: bamboo strips, gold, crystal, assorted gemstones. Craftsmanship: produced by the Qing Imperial Household Department in collaboration with folk lion dance masters. Manufacturer: Qing Imperial Household Department, 16th generation of the Li family lion dance heritage. Date of production: Tongji period of the Qing Dynasty. Qing Dynasty, Tongji period, red and white satin embroidered, jewel inlaid Guanyu lion. When Adam Murphy saw the appraisal results in his mind, he was so surprised that his mouth dropped open. It turned out to be a lion head from the Qing Tongji period, jointly crafted by the Imperial Household Department and a folk master. The origin of this lion head is easy to understand. Emperor Tongji and Empress Dowager Cixi enjoyed watching performances, either by inviting folk lion dance troupes to perform for them or by attending performances in the community. To please the imperial family, the Imperial Household Department provided funding to have folk masters create several more luxurious lion dance heads. However, Adam Murphy wasn't quite sure what this so-called Guanyu lion meant. Could there possibly be a Liu Bei lion or a Zhongfei lion as well? Since lion dancing seems to have originated during the Ming and Qing dynasties, why would it be named after Lord Guan? Never mind, he'd check into his hotel first and see if he could find out more about that lion dance. This kind of folk art antique is hard to sell, even if you snag a bargain. If the opportunity arises, give it a try. If not, don't force it. The Taiping Heavenly Kingdom treasures are the priority. After watching the lion dance for a while, Adam Murphy entered the hotel to check in. This wasn't a star-rated hotel, but rather a fairly ordinary budget chain like Home Inn, 8 Days or Super 9. 2 large red lanterns hung at the hotel entrance, creating a very festive atmosphere. Even before stepping inside, he could feel the strong festive spirit. The staff in the first-floor lobby were all pressed up against the floor-to-ceiling windows by the entrance, watching the lion dance performance outside. Adam Murphy walked through the hotel entrance. 2 young women in uniform, one of whom was Albert, returned to the front desk. One of them approached Adam Murphy to check him in. "Hello, sir. Are you staying alone?" Adam Murphy nodded slightly. "Yes. Today is the 15th day of the first lunar month. Aren't you at home with your family, eating yuan shao and lighting lanterns to pray for good fortune?" Seeing that Adam Murphy was driving a luxury car and was handsome, the young woman took the initiative to strike up a conversation. As it happened, Adam Murphy had just arrived in Anhui province. Unfamiliar with the area, he needed to find a local to get some information. "I'd love to spend the holiday with my family too, but work is keeping me busy, so I have to go out for business meetings." Hearing this, a look of admiration flashed in the young woman at the front desk's eyes. She imagined Adam Murphy, who was about her age, as a highly ambitious and successful professional. Moreover, she pictured him as a super-rich second-generation heir from a very affluent family who had worked incredibly hard to succeed. She blinked her big eyes a couple of times and said in a high-pitched voice, "You're so impressive you don't even forget about work during the holidays. Your accent tells me you're not from around here. Where are you from?" "I'm from Beijing. I'm here to take care of some business matters." Upon hearing the words Beijing, the other receptionist also looked intrigued and joined the conversation. "Wow, you're from the capital. That's a huge city. Sir, you must be in big business." Adam Murphy gave a faint smile, sat down on a chair next to the reception desk, and began chatting casually with the 2 receptionists. He was used to dealing with people and quickly struck up a lively conversation with the 2 young women, who were still new to the working world. With his humorous and witty remarks, he had the 2 receptionists laughing heartily, and the way they looked at him changed. "Daniel, I just noticed that there's a particularly beautiful lion in your lion dance troupe. How is it different from the other lion dancers?" Daniel was the receptionist who had first struck up a conversation with Adam Murphy. She had a round face, big eyes, and a pair of lovely dimples when she smiled. "Oh, I know you're talking about the Lee family's lion. He's very famous around here. A lot of the lion dances in this area are performed by the Lee family." Mid-sentence, Daniel glanced around furtively, like a thief, to make sure no outsiders were nearby. Then he leaned close to Adam Murphy's ear and whispered, "Too bad they've upset a big foreign boss and are about to be kicked out. We might never see such a beautiful Lee family lion again." "Oh?" Adam Murphy raised his eyebrows slightly, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. "Lu and ISNTA first-tier developed city like Beijing, Shanghai, Hong Kong, Guangzhou, or Shenzhen, so how could there actually be overseas investors here? Lion dancing is part of traditional Chinese culture, and the Li family specializes solely in lion making. They have no other commercial competitors. Why would overseas investors want to drive them out? The Li family are locals here. From what you've said, they seem to be well-liked. Why are they being driven out?" Sigh. Daniel shook his head and sighed. "Li's lion dance S&T from around here. I heard they're from Foshan, a family with a long history of lion dance. Late last year, an investor from a supermarket chain in the land of cherry blossoms planned to build a warehouse here. Li's lion dance happened to be located right in the planned development zone. They refused to move and have been protesting for a long time. I heard their water and electricity have already been cut off. I don't think they'll be able to hold out much longer." "Oh." Adam Murphy nodded in understanding. At first, he thought it was a matter of business competition, but he hadn't expected it to be a land acquisition issue. Local leaders would certainly welcome the investor's arrival, because the investor brings more than just a large warehouse. Once the warehouse is up and running, it will immediately require local workers, which can solve many employment issues. Once the warehouse is fully operational, it will have a ripple effect on transportation, electricity, daily life, and other related areas. A large enterprise has a significant impact on the local area. As long as the local leaders aren't foolish, they certainly won't give up a major overseas enterprise just because of a housing issue involving one outsider. "So where is his family's house?" Daniel pointed southward, toward an area that was relatively dark unlike the rest of the town, which was filled with bright red lights and a peaceful atmosphere. "It's over in Chongling Township. It's surrounded by mountains and pretty remote." The word mountains set off an alarm bell in Adam Murphy's mind. He hadn't come to Anhui province on a vacation. He was here to search for the Taiping Rebellion treasure. The Taiping Rebellion's treasure might very well be buried in one of the hidden, deep mountains and ancient forests in the surrounding area. Adam Murphy deliberately steered clear of the topic of Li Jiashi and steered the conversation toward the Taiping Rebellion's treasure. "Oh, so that's how it is. I remember that during the late Qing dynasty, Sengalinkan fought a decisive battle against the Taiping Rebellion in Huashan County and wiped them out in one fell swoop. Huashan County is right near you. You must know about it." "Huh?" Daniel blinked, looking completely bewildered. "If you're talking gossip, I can chime in, but when it comes to history, I'm out of my depth. I learned a little in middle school, but I'd already forgotten it all before I graduated." She shrugged awkwardly. "Sorry, I've really never heard of that. All I know is that Huashan County is to the east, about 50 kilometers away. The locals should know more about this sort of thing." "It's okay. It just popped into my head. I was just saying. I heard there's a treasure from the Taiping Rebellion, so I figured you all knew about it." No sooner had Adam Murphy finished speaking than Zhao Jing, who was sitting nearby, suddenly interjected. "So you're talking about the treasure at Tianzhu Mountain? It's in Qianshan City next door, not in Huashan County." Chapter 60. It's all because of money. Qianshan City lies south of Luan City, with no more than a few dozen kilometers separating the two. However, a vast expanse of mountains and rivers lies between them. To name just a few, there are no fewer than 10 scenic areas featuring towering peaks and rugged terrain. Some of the better-known ones include the Dabi Mountains Main Peak Scenic Area, the Dabi Mountains Taohua Chong Scenic Area, the Dabi Mountains South Wudong Scenic Area, the Foseling Scenic Area, the Meizongling Scenic Area, the Nukaishan Scenic Area, and the Tianzhu Mountain Scenic Area. Just looking at the names of these scenic areas, one can tell that this region is a continuous expanse of mountains stretching from one range to the next. Before arriving, Adam Murphy had done his research and knew about Tianzhu Mountain in Huashan County. He had even marked it as his third-tier treasure hunt target. Upon hearing that there was a treasure hidden within Tianzhu Mountain, his eyes narrowed suddenly, and his body tensed. He certainly didn't want to hear the other person say something like, That treasure was discovered long ago, you're too late. Phew. Adam Murphy took a deep breath and asked, feigning nonchalance, I know Tianju Mountain as that a tourist attraction? Has someone actually found treasure there? No. Zhao Jing shook her head and said, somewhat uncertainly, I'm not entirely sure about this either. I remember my grandmother mentioning it when I was a child. A tourist visiting Tianju Mountain fell near Lotus Peak and tumbled down a nearby slope, where a set of skeletal remains was found. At the time, there were suspicions that the tourist had been murdered, and it caused quite a stir. The authorities stepped in to excavate the site and ended up unearthing over 100 sets of skeletal remains in one go. Rumor has it that those skeletons were covered in gold, silver, and treasures. It even caught the attention of the local Cultural Relics Bureau. The authorities never provided a proper explanation afterward, so the older generation says a treasure was found there and secretly stashed away by the government. Oh, so that's how it is. Adam Murphy put on a calm and composed expression, though inside his mind was in turmoil. If what Zhao Jing said was true, it would perfectly match the details left on Raymond Duncan's treasure map. At the time, Zhang Rinchen had routed Raymond Duncan's Taiping army, sending them fleeing in disarray, while other Taiping generals defected one after another. Even Raymond Duncan's own men wanted to tie him up and hand him over to Zhang Rinchen in exchange for promotions and wealth. In that situation, Raymond Duncan trusted no one. He first sent his confidants to secretly hide the treasure deep in the mountains. He then dispatched a second group to eliminate any witnesses. This second group was tasked only with killing the traitors and had no knowledge of the first group's secret hoard. The large number of skeletal remains and various gold, silver, and jewels mentioned by Zhao Jing were most likely the remains of the first group sent by Raymond Duncan to hide the treasure. These men had secretly stashed some valuable items but were killed by the arriving forces before they could cash them in. Now, much of the information aligns. The only issue is that Tianju Mountain is somewhat far from the site of the final showdown between Sengalinkan and Raymond Duncan. With today's convenient transportation where people can drive a distance of several dozen kilometers is no big deal. Back then, during the late Qing dynasty, transportation wasn't nearly as good. Furthermore, the area is entirely mountainous, making it extremely difficult to transport large quantities of gold, silver, and jewelry. Would Raymond Duncan really have needed to hide the treasure so far away? Could this be a ploy to throw people off the trail? Never mind, since we're already here, let us start by taking a look around the area surrounding Huashan County. We won't know for sure until we conduct a field survey. After much deliberation, Adam Murphy decided to stick to his original plan and first search the mountains surrounding the site of the showdown in Huashan County. If he came up empty-handed, he would head south from Huashan County and eventually make his way to Mount Tianju. Thanks for chatting with me for so long. I brought some specialty snacks from Beijing. Please help yourselves. Book me a standard room, and I won't hold you up any longer. Adam Murphy, young, wealthy, handsome, and witty, with a knack for giving small gifts, had the two front desk staff completely smitten. Both Daniel and Zhao Jing were reluctant to part ways holding their snacks. They looked at Adam Murphy with a touch of sadness, wishing they could chat a little longer. Unfortunately, Adam Murphy had already obtained the information he needed and was ready to return to his room to plan his next steps. Sure, Mr. Chow. If you need anything, just let us know. Thanks so much. The next day, as dawn was just breaking, Adam Murphy had already finished his morning routine and was driving his Grand Cherokee straight toward Huashan County. Once he entered Anhui Province, Adam Murphy was very glad he hadn't bought a luxury car like a Mercedes-Benz or a Ferrari back then. The area was practically one mountain after another, with winding mountain roads, narrow ravine paths, and narrow dirt roads. He even had to navigate through some overgrown forest trails. In places like this, the rocks along the roadside were taller than the undercarriage of a Ferrari. The Grand Cherokee, with its combination of performance, comfort, and off-road capabilities, sped along the mountain roads with ease. Adam Murphy swayed to the rhythm of the music playing in the car, singing with great enthusiasm. Suddenly, a traffic jam appeared ahead. Dozens of cars, loaders, and trucks had brought the already narrow road to a complete standstill. Adam Murphy pulled over to the side of the road and got out to investigate. We're almost at Huashan County, and now there's a traffic jam. What bad luck. Muttering to himself, he walked forward and approached a driver standing by the roadside smoking a cigarette. Hey, do you know what's going on up ahead? Why is the traffic backed up for such a long stretch? The man glanced at Adam Murphy with downcast eyes. Seeing that Adam Murphy was dressed differently, had a non-local accent, and was driving a car with a Beijing license plate, he found him highly suspicious. His body tensed and he acted very reserved. I'm not really sure, maybe it's something to do with the demolition up ahead. At the mention of demolition, Adam Murphy suddenly recalled what the front desk clerk had told him yesterday. That Lee family lion from the lion dance troupe seemed to live around here. Could it be that the demolition crew was trying to forcibly evict them, causing a commotion? Although that Qing dynasty lion head could be considered an antique, this kind of unique artifact wouldn't be easy to sell. Besides, it was a craft passed down through generations, they certainly wouldn't part with it lightly. So Adam Murphy wasn't interested in this Lee family lion. All he wanted right now was to hurry to Huashan County to search for the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom's treasure. Is this about the Lee family lion's demolition issue? Hearing this, the man smoking a cigarette took half a step back and looked at Adam Murphy warily. How do you know? You aren't some official sent down from above, are you? Adam Murphy was at a loss for words. He had merely happened to be passing by, yet this man was talking as if he were an official dispatched by higher authorities. Sir, you've misunderstood. I'm on my way to Huashan County. I just happened to hear about the demolition last night. The driver clearly didn't believe Adam Murphy's explanation. He nodded toward the large Jeep Cherokee behind Adam Murphy. You really aren't here from Beijing to handle this issue? Adam Murphy hadn't been particularly interested in the matter at first, but since the man kept harping on the topic, he actually started to get curious. It's just a refusal to vacate. Isn't it? Is such a minor issue really worth escalating to the point of a Beijing official coming down for an inspection? Bro, you're overthinking this. The driver took 2 sharp puffs on his cigarette, exhaling a wisp of faint smoke. Well, that puts my mind at ease. Looks like you really don't know anything about it. Adam Murphy leaned in half a step and asked curiously, Is there more to this story? The driver hesitated for a moment, then pulled Adam Murphy aside to a secluded spot by the roadside. It's all because of money. The Lee family not only has top-notch Lee-style lion dance skills, but they also teach lion dancing for free. All the lion dance masters in the surrounding villages learned their craft right here. Philip Lee is a great guy. He employs several elderly people and people with disabilities. Those damn Japs. Those damn investors from the land of cherry blossoms, they're investing here and are determined to drive everyone out. The Lee family members are all stubborn. They refuse to move no matter what. I heard they got beaten up today and were just taken to the hospital. Sigh. In this day and age, money really does rule the world. Chapter 61. The Legacy of the Lion Dance. Adam Murphy wasn't one to meddle in others' affairs, but when he heard that investors from the land of cherry blossoms were bullying their own people on Chinese soil, a surge of uncontrollable rage flared up inside him. He pulled his car slightly to the side of the road, clearing half the width of the vehicle to ensure that traffic behind him could pass normally once the road was cleared. Then Connor James walked toward the front. About 200 to 300 meters ahead, a group of unidentified individuals armed with rebar, pickaxes, and other tools were blocking the road. Right beside the road stood the Lee family lion compound. The compound was in a pitiful state. A deep trench, 3 meters wide and 2 meters deep, had been dug around its perimeter. The foundation of the compound was completely exposed to the elements. The deep trench outside the compound, dug by an excavator, had been filled with foul-smelling sewage, and the surface of the water was littered with human and animal feces, used toilet paper, and other filth. Fortunately, the temperature is low now. If this were summer, maggots would have long since begun breeding in the manure ditch. The compound is completely cut off. Only 2 rickety wooden planks have been propped up at the entrance, barely allowing passage. If you accidentally step on them and they collapse, you'll fall straight into the manure ditch below. It might not drown you, but it's enough to make you sick to your stomach. Inside the compound, village chief Li Fengtian stood beside Mrs. Philip Lee, pleading with her earnestly. Mrs. Philip Lee, please just move out. Wherever you like in our village, I'll let you move there. Isn't that enough? I'm just a lowly village official. My word doesn't count for much. The higher-ups have given the order to support Yamamoto Group's investment in our village, and there's nothing I can do about it. Just think of this as me begging you. Will you do it? Bullshit. Lee Philip, overcome with emotion, gripped his dragon head walking stick and slammed it down hard at Li Fengtian's feet. China is a vast and mighty nation. To drive out our own people for the sake of a tiny Sakura investment, aren't you afraid our ancestors will rise from the grave to strangle you? I've been immersed in lion dance culture since childhood. Lion dance. Lion Dance, it's all about the awakening of the Chinese nation. If your ancestors in the afterlife found out you sold the land to that little Japanese company for such a measly sum, they de-skin you alive. Hey, who are you? I'm busy here, can't you see? Stay back. Don't say I didn't warn you if you get hurt. Adam Murphy had barely stepped outside the courtyard when he was surrounded by armed men standing guard along the roadside. These men were dressed like construction workers, holding tools like rebar and shovels. They looked like the real deal. However, judging by their visible tattoos and colorful hair, they were clearly thugs disguised as workers. Adam Murphy narrowed his eyes slightly and shot a cold glance at the man leading the group. Demolition. They don't agree to the demolition. What gives you the right to tear it down? Damn it, you little punk. Are you looking for trouble? We just took care of one guy, and you still dare to step forward and ask for it. Guys, teach this clueless jerk a lesson. At the blonde-haired leader's command, more than 10 men behind him wielding weapons charged at Adam Murphy without a word. Adam Murphy usually wouldn't bother with small-time thugs, but he hated scum like this who sided with outsiders to bully their own people with a passion. You're asking for it. A green glow flashed from his fists as he landed a hook straight to the leader's chin. With a crack, the leader's head snapped back, and he was sent flying backward, knocking over 2 henchmen behind him. Before he could even let out a scream, Adam Murphy closed in, taking a step forward to stand right in front of the henchmen. Elbows, roundhouse kicks, and straight punches in just a few exchanges. He had the entire group of thugs sprawled on the ground, their teeth scattered everywhere. Spit. Adam Murphy spat at the blonde-haired thug lying motionless on the ground, his face contorted with disgust. Beating you is too dirty for my hands. He bent his knees slightly and leaped over the stinking gutter. Who are you? Who let you in? Where are those guys outside? It wasn't until Adam Murphy entered the courtyard that Li Fengtian noticed something was wrong outside. Puzzled, he walked to the courtyard gate to check what was going on. When he saw the henchmen sprawled haphazardly all over the ground, he was so startled he nearly collapsed right there. Who are you? I'm the village chief of Huatang village. What do you want? Adam Murphy shot Li Fengtian a disdainful glance. Village chief? You're not fit to be one. Let me tell you, I've come all the way from Beijing specifically for this. Order that group of guys outside to fill in the sewage ditch surrounding the Li family compound immediately. Otherwise, neither you nor any of the village officials in Chongling Township involved in this matter will get off easy. Once the higher-ups arrive, it'll be too late for you to make amends. Ah well, Li Fengtian was first stunned by Adam Murphy's fighting skills, and then Adam Murphy delivered even more terrifying news. From Beijing. Do the Li family actually know high-ranking officials in Beijing? This guy is such a tough fighter, could he be a bodyguard for a high-ranking official from Beijing? Damn it, I told you not to make a big deal out of this. Now we're screwed. How am I supposed to know where you're from? Which department are you with?
Adam Murphy snorted koldu.
My car is parked right outside. Could a Beijing license plate possibly be fake? As for my identity, you're not high enough up to know. Get this sorted out outside the compound right now, or you won't even have a chance to handle it. With that, Adam Murphy left Li Fengtian behind and walked toward Li Philip inside the compound. Mr. Philip, are you all right? Li Philip thought Adam Murphy was really a high-ranking official from the capital who had come to stand up for her, so she clung to him and poured out her grievances. The Li Philip family hailed from Foshan and were authentic inheritors of the lion head crafting tradition. They had moved to Anhui province in the 1950s. The Li family were inheritors of the Southern School of Lion Head Craftsmanship. The renowned Li family lions of the Foshan region were from Mrs. Philip's ancestral lineage. Lion dancing originated in Foshan, with a tradition dating back as far as the Ming dynasty. Originally, lion dancing was called Auspicious Lion Rui Shi, signifying good fortune. In the Foshan region, the characters for Auspicious Rui and Asleep Shui are homophones. Asleep carries negative connotations, giving the impression of listlessness. Since lion dancing aims to promote traditional ethnic culture, and asleep carries negative connotations, Auspicious Lion was renamed Awake Lion. It symbolizes the awakening of the nation and the people, and promotes the national spirit. At first, Adam Murphy simply stepped in to defend Philip Tai after witnessing an injustice. But after listening to Philip Tai's words, it stirred the Chinese blood flowing through Adam Murphy's veins. Lion dance is part of traditional Chinese culture. Why should we abandon our cultural heritage and make way for others just because of investment from the land of cherry blossoms? Mrs. Phillip provided Adam Murphy with a completely new business idea. Previously, Adam Murphy had been somewhat hesitant about what project to invest his funds in. Today, he came up with an excellent project. Traditional Chinese culture. The awake lion is just one gem in the dazzling tapestry of Chinese civilization. In addition to the awake lion, there are various other traditional cultural forms such as Suzhou embroidery, batik, paper cutting, Huizhou opera, and Huangmei opera. Adam Murphy has a bold idea: to build a tourist destination showcasing a wide range of traditional Chinese culture. This tourist destination would feature museums and a zoo for visitors to explore. There would also be performances of lion dances, dragon dances, Peking opera, Huangmei opera, and Huizhou opera. A cultural street will also be set up, where traditional Chinese handicrafts such as Suzhou embroidery, tie-dye, and paper cutting will be sold. A hands-on experience area will be established to allow visitors to personally participate in the creation of these traditional crafts. The goal is to promote traditional Chinese culture and create a tourist destination centered around it. Mr. Phillip, don't worry, as long as I'm here, they won't dare do anything to you. This small town doesn't do justice to your skills. Would you be willing to go to the capital to promote the culture of the awakening lion? I'm willing to invest in you to vigorously develop traditional Chinese culture. Of course, if you'd rather stay here, I'll support you too. Chapter 62. Yamamoto Hachiro was scared out of his wits. Li Phillip is the heir to the Li family's lion dance tradition. She has taught no fewer than 100 apprentices and possesses a wealth of life experience. Adam Murphy seemed like a god sent from heaven to rescue the Li family from the brink of disaster, so she naturally trusted him. However, after a deeper conversation, she realized that Adam Murphy was not the rescue that Li Zhengji had called in by making a tip-off call. She began to suspect that Adam Murphy might be an actor sent by the Yamamoto group specifically to deceive her. No sooner had he lured her out of the house than the excavators outside started up, completely leveling the Li family compound. Li Phillip narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze radiating a coldness that kept others at arm's length. Young man, you weren't called here by Zhengji. Who exactly are you, and what do you want? Adam Murphy could clearly sense the shift in Philip's mood. This was the first time he'd ever helped someone of his own accord, without hoping to snag a bargain. Yet, the other party suspected him of having ulterior motives. This left Adam Murphy with a strange feeling he wanted to throw in the towel and walk away, telling them to do whatever they wanted. On second thought, the Li family had been pushed to this point. If a stranger suddenly appeared out of nowhere claiming to help them, anyone would be suspicious. He could only patiently explain that he was an antique dealer running a shop in Beijing. He had come to Anhui province to handle some business matters in Huashan County, and had just happened to come across the situation. Unable to stand by and watch, he stepped in to help. Everything Adam Murphy said was true. His words were sincere, giving people the impression that he was trustworthy. After hearing this, Li Phillip gradually began to believe Adam Murphy's story. Young man, I know you mean well, but the other party is a big shot from overseas. We ordinary folks can't afford to cross them. You'd better get out of here before he shows up. Phillip, I'm too old. I've got one life left. I don't believe they dare run me over. Bastards. What good are you people anyway? You're a bunch of good-for-nothings. I did pay you after all. Who gave you permission to fill in that hole? Just then, a series of extremely arrogant shouts rang out from outside the courtyard. A short, stocky man less than 1.7 meters tall, with a buzz cut and a small mustache beneath his nose, pointed at Jared Pierce, who was filling in the hole, and berated him. This man was none other than the investor from the land of cherry blossoms, Hachiro Yamamoto. Li Fengtian stepped forward to explain, but was loudly rebuked by Hachiro Yamamoto. He dared not speak out in anger. Adam Murphy heard the commotion outside. His pupils contracted slightly, and a cold smile played at the corners of his mouth. Damn it, I was just worried about not being able to find him, and here you are, walking right into my trap. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on how to behave. Mr. Phillip, please wait a moment. I'll go out right now and have a proper talk with that guy. Before he could finish speaking, Adam Murphy darted out of the courtyard like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for Hachiro Yamamoto outside. Whack! Hachiro Yamamoto, who had been ranting, felt a powerful gust of wind hit him. Before he could even figure out what was happening, his body was sent flying backward out of his control. With a thud, He fell beside the manure ditch outside the courtyard. With his head down, the upper half of his body had fallen into the manure ditch. One wrong move and he would have plunged into the foul-smelling sludge below. In that moment, ignoring the excruciating pain in his face, he frantically wriggled his short legs, struggling to back away. Then, something even more terrifying happened. Yamamoto Hachiro suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness as his body shot rapidly upward out of his control. If it weren't for the pulling force on his legs, he would have thought he was ascending to heaven. His line of sight moved upward from the edge of the deep pit, rising above the head of Li Fengtian standing nearby, and then past the roof of the truck by the roadside. But that wasn't the end of it. He continued to rise, being lifted higher and higher along the crane's boom, which was suspended from the truck's roof. It wasn't until he reached a height of 7 or 8 meters above the ground that his ascent finally stopped. Kato NK 500 E3 crane. At that moment, Hachiro Yamamoto was hanging upside down, his body trembling uncontrollably. Summoning all his courage, he looked up. There, he saw a very handsome young man, his right hand gripping the crane's boom and his left hand holding onto Yamamoto's right leg. Adam Murphy's lips curled slightly into a friendly smile directed at Hachiro Yamamoto. Hachiro Yamamoto, right? I heard you've been looking for me. What's this about? Hachiro Yamamoto didn't recognize Adam Murphy at all. Blood was rushing to his head. His vision was growing blurry, and a buzzing sound was starting in his ears. At that moment, he stopped trying to act cool. Sir, please don't act impulsively. I'm Hachiro Yamamoto of the Yamamoto family from the land of cherry blossoms. Let us talk this out calmly. Please don't resort to such extreme measures. Extreme? A hint of derision flashed across Adam Murphy's face as he nodded toward the sewage ditch below. Yamamoto, you're trying to play dumb with me, aren't you? You dug up their foundation. When you cut off their water and electricity, why didn't you think that was extreme? Now that it's happened to you, you realize it's extreme. You're a human being after all. Only then did Hachiro Yamamoto realize that Adam Murphy was taking revenge on behalf of the Lee family. In his heart, he cursed those who had told him the Lee family had no connections and would be easy to bully. You call this having no connections? Where did this god come from? Is this guy even human? Sir, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I've come here with sincere intentions to invest. The Yamamoto Group plans to build a warehouse here. This is a good thing for you all. I never intended to harm anyone. Adam Murphy couldn't be bothered to argue with Yamamoto Hachiro and said impatiently, Cut the fucking crap. I'm only asking you one thing right now. How are we going to handle this Lee family situation? We won't tear it down. We'll revise the blueprints. Without a moment's hesitation, Hachiro Yamamoto immediately agreed to revise the plans and abandon the demolition of the Lee family's property. Although Hachiro Yamamoto had voluntarily backed down, Adam Murphy wasn't about to let him off the hook so easily. You've driven them to such misery, and even had your men beat them up. Do you think a simple we won't tear it down solves everything? Hachiro Yamamoto grimaced, on the verge of tears. Then how do you want me to handle this? Pay compensation for emotional distress 1 million. No, 1 million per person. Phew. Hearing this, Yamamoto Hachiro let out a long sigh of relief. So it was just a matter of paying money. The Yamamoto family was one of Sakura Country's most prominent aristocratic clans. A few million was merely a drop in the bucket. No problem, I agree. I'll pay the compensation right away. Humph. I'll give you credit for being reasonable. Adam Murphy grabbed the crane's boom and, like a nimble monkey, quickly swung down to the ground. The moment he landed, he tossed Yamamoto Hachiro aside like a piece of trash. Cough, cough. Yamamoto Hachiro scrambled to his feet in a disheveled state and dashed behind Li Fengtian. Village Chief Li, I'm willing to pay the compensation. I'll give it to you right away. Please tell this gentleman not to hurt me anymore. Gulp. Li Fengtian nervously swallowed hard just moments ago. He'd seen with his own eyes Adam Murphy hoist Yamamoto Hachiro onto the crane with one hand, as if he were lifting a little chick. That terrifying scene was something he'd never forget for the rest of his life. This was definitely a highly skilled master who'd undergone professional training. Under no circumstances should you provoke Adam Murphy. Mr. Yamamoto, I told you just now that someone from the Lee family had arrived, but you refused to believe me. Well, look where that got us. Hee hee. Hachiro Yamamoto gave an awkward yet polite laugh, thinking to himself, if I'd known the Lee family had such a formidable figure, would I have gone through with this? My pants are even wet. Do you realize that? Village Chief Li, I'm counting on you for this. He is too scary, I don't want to deal with him.
Li Fang Tian Pota.
You don't want to deal with him? As if I want to deal with him. All right, leave this to me. But whatever happened today, don't let it get out. Understand? Got it. Got it. Yamamoto Hachiro nodded vigorously. Stay right here. I'll go talk to him. Chapter 63. Recruiting the Li Family Lions. The Li Family's Lion Dance Workshop. Inside the workshop, two elderly women carefully held bamboo strips as they wove a lion head. Li Zhengji, whose right arm had just been put in a cast, excitedly gave Adam Murphy a tour. Mr. Chow, our Li family carries on the traditional Southern-style lion dance heritage. I'm the 25th generation in this lineage. Over here, they're primarily responsible for crafting the lion heads. The process involves 4 main steps: framing the lion, shaping the lion, painting the lion, and assembling the lion. These two ladies are currently working on the first step, the framing of the lion head. Framing the lion head. Li Zhengji led Adam Murphy to the woman who was framing the lion head and gave a live demonstration. The process of framing a lion head looks simple, but it's actually very complex. Using bamboo strips and gauze paper of specific specifications, they are tied into cross-shaped joints to assemble the shape of the lion head. The bamboo used to make the lion head undergoes rigorous selection. It must be 3-5 years old to possess sufficient flexibility. The paper used to tie the cross-shaped joints also has strict requirements. It must be the specialized paper used by banks to bundle cash. This paper is highly flexible, ensuring the lioness head is more sturdy and durable. The lioness head alone has a full 1,300 binding points, which truly tests the artisan's skill and proficiency. The second step is the covering the lion process. Step 2. Covering the lion. After completing the binding with bamboo strips and gauze paper, a special type of gauze paper coated on both sides with a specially formulated mixture is evenly applied over the bamboo framework of the lion's head. This process serves 2 main purposes. First, it reinforces the lion's head, making it more sturdy. Second, it prepares the surface for the subsequent painting. Step 3. The painting the lion process. Painting the lion. Painting the lion involves applying colored paint and outlining patterns on the lion head covered with gauze paper. Oh, so that's what it means. Adam Murphy had previously seen a Guan Yu-style lion in a lion dance troupe and was very curious, not understanding how lion dancing could be connected to Second Lord Guan. After hearing Li Zhengji's explanation, he basically understood the differences between these 3 types of lions. Just like the Oath of the Peach Garden between Lu, Guan, and Zhang Lu Bei with a white face, Guan Yu with a red face, and Zhang Fei with a black face. However, beyond just the colors, distinctive details are added to the awakening lions. This makes them even more vivid and lifelike. As a child, Adam Murphy participated in village temple fairs and danced with the village Yanko troupe. However, he was exposed to northern-style lion dance, which is quite different from southern-style awakening lions. Furthermore, the lion dance props used in rural areas were the cheapest, low-quality items available on the market merely for entertainment during the Lunar New Year. In contrast, the awakening lions crafted by the Li family are highly professional examples of the southern style. It is said that the Li family's lions from the Foshan region are exported overseas. They are not only popular among locals, but people from many coastal cities and even Southeast Asian countries travel to Chaos Han to place custom orders. The craftsmanship involved in making a lion head is incredibly complex. Just the first step, binding the lion, requires 1,300 binding points. How long does the entire process take? Li Zhengji wiped the smile from his face and replied earnestly, "It's impossible to say for sure. Novice apprentices whose skills aren't yet up to par not only work slowly but also produce shapes that aren't aesthetically pleasing, so they have to take them apart and start over. An experienced craftsman can complete a lion head in a few hours. As for assembling the lion head accessories, we use parts we make ourselves, so that doesn't require any extra time."
Adam Murphy nodded.
So, by that calculation, it takes a skilled worker at least half a day to make a single lion head. Yes, and that's assuming all the raw materials are readily available. So how much can a finished lion head sell for? It depends on the materials used. The most basic ones go for 150 each, while the top-tier Lu, Guan, and Zhang-themed lion heads fetch around 500. Upon hearing the figure of 500, Adam Murphy furrowed his brow slightly. After going through so many steps, the most exquisite lion heads only sell for 500. The profit margin is far too low. However, Adam Murphy's interest in lion dances wasn't about making money. Rather, he intended to promote traditional Chinese culture and incorporate lion dance culture as a stunning attraction in his plans for the scenic area. I've pretty much got the hang of lion dance production now. Are you skilled at lion dance performances? This question struck a chord with Li Zhengji. He had been practicing lion dance since he was 8, excelling at walking on plum blossom stilts and the 8 immortal stools. Li Zhengji straightened his back with a touch of pride, his face beaming with confidence. Mr. Chow, you've come to the right person. I can't guarantee anything else, but when it comes to lion dancing, I'm better than any of my brothers. Leaping, dodging, weaving, pouncing, spinning, and soaring, I'm skilled in every move. Whether it's the 8 immortal stools or the plum blossom piles, it's all a piece of cake. Great. Then there's no problem. I don't know what Philip Tai told you, but my plan is to develop a large-scale tourist attraction in Beijing, featuring a museum and showcasing traditional Chinese culture including Peking opera, Huizhou opera, paper cutting, and Suzhou embroidery. I can set aside an area specifically for selling lion dance props and set up a visitor observation and hands-on experience zone within the store. In addition, I'll provide you with a professional stage for lion dance performances to promote lion dance culture. What do you think? Are you interested? Li Zhengji nodded repeatedly, replying eagerly, I'm very interested. I'm just wondering when this project of yours will officially get underway.
Adam Murphy simület feindli.
This is a very ambitious project, and it's still in the planning stages. But don't worry, I can have the lion dance area built first. That way, even if the project hasn't officially launched yet, it won't interfere with your work. As for income, don't worry, the more you earn, the more you'll keep for yourselves, the less I'll have to subsidize. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Li Zhengji shook his head repeatedly. No. You're a benefactor of the Li family, we wouldn't be so greedy. I personally have no objections, but I still need to discuss this with Philip Tai and the others. No problem, feel free to contact me anytime, I'm always available. Adam Murphy smiled and extended his right hand. I look forward to our collaboration. Me too. Chapter 64. Lu Feng's heir comes calling to issue a challenge. Philip Tai of the Li family was advanced in age and did not wish to leave Anhui province. It was ultimately decided that once Adam Murphy's tourist area project officially launched, Li Shanghui, who specialized in crafting lion dance costumes, and Li Jingji, who specialized in lion dance performance, would accompany Adam Murphy to the capital. After this brief interlude with the Li family's lion dance troupe, Adam Murphy set off once more, heading straight for Hoshan County. This time, everything went smoothly, and he arrived directly at Haishidu Town in Hoshan County. Haishidu Town. Haishidu Town was the site of the final decisive battle between Senga Lincoln and Raymond Duncan's Taiping army back in the day. The area consists mostly of mountains and hills, with the terrain rising in the west and sloping down toward the east. As far as the eye can see, the surroundings are filled with lush, verdant mountains. From this, one can roughly infer that Haishidu Town is a very sparsely populated area. With a permanent population of less than 10,000, it can be described as vast and sparsely populated. Fortunately, with so few locals, no one disturbed Adam Murphy as he headed up the mountain in search of treasure. Inside the room, Adam Murphy held a map of Hoshan County, on which he had marked several locations with 5-pointed stars. These were Zhejiawan Village, located directly north of Hoshan County, and surrounded by mountains, the Hongshigu Scenic Area, to the northwest of Hoshan County Nanhua Mountain, and the Foseling Scenic Area in the northern part of Hoshan County, and the mountainous areas surrounding the Debi Mountains in the eastern part of Hoshan County. These 4 main areas, the larger mountain ranges and river basins surrounding Hoshan County, met the criteria for hiding a large treasure. After repeatedly studying the map, Adam Murphy turned his attention to the Zhejiawan area in northern Hoshan County. Zhejiawan is a village surrounded by mountains. The lyrics, "The mountain roads here wind 18 times," perfectly describe Zhejiawan. Let us start with Zhejiawan first. We'll set out first thing tomorrow morning and conduct a thorough search. Let us aim to recover the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom's treasure within a month. Beijing, the Panjiayuan Antique Market, Minji Wexuan. A young man, carrying a blue and white porcelain vase in each hand, strode purposefully toward the counter. Hello, sir. The porcelain appraisal desk is over here. I'll take you to the appraisal room. We need to appraise the items first before we can buy them. The man ignored the clerk's words and said to himself, Is Jared Henderson here? Only he can appraise what I have in my hands. Hearing this, The clerk's eyes widened in surprise. Jared Henderson was a veteran in the industry, but in recent years he had rarely been in the shop. For most people, let alone asking Jared Henderson to appraise antiques, even just meeting him depended on whether he had the time and was in a good mood. This man standing before them, barely 27 or 28 years old, was brazenly demanding that Jared Henderson personally appraise his item. Wasn't he just asking for trouble? Who is this guy? Talking so big. William Gibson isn't someone just anyone can meet. Song Qingfeng, the head appraiser at Manhwa Xian, heard the commotion and emerged from the appraisal room, striding menacingly toward the man. He cast a discreet glance at the object in the man's hand, and his pupils suddenly contracted. What the man was casually holding was, to his astonishment, a pair of exquisitely crafted Yuan Dynasty blue and white pine, bamboo, and plum octagonal vases. Yuan Dynasty blue and white pine, bamboo, and plum octagonal vases. Unlike the rounded and plump Yuan Dynasty blue and white narrative vases, this pair of Yuan Dynasty blue and white pine, bamboo, and plum octagonal vases features a more unique shape with 8 distinct edges and 8 faces. These large octagonal vases have a smooth, pure white porcelain body that is massive and substantial, giving them the feel of a masterpiece. The vases are coated with a pure white glaze. The blue and white pigment differs from the typical sumo-liking pigment, exhibiting a faint purple sheen within its vibrant blue hues. The patterns depicted on the vases feature the pine, bamboo, and plum motifs that were most popular during the Yuan and Song dynasties. The 8 sides of the body feature, in sequence, depictions of pine, bamboo, plum blossoms, and mandarin ducks in a lotus pond, framed by scrollwork that serves as the piece's primary decorative motif. On the shoulders of the octagonal jar, a pair of symmetrical animal head handles is modeled in relief, with the animal heads adorned with iron red spots. The blue and white patterns are delicate and densely arranged. The porcelain is crystal clear in texture, and the brushwork is vigorous yet bold. The depictions of pine, bamboo, and plum are highly realistic and vivid, fully embodying the master's artistry. Song Qingfeng blinked in disbelief. This was actually a pair of exceptionally well-preserved Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain pieces. The form is perfect, and the blue and white hues are vivid when light falls on the porcelain. It diffuses beautifully, revealing the depth of its age. Judging solely by their appearance, this pair of Yuan Dynasty blue and white octagonal jars is virtually flawless, truly exceptional. However, according to Song Qingfeng's recollection, the surviving Yuan Dynasty blue and white pine, bamboo, and plum octagonal vases are extremely rare in China. There is only one surviving masterpiece, housed in the Fengtian Museum. It is said that in Savatica, a pair of identical Yuan Dynasty blue and white octagonal vases was unearthed from the foundations of the ancient capital, Sukhothai. Could it be that the pair of Yuan Dynasty blue and white vases this man holds were unearthed in Savatica? Ahem. Song Qingfeng cleared his throat twice, feigning nonchalance, and walked over to the man. William Gibson is busy. I'm the head chef at Manhwa Xian. I can appraise these for you. The man's lips curled slightly upward, a hint of derision crossing his face. You're nowhere near his level. Let me tell you, one of these pieces is genuine and the other is a fake. Can you tell them apart? What? Song Qingfeng had already appraised the pair once. They were exceptionally well made, and he was ready to snatch up a bargain. But now, the man was telling him that one of these top-grade Yuan Dynasty blue and white octagonal vases was actually a forgery. He'd been in the antiques business for so many years. How could he possibly misidentify such a clearly authentic Yuan Dynasty blue and white piece? Song Qingfeng shook his head vigorously and looked once more at the octagonal vases in the man's hands. The blue and white pattern was evenly applied and vibrantly colored. The glaze glowed softly under the light. This was a piece with real age. How could one be genuine and the other a fake? There's nothing wrong with it. Could this guy be trying to trick me on purpose? You don't need to look any further. You're way off the mark. Notify Jared Henderson immediately. Tell him that Lu Jiaqi, the successor to Lu Feng, has come to pay a visit and requests his appraisal of the porcelain. If he can determine the authenticity of these pieces, I'll gladly present this pair of Yuan Dynasty blue and white octagonal vases with pine, bamboo, and plum motifs to him. Upon hearing this, Song Qingfeng was completely dumbfounded. As the head artisan at the shop, he heard some rumors about Lu Feng and knew that Jared Henderson had recently been investigating Lu Feng porcelain. He never expected that this Lu Feng heir would actually come knocking on his door. He even made a bold promise. As long as Jared Henderson could authenticate these 2 pieces of porcelain, he would give them to him free of charge. This was an extremely rare Yuan Dynasty blue and white octagonal jar, whose value was only slightly lower than that of a Yuan Dynasty blue and white narrative figure jar. At auction, the starting price would be at least 10 million. If a collector with deep pockets and little sense were to come along, it might even fetch over 100 million. Such a precious piece of porcelain, and Lu Juqi actually plans to use it as a bet. She must be crazy. Are you serious? Lu Juqi shrugged nonchalantly. What I made is the real thing. I can produce a 3rd, 4th, or 5th one anytime. It's just to kill some time. What's the big deal? Song Qingfeng pouted, thinking to himself that in the antiques world, forgeries are usually kept under wraps, for fear of others finding out. But here you are, practically announcing it over a megaphone. You're so cocky. Fine, whatever. Okay, hold on a moment. I'll notify William Gibson right away. Go ahead and tell him he'll definitely come. Song Qingfeng didn't feel like arguing with Lu Juqi, so he returned to the appraisal room and dialed Jared Henderson's number. William Gibson, Lu Feng's successor, is here at our shop and has specifically asked to see you. He brought a pair of Yuan Dynasty blue and white octagonal vases with pine, bamboo, and plum motifs. He says one is genuine and the other is a fake, but I'm not skilled enough to tell them apart. He said that if you can tell them apart, he'll give you this pair of Yuan Dynasty blue and white octagonal vases for free. Tell him I'll be right there. Got it. Chapter 65. The Stone Carving of the Preface to the Orchid Pavilion Collection. Minji Wexuan Antique Shop, Appraisal Room. Lu Juqi sat with one leg crossed over the other, leaning back on the sofa with an air of nonchalance. As he cracked sunflower seeds, he mocked Jared Henderson, who was in the midst of appraising the porcelain. I knew it. There's nothing wrong with the 5th-generation replica. You guys are definitely pulling a fast one. From now on, the Lu family will redefine Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain. Phew. Jared Henderson set down the high-powered magnifying glass in his hand, braced himself with both hands on the appraisal table, and took a deep breath. This pair of Yuan Dynasty blue and white octagonal vases was similar to the situation with the pair of de wide vases that appeared at Jiaxing Auction House last time. In terms of craftsmanship, raw materials, signs of use, and every other aspect, they were virtually indistinguishable from the genuine articles. He could tell that the Yuan Dynasty blue and white octagonal vase on his right was suspect. This must be the forgery Lu Juqi had mentioned. Yet he couldn't find a single flaw in this piece. Whether it was the raw materials, the painting, or the craftsmanship, everything matched the genuine article. What frustrated Jared Henderson the most was that he couldn't find any of Lu Feng's signature forgery marks on the piece. It seemed that Lu Feng had been refining his forgery techniques continuously from the Republic of China era to the present. Now, even Jared Henderson couldn't detect any signs of forgery in Lu Feng's work. Don't waste your time. I prepared this piece of porcelain specifically for this year's spring auction, and I didn't leave any markings on it. You old farts should retire. The future belongs to us young people. A maniacal grin spread across Lu Juqi's face as he fantasized about becoming the emperor of porcelain, controlling the market for the country's finest Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain. Forget the de wide vase, the Yuan blue and white Ghost Valley Master, descending the mountain large jar, or the Shao he chasing Han Xian under the moon plum-shaped vase. From now on, the porcelain he produced would be the real Yuan blue and white. Jared Henderson felt as if his bones had been stripped away. He slumped lifelessly into the Wangwali armchair. His eyes stared blankly at the Yuan blue and white octagonal jar on the appraisal table, his mind a complete blank. Last time, with the de wide vase, if Adam Murphy hadn't shown up at the last minute, he would have failed. This time, with the Yuan blue and white octagonal jar, it was even more extreme. It didn't even have a forged mark. He conceded defeat wholeheartedly. Maybe he should give Adam Murphy a call and ask him to come over and help? The moment that thought crossed his mind, Jared Henderson immediately quashed it. This time, it was a wager between him and Lu Juqi. He simply wasn't as skilled as she was. Besides, as Adam Murphy as senior, he couldn't bring himself to repeatedly ask a junior for help. I lost. You can take the item. Ha ha ha. Lu Juqi leapt up from the sofa, hurried over to the appraisal table, grabbed an ancient scroll lying there, and gently unfurled it. It was a colored painting on silk. In the scene, four women dressed in court attire were gathered together, discussing amusing stories from the palace. In the blank spaces of the scroll were several bright red seal impressions and the artist's colophon. Tang In portrait of palace courtesans in the kingdom of Shu. Wearing lotus flower crowns and Taoist robes, they serve the king daily at banquets in the purple microcosm. The flowers and willows know not that their master has departed year after year. They vie for green and vie for crimson. The last emperor of Shu would often wrap a small headscarf around his head within the palace, ordering the palace courtesans to don Taoist robes and lotus flower crowns, and seek out flowers and willows daily to attend his drunken feasts. The rumors of Shu had already reached everyone's ears, yet the ruler paid them no heed, allowing the situation to spiral out of control. Thinking of the future generations who would shake their heads at this decree, one cannot help but clench one's fists in frustration.
Tang In.
Although I'm not much of a collector of calligraphy and paintings, I'll gladly accept this portrait of palace courtesans of the Shu kingdom by Tang Bohu. With that, Lu Juchi grabbed the porcelain vase from the appraisal table and, striding out with a wide, swaggering gait that showed no regard for anyone, strode out the door. If you're not convinced, I'm ready to take you on any time, but you'd better have your wager ready in advance. Ha ha ha. Haishidu Town, Zhejiawan Village. Adam Murphy, carrying a bulging olive-green backpack, charged down a hillside overgrown with green bamboo and sprinted all the way to the Grand Cherokee parked at the foot of the mountain. His backpack wasn't filled with antiques, but with wild delicacies like bamboo shoots and mushrooms. This was to serve as an excuse in case he ran into locals along the way that he was heading into the mountains to forage for wild food. He shaded his eyes with his hand, glanced up the mountain, and sighed with a worried look on his face. The mountains were teeming with insects, snakes, rodents, and ants. Most people simply couldn't handle it. The most terrifying thing was a type of amphibious blood-sucking worm that could sense human presence and would frantically crawl toward people from a great distance. Fortunately, Adam Murphy's body had been enhanced, and he was protected by a special energy shield. Otherwise, he would have been sucked dry. I knew there were a lot of mountains around here, but I didn't expect there to be this many. It took me half a day just to cover the eastern part of Zhejiawan. At today's pace, it'll take at least a week to comb through all 4 areas I marked beforehand. Ah well, I'll just take it slow. It's not such a bad thing that no one's bothering us here. Adam Murphy's previous treasure hunt in Fengtian had been nothing but a series of setbacks. This trip to Anhui province, though progressing slowly, had gone very smoothly, and he even had the unexpected bonus of the Li family lion. After a few brief reflections, he set off again, driving toward the mountainous area south of Zhejiawan. 2 weeks later, Adam Murphy had thoroughly surveyed the locations of several major mountains and valleys in Huashan County. During this time, aside from discovering some abandoned and damaged antiques buried just below the surface and a few derelict graves deep in the old forests, he found no trace of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom's treasure. Under these circumstances, he had no choice but to abandon Huashan County and head for Mount Tianju. Mount Tianju is also known as Wanshui Mountain, Wangong Mountain, Chenshan, and Wanshan, among other names. Mount Tianju boasts lush vegetation, with a forest coverage rate as high as 97%, and natural landscapes such as strange peaks, grotesque rocks, secluded caves, gorges can be seen everywhere. Among these, the most famous is Tianju Peak, the main peak of Mount Tianju, with an elevation of 1,489.8 meters. The Tang Dynasty poet Bai Jui wrote in his poem, Inscription on Tianzhufeng, a single peak of Tianzhufeng holds up the sun and moon. The cave entrance, 1,000 ren high, locks away the clouds and thunder. Before heading to Mount Tianzhushan, Adam Murphy did his homework thoroughly. He had carefully researched Lianhua Peak, as mentioned by the hotel front desk, a location on the eastern side of Tianzhufeng, the highest peak of Mount Tianzhushan, at an elevation of over 1,000 meters. This location is not only high in elevation but also features the mountainous rugged terrain, with bizarre peaks and strange rock formations everywhere. It would be extremely difficult to carry large quantities of gold, silver, and jewels from the foot of the mountain to the summit. Furthermore, Mount Tianju is a historically significant mountain. As early as the spring and autumn period, King Wuling of Zhao established his capital at the foot of Mount Tianju and built fortifications on the mountain, the ruins of which remain. Not only that, but Tianju Mountain is home to temples and Taoist monasteries built during the Tang and Song dynasties, and has been continuously inhabited. Transporting large quantities of gold, silver, and jewels from the foot of the mountain to the summit would certainly attract attention. Adam Murphy speculated that if the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom's treasure were hidden on Tianju Mountain, It wouldn't be on the mountain itself, it would have to be at the foot of the mountain. Start searching in the area around the south gate of Mount Tianju. If it's not at the foot of the mountain, then head up the mountain to look. At 12:25 p.m., Adam Murphy arrived at Chazhuang village in the southern part of Mount Tianju. This village is located at the foot of Mount Tianju. 1,000 meters to the north lies the south gate of Mount Tianju. Hua County has a low population density, making it very convenient to search for treasure with minimal disturbance. Tianju Mountain was a different story, however. As soon as his car entered the village, he spotted several tour buses from other provinces parked along the roadside. Adam Murphy pulled over outside a farmhouse courtyard, planning to grab a bite to eat and gather some information while he was at it. "Hello, would you like to have a meal? We serve clay pot free-range chicken soup, wild river fish, farm-style cured duck, wild earth mushrooms, and braised pork with chestnuts." Hearing the commotion outside, the owner's wife pushed open the gate and began her enthusiastic pitch. But Adam Murphy seemed not to hear her. Instead, he gazed at a half-exposed, moss-covered blue stone in the courtyard. On the stone, a few lines of small characters were faintly visible. "In the 9th year of the Yonghe era, in the year of Guizhou, at the beginning of late spring, we gathered at the Orchid Pavilion in Shanin, Kuaiji, to perform the ritual of purifying ourselves. This is actually the world's finest running script, the preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection." Chapter 66. The Northern Song Imperial Kiln Crackle Glaze Bowl. As someone in the antiques world, Adam Murphy knew the renowned preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection by heart. He never would have imagined that, while searching for the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom's treasure, he would stumble upon a stone stele inscribed with the preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection. Could this possibly be Wang Shiji's own handiwork? No, that can't be right. If it were written by Wang Shiji, this stele wouldn't be classified as a treasure-grade item, it would have to be a rare treasure. How could the #1 running script in the world, by the sage of calligraphy, be merely treasure-grade? Driven by curiosity, Adam Murphy checked the appraisal information in his mind. Item: Northern Song Dynasty Huang Tingjian's preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection, stele damaged. Grade premium. Value 8.8 million. Material: limestone. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Creator: Huang Tingjian. Date of creation: Northern Song Dynasty. Huang Tingjian. Upon learning that this stele was a work by Huang Tingjian, Adam Murphy furrowed his brow slightly. Huang Tingjian was a master calligrapher of the Northern Song Dynasty, often paired with the great literary figure Su Shi as the Su-Huang duo. Naturally, Adam Murphy had thoroughly researched such a legendary master of his generation. Huang Tingjian wrote a 5-character ancient-style poem in which he mentioned, "My family's Qianshan is truly a blessed land among famous mountains." The Qianshan referred to here is Mount Tianju in Qianshan County. The preface to this poem, Inscription on Qianshan, mentions that Huang Tingjian had a secluded retreat in a valley on Mount Tianju, where he built the Fu Wang Pavilion beside Xinyu Creek. This indicates that Huang Tingjian once lived on Mount Tianju for a period of time. The stone stele at this small farmhouse might very well have come from Huang Tingjian's secluded retreat in the valley. "Hello, would you like to try our specialty dishes? They're all natural, pollution-free, and taste fantastic." Tourists like Adam Murphy, who drive luxury cars, are a godsend for villagers near tourist areas. The owner of the farmhouse kept recommending dishes to Adam Murphy, tirelessly trying to lure him into the courtyard. She didn't realize that even if she tried to shoo him away, Adam Murphy would still insist on staying. "I'm actually hungry and was just thinking of grabbing a bite to fill my stomach. Ma'am, bring me a serving of everything you just mentioned." Hearing this, the owner's face lit up with delight. She was practically beaming from ear to ear. She led the way with a satisfied smile. "Sir, follow me. I'll show you to a private room where you won't be disturbed." "Great." Adam Murphy gave a slight nod and silently followed the landlady toward the innermost bungalow on the east side of the courtyard. The two happened to pass by the half-exposed stone stele. Adam Murphy acted as if nothing were amiss, walking past the stele as though he hadn't seen it. Squeak. He pushed open the old wooden door, its paint peeling and mottled, to reveal a 10-square-meter private room. The room had been converted from a living space into a dining area. 3 sides were walls, and on the wall directly opposite the door hung a bright red, modern portrait of Guan Yu. In the center of the room stood a large, square dining table, surrounded by 4 folding chairs with backrests, the kind commonly found at markets. "Sir, please have a seat." I'll have my daughter brew you a pot of tea in a moment. I'll go cook your meal right away. Fearing Adam Murphy might change his mind, the landlady didn't even give him a chance to speak. She turned and hurried off. Adam Murphy shook his head, not quite sure whether to laugh or cry, pulled out the folding chair facing the door, and plopped down. The room was very simple, containing only a dining table and chairs, along with a modern portrait of Guan Yu on the wall. Sitting in his chair, he pondered for a moment how, after dinner, he could sweet-talk the landlady into selling him that Huang Tingjian steel. The value of this steel lay not merely in the steel itself. Once acquired, he could make several rubbings of the calligraphy and sell them at auction houses and antique shops. This was a stone steel that could generate a sustainable income. Of course, given Adam Murphy's current net worth, he no longer needed to go to the trouble of making rubbings of the steel. He planned to keep the steel in his private collection, making only a few rubbings at most to promote it that way. More people would learn about this Huang Tingjian preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection steel. Clink, clink, clink. Hello, your tea is ready. A young girl, about 14 or 15 years old, carried a wooden tray holding a white porcelain teapot and a small bowl covered in dense, intricate crackle patterns. This crackle pattern bowl emitted a faint, pearly white glow. It was, in fact, a top-grade antique. Noticing Adam Murphy looking at the tea bowl in her hands, the young girl explained somewhat sheepishly, "Sir, all the tea bowls at home are in use. Although this one looks like it's full of cracks, it doesn't tea leak." "I know. Just set it down for now."
Adam Murphy replied impassively.
This was, after all, a crackle glazed bowl from the Imperial Kiln, one of the 5 renowned Song Dynasty kilns. Even without the glow to hint him, the moment he held it in his hands, he could immediately identify it. Song Dynasty Imperial Kiln Ice Crack Pattern Bowl. Authenticating Imperial Kiln porcelain is quite simple. It mainly comes down to 3 points. 1. Ghee-like luster. The glazes of the 5 great kilns of the Song Dynasty all feature a ghee-like luster, appearing as if the glaze had been coated with a layer of lard. 2. Crackle pattern. The crackle pattern is a distinctive external feature of Northern Song Imperial Kiln porcelain. As the name suggests, the crackle pattern resembles the cracks on winter ice, crisscrossing lines that branch out and spread like lightning. 3. Uneven glaze thickness. Typically, Imperial Kiln porcelain has a thicker glaze at the top and a thinner application on the middle and lower sections. This Imperial Kiln crackle glaze bowl features a well-proportioned form with a rounded, full body. Both the interior and exterior walls are covered with clearly visible crackle patterns, and the bowl's surface boasts a glossy, butter-like luster, making it a highly desirable piece. Out of respect for the 5 great kilns of the Song Dynasty, Adam Murphy specifically reviewed the authentication information. Item: Song Dynasty Imperial Kiln Crackle Glaze Bowl. Grade Premium. Value 5,000 yuan. Material porcelain. Manufacturing process: mass-produced at the Imperial Kiln. Manufacturer: Northern Song Imperial Kiln. Production date: Northern Song Dynasty. Sure enough, this was a Northern Song Imperial Kiln Crackle Glaze Bowl. Unfortunately, it was a mass-produced, commercially available piece from the Imperial Kiln, rather than a custom-made piece from the Court's Imperial Kiln intended for the Imperial family. This Imperial Kiln porcelain bowl was the least valuable premium-grade antique Adam Murphy had ever encountered. Even so, Adam Murphy still placed great value on this porcelain bowl. He called out to the young girl who was about to leave and asked, putting on an air of curiosity, "Hello? I really like this porcelain bowl. Can I buy one like this somewhere?" The young girl blinked in confusion to her. This rickety, nearly broken bowl was nowhere near as useful as the white porcelain bowls at home. Junk like this should have been thrown away long ago. But Adam Murphy looked genuinely interested. His mom was right, rich people always liked all sorts of strange things. "This isn't something you can buy at the market, it was brought over from our old family home." Hearing this, Adam Murphy's eyes lit up. He suspected that this family's ancestors might have some connection to Huang Tingjian. First there was the Huang Tingjian steel, and now a Northern Song Imperial Kiln porcelain bowl. Something was definitely up. "That's great. I really love this kind of porcelain bowls, vases, jars, plates, you name it. If your family has any extras, I'd be willing to pay a high price for them. For a porcelain bowl like this, I'd pay 100 yuan to buy it." 100. The young girl's big, purple grape-like eyes widened, and she looked at Adam Murphy as if he were a complete fool. Plates and bowls from the supply and marketing cooperative cost only a few yuan, yet he was actually offering 100 yuan for a broken bowl. Sure enough, A rich person from the city, gullible and with money to burn. I'll let my mom know in a bit and charge him a little extra for the meal. I can't decide that on my own, I'll have to ask my mom. Adam Murphy gave a faint smile. No problem. Just let your older sister know. Okay. I'll go ask my mom. Chapter 67. Huang Tingjian inscribed Imperial Kiln Celadone Sunflower Petal Wash Basin. Less than 5 minutes after the young girl left, the landlady arrived at Adam Murphy's side, panting heavily as she carried a back basket filled with all kinds of modern porcelain. She wore an apron around her waist, and her hands still bore traces of unwashed water. She must have been cooking when she heard that Adam Murphy, the big complainer, was willing to pay a high price for porcelain. So she rushed over. She set the basket down beside Adam Murphy's legs, wiped her hands on her apron, and looked at him with sparkling eyes. Sir, I heard you like porcelain, so I brought you every piece we have at home, big and small. Take a look and see which ones you like. Pick whatever you want. If you buy a lot, I can give you a discount. Adam Murphy glanced at the assortment of modern porcelain in the basket and was at a loss for words. He wasn't sure if the message the young girl had relayed was off or if the landlady was taking him for a fool, trying to sell him this pile of junk at 100 yuan per piece. Although the vast majority of the items in the basket were modern porcelain, mixed in among them were several pieces of Northern Song Dynasty Imperial Kiln porcelain that stood out distinctly from the rest. Adam Murphy pretended not to notice the shopkeeper's ulterior motives. Thank you for your trouble. Let me take a look. A beaming smile lit up the shopkeeper's face. Go ahead and look around, take your time. These are all prepared just for you. You can buy the whole lot if you want. Adam Murphy didn't want to waste his breath arguing with the shopkeeper, so he bent down to rummage through the basket. He pulled out the top few items, modern porcelain bowls, plates, and teapots, and set them aside. This revealed the Song Dynasty Imperial Kiln porcelain pieces buried beneath them. Among them were 5 small bowls from the Northern Song Dynasty Imperial Kiln, identical in style to the ones he'd seen earlier. In addition, there were 2 other pieces of Northern Song Imperial Kiln porcelain. Both were Scholar's studio items, a water pitcher and a sunflower petal-shaped wash basin. Song Dynasty Imperial Kiln Blue Glazed Duck-Shaped Water Pitcher. Item: Song Dynasty Imperial Kiln Blue Glazed Duck-Shaped Water Pitcher. Grade Premium. Value 50,000. Material: porcelain. Manufacturing process: mass-produced by the Northern Song Imperial Kilns. Manufacturer: Northern Song Imperial Kilns. Date of production: Northern Song Dynasty. Like the other ice crack pattern porcelain bowls, these 2 Imperial Kiln pieces were mass-produced by the Northern Song Imperial Kilns. A water dropper, also known as an inkstone dropper, was a vessel used by scholars and literati in ancient times to drip water onto ink for grinding. This Northern Song Imperial Kiln water dropper is a figurative piece, shaped to resemble a small duck. There is a small hole at the duck's tail. When the container is filled with water, droplets seep out through this hole. When the duck's tail is placed on an inkstone, water droplets continuously fall onto the inkstone, preventing it from drying out and facilitating writing. This is a very typical scholar's accessory and may have once been used by Huang Tingjian. Song Dynasty Huang Tingjian inscribed Imperial Kiln Celadone Glazed Sunflower Petal-Shaped Wash Basin. Item: Song Dynasty Huang Tingjian inscribed Imperial Kiln Celadone Glazed Sunflower Petal-Shaped Wash Basin. Grade Rare. Value 5.5 million. Material: porcelain. Manufacturing process: mass-produced at the Northern Song Imperial Kiln, later inscribed by Huang Tingjian. Manufacturer: Northern Song Imperial Kiln plus Huang Tingjian. Date of production: Northern Song Dynasty. The other piece is somewhat unique. It was originally a standard-style Imperial Kiln sunflower petal-shaped ink washing basin. However, Huang Tingjian inscribed characters on the bottom of the basin. Inscriptions by famous figures significantly boost the appreciation potential of antiques. Especially when it comes to a master calligrapher of Huang Tingjian's caliber, his inscriptions on antiques can dramatically increase their value. Unfortunately, this ink washing basin was produced first and inscribed later, causing some damage to the piece itself. If Huang Tingjian had inscribed the characters before the porcelain was fired, the value of this ink washing basin wouldn't have been limited to 5.5 million. It would have been worth at least 10 times that, and many collectors would have been scrambling to snap it up. Is that all you're picking out? Look how beautiful this large porcelain plate is. The little figures on it look just like the real thing. Pick out a few more, and I'll give you a better price. Seeing that Adam Murphy had selected only 7 pieces of porcelain, The shopkeeper once again put her silver tongue to work and began to sweet-talk him. She even managed to pass off the large serving platters in the store as top-grade porcelain. It was obvious she was treating Adam Murphy like a sucker, trying to fleece him. Adam Murphy wasn't he stupid naturally. He wasn't he gonna pay a high price for a pile of junk. He didn't he argue with the shopkeeper instead. He pulled out his wallet, counted out 800 yuan, and handed it to her. Sis, I really like all 7 of these pieces. We agreed earlier 100 per piece. Counting the porcelain bowl I'm holding, that comes to 800 yuan total. The shopkeeper snatched the cash from Adam Murphy's hand, lightly touched her thumb to her tongue to moisten it, and began counting the bills. 100, 200, 300. For 800 yuan. She counted 3 times, afraid she might have made a mistake. After double-checking, she looked at Adam Murphy, still not quite satisfied. Sir, there's still so much left, aren't you going to pick out a few more pieces? I can give you a better price. Adam Murphy's lips curled slightly into a smile. People like this greedy and clueless about antiques were the easiest to take advantage of. They didn't know the value of antiques, yet they were greedy. By offering a very low price, he could snag the antique he wanted. Adam Murphy pointed to the moss-covered stone steel outside the house. I don't want the porcelain anymore. I think that stone steel looks nice. Sell it to me for 100 yuan. The shopkeeper had assumed today's earnings would be limited to the 800 yuan in her hand, but she hadn't expected this turn of events. She stole a glance at Adam Murphy's bulging wallet, licked her lips greedily, and quoted an astronomical price. That stone steel is different. It's engraved with characters. It's worth a fortune. Besides, it's such a big thing you can't possibly expect to walk away with it for just 100 yuan. At least 5,000 yuan. Adam Murphy had watched the shopkeeper struggle for so long that he expected her to name an astronomical figure, only to hear her settle for the high price of 5,000 yuan. It was a stone steel inscribed by Huang Tingjian, featuring the preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection by Wang Shiji, the sage of calligraphy. Huang Tingjian, Wang Shiji, preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection. Any antique associated with even one of these 3 names sees its value skyrocket. Forget 5,000. Adam Murphy wouldn't even bat an eye at 50,000. However, the antique trade has its own rules. Not haggling over a price is a major no-no. Adam Murphy shook his head repeatedly. That's way too expensive. It's just a lousy rock, and you want 5,000 for it. With 5,000, I could build a spacious, tiled house. I'll pay 500 at most. Hearing the figure of 500, the shop owner's hand holding the money trembled slightly. She saw that Adam Murphy was a naive rich guy and had intentionally quoted a high price, leaving plenty of room for negotiation. For a big, cumbersome rock, 500 was practically a steal. But who would turn down money that's too hot to handle? 501 T cut it. This stone is huge, and I'll have to dig it out for you. It's time-consuming and labor-intensive. What if it disrupts the feng shui and affects my shop's business? It wouldn't be worth the trouble. Give me a lucky number. 4,800. May your business flourish. Don't just think of yourself. I've come all this way to haul such a huge stone. It's no small effort, and I'll be spending a lot extra on gas. I'm serious about buying this. Give me a fair price. 680. I really can't go any higher. Please don't even mention thousands. I won't consider anything over 1,000. The shop owner and Adam Murphy traded barbs back and forth in a heated verbal battle. In the end, Adam Murphy gave in and paid 2,500 to secure the stone tablet. The landlady couldn't stop grinning. Just you wait, I'll get someone to dig it up for you right away. Please tell the workers to be careful, don't let them damage it. If it gets damaged, I won't take it. Don't worry, I guarantee we'll get it out in perfect condition. All right, I've got things to do. Hurry up and serve me my meal. Sure thing, coming right up. Chapter 68. Double good fortune. The owner of the farmhouse was very efficient. After collecting the money, she immediately called in a few fellow villagers to dig up the stone steel from the courtyard. She was also thoughtful enough to use clean water to thoroughly wash away all the moss and dirt from the steel. In just half an hour, a stone steel slightly chipped at the edges and densely inscribed with tiny characters on its front was revealed before everyone. Huang Tingjian, courtesy name Luji, self-styled Shanga Daorin, and later known as Fu Wang, was a renowned poet, lyric poet, and calligrapher of the Northern Song dynasty. His late-life pseudonym, Fu Wang, was derived from the Fu Wang Pavilion on Mount Tianzhu, also known as Chenshan. While the villagers were cleaning the steel, Adam Murphy specifically asked whether the Fu Wang Pavilion on Mount Tianju still existed. Unexpectedly, this sparked a series of discussions. Mount Tianju originally had no official administrative body. It was home only to ancient structures such as Taoist temples and Buddhist monasteries passed down through the generations. In 1942, the Anhui Provincial Department of Culture and Tourism launched a public fundraising campaign to redevelop the Taoist temples and Buddhist monasteries on the mountain and appoint official abbots to oversee them. Due to the unstable political situation at the time, only the Yueyun Mountain Lodge, Suiyun Villa, and a simple hiking trail were constructed. The remaining projects were shelved. Local villagers, seeing large amounts of debris from ancient structures on the mountain, as well as unused building materials such as stone bricks and slabs, flocked to the mountain. It was during this period that villagers brought back a great deal of dismantled building materials from the mountain. Human nature is greedy. In the absence of oversight, many villagers helped themselves to materials from other ancient Taoist temples and Buddhist monasteries, taking away everything they could carry. All that remained were a few structures too large to remove and the inscriptions of famous figures carved into the mountain. It wasn't until 1982 that the government intervened once more, carrying out a comprehensive restoration of Tianju Mountain and assigning official personnel to manage it, that the site officially became a government-administered project. Today, Mount Tianju features not only ancient trails and the Wyatt Grant site but also later additions such as the Temple of the Jade Emperor, the Temple of Guan Yu, the Temple of the Dragon King, and the water pavilion and gazebos. After hearing the villagers' explanation, Adam Murphy was fairly certain that the Fu Wang Pavilion, where Huang Tingjian once lived, had been stripped bare by the older generation of the farmhouse in S owners. He took it in stride. After all, he couldn't change what had happened over 50 years ago. He was already very happy to have obtained these relics. After dinner, he packed the stone steel and several pieces of porcelain into the trunk of his car, slung his backpack over his shoulders, and set off from the entrance of Chazhuang village to explore the mountain from south to north. Viewed from above, Tianju Mountain resembles a banana leaf fan. The entrance to Chazhuang village marks the handle of the fan. Following the handle northward leads to the main southern gate of Tianju Mountain. At the gate stands the restored Wyatt Grant Fuguang Chan Temple. There is also Tianju Mountain's iconic landmark, Southern Pillar of Heaven, Pillar of the Southern Sky. Realizing that transporting treasure up the mountain would be no easy task, Adam Murphy didn't rush to ascend. He set out from the handle of the banana leaf fan and systematically searched along its rim. Mount Tianju is dotted with bizarre rock formations even at the base. The terrain is steep, with virtually no intact footpaths. Mount Tianju. Carrying a large backpack, Adam Murphy set out from Chazhuang village, planning to explore the mountain in a counterclockwise loop from east to west. But when he reached the area near the southern pass of Mount Tianju, he was astonished to discover that at Fuguang Chan Temple, directly to the south, a dazzling red, sacred light enveloped the entire temple. The temple, already majestic in its own right, was bathed in Buddha-esque light, just like the great Thunder Sound Temple in mythical tales. Fuguang Chan Temple. Ever since he had absorbed the energy from inside the jade rough last time, his ability to perceive divine light had greatly improved. If unobstructed by external objects, the radiance of a rare, treasure-grade divine light could extend up to 100 meters. The divine light within Fuguang Zen Temple outshone even the radiance of the phantom lamp. Discovered at Zhao Debao's home, it could actually penetrate the Buddha Hall. The phantom lamp was created by the renowned Qing dynasty painter Lang, shining and antique surpassing even his own work, must surely be an object of extraordinary value. What kind of treasure is hidden within Fuguang Zen Temple on Mount Tianju? By this point, Adam Murphy had no time to search for the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom's treasure. He followed Albert all the way to the edge of the scenic area. Through the courtyard wall, he used his X-ray vision to look up at Fuguang Zen Temple on the mountaintop. Holy shit! He wouldn't have thought anything of it had he not looked, but the sight he saw made him cry out in shock. At the foot of Fuguang Chan Temple, there was a cave concealed by bizarre rock formations. The cave was extremely deep and connected to an underground river. On its northern side, this underground river connected to a stream within Mount Tianju, while on its southern side, it connected to an inconspicuous little stream outside the mountain. The entrance to that little stream was located 200 meters south of the ticket office at the south gate of Mount Tianju. Following the stream eastward, there is a naturally formed small waterfall. Entrance to the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom treasure. Behind this waterfall lie irregular, jagged rocks. Among the intertwining boulders is a crevice just wide enough for one person to squeeze through. Following the crevice leads into a spacious cave. Inside the cave, hundreds of burlap sacks were haphazardly piled up, filled with gold and silver jewelry, jeweled necklaces, various gold, silver, and bronze artifacts, and jade ornaments. There were also dozens of sealed boxes packed with gold and silver bars. The Taiping Heavenly Kingdom's treasure is truly hidden on Mount Tianju. Adam Murphy's hunch was correct. The treasure was indeed at the foot of Mount Tianju, just outside the eastern perimeter of the mountain's south gate. The area around this spot was completely empty, with nothing but mountains and trees, making it very convenient to get to work. The only problem was that the cave entrance was extremely narrow, making it difficult to haul items out. With so much gold and silver, Adam Murphy on his own with just one vehicle had no idea how many trips it would take. Fortunately, his Grand Cherokee has plenty of interior space. If he uses the car to transport it, it would take about 20 trips to move everything out. But then a new problem arises. Once the treasure is moved out, where should it be stored? He certainly can't fill up a car and make a round trip to Beijing every time, can he? Not only would that be time-consuming and labor-intensive, but constantly making back and forth trips would easily arouse suspicion among the locals. How about renting a farmhouse nearby? Find a courtyard that's a bit more secluded, set up camp there, and make 1 or 2 trips a day to gradually move the treasure out. Once all the treasure is moved out, we'll buy a large truck and haul it all away in one go. Tianju Mountain is different from Huashan County. It's a tourist attraction and a fairly popular one at that. Not only did they have to be wary of local villagers, but they also had to be cautious of out-of-town tourists who might suddenly show up. Adam Murphy's plan was very conservative. It's just after the new year, so there aren't many tourists. If we wait any longer, the weather will warm up, bringing more tourists, and it'll be even harder to operate. After much deliberation, Adam Murphy decided to immediately rent a relatively secluded farmhouse just outside Tianju Mountain Town to serve as a temporary warehouse. Once he settled on the next course of action, a small problem arose. Should he still go to Fuguang Zen Temple? Should he still search for the destroyed Fuguang Pavilion? Adam Murphy gritted his teeth and looked up at Fuguang Zen Temple, which was bathed in a halo of light. Finding the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom's treasure won't happen overnight. I'll take a look around Fuguang Zen Temple first. Those are rare treasures. Even just catching a glimpse would be worth it. With time running short and a heavy task ahead, Adam Murphy didn't dare to delay. He and Albert bought tickets and entered the temple grounds. Following the path down the mountain, they headed straight for Fuguang Zen Temple at the summit. Chapter 69. Adam Murphy devoted to Buddhism. Fuguang Zen Temple is located at the southern entrance to Mount Tianju and sits at a relatively low elevation. While climbing, Adam Murphy encountered several tourists from out of town. Among them was a young couple from out of town, posing for photos in front of a cliff face inscribed with calligraphy by famous figures. Inscriptions by famous figures. He glanced at the cliff face and discovered that several prominent figures had carved their calligraphy there, including Huang Tingjian. Huang Tingjian, the Green Ox, Li Kan, Li Bingyi, Bin Guen, Wu Zhibin, and Xiao Iguan requested that I inscribe the Green Ox. Huang Tingjian, Gengxian Year, Minor Cold. Huang Tingjian's inscription is brief, just a few lines in regular script. The strokes are neat and steady, the brushwork firm and vigorous, and the curves and angles distinct at a glance. It is clearly the authentic work of a calligraphy master. Unfortunately, though the inscription is carved on the mountain cliff allowing more people to view it, it has been severely eroded by the passage of time due to prolonged exposure to sun, rain, and wind. Beside Huang Tingjian's inscription lies a dense cluster of other carvings. To better preserve these inscriptions, park staff have applied a protective coating of red and blue paint. Among them, in a prominent spot, there is a 6-character poem. Inscription by Wang Engshi. The water flows without a care, winding its way the mountains, full of color, encircle the scene. Exploring the depths, I find no end. Sitting upon the rock, I forget to return. The poem is signed Jing Gong. Wang Engshi, also known as Wang Jinggong, was one of the 8 great prose masters of the Tang and Song dynasties and a leading figure in the literary world. Coincidentally, beneath Wang Engshi's poem, someone inscribed another poem following the same rhyme scheme. Inscription by Lu Yingfeng. Following the mountainous slopes, I sing of my return. Sitting upon the rock, I wash my sash. The mountains, dark as ink, encircle me. The water, like jade, can be cupped in my hands. This poem was composed by Liu Yingfeng, a Jinshi Imperial Examination graduate from the Jiajing era of the Ming Dynasty, using the rhymes suggested by Wang Engshi. Continuing onward, another inscription by a literary giant appears. How many years have passed since the master ascended to the realm of immortals? The flowing water and green mountains remain unchanged. Wiping the ancient characters on the cliff face, both my worldly mind and my ailing eyes are suddenly awakened. This inscription was carved by Su Shi, another prominent figure of the Song dynasty and a disciple of Wang Engshi. The term master here refers to Su Shi's teacher Wang Engshi. The inscription expresses Su Shi's fond remembrance of Wang Engshi, as well as his admiration for the scenery within Tianzhu Mountain. Adam Murphy had an important mission to fulfill, so he didn't waste too much time on these inscriptions by famous figures. After a brief moment of appreciation, he hurried toward the mountaintop. At the entrance to the temple on the mountaintop, a faint scent of incense wafted through the air. This was the scent of burning incense, a blend of the Buddhist incense long enshrined within the temple and the incense sticks donated by visitors. With the spring festival just over, it was the busiest time of year for companies while the workhorses of the big cities were all hard at work. There were very few tourists on the mountain. Guided by the location of the red radiance, Adam Murphy walked around the main hall of the temple and entered the small courtyard behind it. Here stood 2 rows of terraced cottages, where the monks rested during their daily lives. In the center of the courtyard was an ancient well, and the red radiance was emanating from it. Excuse me, this is the inner area of the temple and is not open to the public. If you wish to pray or light incense, please go to the front courtyard. Just as Adam Murphy was examining the well, 2 monks dressed in gray robes approached him. Judging by their demeanor, it seemed that if Adam Murphy refused to leave, the 2 masters were about to demonstrate their Shaolin martial arts skills on him. At that critical moment, Adam Murphy suddenly sprang into action. Like an agile black panther, he sprinted toward the well in the courtyard and, with a splash, leaped into the water. Things happened so quickly that it wasn't until after Adam Murphy had jumped into the well that the 2 monks realized what had happened. One of them, a younger monk, was so startled he froze in shock, frantically waving his arms, completely at a loss. Maya! Someone's in trouble. Senior brother, did you see that? That guy just now, he jumped into the well. Could he have come here just to extort money from us? The other, older monk was clearly more mature and level-headed. He didn't panic in the face of the situation. He grabbed the young monk by the shoulders, calming him down while making arrangements to handle the situation. Hui Neng, don't panic. Everything in this world is illusory. There is a natural order of cause and effect. Go to the front courtyard and fetch the abbot. I'll go check on him. Hui Neng, who had lost his composure, came to his senses under his senior monk's reassurance and dashed off to the front courtyard to summon help. The senior monk walked solemnly toward the well. The well was empty. There was no sign of Adam Murphy. The ripples on the water's surface and the occasional bubbles rising to the top proved that what had just happened was real. The senior monk pressed his palms together in prayer. What a sin, what a sin! 8 or 9 out of 10 things in life don't go as planned. Why bother? Layman, please don't die in there. Adam Murphy, deep within the well, was unaware of what was happening outside. He dove all the way to the bottom, gathered energy in both hands, and began digging frantically at the well's base. Soon he had dug a half-meter deep pit. At the bottom of the deep pit lay a jade carving of a bamboo tube crafted from top-grade Hotan jade, its exterior sealed with a layer of amber. Adam Murphy grabbed the jade carving, which was about as thick as a flute, and tucked it into his robe before swimming back up. Yes, coming up. Layman, you've finally come to your senses. Quick, grab this hemp rope, I'll pull you up. Just as Adam Murphy surfaced, the monk's voice called down from the top of the well. The monk lowered the hemp rope normally used for drawing water and urged Adam Murphy to turn back before it was too late. Phew! Adam Murphy shuddered, clutched the rope tightly with both hands, and called up to the monk with a smile. Master, thanks for your help. I'll make a generous donation to the temple later. The monk by the well was speechless for a moment and almost let loose a tirade at Adam Murphy. I told you to go burn incense in the front courtyard, but you acted like a total lunatic and just jumped right into the well. Are you some kind of dog, you little rascal? I hadn't even had time to react before you jumped in. Burn incense, my foot. If I don't save you, you'd better be ready for your family to visit your grave. Although he was mentally ranting at Adam Murphy, The monk still upheld the principle that life is precious and pulled Adam Murphy out of the well. However, for some reason, pulling Adam Murphy, a grown man who had fallen into the water, wasn't the least bit difficult. He felt light as a feather in the monk's hands. Amitabha Buddha, this guy isn't possessed by an evil spirit, is he? Senior brother, we're here. Huizong, how is he doing? Just then, Huaning, who had gone to the front courtyard to summon help, rushed back in a panic, accompanied by several fellow monks and the abbot. The monks watched in astonishment as Adam Murphy, clutching the hemp rope, leaped out of the well like a nimble monkey. The first thing Adam Murphy did after getting out of the water was to take off his soaking wet jacket. He pretended to bow slightly to Huizong, who had pulled him out of the well. Master, thank you so much. If it weren't for you today, I'd be done for. Cold sweat poured down Huizong's forehead. Oh no, have I been targeted by an evil spirit? I didn't use any strength at all just now. How did he get out? The well rim was so slippery. How did he manage to leap out? Abbot, please come save me. I promise I'll never steal your roast chicken again. Huizong's legs were shaking so hard with nervousness that he stammered. No need for such formalities, layman. Everything is predestined. It was the Buddha who guided me to save you. You've caught a chill. You'd better head down the mountain right away. Adam Murphy waved his hand. That one do. I have to burn a few sticks of incense for you first. Then make a donation. 20 minutes later, Adam Murphy had changed into a clean set of monk's robes and, under the strange stares of the monks, strode quickly down the mountain. Huizong peeked out from behind the abbot and muttered under his breath, Abbot, there is something off about this guy. The abbot shot Huizong a fierce glare, while David Miller said, he is a lost soul who has devoted himself to Buddhism. What is wrong with him? Huizong pursed his lips and muttered defiantly under his breath. You take his offering, then call him devoted to Buddhism. I think he is just a nutcase. Huizong, it's time to clean the outhouse in the outer courtyard. Go take care of it. Why me? Yes, Abbot. Chapter 70. An authentic work by the poet Immortal. At the foot of Mount Tianzhu, Adam Murphy sneaked behind a large tree by the roadside and pulled out the Hotan jade bamboo joint carving he had just acquired from his robe. Bamboo joint jade carving. This bamboo joint jade carving was carved from a single block of top-grade Hotan jade, and its interior had been hollowed out. There was a button on the top that could be opened. The exterior of the jade carving is sealed with amber, perfectly protecting the artifact hidden inside. Adam Murphy carefully scraped away the amber coating on the outside of the jade carving with his fingernail and unscrewed the top knob. From the hollow interior of the jade carving, he pulled out a yellowed sheet of straw paper. It was this seemingly ordinary piece of straw paper that emitted a radiance even more intense than that of a phantom lamp. As he gently unrolled the crumpled straw paper, several lines of poetry, written in a sweeping calligraphic style, unfolded before Adam Murphy's eyes. Marvelous peaks give rise to wondrous clouds. Exquisite trees embody exquisite spirit. Qingyan Huanggong Mountain, with its sheer cliffs, delights the heart. Traveling alone along the Tsang River, my days pass in bland monotony. I love this lofty ridge. How can I seek its mystical wonders? In silence, we silently pledge to one another. Though my heart yearns to go, my will remains unfulfilled. When I have perfected the elixir of immortality, I shall settle here once more. Li Tai Bai of the Tang Dynasty. Inscription on Huanggong Mountain. This poem is vigorous and majestic yet ethereal in spirit, written with a free-flowing, bold, and fluid brushstroke. It is, in fact, an authentic autograph left behind by Li Bai, the poet Immortal, and one of the three great poets of the High Tang Dynasty. Li Bai is China's greatest poet. From Bright Moonlight Before My Bed to The Road to Shu is harder than ascending to the blue sky. His works have accompanied students throughout their educational journey. Anyone who can't even recite Bright Moonlight Before My Bed, I mistook it for frost on the ground, should report it immediately. That essay guaranteed 500,000. Adam Murphy has some recollection of this poem. Viewing Huanggong Mountain from the river. It was written when Li Bai was young and full of vigor, drawing his sword to leave Shu, bidding farewell to his family to travel far. At that time, he was only 25 years old. Dressed in white, with nothing but a sword and a wolf hairbrush, he traveled by boat down the Yangtze River through the three gorges until he reached Huanggong Mountain, now known as Tianzhu Mountain. Faced with the layered peaks and extraordinary rock formations of Tianzhu Mountain, Li Bai's pen flowed with inspiration, and he penned the widely acclaimed Viewing Huanggong Mountain from the River. Currently, Only one authentic work by Li Bai remains in existence. It is a national treasure prohibited from leaving the country, the Shangyangtai Scroll.
Li Bai Shangyangtai Scroll.
Cultural heritage authorities estimate the value of the Shangyangtai Scroll at over 1 billion. Yet the entire Shangyangtai Scroll consists of only 25 characters. It is no exaggeration to say that each character is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Phew! Adam Murphy took a deep breath, carefully folded the rough paper in his hand, and placed it back inside the jade-carved bamboo segment. He took a moment to review the detailed appraisal information in his mind. Item: Tang Dynasty Li Tai Bai, gazing at Wangong Mountain from the river. Grade: rare treasure. Value: 500 million plus. Material: paper. Craftsmanship: masterpiece.
Manufacture: Li Bai.
Production date: Kaiyuan era of the Tang Dynasty. An authentic work by the poet Immortal, was truly extraordinary, far surpassing the value of the Empress Dowager Cixie's Jade Watermelon and the Qing Dynasty, Yongzheng era. 12 months of pleasure at the Old Summer Palace Illusion Lantern. Now, Adam Murphy had added yet another rare treasure to his collection. He now possessed 5.5 rare treasure-grade antiques. Excluding the damaged Empress Dowager Cixie's coral treasure tree, the remaining 5 rare treasures would be considered the crown jewels of even the largest museum in the country, the Beijing Museum. Adam Murphy is getting closer and closer to establishing his private museum. I've already been in Anhui province for half a month. I must act quickly. I'll aim to secure the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom's treasure within 2 weeks. As the saying goes, good news lifts one's spirits. With a sweeping gesture, Adam Murphy set off at a brisk pace down the mountain. Huawu Village. Huawu Village is located on the outskirts of Tianzhu Mountain Town, about 2 kilometers away. This distance is neither too close nor too far. The local villagers would never suspect that he travels to Tianzhu Mountain every day to transport the treasures. It makes the most sense that the villagers of Tianzhu Mountain Town have no idea where he lives. On the hillside just outside Huayu Village, in a solitary farmhouse courtyard, Adam Murphy was discussing renting a room with a gray-haired elderly woman. Ma'am, I'd like to rent this place for a while, up to a month, or as little as 1 or 2 weeks. What do you think? Would 100 yuan a month work? The elderly woman was getting on in years and was a bit hard of hearing. She tilted her head and shouted into Adam Murphy's ear, "That one do. The roof leaks and the windows let in drafts. If it rains, water will pour down from the roof. It's uninhabitable. If you want to stay, I'll find you a place in the village." Adam Murphy wanted to deal in antiques discreetly, and he valued this courtyard precisely because of its secluded location and the cellar, which would be convenient for hiding his antiques. With so many nosy villagers around, it would be very inconvenient. He smiled and waved his hand. "Grandma, I like peace and quiet. I don't like crowded places. Besides, I'll only be staying for a few days. I'll do some minor repairs on the house, and I'll manage." "No." The old lady was kind-hearted and wanted to persuade Adam Murphy, but he didn't give her a chance. He pulled 200 yuan out of his pocket and pressed it into her hand. "Grandma, please take this money. I'm heading into town right now to buy some supplies and fix up the house." The old lady looked at the money in her hand, then glanced at the well-dressed Adam Murphy, and shook her head helplessly. "If you want to stay, just stay. If there's anything you need at home, just let me know, and I'll get it for you." "Okay. Thank you so much." After seeing Philip off, Adam Murphy drove into town and bought some daily necessities, as well as canned goods, instant noodles, and processed meats like ham sausages. He specifically ordered some sturdy wooden planks, a steel fence made of welded rebar, and a large padlock. This was the new gate for the cellar. He planned to go out to transport the treasure, and with no one at home to watch over the place, he wouldn't feel at ease without some security measures. He worked on it until nightfall before finally securing the cellar entrance again. He also gave the old house a quick tidy-up, making it just about livable. As darkness fell, he drove to the treasure cave outside Tianzhu Mountain. Late at night, when all was quiet, Adam Murphy slipped into the cave through a crevice behind the waterfall. The entrance was formed by several massive, oddly shaped rocks stacked on top of one another. It was only about 1.2 meters wide, just enough for one person to squeeze through. After walking 7 or 8 meters down the passage, the space suddenly opened up. Inside was a massive rock cavern nearly 4 meters high. It had originally been connected to an underground river, and the floor was covered with stalactites formed from mineral deposits. However, since the underground river had dried up and no water was flowing in, it had become an empty cavern. On both sides of the cavern, hundreds of burlap sacks filled with gold, silver, and jewels were piled haphazardly. Adam Murphy glanced at the outermost sack on the left. Qing Dynasty, Bronze Buddha statue 100 yuan. Qing Dynasty, silver hairpin with openwork lotus design 200 yuan. Qing Dynasty, polychrome porcelain pillow with magpies heralding spring 100 yuan. Tang Dynasty, gilded bronze seated statue of Shakyamuni 100,000. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period, agate snuff bottle with intricately carved figures 15,000. Ming Dynasty, gold bracelet with intertwined lotus pattern 50,000. Qing Dynasty, a strand of agate bracelets 300 yuan. Qing Dynasty, jadeite landscape ornament 500 yuan. Qing Dynasty, premium quality Dongzhu pearl necklace 5,000 yuan. Qing Dynasty pair of agate bracelets 200 yuan. Various Ming and Qing Dynasty copper coins, as well as several gold and silver coins. The items inside the burlap sack consisted primarily of gold and silver jewelry, agate and jade jewelry, gold and copper Buddha statues, jadeite and jade ornaments, and a large quantity of ancient coins. Over 90% of these items were everyday household goods, only a very small number were imperial court artifacts. Adam Murphy was slightly disappointed by this. He had been hoping to unearth another batch of top-quality antiques from the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom's treasure trove. Unfortunately, these peasant rebels had eyes only for gold and silver and paid no attention to precious porcelain, calligraphy, or paintings. Never mind. Let us load them onto the truck first. We'll sort them out slowly once we get back. Chapter 71, 1.9 billion in gold.
Cocko dodledu, cocko dodledu, cocko dodledu.
It was just beginning to get light out when the big rooster at the village entrance stood on the courtyard wall, stood on tiptoe, craned his neck, and crowed at the top of his lungs. As if afraid the villagers wouldn't know, he got up even earlier than the dogs. In the dim cellar, Adam Murphy sorted through 8 sealed boxes filled with gold bars, 2 sealed boxes filled with silver bars, and 5 large burlap sacks filled with gold, silver, and jewels. The gold and silver bars in the sealed boxes had all been smelted from gold and silverware, jewelry, and gold and silver coins that Raymond Duncan had plundered from the villagers. Due to time constraints, the shape of these gold and silver bars was somewhat rough, and their purity was relatively low. The silver bars were in better shape. Most were cast from silver ingots and scrap silver, with few added jewelry pieces or silverware, resulting in relatively high purity. These silver bars were all standard brick-shaped bars, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, with a standard weight of 2,500 grams. Casting silver ingots requires time for cooling and settling. Otherwise, the surface of the silver bars will develop numerous honeycomb-like air pockets. While the unsightly appearance is a secondary concern, the weight will also be insufficient. Adam Murphy visually inspected the batch and found that most of the gold and silver bars did not meet the standard of 2,500 grams per bar. Taking the average, we calculated the weight at 2,450 grams per bar. Each sealed box contains a total of 100 gold and silver bars. Based on the current price of silver at 1.74 yuan per gram, 2,451.74, the value of a single silver bar is approximately 4,263 yuan. With 100 bars per box, the value of a box of silver bars is 42,630 yuan. There are a total of 28 boxes of silver bars. 42,630 equals a total value of 1,193,640 yuan, which is approximately 1.2 million yuan. The situation with the gold bars is somewhat different from that of the silver bars. Adam Murphy carefully inspected the gold bars in the cave and discovered that many of them were adulterated with copper. In fact, in a few gold bars, the copper content reached over 10%. Based on the classification of the treasures in the cave, Adam Murphy speculated that Raymond Duncan's men must have mistaken some copper statues for gold statues and melted them down into the gold bars, resulting in a lower gold purity. The gold bars are the same standard as the silver bars, also weighing 2,500 grams per bar. Here, as with the silver bars, the average weight of 2,450 grams is used for calculation purposes. 1995 gold price. The current gold price is 138 yuan per gram. At 2,450–138, the value of a single gold bar is approximately 338,100 yuan. With 100 gold bars per box, the price of one box is 33.81 million yuan. There are a total of 56 sealed boxes of gold bars at 33.81 million 56. The total value is approximately 1.9 billion yuan. Taking into account the gold's impurity, a 5% deduction for impurities leaves a total value of 1.8 billion yuan worth of gold. After tallying the gold and silver bars, let us move on to other gold and silver jewelry. Adam Murphy randomly brought back 5 burlap bags filled with gold and silver jewelry. More than 80% of the items in these 5 bags are folk artifacts from the Ming and Qing dynasties. These items generally have lower value, ranging mostly from 100 yuan to just under 10,000 yuan. About 5% consist of exquisite gold Buddha statues from the Tang, Ming, and Qing dynasties, either from the imperial court or private collections. Although this category represents a small proportion, the items are generally of high value. Even private collection gold Buddha statues are worth over 10,000 yuan, while those produced by imperial kilns start at 100,000 yuan. The remaining portion, less than 10%, consists of small trinkets produced by imperial kilns across various dynasties, such as a crystal snuff bottle from the Qianlong period, agate bracelets, jade rings, a Xuanda incense burner from the Ming Xuanda period, and a bronze mirror from the Tang Xinguan period, among others. These antiques are characterized by their high quality, though their values vary. For example, a crystal snuff bottle from the Qianlong period is worth only around 15,000. In contrast, a copper mirror with auspicious beast motifs from the Xinguan era of the Tang dynasty starts at 100,000. A top-quality imperial kiln Xuanda incense burner from the Ming dynasty starts at 500,000. Because the price differences are so vast, Adam Murphy is currently unable to calculate the total value of this portion. He can only do so after the entire collection has been sorted and categorized. That's it for today. I'll go home and get some sleep, then head out to make one trip this afternoon when there are fewer people around, and another after dark. At this rate, it'll take no more than 10 days to get everything done. Renmin University of China, Beijing. School of Economics and Management, Women's Dormitory Building. Wow, Sia. You've been sponsored by a rich guy this winter break. This is the same brand of rolling suitcase as the celebrities use. My idol endorses it. And those Van Cleef Arpels stud earrings. Come on. Tell me which super rich guy swept you off your feet. Hearing words like super rich guy and being kept, William Wells instantly lost his cool. Her almond-shaped eyes, with their stark contrast of black and white, widened into circles as she glared menacingly at her roommate, who had just returned to campus, dragging a suitcase through the doorway. Chan Yuanyuan stood 170 centimeters tall, wearing a black Chanel jacket with a pearl-trimmed collar, a pair of diamond-encrusted Chanel Double C earrings, and a black Van Cleef Arpels 4-leaf clover necklace around her neck. These international luxury brands could in no way overshadow her natural physical assets. Most eye-catching of all were the pair of voluptuous breasts just below the Van Cleef Arpels necklace, seemingly ready to burst forth at any moment. Upon seeing the enviable pair of breasts on Chan Yuanyuan's chest, William Wells instinctively looked down at his own small, flat chest. Damn it! Everyone else has them. Why am I the only one who doesn't? Chun Yuanyuan, I'm going to kill you. William Wells leaped off the bed, stomping in her cotton slippers as she lunged at Chan Yuanyuan, flailing her arms and legs. A smug, cold smile curled up on Chan Yuanyuan's face, which still bore a hint of baby fat. Little consort William, how dare you be so insolent toward this empress? I'll subdue you first, and tomorrow I'll have both you and your brother serve me in bed. With that, she rolled up her sleeves and began wrestling with William Wells. Although William Wells had slender arms and legs, she often helped with chores at home, so she easily outmatched Chen Yuanyuan in physical strength. Unfortunately, the young girl was too upright. She only used standard techniques like chokeholds and grappling moves. Chen Yuanyuan, on the other hand, was a different story. Her icy little hand slipped beneath William Wells' hem and grabbed the underage little bundle. Ah! A flush of crimson instantly spread across William Wells' rosy, pretty face, and her pale, delicate ears turned as red as boiled shrimp. Chen Yuanyuan, you're done for. Today, I'm going to make sure I defuse these 2 bombs for you. With that, she unleashed the Shaolin martial art, Dragon Claw Hand, and charged at Chen Yuanyuan. Ha ha ha! You're just jealous of this princess's figure. What good is a pretty face if you've got a figure as flat as a coffin lid? Only your brother treats you like a treasure. So much for the aloof school beauty. This princess is going to pluck you today. Ha ha ha! Half an hour later, 2 breathless, disheveled, and sweat-drenched beauties sat on the same bed, glaring at each other. Are these earrings really worth over 300,000? Did your brother really give these to you? Didn't you say he was a junk collector with no money? Chan Yuanyu, and furious, planted her hands on her hips, widened her eyes, and glared menacingly at William Wells. How dare you lie to me? You weren't trying to cheat on me, were you? You're making that up. William Wells's gaze shifted nervously as he turned to look at the stuffed teddy bear on the bed. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, the phone in the duty room rang. A loud voice echoed from the hallway. William Wells, your brother S on the line. Chapter 72. My little sister S acting a bit strange today. Bro, are you coming to our school? I have enough clothes. The allowance you gave me last time was enough to buy some, so don't waste your money. Okay. Then come pick me up at school tonight. As he spoke, William Wells stole a glance at Chan Yuanyuan, who was eavesdropping nearby, and a mischievous smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Make sure to drive over. I'm craving that spicy hot pot place in Shinjuku. Adam Murphy, on the other end of the line, paused for a moment, suddenly sensing that something was off about William Wells today. In the past, whenever he'd drop off clothes or living expenses for William Wells, she'd always take the initiative to treat him to a meal at the school cafeteria. She'd always insisted that food off campus was unsanitary and overpriced, while the school cafeteria was cheap and filling. Besides, William Wells didn't know he'd bought a new car. Her impression of him was still stuck on that beat-up Jeffong truck. Wouldn't he driving such a clunker to school be an embarrassment to William Wells? Could it be that William Wells was hinting that he shouldn't drive that old clunker to school? Sure enough, the little girl had grown up and was starting to care about her image. Today, Big Brother is going to really show you what I'm made of, so you can save face in front of your classmates. From now on, you'll be a wealthy heiress. I'll see which blind fool dares to interfere with the studies of the Chow family's only college student. Okay, I got it, bro. I'll wrap up what I'm doing here, and I'll pick you up at your school around 6 p.m. After hanging up, Adam Murphy drove his Grand Cherokee straight to the Ferrari dealership on Chang'an Avenue. Renmin University of China. Chan Yuanyuan, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, was now trotting along behind William Wells like a little palace maid. Her slender hands rested on William Wells' shoulders, gently massaging them. Your Highness, is this pressure okay? William Wells tilted her swan-like neck haughtily, holding her arm aloft with her fingers curled into a delicate orchid finger pose. Oh my! Wasn't he Consort Chin just trying to take me down a moment ago? Why the sudden change of heart? Chan Yuanyu and kept close behind William Wells, a fawning smile on her face. Your Highness is joking. Yuanyu and was just teasing you. Your Highness, please walk more slowly, don't bruise your jade-like legs. Your brother would be heartbroken. How about I accompany you today and have dinner with your brother? I'll cover all the hot water costs for this month. Walking ahead, William Wells's lips curled into a wild grin as she imagined Adam Murphy driving up to school in that beat-up old truck to pick her up. A spoiled girl like Chan Yuanyu and would definitely look down on him. That way, she wouldn't have to worry about thieves setting their sights on her. Suddenly, she recalled how Adam Murphy had sneakily glanced at Chan Yuanyu and his chest when he came to see her at school earlier, and she unconsciously puffed out her own chest. Do all men prefer girls with big chests? I've heard drinking milk can make them bigger. I'll have to drink more milk from now on. Roar, roar, roar. Accompanied by the roar of a car engine growing louder as it approached, a sleek, bright red Ferrari sports car appeared at the entrance of Renmin University in Beijing. Ferrari 456 GT. It happened to be the time when college students were returning to campus for the winter break, and many students who had just returned were heading out in groups to buy daily necessities. Two guys who knew their cars saw the Ferrari suddenly appear, their eyes lighting up as they excitedly began discussing it. Whoa, that's a Ferrari 456 GT, right? Those elegant lines, that eye-catching bright red, and those iconic retractable headlights. Listen to that exhaust note. That's the raw power of a V12 engine. It looks like a brand new car. Which Beijing rich kid or princess has upgraded their ride? Outside the girls' dormitory, Adam Murphy, wearing a black, tailored Armani suit and carrying a Nokia tote bag, was walking toward the building. Wow, who is that hottie? Is he a student at our school? Which department is he from? Now that he has ended up in our School of Economics and Management, no one is going to steal him from me. I want all the info on this guy within 10 minutes. Under the gaze of dozens of female students, Adam Murphy waved flamboyantly at William Wells, who was standing at the entrance to the dormitory building. Siye. William Wells, who had been laughing and joking with Chen Yuanyuan, heard the familiar voice and turned her head with delight. A handsome, well-dressed guy was striding toward her. If only it were snowing heavily, and he were slowly opening the door of a Rolls-Royce, holding a large black umbrella, and walking leisurely toward her. That would be absolutely perfect. Wait, no. Didn't I tell you to drive that clunker here? You're dressed so handsomely all those star-struck girls upstairs are drooling over you. Wow, your brother looks so handsome today. I knew it when your brother dresses up. He is even more handsome than those movie stars. Brother Jianing, Chen Yuanyu and took long strides, trying to rush over to Adam Murphy to fawn over him. Unfortunately, a strong hand suddenly reached out from behind, grabbed her shoulder, and pulled her back. You little flirt. Get back in line. After doing that, William Wells tucked a strand of hair behind his ear and strode toward Adam Murphy with his long legs. Bro, you're here. With so many young, beautiful college girls around, Adam Murphy put on his good older brother act. He held out his right hand to block William Wells as she rushed toward him. With all these young girls watching, don't even think about ruining my chances with the ladies. He casually handed the Nokia tote bag in his hand to William Wells and waved to Chen Yuanyuan, who was right behind William Wells, her curves swaying as she walked. Hello, classmate. Sia told me you're her best roommate. Want to join us? Adam Murphy was only halfway through his sentence when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. William Wells' slender fingers pinched the soft flesh on his waist and spun him around 180 degrees. Bro, didn't I tell you not to waste money? Our school has pay phones, why did you buy me a cell phone? Adam Murphy had no idea what he'd done to upset this little princess today, but Samuel Ramos smiled ingratiatingly and said, During the new year, didn't you say you couldn't reach me because of family matters? I bought new phones for both you and your family. From now on, if you want to talk to Mom, just call her directly. This is the Nokia 2110, released last year. It's compact, durable, has great reception, and is very convenient to carry around. Nokia 2110. Wow, Brother Jianing is so kind. I'm so jealous of Sia for having such a great big brother. I wish I had a big brother like that. Before William Wells could say anything, Chen Yuanyuan, standing behind him, seized the opportunity to slip up next to Adam Murphy and wrap both arms around his right arm. Through his suit jacket, Adam Murphy could clearly feel two soft mounds completely enveloping his arm. That soft sensation was even softer than a freshly steamed white steamed bun. Adam Murphy, who had never had a girlfriend before, experienced certain natural physical reactions he couldn't control, and Adam Jianing felt a surge of excitement. Adam Murphy quickly pulled his arm out of that embrace and said, looking slightly embarrassed, Sia mentions you often. We're going out to eat today, why don't you join us? Brother Jianing, no need to go to all that trouble. We can just grab a quick bite at the school gate. William Wells had been secretly watching Adam Murphy the whole time, taking in every embarrassing moment. She rushed in front of Adam Murphy, putting herself between him and Chen Yuanyuan. No way. Sia, stop messing around. You need to get along with your roommates. It's just a meal at 1 tea cost much. William Wells' lips turned down slightly at the corners, and she felt deeply wronged. Idiot. Idiot. Big idiot. I hate you the most. Chapter 73, Zongguankan Ghost Market. At the school gate, at the Sichuan Chongqing Hot Pot restaurant. Adam Murphy, William Wells, and Chen Yuanyuan sat around a hot pot where the red oil was bubbling away. Chen Yuanyuan picked up a piece of beef brisket with her chopsticks and placed it in Adam Murphy's small bowl. Brother Jianing, the beef brisket here is so delicious you've got to try it. When he went home for the Lunar New Year, William Wells told him that Chen Yuanyuan liked him. This time, he made a special effort to dress up, hoping to try and get closer to Chen Yuanyuan. But for some reason, William Wells was acting strange today, sulking the whole time. Adam Murphy had no idea what he'd done to upset him, so he could only keep serving William Wells meat with his chopsticks, trying to cheer him up. He picked up a piece of beef brisket with his chopsticks and fed it to William Wells. Sia, you're still growing, you should eat more meat. The speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it to heart. Adam Murphy had merely offered a casual compliment, but it happened to strike a nerve with William Wells. She unconsciously puffed out her chest, cursing silently. You jerk, are you implying I'm small? You never used to say things like that to me. You must have been charmed by that vixen. What is so great about having big breasts? They make it hard to walk. Only you stinky guys would like that. William Wells lifted her chin defiantly and looked away. I'm trying to lose weight, I'm not eating meat. Huh? Adam Murphy blinked in confusion. You're in such great shape, why are you trying to lose weight? If you keep this up, you'll end up as skinny as a stick. You can't just eat vegetables, you need to maintain a balanced diet. Those crystal duck feet you love? They one tea make you gain weight. William Wells tilted his swan-like neck haughtily, fiddling with the duck feet in his bowl with a look of disgust. I can pick them up myself, I don't need your help. Adam Murphy was left speechless by the retort and could only eat awkwardly. Brother Jennings, I heard you're in the antiques business and even run an antique shop. You must be really good at appraising antiques, right? Adam Murphy looked at Chen Yuanyu and with some surprise he long since noticed she was dressed in designer brands and must come from a distinguished background. He just hadn't expected her to know anything about antiques. 2. Whether my brother knows anything about antiques or not, what is it to you? Even a meal one tea shut you up. Before Adam Murphy could speak, William Wells, sitting nearby, cut in. Adam Murphy smiled awkwardly but politely. My sister likes to joke around, she was just kidding. I'm in this line of business when it comes to appraising antiques. I'm passable. Compared to William Wells, who had been snide the whole time, Chen Yuanyu and was very supportive. She showered Adam Murphy with praise, her face full of admiration, which greatly flattered his vanity. Wow, Brother Jennings. You're so amazing. Brother Jennings is so talented at such a young age. He's way better than those nerds at our school. Actually, there's a night market with street stalls over at Zhongguancun Mall tonight. How about we go check it out after dinner? Chen Yuanyuan's reminder suddenly jogged Adam Murphy's memory. Toward the end of the year, Uncle Keith had told him that during the demolition projects in Zhongguancun and the old Summer Palace area, they discovered many descendants of the 8 banners. For a while, Adam Murphy had been so busy with the Fengtian treasure and the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom treasure that he overlooked this matter. Now that he had secured both of these major treasures, and with the antique shop's renovation nearly complete, it was time to stock up on more merchandise for the shop. If it doesn't interfere with your studies, I'm game. See ya. What do you think? William Wells had long wanted to visit Adam Murphy's workplace, but Adam Murphy had always refused. Now, Chen Yuanyuan had just mentioned it in passing, and Adam Murphy agreed. Just as expected, men are all the same. You big idiot who only thinks with your lower half. William Wells clenched his back molars, his voice spitting out through gritted teeth. Go ahead. You want to go that badly, how could I stop you? Right, my dear big brother. SSSH. Adam Murphy felt a chill down his spine and shuddered involuntarily. How could he be cold while eating hot pot? Could it be that some jerk is drawing circles behind my back? Cursing me? Brother Jennings. I'm counting on you later, make sure to eat plenty. Brother Jennings is so thoughtful and gentle. Whoever gets to be his girlfriend must be over the moon. I'm not as great as you make me out to be. I haven't even had a girlfriend yet. Really? Brother Jennings. Look at W. Chen Yuanyuan, this is your favorite duck blood. Eat plenty of it. William Wells picked up a piece of duck blood rolled in chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns and stuffed it into Chen Yuanyuan's mouth. Damn. You. At 8:30 p.m., Adam Murphy, William Wells, and Chen Yuanyuan followed the crowded stream of people, led by Connor James, to the back streets of Zhongguancun Mall near the school. This area is part of the University District, where Tsinghua University, Jingcheng University, Jingcheng People's University, Jingcheng University of Science and Technology, and Jingcheng Jiaodong University are all clustered nearby. This street used to be known mainly for selling second-hand items like old books and used clothing. In recent years, with the development of the Zhongguancun Software Park, many nearby areas have been subject to demolition. As a result, a group of vendors selling used furniture, old appliances, and antiques have moved into the area. They've even taken over, turning the place into a pseudo-antique market, focused primarily on antiques. Chen Yuanyuan stepped past William Wells, who was standing next to her, and moved to Adam Murphy's other side. Brother Jennings, my father really loves antiques. It's his birthday next month. Could you help me pick out a birthday gift for him? Adam Murphy nodded slightly. No problem. What kind of gift would you like to get him? Preferably porcelain. Porcelain was Adam Murphy's specialty. It was, in fact, his main area for showing off. He patted his chest emphatically. No problem. Leave it to me. As they spoke, the group had already reached the entrance to the night market. Along both sides of the pitch-black street, vendors had lit small table lamps to attract customers. Adam Murphy had intended to show off his talents and show off in front of the beautiful woman, but suddenly noticed several dazzling yellow glows emanating from the corner of an intersecting street. At one stall, several top-tier, rare antique treasures were on display. Fearing someone else would beat him to it, Adam Murphy deliberately criticized the poor quality of the antiques at the street-side stalls and hurried toward the stall emitting the radiant glow. The porcelain at this stall is no good, it's all modern replicas. The teapots at this stall aren't bad, they're 5-color porcelain from the Republic of China era, but unfortunately, they were mass-produced for the general public, so they're not worth much. This blue and white porcelain plate is decent, it's a Qing dynasty imitation of Ming ware, but unfortunately, there's a large chip on it, which ruins it. That pink glazed porcelain bowl with the 5 bats celebrating longevity motif has a wonderful symbolism, but unfortunately, there are 2 chips on the bottom, so it's not quite perfect. Let us walk a little further ahead. If there's no other porcelain, we can go with this one. Adam Murphy just wanted to hurry to the stall with the top-quality antiques, so he deliberately picked up his pace. But to William Wells and Chun Yuanyuan, it was a different story. From an outsider's perspective, Adam Murphy had an exceptionally keen eye. He could determine the age of a piece with just a casual glance and spot defects on the porcelain. He was truly impressive. Chan Yuanyuan, who already had a soft spot for Adam Murphy, saw just how impressive he was at work, and her eyes began to sparkle with little pink hearts. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at a cluttered stall. The stall was filled with a hodgepodge of items, including old clothes, old books, newspapers, and other second-hand goods. There were also antiques such as sandalwood screens, sandalwood boxes, sandalwood pedestals, porcelain, silver jewelry, and ancient jade. Adam Murphy scanned the stall with his eyes, and his gaze settled on a sky blue, transparent glass cup featuring a hexagonal pattern. Qianlong period, Qing dynasty, green glass hexagonal patterned cup. Volume 3. The True Treasures of Empress Dowager Cixi. Chapter 74. Glass can be an antique. 2. This glass cup has a flared rim, a rounded body, and a flat bottom, standing less than 10 centimeters tall. Its shape somewhat resembles a scaled-down version of a rural spittoon. Compared to a spittoon, this glass cup is more delicate and compact, its entire surface covered with neat, machine-cut hexagonal facets. Reflecting the light, it sparkled brilliantly and was truly beautiful. Adam Murphy casually picked up the glass cup, gripping it by the narrow neck of the flared rim, and gestured to the stall owner, who was busy talking with other buyers. "Hey, how much is this glass?" The vendor looked up at the sound of his voice. At first, his gaze rested on Adam Murphy and the glass in his hand. But then, he happened to notice the 2 beautiful women standing behind Adam Murphy. Having run his stall here for a long time, he was used to seeing attractive college girls from the nearby universities. However, it was the first time he'd ever seen such stunning beauties as William Wells and Chun Yuanyuan, especially a girl like Chun Yuanyuan with a baby face, ample bust, a sweet appearance, and a figure that was simply mind-blowing. He immediately broke into a lecherous grin. His pair of sly, wide eyes stared intently at Chun Yuanyuan's full chest. Chun Yuanyuan sensed his lecherous gaze and furrowed her delicate brows. Under any other circumstances, Miss Chun would have already let loose with a tirade, cursing the Gaia's ancestors for 18 generations. But with Adam Murphy present today, she wanted to maintain her good girl image in front of him. She wrapped her arms around Adam Murphy's right arm and said in a slightly trembling, sweet voice, "Brother Jennings, the way he's looking at me makes me feel really uncomfortable." Feeling that warm, soft press against his chest once again, Adam Murphy's heart still raced a little, though it was a far better reaction than the last time, when he stood up to pay his respects. Like a mother hen protecting her chicks, he shielded Chen Yuanyu and behind him, widening his eyes and glaring fiercely at the stall owner. "Bro, everyone loves beauty. A quick glance is just a man's nature, but staring like that makes you a filthy pervert." The vendor forced a calm smile, silently cursing Adam Murphy under his breath for being such a jerk, bringing 2 stunning college girls out to play all by himself. And he wasn't even allowed to look. It's truly a case of the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. Damn it. I'll never forgive you rich people. Once I'm rich, I'm going to order 4 of these. Young man, don't talk nonsense if you don't know what you're talking about. These aren't ordinary glass cups, they're antiques. Be careful handling them. If you break one, you won't be able to afford the damage. An antique. Adam Murphy gasped, as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world. Bro, give me a break. This is just glass. Glass is a modern product. Since it's made by modern machines, how can it be called an antique? I think these glass pieces are pretty nice. Can I ask the price? Bro, don't try to rip me off. The stall owner let out a sarcastic snort. He didn't just want to fleece Adam Murphy, he wanted to fleece him so thoroughly that he could then claim William Wells and Chun Yuanyu and for himself. Young man, you shouldn't talk like that. As early as the 18th century, Europeans were already making telescopes out of glass. This glass cup is an antique. If you like it, I can give you a discount. I'll take 1,000 for it. 1,000? That's so expensive. William Wells' view of spending was still stuck in the past. Upon hearing that a tiny glass cup cost as much as 1,000, she immediately assumed the vendor was trying to rip off Adam Murphy. She gently grasped Adam Murphy's left hand, applying a slight pressure with her fingertips to signal him to be careful. Adam Murphy nodded without showing any reaction and continued haggling with the shop owner. Sir, you're completely shifting the focus here. European-made magnifying glasses have nothing to do with us. We didn't introduce glass until the Qing dynasty. It gradually became widespread during the Republic of China era, and it's only now become a common commodity. If they'd been popular long ago, why didn't those wealthy families in the late Qing and Republican eras use glass windows? Instead, they pasted a layer of paper over them to block the wind. Surely it wasn't because they didn't like them? I'm here for the goods, so I won't quibble with you. This glass cup, plus these 2 glass powder compacts, and those 2 glass vases, count them all together, and I'll give you 100 yuan. Adam Murphy haggled the price down to 0 and demanded the vendor throw in a few extra items, infuriating the vendor to the point of nearly swearing. If it weren't for Adam Murphy's smart attire and the beautiful woman by his side, the vendor would have already let loose with a tirade. Suppressing his rage, the vendor, David Miller, said, "Friend, that's no way to haggle. 100 yuan? That doesn't even cover the cost of this set of glass cups? And you want me to throw in a few extra items on top of that? If you're serious about buying, I'll give you the items you just mentioned all for 5,000 yuan. Take the whole lot." Worried that Adam Murphy would haggle him into the ground, the stall owner made a point of reminding him that there was no need to bargain for anything under 1,000 yuan. His cost price alone was already more than that. Adam Murphy gave a non-committal smile as someone in the same line of work. He knew the buyback prices for antiques all too well. The owner was asking for 5,000, but he was certain the buyback price would be well under 500. He estimated it would cost him only 100 or 2 to buy them all back. The owner played dumb, so he played along. "Since you put it that way, big guy, I won't beat around the bush. Pack them up for me for 1,000. The stall owner was a bit taken aback, thinking to himself, when did I ever say I'd sell it to you for 1,000? Sure, I'd still make a profit at 1,000, but it's way too little. What I meant was that the price couldn't go below 1,000. The stall owner suddenly realized where Adam Murphy's 1,000 figure had come from. "You're really good at spotting loopholes. I didn't even catch on myself." "No way, no way." The vendor waved his hands frantically, reaching out to snatch the glass cup from Adam Murphy's hand. "The 1,000 yuan was just an example to show you that my cost alone is more than 1,000. It doesn't mean I'm selling it for 1,000 yuan. I don't see any good faith here. Put that thing down." With such a juicy deal right in front of him, there was no way Adam Murphy was going to let it slip away. He shifted his body to dodge the vendor's big hand and continued haggling with a smile. "Bro, come on. Why are you getting so worked up? Isn't bargaining part of the deal? If 1,000 isn't enough, I'll throw in another 100. There you go. Is that good enough now? Like hell it is." The vendor was grinding his teeth in anger, but he couldn't very well lose his temper. After all, Adam Murphy really did want to buy the items. He was just haggling a bit too aggressively. He really didn't want to argue with Adam Murphy, so he just quoted his bottom line.
Bro, I am impressed.
"I won't beat around the bush. 2,500 yuan. Take these few items. Say one more word, and I'll put them back." Adam Murphy was overjoyed inside, but his face wore a reluctant expression as he muttered under his breath. "A few glass trinkets for 2,500 yuan? That's way too expensive." "Ah, whatever. I like them, so I'll just pay the extra." He hesitantly pulled out his wallet, counted out 2,500 yuan, and handed it to the vendor. "Bro, can't you really knock the price down a little more? The vendor snatched the cash from Adam Murphy's hand, turned away, and began counting the bills into thin air, not even bothering to glance at Adam Murphy. After confirming the amount was correct, the vendor retrieved a cardboard box from behind the stall and handed it to Adam Murphy. "I'm busy here, you pack it yourself. Be careful. Payment has been made if you break anything. I want to give you a refund." Adam Murphy took the cardboard box with a smile and carefully packed the sky blue glass cup, 2 antique women's powder compacts, and 2 glass bottles into it, one by one. Chapter 75. Adam Murphy. "Didn't you say you'd introduce me to a girlfriend?" Under the plane tree at the street corner, William Wells and Chan Yuanyuan crouched on either side of Adam Murphy. Chan Yuanyuan, acting like a curious little kid, stared with her big, purple grape-like eyes and asked with a look of wonder, "Brother Jianing, out of the things you just bought, which one is the valuable antique? I think these are all glassware. They look pretty with all the bright colors, but they're probably modern pieces. That pink glass powder compact with the brass ring must be the real one, right?" Chan Yuanyuan fluttered her big eyes twice, waiting for Adam Murphy's praise. She hadn't realized yet that her current posture was quite suggestive, her supple body leaning against Adam Murphy's, her faint, girlish scent wafting into his nostrils and stimulating his masculine senses. Adam Murphy had never had a girlfriend in his life. For him, this was nothing short of a hellish ordeal. On several occasions, Adam Murphy had almost used his X-ray vision to see what beautiful scenery lay beneath the snow-white skin at her neckline. Ahem, ahem. Feeling quite guilty, he coughed twice and took the powder compact Chan Yuanyu and had mentioned out of the cardboard box. Qing Dynasty, Kangxi period, pink glass powder box with grape motifs and double ring handles. Item: Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period, pink glass powder box with enameled grape motifs and double ring handles. Grade rare. Value: 6.5 million. Materials: glass, copper. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: Masters of the Imperial Household Department. Date of production: Qianlong period of the Qing Dynasty. Chan Yuanyuan selected this pink glass powder box, which was used by Qing Dynasty consorts to store cosmetics. In the Qing Dynasty, powder boxes were also known as oil boxes or eyebrow boxes. They were cosmetic cases in which women stored lip and face powders. This powder box is crafted entirely from pink glass featuring a flowing cloud pattern. It is semi-transparent when illuminated. It resembles a cloud of auspicious clouds radiating a soft pink glow. The outer walls and lid of the powder box are inlaid with exquisitely crafted enamel grape and scroll patterns. The soft, delicate pink glass combined with the exquisite enamel decoration creates a look that is beautiful yet not garish. It resembles a treasure left behind on Earth by a fairy from the immortal's paradise. The peach trees are in full bloom, their blossoms radiant and brilliant. These 8 characters perfectly describe this powder box. This powder box complements Adam Murphy's previous Blazing Peach Blossoms series perfectly and has become a new addition to the collection. Yuanyuan is right, it is indeed an antique. It's a powder compact from the Qianlong period of the Qing Dynasty. The concubines in the imperial harem used it to store cosmetics like rouge and face powder. Hearing this, Chan Yuanyuan tilted her head back happily, like a kitten being praised by its owner, waiting for a reward. Unfortunately, with William Wells standing nearby, Adam Murphy felt it would be inappropriate to show too much enthusiasm. He kept a straight face, maintaining the demeanor of a proper gentleman. Seeing Adam Murphy praise Chan Yuanyuan, William Wells felt a pang of jealousy, as if she swallowed a ton of lemons, leaving a sour taste in her mouth. She pouted and said petulantly, "So what if she guessed one antique correctly? What is so great about that? I think this gilded powder box is very beautiful too." Qing Dynasty, gilded transparent powder box made of hemp glass. Item: Qing Dynasty, gilded transparent powder box made of hemp glass. Grade rare. Value: 2.5 million. Materials: glass, copper. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: folk master. Date of production: late Qing Dynasty. William Wells was referring to another powder box which was also made of glass. However, the craftsmanship of this powder box differed significantly from the previous one. It was crafted using the Ma Li technique. Ma Li refers to a process where white specks resembling sesame seeds are applied to the glass, creating the appearance of a layer of crystalline, pure white snowflakes spread across the surface, a truly beautiful effect. This powder box consists of a lid and a base, and the exterior is adorned with exquisitely painted orchid patterns. adding to its beauty. The only pity is that, although this powder box, a creation by a folk master, is exquisite enough, there is a considerable price gap compared to imperial court pieces. William Wells had been in a bit of a funk all day, and Adam Murphy, of course, wouldn't he reveal the truth. He gently patted William Wells' tousled head and praised her sincerely. "You're so talented, little sister. This is also a Qing dynasty powder box just like the previous one. It's a truly rare masterpiece." Hearing this, William Wells' eyes sparkled, and a faint smile involuntarily curled at the corners of her mouth. Today, she had been locked in a constant battle, both open and covert, with Chen Yuanyuan. On the surface, Adam Murphy had always taken her side, but that was simply a brother's affection for his sister. What Adam Murphy showed toward Chen Yuanyuan, however, was a man's desire for a woman. It was entirely different. Most importantly, Chen Yuanyuan had some knowledge of antiques and shared a common interest with Adam Murphy, an area where William Wells was at her greatest disadvantage. She'd been acting out of spite, going head-to-head with Chen Yuanyuan, and yet she'd actually guessed the value of an antique correctly. Sure enough, fate was still on her side. She straightened her back once more, like a proud swan, and looked down her nose at Chen Yuanyuan. "Humph. I'm the one my brother cares about most. You brainless bimbo, there's no way you're going to steal my brother away from me." Unfortunately, Chen Yuanyuan completely ignored William Wells' provocation. She pressed herself closer to Adam Murphy once more, resting her entire chest against him, her soft curves enveloping his arm. "Brother Jianing, you're so amazing, you know everything. I'm guessing these two glass vases must also be very valuable antiques." Adam Murphy shifted his position, discreetly returning his divine dragon to its proper place. "Yuanyuan is right. The other two glass vases are indeed antiques. They were all produced at the Qing Dynasty Imperial Kilns. Including that glass cup from the beginning, it was also produced at the Qing Dynasty Imperial Kilns. They were all items used in the imperial court. That glass cup is actually called a jado, a vessel, used by the Manchu imperial family during meals to hold food scraps like meat bones and fish bones." "Wow, Jianing. You're so amazing, you know everything. Brother Jianing, I love antiques too. Could I come to your antique shop to learn from you sometime?" George Sullivan said. "When a man pursues a woman, it's like climbing a mountain. When a woman pursues a man, it's as thin as a veil." Chen Yuanyuan had already made it very clear that she had feelings for Adam Murphy. Adam Murphy was also quite interested in a beauty like Chen Yuanyuan and wanted to get to know her better. He just didn't know why. In front of William Wells, he felt as if he were having a secret affair. He smiled awkwardly yet politely. "My antique shop is currently under renovation. Once it's finished, you and Sia can come by. Then I can take you both on a tour of Panjiayuan. There are even more antiques there." Chen Yuanyuan keenly picked up on the key point in Adam Murphy's words. Together with William Wells, she was creating a space for just the two of them to be alone. If she brought William Wells along, wouldn't it have been just like today? "Brother Jianing, why do you bring Sia with you everywhere you go? She's an adult now and has her own life. She just wants to study with you alone." As he spoke, he swayed his body slightly, the implication clear. In Adam Murphy's mind, he immediately pictured a man and a woman in the antique shop's office, engaging in all sorts of interesting activities. On the desk, on the chair, behind the window, by the door. The more he thought about it, the more exciting it got. "Of course, but Chen Yuanyuan, didn't you say you were going to buy some porcelain for Uncle? It's getting late. Let us go pick out some porcelain for Uncle first." Adam Murphy pouted in exasperation. "I'd already taken my pants off, and now you're pulling a Teletubbies on me." Sigh, but she is his own little sister. He had no choice but to spoil her. Right. We haven't picked out the porcelain yet. Let us keep looking around." Chapter 76. Lu Fong. Just another new money-bringing boy. Renmin University of China, Beijing. Under the bright moonlight, Adam Murphy waved goodbye to William Wells and Chen Yuanyuan with a touch of reluctance. "You two be careful on your way back. Watch your step." Chen Yuanyuan gave a sweet smile. "Don't worry, Jianing. I'll be careful. It's no big deal, no need to be so polite. It's getting late, you two should head back to your dorms." "Goodbye, Brother Jianing." William Wells pouted, waving reluctantly as he muttered under his breath. "He used to only care about me. Now it's two people, and big dummy brother. Got it. Be careful on your way back. Bye." After watching the two girls walk back to campus, Adam Murphy placed the few antiques he picked up that night in the passenger seat, started the car, and prepared to head home. Suddenly, he realized he'd left in such a hurry during the Lunar New Year that he hadn't even properly said goodbye to his family. He didn't know if his parents had used the money he'd left for them, or if they'd built a new house. He pulled out his phone and dialed Lu Yunshu's number. The call had barely connected when Lu Yunshu's voice came through. Jianing, what's up? Why are you calling so late? Mom, I just finished up some work today and stopped by to see Sia. I bought her a cell phone too, so from now on, if you miss her, you can just call her directly. You're wasting money again, kid. Sia's still in school, why buy her a cell phone? You're getting on in years yourself. You should save that money for when you get married. Mom, why are you bringing me up again? I just didn't want Sia to miss you guys. How are things at home? When are you planning to build the new house? Our house is just fine, why build a new one? I've been saving all that money for you to use when you get married. Mom, I've told you before I have money now, and that money is set aside for you guys. Why don't you come to Beijing? I'll buy you a big house there. You can just spend your retirement in Beijing. It was as if a sensitive nerve had been touched in Lu Yunshu. Her voice, usually soft and gentle, suddenly became urgent. No way. Perhaps realizing her reaction was a bit too strong, she quickly added, your dad and I are used to living in the countryside. We wouldn't be able to adjust to life in a big city. All right, it's too late tonight. Let us talk about this another time. Okay. Adam Murphy didn't think much of it after hanging up. He drove home. Qinglong City, Lishigu Village. After hanging up, Lu Yunshu looked at Chao Ziyuan beside her with a complex expression. Jianing has really made something of herself. She wants to bring us to Beijing. Chao Ziyuan sat up in bed and let out a long sigh. It's been nearly 30 years without us even realizing it. Are you worried they'll track Jianing down? Lu Yunshu shook her head. Jianing is a resilient kid who knows how to endure. If the Luo family finds him, it might actually be a good thing. I'm worried about Sia. On the surface, she seems unambitious and unassuming. But deep down, she's an extremely strong-willed child. When she was little, she'd lose points on her classical Chinese exams. So she'd punish herself by memorizing the texts until she could recite them backwards. I know the Lu family better than anyone, a whole clan of cliques and factions, always fighting over this and that, treating their own relatives as mere bargaining chips. Sia isn't a child anymore. I'm worried that if they come after her. Chao Ziyuan pulled Lu Yunshu into his arms and gently patted her shoulder. Don't be afraid, I'm here for you. Back then, because of their class background, both the Lu and Chen families moved to one island. They've long since forgotten all about us over the past 30 years. And even if they did find out, so what? My daughter Chao Ziyuan's daughter is not someone they can just set their sights on. Children have their own destinies. Stop worrying so much. Sigh. I just hope those two can live out the rest of their lives in peace and stability. Life in a prominent, wealthy family isn't all that easy. All right, stop overthinking things. It's all just nonsense. Let us get some sleep. Beijing, Panjiayuan, Boyazhai. After more than a month of renovations, Boyazhai had undergone a dramatic transformation. It had gone from a dingy stationery shop to a luxuriously decorated, antique-style boutique specializing in fine antiques. Now, all that was left was to rearrange the display cases and put up a new sign, and they'd be ready for a grand opening. Brother William, you truly live up to your reputation as a top student at Beijing University. Designing an antique shop is really a waste of your talents. Thank you for all your hard work these past few weeks. Li Jingyu waved his hand modestly. It's just part of my job. I'm happy to help. No need to thank me. If you're satisfied with my work, the best way to help me is to refer more business in this field my way in the future. Adam Murphy enthusiastically slung his arm around Li Jingyu's shoulder. Ha, Brother William. You really hit the nail on the head. I've got a huge project coming up soon, and I'd like to ask you to help with the design. Li Jingyu's lips moved slightly. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he hesitated, as if holding back. Adam Murphy dealt with people every day. How could he possibly miss that? He furrowed his brow slightly and said in a deep voice, Brother William, is there something you're uncomfortable saying? Sigh. Li Jingyu let out a sigh. They told me not to tell you, but I think you should know. Hearing this, Adam Murphy's brow furrowed even deeper. A sudden sense of foreboding welled up inside him. Something major must have happened in the capital while he was away. This matter was most likely related to Jared Henderson. After all, Jared Henderson was the link between him and Lee Jingyu. Only something involving Jared Henderson could connect to him. Did something happen to William Gibson? I spoke with him on the phone just yesterday. He seemed fine. Lee Jingyu shook his head gravely. Not long after you left, a man named Lu Juchi suddenly showed up at Manhwa Xian and issued a direct challenge to William Gibson. He put up a pair of Yuan Dynasty blue and white octagonal vases with pine, bamboo, and plum motifs as stakes, betting against William Gibson. One of the vases was genuine and the other a forgery. He asked William Gibson to authenticate them. William Gibson failed to identify the flaws in the forgery and lost the authentic Tang Bohu painting. He spent half his life collecting portrait of a courtesan in the palace of Wangshu. Because of this incident, William Gibson had to recuperate at home for half a month before he recovered. But that's not even the most important part. I've heard that the 3 major auction houses in Beijing have seen a flood of counterfeit Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain. It's become rampant. Adam Murphy had previously helped authenticate the Lu-style de wide vase, a forgery so convincing it was nearly indistinguishable from the real thing. The moment Lee Jingyu spoke, he knew it had to be that Lu-style forger striking again. However, he never expected that this individual who had previously remained hidden underground would now brazenly place a wager against Jared Henderson. This was an open provocation against the porcelain community. The man was far too arrogant. With something this big, why didn't you tell me sooner? William Gibson said, you're young and impetuous. He knew you'd definitely want to test your skills against someone. That person has perfected the forgery to such a degree that even the counterfeit markings have been eliminated. There's simply no way to spot the fake. If you go after him, you won't gain anything. When it comes to antique appraisal, Adam Murphy doesn't rely on his eyes alone. He relies on his expertise. No matter how clever the forgery, it can't escape his scrutiny. Competing with him in appraisal skills is like handing him money on a silver platter. Where is that kid? I'll crush him right now and vent William Gibson's anger. Chapter 77. Do you even have what it takes to take me on? Manhwa Xian Antique Shop. Song Qingfeng cast a complex glance at Adam Murphy standing beside him. Back when Adam Murphy was an apprentice at Manhwa Xian, Song Qingfeng was already the shop's second master. The young apprentice who used to serve him tea and run errands now owned his own antique shop and was about to become a boss. This massive psychological disparity left a bitter taste in his mouth. Song Qingfeng knew full well that finding a hidden gem in the antique world was like winning the lottery jackpot. Stumbling upon a top-tier Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain or Song Dynasty Ru where piece was equivalent to hitting the jackpot, it would send you straight to heaven on the spot. Deep down, he always believed that Adam Murphy was just a lucky bastard who stumbled upon one bargain after another. Adam Murphy opening an antique shop was purely a matter of good luck. Although he was polite to Adam Murphy on the surface, deep down he didn't believe Adam Murphy's ability to appraise antiques was any better than his own. He even felt that a nouveau riche like Adam Murphy was stealing the good fortune from those around him. People like him, who become rich overnight, should simply return their money to where it came from. He picked up the blue and white tea bowl on the table, pursed his lips to blow away the tea leaves floating on the surface, and took a light sip. Jennings, William Gibson specifically instructed me not to tell you about this. But I can understand your desire to restore William Gibson's reputation. I can give you the other party's contact information. But if William Gibson asks, don't say I told you. Adam Murphy was as shrewd as a fox. Song Qingfeng's little schemes were written all over his face. How could he possibly fail to see through them? Now that he owned his own antique shop, with countless rare treasures in his possession and a net worth nearing 10 billion, he no longer took the other man seriously. All he needed was Lu Juchi's contact information. He couldn't care less about what Song Qingfeng thought. Master Song, if it weren't for your guidance back then, I wouldn't have made it this far. Rest assured, if William Gibson asks, I'll say Mr. Murphy told me. I'll never pin this on you. Even William Gibson and I couldn't authenticate that porcelain, yet you're still budding and you really think you're some big shot. William Gibson didn't let you go because he didn't want you to lose your shirt. You've only snagged 2 bargains and already think you're invincible. You're really getting too big for your britches. This time, I'll show you what it means that there's always someone better out there, and teach you a lesson you won't forget. Song Qingfeng was convinced that Adam Murphy's attempt to contact Lu Juchi was a waste of time, a lost cause. Driven by jealousy toward Adam Murphy, Song Qingfeng deliberately gave him Lu Juchi's contact information, just to watch him make a fool of himself. Thanks, Master Song. I'll come pay you a visit after I've settled the score with that kid. Song Qingfeng sneered inwardly. See that? He even thanking me. He actually thinks he's the leading authority in the porcelain world, even more authoritative than William Gibson. I'll see how high you can fly. You're welcome. Stop by the shop sometime. I'll contact that guy right away. I won't keep you any longer, you're busy. Having gotten what he wanted, Adam Murphy didn't want to linger a moment longer and got up to leave. As soon as he stepped out of the antique shop, he immediately dialed Lu Juchi's cell phone number. Who is this? As soon as the call connected, an impatient voice came through, accompanied by the faint hum of machinery in the background. I heard you like to make bets with people. I want to play a little game with you. Lu Juchi furrowed her brow and hurried out of the workshop. The family had inherited the craft of replicating Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain. In the past, the Lu family had only made replicas, and when selling them, they would inform buyers that they were replicas. To prevent buyers from purchasing replicas as genuine pieces, the Lu family would leave a special mark on the replicas to ensure they wouldn't enter the market as authentic items. By the time of Lu Juchi's father's generation, the Lu family's mindset had gradually shifted. The replicas they produced had reached such a level of perfection that even many porcelain experts couldn't tell them apart from the real thing, so why shouldn't they be sold as genuine pieces? Consequently, the Lu family began to change their approach, passing off their replicas as genuine Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain. At first, they dealt only in the most ordinary folk kiln Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain. Later, they upgraded to imperial kiln pieces, and finally to top-grade imperial kiln Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain. What had initially been replicas selling for only a few hundred or a few thousand yuan were suddenly transformed into authentic pieces worth 100,000, 1 million, or even 10 million yuan. This dramatic change drove Lu Juchi's father completely mad. After his sudden rise to wealth, he bought luxury cars, moved into a mansion, and frantically bought up Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain on the market to use as models for his forgeries. He even took up gambling. When Lu Juchi was 13, his father was stabbed to death at a casino by a thug who had lost his temper over a gambling debt. Lu Juchi followed in his father's footsteps and embarked on the path of counterfeiting Yuan blue and white porcelain. Not only was he more skilled at replicating these pieces, but his ambition was even greater. After defeating Jared Henderson, he began selling counterfeit Yuan blue and white porcelain on a massive scale, becoming the underground kingpin of the counterfeit market. The sudden appearance of someone daring enough to challenge him struck him as quite amusing. Just like a cat toying with a mouse, he planned to have a little fun with Adam Murphy. Once they reached an open area outside, he spoke again. Most people don't know about this number. You must be one of Jared Henderson's friends in the porcelain circle. You sound pretty young. Didn't he tell you how he lost to me? Ha ha ha. I still remember that look of utter despair. Lu Juchi was utterly brazen, even though she knew that Jared Henderson's friends were likely bigwigs in the porcelain world. She continued to taunt Adam Murphy with scathing sarcasm. She even used Jared Henderson's situation to provoke Adam Murphy. Adam Murphy wasn't the hot-headed type naturally. He wasn't going to lose his temper and lose his cool just because of a few taunts from Lu Juchi. His tone remained completely unchanged as he said calmly, I'm just a former apprentice who used to work at Manhwa Xian. I've heard you take on all kinds of challenges. Are you scared? Ha ha ha. An apprentice. That's hilarious. A piece of porcelain that even Jared Henderson couldn't figure out, and you, a lowly apprentice, actually dare to think you can help him save face? Kid, have you even finished elementary school yet? Adam Murphy paid no heed to Lu Juchi's mockery and calmly dropped a bombshell. I heard you used the Yuan Dynasty blue and white pine, bamboo, and plum 8-sided jar to win an authentic Tang-in painting from William Gibson. I have a Yuan Dynasty blue and white dragon pattern 6-sided Yuhuchin vase. Want to have a little fun with me? Oh, Lu Juchi, who had just been treating Adam Murphy as a source of amusement, instantly perked up upon hearing about the Yuan Dynasty blue and white dragon patterned hexagonal Yuhuchin vase. Interesting, very interesting. Are you planning to use it to win back Jared Henderson's authentic Tang Bohu painting? This time, it was Adam Murphy's turn to show off. This Yuhuchin vase is just one of my many pieces of Yuan blue and white porcelain. To deal with a small-time player like you, I can just pull out any piece of comparable caliber. Lu Juchi wasn't nearly as calculating as Adam Murphy. After being mocked by him, he instantly lost his temper. Fuck! Back when I was already collecting Yuan blue and white porcelain, you didn't even know where to pee or play in the mud yet. You're not even worthy of comparing Yuan blue and white porcelain with me. This was exactly the reaction Adam Murphy was looking for. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. his tone brimming with a defiant sense of superiority. You're just a counterfeiter of yuan blue and white porcelain, a fake seller, and now you dare to act so brazenly. Bullshit. I've got plenty of top-grade yuan blue and white porcelain. The yuan blue and white octagonal vase with pine, bamboo, and plum motifs. The Zhijing marked yuan blue and white dragon-patterned elephant ear vase. The yuan blue and white Wang Zhaojun leaves for the frontier plum blossom vase. And the yuan blue and white large jar depicting Wu Song beating the tiger. Is that enough? I'm asking you, is that enough? Do you even have what it takes to compete with me? Chapter 78. Lu Juchi. Hehe. Someone's here to hand me money. Adam Murphy just wanted to bluff Lu Juchi a little, to see if she had any other top-tier yuan blue and white porcelain pieces in her collection. He never expected this guy to be a veritable money tree. Besides that octagonal jar, he actually had 3 more of the very finest yuan blue and white porcelain pieces. The Zhijing marked yuan blue and white dragon-patterned elephant ear vase, also known as the De Wide vase, is the gold standard among yuan blue and white porcelain, the benchmark used to evaluate other pieces. The yuan blue and white Wang Zhaojun's departure for the frontier Meiping vase belongs to the same series as the yuan blue and white Xiao, he pursuing Han Xian under the moon Meiping vase, which is hailed as the crown jewel of yuan blue and white porcelain. Currently, on the international market, the only officially recognized pieces are the large Wang Zhaojun's departure for the frontier narrative jar and a Persian script export version of the yuan blue and white Wang Zhaojun's departure for the frontier Meiping vase. If Lu Juchi's claims are true, the top spot on the yuan blue and white ranking may change. This is a masterpiece significant enough to alter the status of the number 1 yuan blue and white piece, and yet Lu Juchi has kept it tightly under wraps. Needless to say, the yuan blue and white porcelain Wu Song beating the tiger story jar belongs to the elite series of yuan blue and white porcelain, on par with the yuan blue and white porcelain Wang Zhaojun's journey to the west story jar and the yuan blue and white porcelain pavilion of 100 flower story jar in Adam Murphy's collection. Adam Murphy had always believed that with the 2 pieces from the yuan blue and white narrative series in his possession, plus his extensive collection of top-grade imperial kiln blue and white porcelain, he was the undisputed leader among private collectors of blue and white porcelain. Little did he expect to run into such a tough opponent today. The top-tier yuan blue and white piece in Lu Juchi's possession was even more extraordinary than his own. It was practically a newbie village mini-boss sent specifically to hand him top-tier gear. Faced with such a golden opportunity, there was no way Adam Murphy was going to let it slip by. He deliberately adopted an extremely arrogant attitude to further provoke Lu Juchi. I thought, what is so great about that? It's just a few top-tier yuan blue and white porcelain pieces. I also have the yuan blue and white porcelain Wang Zhaojun's departure to the frontier figurative story jar, and the yuan blue and white porcelain 100 flowers pavilion figurative story jar. Those 2 large yuan blue and white porcelain jars, plus the yuan blue and white porcelain dragon-patterned hexagonal Yuhuchen vase, and an additional 50 million. Do you dare bet against me? Upon hearing that Adam Murphy actually possessed 3 top-grade yuan blue and white pieces, Lu Juchi gasped in shock. The yuan blue and white pieces in his possession had been passed down through the Lu family for generations. The Lu family had been replicating yuan blue and white porcelain since the Qing dynasty, rose to prominence during the Republic of China era, and reached its peak in his generation. The few top-tier yuan-style blue and white pieces he just mentioned were the very foundation upon which the Lu family had built their craft. Even at the Lu family's lowest ebb, they would never part with these treasured heirlooms. Yet, upon hearing about the yuan-style blue and white narrative figure jar in Adam Murphy's possession, he wavered. 50 million he could earn that just by spending a little time replicating 1 or 2 top-tier yuan-style blue and white pieces. But when it comes to the rarest top-tier yuan blue and white porcelain, it's not just about the money. There are only a handful of such pieces in the entire world. If he could acquire the yuan blue and white narrative jar in Adam Murphy's possession, he might be able to further refine his forgery skills to the point where the fake would be indistinguishable from the real thing. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, a hint of madness trembling in his voice. Are you telling the truth? A fake? It won't fool my eyes. Adam Murphy let out a cold laugh. A fake? Who do you think you're looking down on? I'm the one worried that what you have is a fake. Dare you bet on it? If you're up for it, come to the Panjiayuan Antique Market. I'll be waiting for you on the 2nd floor of Boya Zhai. Boya Zhai? Wait for me an hour at most. All right, I'll be waiting. After hanging up, Adam Murphy headed to the Panjiayuan warehouse in high spirits, retrieved 3 top-grade Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain pieces, and waited for the money-bringing boy to show up. 1 hour later, several security guards from the Panjiayuan antique market arrived at the entrance of Boya Zhai, carrying a total of 8 large crates. Lu Jiaqi, following behind the security guards, glanced at the under-renovation sign by the entrance and let out a cold smirk. Jared Henderson is the vice president of the Beijing Porcelain Association. Aside from the curator of the porcelain gallery at the Beijing Museum and a few semi-retired heavyweights, no one can match him in porcelain appraisal. A tiny antique shop, run by a newcomer, he's just going to make mincemeat of him. Help me carry this up to the 2nd floor. Watch your step if you break or dent anything. You won't be able to afford the damages. Lu Jiaqi's attitude was incredibly arrogant. If it weren't for the power of money, the security guards helping him move the porcelain would have already ganged up on him. In the 2nd floor office, Adam Murphy was discussing his grand vision with Li Jingyu. Inspired by the Qing dynasty, Yongzheng period, 12-month pleasure scenes of the old summer palace illusion lamp, he planned to build a mega museum similar to the old summer palace. This museum would not only house a collection of the finest antiques, but also showcase various aspects of traditional Chinese culture, effectively serving as a miniature version of a Chinese cultural city. At first, Li Jingyu was somewhat dismissive of Adam Murphy's far-fetched idea. Such a massive project would be equivalent to merging the old Summer Palace, the Beijing Museum, and Wangfujing Snack Street all into one. In fact, it would be even more extravagant than that. The minimum investment for this project would start at 1 billion. That 1 billion would cover nothing more than the construction and land costs for the park. Once the park was built, the daily maintenance costs alone would be astronomical. Adam Murphy wasn't from a wealthy Beijing family. This was nothing but a pipe dream. However, when he saw the 50 million check Adam Murphy pulled out, along with several other top-quality Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain pieces, he wavered. It seemed Adam Murphy really did have the clout to pull off something like this. Li Jingyu was a graduate of Beijing University, but in their line of work, seniority and portfolio were what mattered most. His biggest project to date was designing a pavilion in the center of the lake at Beijing's Yuan scenic area. And even that project had been secured through his family's connections. If Adam Murphy's project were to move forward, his name as the lead designer would resonate both at home and abroad. Someday in the future, his photo would hang on the wall of distinguished graduates at Beijing University, alongside those of the industry heavyweights. Thinking of this, his blood boiled, and he was practically eager to design for Adam Murphy for free. Based on my work experience over the past few years, housing prices in Beijing are skyrocketing. For a major project like yours, every day of delay will result in massive losses. Let me offer a few suggestions. Forget about the inner city, there's no land there suitable for a project of this scale. Although the outer districts aren't as well located as the inner city, several areas are showing tremendous growth potential. First, the Zhongguancun area. Not only is this Beijing's university district, but a high-tech software park is also under construction here. It will become the IT hub of Beijing in the future. In the future, this will be China's Silicon Valley, with foot traffic that rivals that of the inner city. Second, the Wangjing district. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's currently a wasteland. I have inside information that a large-scale, high-end industrial park is planned for this area. Many of the world's top 100 companies will set up operations here. These companies have a magnet effect and will draw numerous surrounding industries to the area. In the future, this will be a high-end corporate park on par with the CBD, ranking at the very top in terms of urban transportation, environment, and sanitation. Right now, it's still a wasteland, so investing here is definitely a smart move. The rest are several suburban areas further out along the outer ring road, places like Tongxian, Mentugu, and Daxing. Land in these locations is cheap and has room for appreciation. At the same time, they're adjacent to some of Beijing's well-known tourist attractions or located near development zones, so there's no need to worry about foot traffic. Just as the two were talking, a series of heavy footsteps suddenly echoed from outside, along with Lu Jiaqi's shouts. "Where is everyone? I'm here. You're not scared, are you?" Adam Murphy slowly stood up and pushed open the office door with a beaming smile. "We've been waiting for you. Please come in." Chapter 79. A high-stakes gamble exceeding 1 billion. The office was eerily quiet. Li Jingyu, who knew nothing about the subject, sat nervously on the reception sofa, clutching the astronomically priced wager agreement. Adam Murphy and Lu Jiaqi sat on either side of the desk, with 11 pieces of Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain and an authentic painting by Tang Bohu displayed on the desk. 8 of the pieces were the stakes and items for appraisal brought by Lu Juchi, while the other 3 were Adam Murphy's stakes. Jijing Mark Yuan blue and white dragon patterned elephant ear vase a pair. Yuan blue and white Wang Zhaojun's departure for the frontier Meiping vase a pair. Yuan blue and white Wusong beating the tiger narrative jar a pair. Yuan blue and white pine, bamboo and plum 8-sided jar a pair. Yuan blue and white dragon patterned 6-sided Yuhuchen vase. Yuan blue and white Wang Zhaojun's departure for the frontier narrative jar. Yuan blue and white pavilion of 100 flowers narrative jar. As a master forger of Yuan blue and white porcelain, Lu Juchi is not only skilled at creating counterfeits but is also a master appraiser of authentic Yuan blue and white pieces. The 3 top-grade Yuan blue and white pieces in Adam Murphy's possession are all grand opening masterpieces, genuine at first glance. He has already come to regard Adam Murphy's 3 top-grade Yuan blue and white pieces as his own, unable to put them down. Top-grade, truly top-grade. Blue and white porcelain of such high quality is truly wasted in your hands. Fortunately, you found me. If you'd sold them to someone else, it would have been a waste of such a precious treasure. Adam Murphy was amused by Lu Juchi's self-aggrandizing remarks. From their phone conversation, he already sensed she was a very arrogant person. But he hadn't expected her to be this extreme. He crossed his legs, looking utterly nonchalant. I've inspected the items. If there are no issues, sign the wager agreement so you don't try to renege on it if you lose. Ha ha ha. Me lose? That's hilarious. Lu Juchi laughed out loud, not taking Adam Murphy seriously in the slightest. He stood up, snatched the contract which Adam Murphy had prepared in advance from Li Jingyu's hands, and read it over carefully. It was a standard contract template, clearly outlining the stakes of the wager between the 2 parties as well as the rules of the contest. After confirming there were no hidden clauses in the contract, Lu Juchi looked at Adam Murphy with an amused expression. Mr. Chow, you're very confident, aren't you? Are you so confident that you can spot the fakes among my 4 sets of porcelain? Adam Murphy shrugged impassively and said with great confidence. You're wrong, it should be 3 sets. I've already authenticated that wide vase. Hearing this, Lu Juchi's expression changed drastically, and she couldn't help but cry out in shock. What? You're the one who authenticated that pair of large wide vases? Adam Murphy's lips curled into a smug smile as he sneered. What's the matter? Scared? It's not too late to walk away now. Lu Juchi reacted as if she'd heard the biggest joke in the world. Pointing at her own nose, she retorted, Me scared? Are you kidding me? That pair of wide vases was just something I used to practice on when I was 15. The fact that you identified them just shows you've got a little skill. But that's all just a little skill. With that, Lu Juchi waved her hand and signed her name on both copies of the wager agreement. Whoever backs down is a coward. Seeing the signature on the wager agreement, Adam Murphy was overjoyed inside. For top-grade Yuan blue and white pieces were about to land in his pocket. He grabbed the pen, scribbled his name in a few swift strokes, and handed Lu Juchi a copy of the contract signed by both of them. Can we get started? Lu Juchi shot Adam Murphy a cold glare. I'll see just how long you can keep up this act. Let us begin. No sooner had Lu Juchi finished speaking than Adam Murphy moved the pair of Jijing marked Yuan Dynasty blue and white dragon patterned elephant ear vases. 1 genuine, 1 fake from the table to the side. The fake is on the right. It has Lu Feng's markings inside the vase, so I won't say any more. Lu Juchi waved her hand dismissively. Continue. Adam Murphy turned his head to look at the pair of Yuan blue and white Wang Zhaojun leaves the frontier Mei vases on the table. Yuan blue and white Wang Zhaojun leaves the frontier Mei vase. The Mei Ping on the right radiated a dazzling crimson luster. One didn't even need to inspect it to know it was genuine. Item. Yuan blue and white Wang Zhaojun's departure for the frontier Mei Ping. Grade rare treasure. Value 300 million plus. Material porcelain. Craftsmanship. Masterpiece. Manufacturer. Yuan Jingdejun Imperial Kiln. Date of production. 11th year of the Jijing era, Yuan Dynasty. Although the plum vase on the left looks exactly the same, it lacks any precious luster. It is, in fact, a forgery created by Lu Juchi. Item. Yuan blue and white porcelain Wang Zhaojun's departure for the frontier plum vase. Grade, forgery. Value 100,000. Material porcelain. Manufacturing process. replicated using kaolin specifically for yuan blue and white porcelain, with glaze applied using sumo-liking pigment mixed according to the original yuan formula. Artificially aged by hand using a mixture of pig's blood, glutinous rice paste, and rice husks soaked in potassium permanganate solution to remove the unwanted sheen from the porcelain's surface. Manufacturer, Lu Juchi. Production date, 1991. Adam Murphy pointed to the replica yuan blue and white porcelain on his left and looked at Lu Juchi with a smile. This replica must be your crowning achievement, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Juchi's legs trembled slightly, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. This plum-shaped vase was a masterpiece he spent years crafting after perfecting his forgery techniques. It was, without a doubt, the piece he was most satisfied with. Could it be that Adam Murphy had seen through the porcelain's deception? He folded his arms, forcing himself to remain calm. Trying to test me? Do you think I'm stupid? If you think there's something wrong with it, just point it out. Fine. Without a moment's delay, Adam Murphy pointed to the replica on the left and began detailing Lu Juchi's forgery process. You certainly have a knack for porcelain replication. This plum blossom vase carries a faint scent of alcohol. When you created this replica, you modeled it after an excavated Yuan Dynasty blue and white plum blossom vase, filling it with baijiu to disguise it as a Yuan Dynasty wine vessel. Unfortunately, your cleverness backfired. Don't you know the difference in alcohol content between Yuan Dynasty liquor and modern liquor? Not to mention, modern liquor contains other additives. I'm guessing you used 1988 Fengjiu, am I right? Lu Juchi's eyes widened in horror as he stared at Adam Murphy in disbelief. He had never imagined that anyone could authenticate porcelain based on the type of liquor. However, Adam Murphy's next words completely shattered his last line of defense. That's just a minor oversight on your part, not a major issue. Most people wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Your biggest problem is your aging technique. Most forgers simply coat the surface of the porcelain with a layer of superglue, add some yellow clay, and bury it underground. But you took a different approach. You used a mixture of pig's blood, glutinous rice paste, and rice husks to wrap the porcelain before burying it underground to create the aged effect. This way, some of the pig's blood seeps into the porcelain body, creating the appearance of age and the firestone red on the base. Thud. Lu Juchi slumped into his chair. Just moments ago, he had been full of himself, but now he looked like a defeated rooster, his spirit completely crushed. He kept shaking his head, muttering things like, impossible, and you couldn't possibly have figured it out. Even so, Adam Murphy didn't let up, delivering another crushing blow to Lu Juchi's pride. I'll admit, you do have a bit of cleverness. You've carved out your own niche in replicating Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain. But you're too stupid. You made a huge mistake on this piece of porcelain. Do you know why the porcelain you forged gives off a faint, lingering purple glow? Lu Juchi jumped to her feet, her wide eyes bulging. You even know that? Call me master, and I'll give you some guidance. Chapter 80. What a good disciple. This piece, the Yuan Dynasty blue and white Wang Zhaojun leaves for the frontier plum vase, was the replica Lu Juchi was most confident in. Even when he made a wager with Jared Henderson, he hadn't been willing to bring out this prized treasure he kept hidden away. Now, Adam Murphy had not only identified the problem with this replica but also pointed out a major issue he'd never been able to resolve, leaving Lu Juchi feeling as if a cat were scratching at his heart, an unbearable itch. If he could just figure out how to improve it, the replicas he produces in the future would be even better. By then, Adam Murphy might not even be able to spot the flaws in his porcelain. It's just a matter of calling him master, right? I've already shipped out porcelain worth hundreds of millions. Calling him master won't cost me a thing. Once my replication skills improve, I'll come back and settle the score with you. Lu Juchi clenched his back teeth, kept his head down to avoid looking at Adam Murphy, and ground out through gritted teeth, "Master!" Adam Murphy's lips curled into a wild grin. "Benjamin, you're not acting all high and mighty anymore? Where's all that swagger you had before?" "What did you say? I didn't catch that. Speak up. Say that again." "You." Lu Juchi snapped his head up, his large, cloudy, yellowish eyes glaring viciously at Adam Murphy. Adam Murphy acted as if nothing had happened, wearing a calm and unconcerned expression as he smiled at him. Seeing that phony expression on Adam Murphy's face, he wanted nothing more than to land a couple of punches right in Adam Murphy's face. "Fine, I'll let you keep acting all high and mighty for a while. Once I've perfected my imitation porcelain, I'll come back and settle the score with you. Everything I lost today, I'll win back double in the future. Lu Jiaqi completely threw her pride to the wind and shouted at the top of her lungs at Adam Murphy, "Master! Master! Master! Is that enough?" Adam Murphy pretended to be cool as he picked his ear. "I told you to call me once, why did you have to shout it so many times? There's no reward for shouting it over and over. Since you're being so sincere, I'll give you a quick tip." Lu Jiaqi pricked up her ears and looked at Adam Murphy with eager anticipation, waiting for his surprise. "I know that you counterfeiters all mix a special solution. You soak porcelain, bronze artifacts, and other items in it to make them look antique. What else with 1 spoonful of Qing, 2 spoonfuls of Tang, 3 spoonfuls back to Emperor Qin Shi Huang. That lingering purple sheen on your porcelain is because the solution you mixed contains a large amount of potassium permanganate, which is highly oxidizing. And your imitation Su Maliqing dye contains iron, which is highly reducing. Under normal circumstances, potassium permanganate and iron don't react. However, during the subsequent forgery process, there's a step that requires heating, which causes the potassium permanganate to undergo a redox reaction with the iron. That's exactly why a faint purple sheen has formed on the surface of your porcelain. Now do you understand why I keep telling you to read more books?" Lu Jiaqi blinked, and a strange expression flashed across his face as he looked at Adam Murphy. He suddenly realized that Adam Murphy was someone even more skilled at forging porcelain than he was. A person like that was practically born to forge porcelain. If Adam Murphy were to personally forge Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain, he believed no one in the world would be able to authenticate it. Fortunately, Adam Murphy and Jared Henderson were cut from the same cloth. People like them prided themselves on being principled and looked down on replicas. With a formidable enemy like Adam Murphy out of the picture, Lu Jiaqi felt both relieved and a little disappointed. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I'll accept the outcome. You were the better player today, I concede. But I won't give up just yet, I'll be back to challenge you again."
Adam Murphy şuruk indifferently.
"I'll be waiting any time. But I have one small condition." Lu Jiaqi, who had already started to leave, paused in his tracks and looked at Adam Murphy with a frown. "What, are you scared?" "Of course not. I heard you've been selling a lot of fake Yuan blue and white porcelain lately. The owner of Jiaxing Auction House is a friend of mine. Could you maybe..." Although Adam Murphy didn't say it outright, the implication was clear. Lu Jiaqi waved her hand dismissively. "Those fakes were just toys from my youth. I've already sold most of them. I plan to immerse myself in my studies for a while once I get back. I won't be selling anything else until I re-emerge. All right, next time, I'll definitely beat you. I'll be waiting." Although Lu Jiaqi was somewhat arrogant, she was a woman of her word. After losing the wager, she faced her defeat with composure and didn't resort to the usual tactics of refusing to admit defeat. Leaving behind a defiant remark, she walked away without looking back. After watching Lu Jiaqi leave, Adam Murphy looked excitedly at the 11 pieces of top-grade Yuan blue and white porcelain on the table. 4 of them were top-tier replicas, the kind that could pass for the real thing. The remaining 7 were all the very finest examples of Yuan blue and white porcelain. Yuan blue and white Wang Zhaojun's departure for the Frontier Plum Vase Rare Treasure 300 million plus. Zhijing Mark Yuan blue and white dragon patterned elephant ear vase Rare Treasure 200 million plus. Yuan blue and white Wu Song beating the Tiger narrative jar Rare Treasure 150 million plus. Yuan blue and white Wang Zhaojun's departure for the Frontier narrative jar Rare Treasure 150 million plus. Yuan blue and white pavilion of 100 flowers narrative jar Rare Treasure 150 million plus. Yuan blue and white pine, bamboo, and plum octagonal jar premium grade 50 million plus. Yuan blue and white dragon patterned hexagonal Yuhuchen vase, premium grade 50 million plus. Lu Jiaqi truly lives up to her reputation as the boss of the newbie village, bringing Adam Murphy 3 rare, premium grade Yuan blue and white pieces in one go. Among them, the Zhijing Mark Yuan blue and white dragon patterned elephant ear vase is practically a textbook example of Yuan blue and white porcelain and is considered the benchmark piece for the genre. The Yuan blue and white Wang Zhaojun's departure for the Frontier Plum Vase is even more extraordinary, while another piece, the Yuan blue and white Xiao he pursuing Han Xin under the Moon Plum Vase, is hailed as the #1 Yuan blue and white porcelain. If this Wang Zhaojun's departure for the Frontier May vase in Adam Murphy's possession were to appear on the market, a debate would surely erupt over which piece is the premier yuan blue and white porcelain. After admiring the exquisite yuan blue and white pieces on the table, Adam Murphy turned his attention to the ancient scrolls of calligraphy and painting nearby. Item: Tang Yin portrait of palace courtesans of the Shu Kingdom. Grade rare. Value 35 million. Material paper. Craftsmanship masterpiece. Artist Tang Yin. Date of production Zhengde period of the Ming Dynasty. Tang Yin, courtesy name Bohu, was a renowned painter, calligrapher, and poet of the Ming Dynasty. He achieved extraordinary mastery in calligraphy, literature, and painting. In the realm of painting, he was counted among the 4 great masters of the Ming Dynasty alongside Shenzhou, Wen Zhengming, and Qiu Ying. In poetry and prose, he was known alongside Zhu Yunming, Wen Zhengming, and Su Zhenxing as one of the 4 scholars of Wuzhong. This painting, portrait of a palace courtesan from the kingdom of Shu, represents Tang Yin's greatest mastery of the court lady genre in terms of both value and artistic technique. It stands as a masterpiece among all his works. Adam Murphy is particularly fond of this painting. However, it was a cherished piece that William Gibson had collected over half his life. If he were to simply stay behind without a word, even if William Gibson said nothing, he would still feel a twinge of resentment deep down. Adam Murphy's large, clear eyes darted around, and he came up with a good plan. He would have Li Jingyu return the painting to William Gibson on his behalf. Since William Gibson was his senior, his status would prevent him from accepting such a precious painting. If Adam Murphy had returned it himself, Jared Henderson would most likely have insisted on buying it back at market price. But Li Jingyu was an outsider. He couldn't make decisions on Adam Murphy's behalf, and would have no choice but to return the item exactly as it was. With that in mind, Adam Murphy grabbed the authentic Tang Yin painting from the table and handed it to Li Jingyu, who was standing nearby. "Brother William, could you please take this painting over to William Gibson? It's his prized possession. I want it back for him." Chapter 81. Mr. Murphy has a soft side, too. Although Li Jingyu knew nothing about antiques, he had heard of the fame of Tang Bohu, one of the 4 great scholars of Jiangnan. Not to mention, this was a cherished item that Jared Henderson had spent half his life collecting. Its value was at least in the millions. Was Adam Murphy really just casually giving back such a precious item to Jared Henderson? Li Jingyu didn't take the scroll from Adam Murphy's hand and asked earnestly, "Are you really planning to return this painting to William Gibson? Don't you think it's a shame?" Adam Murphy waved his hand in a pretentious manner. "William Gibson is the guiding light who led me into the world of antiques. It's precisely because of his guidance that I've been able to get to where I am today. In my heart, he is no different from my own master. When helping my mentor reclaim a cherished possession, is there any need to haggle?" Hearing this, Li Jingyu's eyes sparkled, and a slight lump formed in his throat. At first, he thought Adam Murphy was just a lucky guy. He stumbled upon a rare find, struck it rich, and even caught the eye of a big shot in the industry like Jared Henderson. Helping Adam Murphy was purely out of respect for Jared Henderson. Today, Adam Murphy had shown him a different side. No wonder Adam Murphy had succeeded someone so respectful of his teachers and so genuine truly deserved it. Li Jingyu snatched the ancient painting from Adam Murphy's hands and pounded his chest emphatically. "Bro, count me in as your brother. Don't worry. I'll make sure this painting gets to its destination. And as for your antique mall, I'll swallow my pride and ask my mentor and senior classmate to design it for you for free. From now on, you're my good brother, Li Jingyu." Adam Murphy blinked in bewilderment. He'd just been making a casual, polite remark, but somehow he hit a nerve with Li Jingyu. This guy suddenly started putting a price on him and calling him brother. "So, you never considered me a brother before? You're something else, kid." "Haha, brother William. You're my own big brother. I'm in a good mood today. Want to grab a drink?" "No, no, no." Li Jingyu shook his head repeatedly, explaining that he had to deliver the authentic Tang Bohu painting to William Gibson first, and share the good news about winning Lu Zheqi's heart with him right away. Li Jingyu was in high spirits, so Adam Murphy didn't press the issue and could only watch as he left. After Li Jingyu left, the office felt empty. "It's time to get ready for the grand opening. Before we open, I need to come up with a new name for the shop, hire a head chef, and recruit a few employees. You can't rush opening an antique shop. You have to pick a good day. Today is a good day. Whatever I set my mind to will come true." Adam Murphy was in high spirits and found himself humming a tune. Just as he was packing up the porcelain to store it all in the antique warehouse, his cell phone in his pocket suddenly started buzzing. He pulled it out and saw it was Mason Olson. As soon as he saw those three characters, the image of a cool, pretty face immediately popped into Adam Murphy's mind. Apart from her short temper, this woman was basically an S+. If he could win her over, it wouldn't be a bad thing at all. Immediately afterward, the innocent face of Chun Yuanyu and popped into Adam Murphy's mind. Compared to Mason Olson, who argued with him the moment they met, Chun Yuanyu and was practically throwing herself at him. Adam Murphy was confident that if he made a request that most men would love, she definitely wouldn't refuse. Chun Yuanyu in S36D bust was practically a virgin killer. If he got wrapped up in those wouldn't he given immediately, it was just a shame that Chun Yuanyu and was William Wells' roommate. It wouldn't be appropriate to make a move. Never mind. Let us see what the gorgeous Ms. Xia wants first. Hey, boss Xia, what made you think to call me? Mr. Chow, you're such a busy man, I haven't given you that 2 million yet. Huh? Adam Murphy raised an eyebrow slightly, sensing a whiff of conspiracy. Mason Olson, that sly little vixen of the business world, is she really the type to rush to hand out money? Lu Juchi had just left his place, saying she wouldn't be making any moves for a while. So Mason Olson's call probably wasn't about Lu Fong. But aside from Lu Fong, he didn't seem to have any other value to her. At a time like this, he absolutely couldn't ask questions of his own accord, otherwise, he'd walk right into the other party's trap. Adam Murphy's lips curled slightly upward, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Oh, Mr. Murphy, you're talking about that 2 million, aren't you? I'll send you my bank account number right away. Just have your little secretary transfer it directly to me. Of course, she's welcome to bring it to me in person too. I'm in a good mood right now, I might even treat her to a romantic candlelit dinner. On the other side, Mason Olson was so furious she clenched her back molars so hard her silver teeth nearly shattered. She gave a slight nod to the man in the suit standing beside her, then stood up and walked to the office windowsill, lowering her voice as she said, Adam Murphy, come to my company right now, and we'll call it even. I promise I'll never give you any trouble again. Hearing this, Adam Murphy's smile grew even broader. He had never once gone out of his way to cause trouble for Mason Olson. On the contrary, he had helped her, yet she had turned around and made things difficult for him. Mr. Murphy, you're wrong to say that. I've never given you any trouble, it's you who's been working against me all along. Do you really want me to beg you? Suddenly, Mason Olson turned into a coquettish young woman, her voice trembling slightly as if she were about to burst into tears. In Adam Murphy's mind, Mason Olson had always been a shrewd, composed figure, a formidable businesswoman. So, even a powerful woman has a vulnerable side? Oh well, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't hold it against you. Fine, I'll be right over. What exactly is this about? Just come first. You'll find out when you get here. I definitely won't put you in a tough spot. Faced with the coquettish Mason Olson, Adam Murphy actually felt a bit uncomfortable, getting goosebumps all over. He told her he'd be right over and quickly hung up the phone. On the other end, Mason Olson's lips curled into a mischievous smirk of triumph. Humph. I thought you were something special. But you're just like all those lousy men. Once this young lady strings you along, you fall right into the trap. President Chun, my friend, will be here shortly. He may be young, but he's an exceptional art appraiser. He has identified Lu-style porcelain imitations on multiple occasions. That's great. Lately, this Lu-style stuff has been driving me crazy. It's giving me a real headache. Dad, let me tell you, my friend is a genius at appraising art. He is the one who helped me pick out that Daoguang Imperial Kiln piece for you. Can I introduce him to you? Stop messing around. I'm discussing serious business with Mr. Murphy. If you keep acting up, I'll have Oldly take you home to do your homework. Dad, I'm in college now, I don't have to do homework anymore. That doesn't mean you can act up. Mr. Murphy, I'm very interested in your proposal. With all this commotion caused by the Lu-style imitations, the porcelain world is in turmoil. We at Jade have already decided to reduce the number of blue and white porcelain lots in this year's spring auction, especially Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain. I wonder what Jiaxing has in mind for this year's spring auction? Mason Olson's beautiful eyes sparkled as she smiled charmingly. Mr. Chun, you're the leader of Beijing's auction houses, I look up to you. Haha, Mr. Murphy, you're joking. Joshing has been growing at a tremendous pace these past few years. Jada will soon have to step aside and make way for the next generation. Chapter 82. Mr. Murphy has such soft hands. Joshing auction house. Lin Tsilwan watched Adam Murphy step out of his Ferrari in a suit and tie, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Could this really be the same ordinary guy she met at the Panjiayuan antique market? Last time, he must have been playing a trick on me, pretending to be poor just to tease me. Damn it. I actually fell for his trick. Lin Tsilwan gritted her teeth in rage, wishing she could chop Adam Murphy into 108 pieces. But she had no choice but to clack her way toward him in her high heels. Mr. Chow, you're here. Mr. Murphy has been waiting for you for quite some time. Adam Murphy's gaze swept over Lin Tsilwan's long legs encased in black stockings. Of course, he was looking at them with an appreciative eye. He certainly didn't have any impure thoughts. He gave a slight nod, choosing not to dwell on what had happened earlier. Let us go. What's this about? Why the rush? Lin Tsilwan led the way while explaining. Recently, Lu-style imitation porcelain has been appearing one after another at the 3 major auction houses in Beijing. Mr. Murphy has contacted Mr. Chun at Jada Auction House to discuss a joint response plan. You're an expert in this field, so Mr. Murphy has asked you to step in as the chief appraiser. As Lin Tsilwan spoke, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Adam Murphy's expression, trying to gauge his thoughts. However, Adam Murphy's face showed no signs of joy or anger. Instead, he wore a very strange expression, which made her heart race. By the time they finished talking, the two had already arrived outside Mason Olsen's office. Lin Tsilwan tapped lightly on the office door. Mr. Murphy, Mr. Chow is here. Come in. Lin Tsilwan gently pushed the door open, ushered Adam Murphy inside, and stood outside the office to await further instructions. No sooner had Adam Murphy stepped into the office than he suddenly noticed a familiar figure inside. Brother Jianing. Yuan, what are you doing here? Chun Yuan was thrilled to see Adam Murphy. Like a little rabbit, she leaped up from the reception sofa, hurried over to him, and wrapped her arms around his right arm. Brother Jianing, let me introduce you. This is my father Chun Guangda. Dad, this is Adam Murphy, the one I told you about. He's my roommate's older brother. He's really amazing. Chen Yuan's words left everyone in the office completely dumbfounded. Adam Murphy, you're actually the daughter of the owner of Jada Auction House? Mason Olsen. You actually know the daughter of Jada's chairman, and you seem pretty close, too. You aren't trying to marry into the family, are you? Chan Guangda. Who is this brat, hugging my precious daughter like that? He may look like a decent guy, but my daughter is still in school. You haven't been up to any mischief with her, have you? Chan Guangda, a seasoned veteran, was the first to step in to smooth things over. So it's Mr. Chow after all. It seems fate has truly brought us together. With that, he stood up, walked over to Adam Murphy, and forcefully pulled Chen Yuan, who was clinging to Adam Murphy's arm, back to his side. Chen Yuan tried to break free, but she was no match for Chan Guangda's strength. All she could do was glare at him with wide eyes, glaring fiercely. Mason Olsen also snapped out of it. She strode over to Adam Murphy on her long legs, looking very intimate with him. Jianing, come on, Yuan, and didn't he even tell me? Hurry up and sit down. Chairman Chun has been waiting for you for a long time. She didn't give Adam Murphy a chance to object, pulling him over to her side of the sofa. This was Mason Olsen's own single-seater sofa. It was quite wide for one person, but a bit cramped for two. Sitting next to her, Adam Murphy couldn't help but make physical contact with her. Her slender, shapely legs and sexy, curvaceous buttocks pressed right up against Adam Murphy. The moment their bodies touched, they both froze. Chan Yuan, sitting on the guest sofa, sensed the subtle tension between Mason Olsen and Adam Murphy. Her face puffed up with anger, making her look like an angry pufferfish. She gently patted the empty spot next to her. Brother Jianing, come sit over here with me. Adam Murphy sensed the awkward atmosphere and was about to stand up, but to his surprise, Mason Olsen took the initiative to link her arm through his. It wasn't until that moment that Adam Murphy realized Mason Olsen was also a woman who kept her true nature well hidden. She had an equally impressive figure, though not as exaggerated as Chun Yuan's, but it was definitely the kind that was hard to wrap one hand around. Jianing, we're all family here. Just stay where you are. Saying this, he looked at Chun Guangda across the table and got straight to the point. Mr. Chun, Jenning is an exceptionally skilled appraiser who can authenticate Lu-style imitation porcelain. If our two companies form an alliance, whenever Lu-style imitation porcelain appears, we can ask her to appraise it, guaranteed to be accurate. All you need to do is pay a small appraisal fee each time, along with that minor condition I mentioned to you earlier. Chun Guangda's gaze lingered on Adam Murphy and Mason Olsen, who were standing very close together. He long heard that Mason Olsen had many admirers and was famous in Beijing as an ice queen. She always looked down on men. When did she start dating? But his daughter had been mentioning Adam Murphy constantly these past few days, practically praising him to the skies. Could it be that their relationship was merely that of a roommate and an older brother? First, he needed to deal with this troublesome Lu Fang. The other issues could wait for later. As a seasoned businessman, Chun Guangda would naturally not let personal relationships interfere with the company's major affairs. He nodded and said in a deep voice, "If Mr. Chow can authenticate the Lu Fang porcelain, I'll agree to Mr. Murphy's terms, and I 1T skimp on the authentication fee. Whether this partnership comes together depends entirely on Mr. Chow's skills." Well, just as Mason Olsen was about to give her full assurance, Adam Murphy suddenly nudged her gently in the waist with his elbow, signaling her to stay silent. "Chairman Chen, I'd like to have a few words with Mr. Murphy." Chun Guangda raised his right hand, signaling Adam Murphy to proceed as he saw fit. Adam Murphy pulled Mason Olsen over to the floor-to-ceiling windows in the office, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "Why didn't you tell me sooner that it was about Lu Fang? I've already taken care of him." Mason Olsen felt a tickling sensation on one side of her face from Adam Murphy's warm breath. Her delicate, rosy cheeks flushed slightly, and her voice took on a hint of flirtation. "Are you serious? Would I lie to you? Before I came here, I just settled a wager with that guy and won back the authentic Tang In painting by William Gibson." As he said this, Adam Murphy couldn't help but add, "For your sake, I specifically asked him never to send any more forgeries to Jiaxing again." He already agreed. Huh? Hearing this, Mason Olsen's heart began to pound wildly, as if a fawn were leaping in her chest. Her face, already slightly flushed, grew even hotter, turning a deep crimson. It was like the poisoned apple of a wicked queen. One couldn't help but want to take a bite. A faint glint flashed in her eyes as she shyly lifted her head and asked, somewhat bashfully, You really made that bet with that guy for my sake?"
Adam Murphy blinked.
"When did I ever say I made that bet with Lu Jiachi for your sake? I beat him, and then, as an afterthought, reminded him not to send any more counterfeits to Jiaxing." But seeing the bashful expression on Mason Olsen's face, Adam Murphy shamefully got an erection. "Of course, for you, I bet my entire fortune. If you don't believe me, you can ask William Gibson. Li Jingyu was there at the time. He is a witness." Mason Olsen raised his delicate, pale hand and gently patted Adam Murphy on the shoulder. "All right, I get it. I believe you. Then could you please help me and make sure he doesn't go after Jada?" Gazing at Mason Olsen's stunningly beautiful face, Adam Murphy reached out with his large hand and grasped Mason Olsen's fair, slender little hand. Instantly, a warm, soft sensation washed over his fingertips. Mason Olsen's small hand was as supple as if it had no bones, like a piece of warm, exquisite Hatian jade. "For you, I'd be happy to." You. Mason Olsen felt as if he were surrounded by a massive mountain. He tried to pull his hand away, but for some reason, his arm suddenly went limp. "Let go of me first. Once everyone's gone. Then what? Then we'll hold hands again?" Chapter 83. Partnership sealed. "Chairman Chen, I just spoke with Jenning. For the upcoming spring auction, he decided to enter into a performance-based bet with Lu Fang. Resolve this major headache once and for all through a performance-based bet." Mason Olsen was a cunning little fox. Even though Adam Murphy had already completely resolved the Lu Fang issue to secure more benefits for herself, she deliberately withheld this information from Chun Guangda. In fact, she even made the situation sound much more serious than it was, as if Adam Murphy were taking on enormous risks and facing a decisive showdown with Lu Jiachi at the summit of the Forbidden City. Chun Guangda didn't know Adam Murphy well enough. If it weren't for Mason Olsen and Chen Yuanyu, and both speaking so highly of him, he would have found it hard to believe that a young man like Adam Murphy could be a master appraiser. Earlier, Mason Olsen had approached him to discuss a partnership, proposing they join forces to counter Lu Fang. Mason Olsen would handle the authentication of Lu Fang items, while Jada Auction House would simply need to schedule its spring auction to avoid overlapping with Jiaxing Auction Houses. Whether Adam Murphy possessed genuine expertise or not didn't really matter much to Jada. Of course, Chen Guangda hoped Adam Murphy could take care of that troublesome Lu Fang. With a serious expression, he stood up and extended his right hand to Adam Murphy. Mr. Chow, I'm counting on you this time. If we manage to resolve the Lu Fang issue smoothly, Jada will owe you a favor. Jada Auction House is the leading auction house in Beijing. Although it isn't as well known as world-class auction houses like Sotheby's, Christie's, or De Wide, it holds an unrivaled position domestically. A favor from Chen Guangda was extremely valuable. It was as if Adam Murphy had done nothing at all yet received a favor from a major player for free. He happily shook hands with Chen Guangda, assuring him he'd handle the matter and guarantee that Lu Fang would vanish from the scene for the foreseeable future. And so, after a brief discussion among the group, Chen Guangda left with a reluctant Chen Yuanyuan, leaving only Adam Murphy and Mason Olson in the office. Recalling their earlier flirtatious exchange, Adam Murphy once again reached out with his large hand, intending to grasp Mason Olson's delicate, pale hand. Whoosh! Mason Olson moved as swiftly as a hare, instantly rising from the sofa and returning to her executive chair. She sat upright, her expression strictly professional, as if the coy, teasing young woman from moments ago had been nothing more than a figment of Adam Murphy's imagination. At this point, if Adam Murphy still didn't realize that Mason Olson had been deliberately putting on a show for him all along, he would have lived all these years in vain. Mason Olson had merely used his expertise in appraising antiques to secure a partnership with Jada. Now that the partnership had been finalized, Lu Fang had been dealt with ahead of time, and he was no longer of any use. The coquettish Mr. Murphy of before was gone for good. Adam Murphy shook his head with a touch of self-mockery. Just moments ago, he naively believed that his lies had fooled Mason Olson, and that she'd been moved by his sacrifices. It seemed that lies could only be met with more lies. Mr. Murphy remained that unapproachable, icy beauty. Oh well, he'd better go find the sweet and adorable Xiao Yuanyu, and instead, at least she's sincere with me. A woman like Mason Olson is impossible to handle. Adam Murphy slowly stood up and waved at Mason Olson with a weary heart. Mr. Murphy, now that the matter is settled, I won't bother you any longer. Wait a moment. I'll send you my bank account number. Just transfer the money directly to my account. With that, he turned and walked away with great nonchalance, without a moment's hesitation. Watching Adam Murphy's figure gradually fade into the distance, the smile on Mason Olson's face slowly faded. At first, she found it quite amusing to toy with Adam Murphy. It was the perfect way to get back at him for always going against her. But seeing Adam Murphy leave so quietly left her feeling hollow inside, and a strange sensation welled up from deep within her. She pouted and muttered under her breath. What a cheapskate. He doesn't know how to take a joke at all. You grabbed my hand, and I didn't even say a word. Weren't you being pretty bold just a moment ago? Why are you backing down now? Do you really expect this lady to throw herself at you? You big dummy, if you're leaving, don't come back. Mingyue Shanti House. Jared Henderson looked at the painting of the palace courtesans of the Shu Kingdom on the table, his heart filled with mixed emotions. On the one hand, Adam Murphy, a boy he'd watched grow up, had truly surpassed his mentor. A forgery that even he couldn't identify as problematic, Adam Murphy had managed to spot effortlessly. On the other hand, with the rise of a new generation, an old-timer like him should step aside and make way for the younger generation. Although Jared Henderson had long since stepped back into the background, he had never considered himself too old to retire. How on earth did he identify glutinous rice mixed with pig's blood and rice grains? And who else could authenticate porcelain based on the scent of alcohol? Even as a veteran in the field, he could never have imagined that Adam Murphy would use such a method to authenticate porcelain. Truly, the new generation pushes the old aside. Each generation is stronger than the last. Sigh. I guess I just have to accept that I'm getting old. Jared Henderson slowly folded up the courtesans of the Shu Kingdom, rolled it back up, placed it back in its tube, and waved his hand listlessly. Jingyu, send this painting back to Jianing. Huh? Li Jingyu scratched his head in utter confusion. This was Jared Henderson's favorite piece in his collection. He'd often casually show it off to people whenever he had the chance. Now, Adam Murphy had won it back from Lu Jiachi and specifically returned it to Jared Henderson. But Jared Henderson was telling him to send it back again. What did that mean? Second uncle. Jianing asked me to bring it back to you. Why are you sending it back to him? If you think it's inappropriate, why not just give him some extra money to buy it back? Jared Henderson shook his head, choosing not to explain the intricacies of the situation. You told me that Jennings wants to build a large-scale museum?
Li Jingyu nudda.